In the early 7th century, Central Asia was still overwhelmingly shaped by Iranian peoples and cultures. Across the region, various Middle Iranian languages were spoken, forming a complex linguistic landscape that reflected centuries of settled civilization. In Transoxania, a chain of Sogdian city-states thrived, bound together by trade, culture, and shared language. Although Sogdian remained dominant, especially in rural and mountainous areas, the influence of the powerful Sasanian Empire meant that knowledge of Middle Persian and Parthian likely existed in major urban centres. This cultural resilience ensured that Sogdian traditions endured for generations, leaving traces that would survive long after political changes reshaped the region. Further south, in Bactria along the upper Oxus River, political authority rested in the hands of successors to the Hephthalites. These rulers struggled to maintain control as new forces approached from the west. Among them, leaders such as Tarkhan Nizak attempted to resist the advancing Muslim armies, fighting determined campaigns that ultimately failed. Meanwhile, in Khwarezm, an ancient Iranian civilization continued under its native Afrikid dynasty. Though their historical timeline remains uncertain, their legacy survived through later scholarly accounts. Beyond the settled agricultural zones, the northern steppes and deserts were inhabited by Turkic tribes, including the Karluks, Kimeks, Kipchaks, and Oghuz. These groups were already beginning to move into the fertile lands of Transoxania and Fergana, setting the stage for future demographic transformation. Religiously, Central Asia presented a striking mosaic rather than a unified belief system. In the Tarim Basin and East Turkestan, Buddhist traditions flourished in centres such as Khotan and Kocho, deeply rooted in Indo-Iranian culture. Buddhism also held a strong position in Bactria, where Balkh stood as a major spiritual centre with its renowned monastery. Yet in Sogdia, the influence of Buddhism had begun to fade. By the early 7th century, Zoroastrianism had become increasingly prominent, supported by the prestige and power of the Sasanian state. At the same time, Christianity had established a significant presence, with various branches spreading across Transoxania and Khwarezm. Other belief systems also coexisted, including Manichaeism, which found particular acceptance among certain Eastern populations, and smaller dualist movements that continued to circulate within urban environments. The prosperity of the region was closely tied to its geography. Major rivers such as the Amu Darya, Sir Darya, and Zarafshan nourished fertile agricultural zones, sustaining large populations and vibrant cities. These urban centres became hubs of long-distance trade, connecting Inner Asia with distant regions. Sogdian merchants established trading colonies far to the east in China, while others extended their reach westward toward the lands of southern Russia. This network of commerce helped maintain economic vitality, even as political authority remained fragmented. The arrival of Arab forces marked a turning point. After the fall of the Sasanian Empire, Arab armies began probing beyond the Oxus River in the mid-7th century. Early incursions were limited, as key crossings had yet to be secured. Only later did commanders begin launching more organised campaigns into Transoxania. By the late 7th century, Arab forces achieved notable victories, defeating local rulers and establishing a foothold in cities such as Bukhara. However, internal divisions within the Islamic world slowed further expansion. Civil conflicts and rival claims to leadership weakened momentum, allowing local powers to resist and even seek assistance from distant allies, including China, though such efforts proved ineffective. A more decisive phase began under the leadership of Qutayba ibn Muslim, who governed the eastern provinces in the early 8th century. Through a series of campaigns, he brought key cities under control, imposed tribute arrangements, and introduced Islamic institutions into the region. His forces subdued Bukhara and extended influence towards Samarkand, compelling local rulers into submission. He also confronted external threats, including incursions by Turkic powers, and dealt with lingering resistance from Hephthalite leaders. Despite these successes, his campaigns did not fully consolidate control, particularly in Khwarezm, where local culture endured despite military pressure. Following his death, Arab authority weakened significantly. Over the next 2 decades, a series of defeats and uprisings eroded earlier gains. Turkic forces allied with local Sogdian rulers inflicted serious setbacks, reducing Arab control to only a few strongholds. Stability was only partially restored later under another capable governor, who sought to address grievances among local populations, particularly those who had converted to Islam but continued to face unequal treatment. By easing tensions and negotiating with regional leaders, he managed to reassert a degree of control, though the situation remained fragile. At the same time, deeper political tensions were building within the Islamic world itself. The ruling Umayyad dynasty faced growing dissatisfaction from both non-Arab converts and segments of the Arab population. Social inequalities, tribal rivalries, and disputes over leadership created an unstable environment. Various movements emerged, each offering a different vision of authority and justice. Some called for a return to early principles of equality, while others supported leadership within the family of the Prophet. These divisions weakened the cohesion that had once sustained the empire's rapid expansion. The eastern province of Khorasan became the focal point of these tensions. Long-standing rivalries between tribal groups intensified, while local unrest continued to grow. Political authority became fragmented, with competing leaders and factions struggling for dominance. In this volatile environment, a new movement began to organize quietly, drawing support from a wide range of dissatisfied groups. Its leaders operated in secrecy, carefully building a network that would eventually challenge the existing order. By the mid-8th century, conditions had reached a breaking point. Armed conflicts between rival factions escalated, and the authority of the central government weakened further. Amid this chaos, a new leader emerged, skillfully navigating the complex political landscape. He united diverse groups under a common cause, appealing to shared grievances and promising change. His forces gradually gained strength, securing key territories and defeating opposing armies. Qahtaba stayed in Ray for about 5 months, and that pause gave the Iraqi governor Ibn Hubayra enough time to gather a major army. When the campaign resumed in the spring of 749, the road ahead was no longer open. Strong Syrian forces stationed in Isfahan and Nihavand stood in the way of the Abbasid advance. Qahtaba struck first. His main army defeated the force based at Isfahan, while his son laid siege to the troops holding Nihavand. After 4 difficult months, the defenders of Nihavand finally surrendered on June 26, 749. Ibn Hubayra then gathered a massive force and established himself at Jalula, waiting for Qahtaba to attack. At the same time, another Syrian army moved through northern Kurdistan, creating the danger of an attack from the rear. The Abbasid position looked extremely dangerous, and defeat seemed likely. Yet, Qahtaba managed to turn the situation in his favour. Through skillful manoeuvring, he drew Ibn Hubayra out of his protected camp and forced him into open ground, where his army lost the advantage. That single move broke the defensive plan. Ibn Hubayra could no longer organise an effective barrier against the Abbasid march toward Kufa. Even when Qahtaba himself was killed during an unexpected clash, the momentum of the campaign did not stop. His army, though deprived of its most gifted commander, continued forward. The Umayyads found only a small measure of relief in one late success. At last, they discovered the identity of the Abbasid imam and arrested him. But this came far too late to alter the course of events. The Abbasid army kept advancing and entered Kufa on August 29th, 749. The imprisoned Ibrahim was later executed by order of the Caliph. Yet before his death, he had already sent word that leadership should pass to his brother, Abu al-Abbas Abd Allah. This transfer of authority ensured continuity at the very moment when the movement needed it most. Abu al-Abbas, the future Caliph al-Safa, arrived secretly in Kufa together with relatives and trusted supporters. For several weeks, Abu Salama kept his presence hidden. He had his own political calculations and hoped to reach an agreement with an Alid claimant, handing over the victory to another branch of the Prophet's family. But none of the possible candidates accepted the offer. Once the hidden imam's presence became known among the Khurasani supporters, Abu Salama had little room left to maneuver. On November 28, 749, a formal ceremony was held and allegiance was sworn to Abu al-Abbas as the new caliph. In his first address, he spoke of peace and justice and tried to present the change of regime as the beginning of a new age. One of his first acts was to raise the soldiers' pay, a clear sign that the new Vlasti intended to reward those who had secured victory. Marwan II still made one final effort to save Umayyad rule. He personally took command of a large army and marched out to confront the Abbasid forces. The decisive encounter came on the banks of the Great Hazab. There, the Umayyad army suffered total defeat. Marwan fled westward into Syria, hoping perhaps that the old heartland of his dynasty would rally around him. But no meaningful support appeared. Driven onward by the advancing Abbasids, he continued south until he reached Upper Egypt. There, at Busir in the summer of 750, his flight ended and he was killed. With his death, the Umayyad Caliphate came to its final collapse in the central lands of the empire. Yet the triumph of the Abbasids quickly brought disappointment to many who had helped place them in power. Those who had joined the struggle under the banners of justice, reform, or loyalty to the Prophet's family soon understood that their own hopes would not define the new order. The Shiite groups and the Kharijites realized that their language and ideals had been used as tools in a broader political campaign. The promises of justice and reconciliation did not lead to universal prosperity. Instead, the new regime established itself through harsh discipline, executions, and calculated repression. The Abbasids were especially ruthless toward the Umayyad family. Every adult male who fell into their hands was killed. Even the dead were not spared. Graves were opened, remains were dug up, and vengeance was carried beyond death itself. After destroying their open enemies, the new rulers turned against some of their former allies, those who had become inconvenient, those who had shown the slightest disrespect, and those whose services made the caliphs feel dangerously indebted were gradually removed. Abu Muslim himself began settling accounts soon after victory. Ali al-Kirmani and his sons were among the earliest victims. Abu Salama, who had played such an important part in the transfer of power, was eliminated on the order of Abu al-Abbas. Sulaiman ibn Kathir also met a violent end. The revolution had devoured not only its enemies but many of the men who had helped carry it to success. The Shiites answered this betrayal with revolt. In the spring of 751, one of the most serious uprisings broke out in Bukhara, one of the key Arab strongholds in Transoxania. Its leader was Sharik ibn Sheikh, who declared that the family of Muhammad had not been supported, merely so that blood might continue to be shed and law broken. His message drew enormous support, and around 30,000 men rallied to his cause. The force sent against him under Ziyad ibn Salih might not have succeeded on its own. Victory became possible only because local support was divided. The Bukhar Hudat, the ruler of Bukhara, together with the Bukharan landed elite, assisted the Abbasid side in suppressing the rebellion. This revealed the uncertain position of the Iranian nobility in the east. Some local rulers chose accommodation and became reliable partners of the new dynasty, especially when promised equality with Arab Muslims in return for accepting Islam. Others tried to use the confusion among Arab factions as an opportunity to regain independence. These efforts were encouraged by intervention from China, whose rulers were pursuing an active Western policy at precisely this time. In 748, while Abu Muslim's forces were still hunting Nasr ibn Sayyar, Chinese troops advanced and destroyed Suyab, the former center of the Yellow Turgesh Khagan. At the same moment, the Chinese commander Gao Xianji was extending influence across the Pamirs and the Upper Indus region, bringing smaller principalities under control. 2 years later, he appeared in eastern Transoxania, after being invited by the ruler of Ferghana to assist against the ruler of Chach, the city later known as Tashkent. The ruler of Chach was captured, sent away, and executed. His son then turned to the Arabs for help. Abu Muslim responded by dispatching Ziyad ibn Saleh, while he himself established a base in Samarkand. The Arab forces moved toward Talas, also known as Taraz, where at first they found themselves under pressure. Reinforcements from Abu Muslim changed the situation and allowed them to take the offensive. In July 751, they met a Chinese army said to number 30,000 men. The battle turned on a sudden and decisive shift. The Karluks rose against the Chinese from the rear, and the Chinese army found itself attacked from two sides at once. The result was catastrophe. The force was destroyed, and its commander escaped only with difficulty, protected by a small guard as he fought through the chaos of retreat. The victors captured immense booty and many prisoners. Among those taken were skilled silk weavers and paper makers. The weavers were sent west to work in the caliph's textile workshops in Kufa. The papermakers remained in Samarkand, where their skills helped establish a local paper industry. In time, that industry would play a major role in the wider spread of writing, copying, and book production throughout the Muslim world. At the same time, Abu Muslim tightened his grip on the region through relentless force. Sogdiana was subdued with fire and violence. In the south and east, Khalid ibn Ibrahim, governor of Balkh, invaded Hutal. Its ruler fled first to Ferghana and then onward to China. Khalid then pushed north toward Kish, where he defeated and killed its ruler as well. By now, Abu Muslim stood as the unquestioned master of Khorasan and Transoxania. He commanded a loyal army greater in effectiveness than anything the Caliph himself controlled. That very success made him dangerous. The Caliph tried to weaken him by encouraging a rebellion led by Ziyad ibn Saleh, who had become governor of Bukhara and Sogdiana. But most commanders remained loyal to Abu Muslim. Ziyad fled and later died while hiding under the protection of a local landowner. The failure of this scheme only increased tension. The Caliph's brother, Abu Jafar, then resolved that Abu Muslim must be removed at the next possible opportunity. That opportunity came in 754. Abu Jafar al-Mansur became Caliph after the death of Abu al-Abbas al-Safa, and circumstances soon gave him a chance to act. Abu Muslim had once again proven his loyalty by crushing a revolt, led by the new Caliph's uncle. Afterward, al-Mansur demanded that the booty from the campaign be handed over. When Abu Muslim came to seek an explanation, he walked into a trap. On the Caliph's order, he was killed. So ended the career of the man the Abbasids themselves had once called the guardian of their dynasty. The soldiers who had accompanied Abu Muslim were pacified with money. Each man received 1,000 dirhams, and the army accepted the news. In Khorasan, however, the reaction was far more explosive. There, Abu Muslim's death was not seen as a routine act of power politics, but as a deep betrayal. A Zoroastrian figure named Sunbad rose in rebellion to avenge him. The uprising spread across northern Persia from Nishapur to Ray. It lasted 70 days before being crushed with great brutality. The repression was so extensive that women and children were killed alongside the men, showing that this was not simply a military mutiny, but a broad, popular movement. The seriousness of the revolt can also be measured by the fact that so many troops were required to put it down that the usual summer campaign against Byzantium in Anatolia had to be abandoned that year. The strong reaction to Abu Muslim's murder revealed how varied and unstable the movement he had led had always been. It had begun in Arab Muslim circles, but over time it drew in many different groups, divided by class, ethnicity, and religious outlook. Some had accepted Islam sincerely, others only outwardly, yet many brought with them older beliefs and concepts shaped by their own local traditions. In the teachings of radical Shiite groups, ideas began to appear that did not belong to the original religious spirit of Islam. One of these was the belief that a divine force could become present in a chosen leader and pass from one person to another through inheritance. In certain circles, reverence for the Imam began to resemble worship of a human being, as though he were divine. This was a direct break with the central Islamic insistence on the absolute uniqueness of God. The Rwandiya, a group sometimes associated with Abu Muslim, was said to believe so strongly in the divine status of al-Mansur that they interpreted even the commander of his guard as an angelic being. Such conduct was deeply scandalous to Orthodox Muslims. When members of the sect later surrounded the caliph's palace in Iraq in an act of devotion, al-Mansur ordered them dispersed and, if necessary, killed. These beliefs were often linked with the idea that souls could pass from one body to another. In such a worldview, not only divine light, but the spirit of any revered leader might continue in a new human form. Under these conditions, the idea of the imamate became detached from its original claim that legitimate rule belonged within the family of Ali. Abu Muslim himself became the focus of this kind of devotion. One group held that after death, he had become the true imam. Others disagreed only over who inherited his role. Still others refused to believe he had died at all and expected his return. Such expectations encouraged fresh rebellions, led by figures claiming to carry on his mission. Later, writers often connected Abu Muslim with the so-called wearers of white, a movement associated with white garments or banners, and sometimes linked to neo-Mazdakite ideas. White could symbolize purity, but it also stood in clear contrast to the Abbasid black. Their teachings reportedly included social equality, communal ideals, and belief in reincarnation. Yet the connection between these groups and the followers of Abu Muslim is highly uncertain. Medieval authors often grouped very different sects together simply because they looked similar from the outside. Their descriptions rarely show clear understanding of what these groups actually believed. For that reason, the identification cannot be accepted with confidence. By all outward signs, Abu Muslim presented himself as an Orthodox Muslim. Yet the first major avenger of his death was a Zoroastrian priest. Another rebel associated with his cause, Ishak the Turk, declared himself a follower of Zoroaster and announced that justice would soon come to the world through a returning saviour. In 757, the Abbasid commander in the region and his successor, Khalid ibn Ibrahim, were killed by followers of Ishak. Not long afterward, another governor, Abd al-Jabbar, who had earlier punished Shiite agitators, rose in revolt himself and formed an alliance with the wearers of white under their leader, Baraz Banda. Even so, despite these rebellions, Abbasid rule in Khorasan and Transoxania gradually became secure. Its authority was strong enough that Arab troops from the eastern frontier are mentioned in Chinese records as assisting in the suppression of a rebellion in China during the years 757 and 758. At the same time, the Turgesh, who had fought for nearly 20 years to drive the Arabs from Transoxania, were weakened by constant internal conflict. In 766, they were displaced by the Karluks, who took over their grazing lands in Semirekye. Power in the steppe was shifting, and the balance of the region changed with it. One of the main reasons for greater stability in Transoxania was the changing attitude of the local landed elite toward Muslim rule. The Abbasid rise was not simply a dynastic replacement. It reshaped the social and military foundations of the caliphate. Most importantly, it began to erode the old Arab monopoly of privilege and moved toward granting equal political standing to all Muslims, whether Arab or non-Arab. Some Iranians even came to believe that the Abbasids planned to eliminate Arab power entirely in Khorasan. Stories circulated that the Abbasid leadership had once ordered Abu Muslim to kill all Arabs in the province. There is no reliable evidence for such a command, but the rumour itself shows how dramatically people believed the balance of power had changed. In Syria and Upper Mesopotamia, the army from Khorasan treated local Arabs loyal to the Umayyads as enemies, and one Christian historian later described how these eastern troops slaughtered Arabs like sacrificial animals. The consequences of this transformation were not the same everywhere. In Iran proper, much of the native nobility and bureaucracy had already entered the Islamic state before the Abbasid revolution and had long since converted. These men readily supported the new dynasty. In Transoxania, the first response had been resistance and attempted independence. But the destruction of Chinese hopes in the region and the severe punishments inflicted on rebellious landowners persuaded many leading Dekhans that reconciliation was the safer path. Gradually, they accepted the Abbasids as overlords and served them as loyal vassals. By this stage, many important posts in government were already being filled by men from Khorasan. They claimed precedence as veterans of the revolution and brought with them practical experience in administration, something many Transoxanian landowners lacked because they had governed only small domains in an older, more patriarchal style. Arabs still held many senior military commands, but in civil administration, Iranians and Tajiks steadily gained influence. From the earliest years of Abu al-Abbas, one of the most important departments of government, the bureau responsible for taxation and land revenue, was headed by Khalid ibn Barmak, the son of a former Buddhist temple chief from Balkh. He also became, in effect, the first true vizier of the caliphate. His office reflected a new level of administrative development. Whether this was a revival of older Iranian models or an evolution from existing Arab practice, the result was the same. Government became more organized, more professional, and more dependent on trained officials. The decision to found a new capital in Iraq revealed just how far the Abbasids intended to move away from the old Umayyad world. The earlier dynasty had looked westward, towards Syria and the broader Mediterranean sphere, but the Abbasids chose a different direction. Al-Mansur examined several possible locations before selecting a modest settlement called Baghdad on the western side of the Tigris, not far upstream from the ruins of the former Sasanian capital at Ctesiphon. In 762, work began on what would officially be known as the City of Peace. From the very beginning, this new capital was not a provincial centre but a meeting place of peoples. Al-Mansur's army, numbering around 30,000, included soldiers from many parts of Iran, especially from Khorasan. The craftsmen and labourers who built the city came from across the Near East. Its local population, speaking Aramaic and some Persian, mixed with Arabs from Kufa, Basra, and Wasit. Districts of the growing city even took their names from places in Transoxania, reflecting the presence of troops from those lands. In this crowded and diverse setting, a new Muslim urban culture slowly emerged, shaped by many peoples and eventually expressed through different language traditions. The contrast between the Abbasid court and the older Umayyad style was dramatic. Compared with the vast luxury of the new rulers and the large circles surrounding them, the Umayyad way of life could almost seem restrained. The expense of maintaining the caliph's court was enormous, matching the entire tax income of a major province. Such wealth had to be sustained, and the financial administration searched tirelessly for more revenue. Land registers were reviewed, and taxes were raised in several parts of the Near East. Yet there is no clear sign that the same policy was immediately imposed in Khorasan and Transoxania during the first phase of Abbasid rule, even though taxation there was already a difficult matter. In many districts of those eastern lands, taxes were collected according to fixed agreements that named only the total amount owed by a region. It was then left to local landowners to distribute the burden among the people. As more inhabitants converted to Islam, the pool of those liable for the poll tax shrank, and the duties that could be collected from Muslim merchants and craftsmen were also limited. The missing portion was often shifted onto non-Muslims. On top of that, the authorities could demand extra payments whenever they wished. This created a new divide in society. The main line of tension was no longer between Arab and non-Arab, but between Muslim and non-Muslim. At the same time, older patterns of social thought that had once helped preserve stability were breaking down. Within a single generation, the Islamic world had changed beyond recognition. Institutions, loyalties, and expectations were all in flux. In such a climate, it was easy for radical movements and explosive slogans to take root. That atmosphere of unrest became especially visible in the rebellion led by Hashim ibn Hakim, better known as Al-Mukanna, the Veiled One. His revolt, which lasted 4 years, was one of the clearest signs of deep political, social, and religious dissent in the early Abbasid age. He came from a family linked to the movement of Abu Muslim, and had himself taken part in the rebellion of Abd al-Jabbar, supporting the belief that Abu Muslim was the rightful imam. After that rising was crushed, al-Mukanna ended up in prison in Baghdad, but he managed to escape and return eastward to his homeland near Merv. There, he began preaching an extraordinary message. He declared that the divine spirit once present in Abraham, Jesus, Muhammad, and Abu Muslim had now become embodied in him. Such claims did not impress those who knew him personally. People in his own homeland reacted with skepticism and refused to take him seriously. But farther east, in Transoxania, conditions were more favourable. Resentment was already strong there for many reasons. A colony of Manichaeans in Samarkand may have helped keep Neo-Mazdakite ideas alive, while the belief in the migration of souls may also have found a receptive audience in southern Transoxania, where Buddhist temples had only recently disappeared. By the spring of 776, emissaries sent out by al-Mukanna had stirred rebellion in the region of Kish, around the area of modern Kitab and Shar-e-Sabz. Hashim then moved there in person and established himself in a mountain fortress, high in the upper Kashgar, choosing a site difficult to approach and even harder to storm. At the same time, the so-called Wearers of White had seized 2 small towns in the Bukhara oasis. Al-Mukanna also had supporters inside Samarkand, and that city too joined the uprising. A commander sent by the Caliph al-Mahdi to suppress the movement spent 4 months struggling unsuccessfully against the rebels in white before shifting his attention to Samarkand, which he did manage to occupy. But this success changed little. The rebellion remained strong. In the following year, the rebels controlled almost the entire Kashgar Darya valley, except for a few isolated towns. Their influence pushed southward toward Termez, where they inflicted a serious defeat on government troops, and with the backing of the Karluk Turks, they succeeded in occupying Samarkand once more. Muslim historians never fail to emphasize that al-Muqarna claimed divine embodiment, but they say much less about the social character of his movement. They accuse him of abolishing property and allowing sexual disorder. Yet there is no clear evidence that his followers systematically seized the wealth of the rich or targeted the landed nobility as a class. His revolt does not appear to have been directed primarily against landowners. Its broader tendency was anti-Islamic in the sense that it drew together nearly every force in Transoxania dissatisfied with the new dynasty and eager for one last attempt to restore older ways of life. This may explain why only a small number of the known supporters of al-Muqarna bore Muslim names. The fact that most major towns rejected his message suggests that the rebellion drew most of its strength from peasants and from people living in more isolated mountain districts, especially in the upper Kashgardaria, where pre-Islamic beliefs still remained strong. The war lasted 4 years and damaged Transoxania severely. Samarkand changed hands 3 times and must have suffered destruction on a scale not seen since the worst crisis of the 730s. Economic strain is visible in the coinage of the period, when debased silver dirhams began to appear under the names of local governors. But beyond material damage, the defeat of al-Muqarna marked a major turning point. It separated one age from another. With the collapse of his movement, Islam achieved a final and decisive victory in Transoxania. During the 30 years between the uprising of Abu Muslim and the fall of al-Muqarna, the country had been transformed. The Deccans lost their political importance. As early as 760, the ruler of Sogdiana had stopped minting his own coins, and the ruler of Bukhara did much the same. The Sogdian ruler disappeared from the historical stage altogether, while the ruler of Bukhara preserved only a shadow of authority. After he was executed for supporting the wearers of white, even his descendants sank to the level of ordinary landowners. Lesser Deccans became simple subjects of the new order. In the towns that had once functioned as autonomous city-states under Deccan leadership, the highest place was now taken by the Muslim military and administrative elite. These newcomers bought up the estates and palaces of the old local aristocracy, a process especially clear in Bukhara. Smaller towns that had once housed Deccans lost their purpose and declined into villages. At the same time, traders and craftsmen increasingly concentrated in the major urban centres, preferring to live close to the wealthy consumers supported by state salaries and official power. Language changed as well. In the larger towns, Arabic became increasingly prominent, while New Persian spread through the arrival of Iranian Muslims already integrated into the structures of the caliphate. Sogdian, once the language of urban culture and trade, was becoming obsolete. It survived for local use, but for anyone seeking advancement in the wider imperial world, especially in Baghdad, it offered little advantage. After crushing al-Muqarna's rebellion, the Abbasids were able to push their influence beyond the Sirdaria into lands long dominated by the Karluks, whose power at that time stretched as far as Kashgar. At the start of al-Mahdi's reign, troops were sent to Fergana, but unrest blocked any lasting success, and the Karluks soon pressed into the Samarkand region. Later, claims that distant rulers submitted to the caliph are difficult to trust, especially extravagant reports involving Tibet. What is more certain is that in 791, the Uyghurs defeated the Karluks near Beshbalik, and the governor Gitrif ibn Atta took advantage of the moment by sending forces into Fergana to drive the Karluks out. His successor, Fadl ibn Yahya al-Barmaki, secured formal recognition from the ruler of Fergana that he stood as a vassal of the caliph. Around the same time, he also sent troops against the Kabul Shah. The campaign produced substantial booty, and the army returned through Sistan. Fadl himself, being Iranian, proved able to work effectively with local dekhans. During his governorship, he raised a large militia known as the Abbasid militia, and part of this force was sent onward to Baghdad for service. The rebellion of al-Muqana also forced the governors of Khorasan to bring order to matters of taxation and irrigation. One governor reduced the land tax after it had been raised too high by his predecessor. He also corrected abuses in the Merv oasis, where members of the elite had seized more than their fair share of water for their own fields. Regulation of water distribution was extended to other regions as well. During this same period, work began on building a defensive wall around the entire Bukhara oasis, a project that would continue for decades. This relative prosperity did not last. It ended with the appointment of a new governor, Ali ibn Isa ibn Mahan, whose rule became notorious for exploitation. He squeezed the lands under his control without mercy. Complaints reached the Caliph Harun al-Rashid, but they achieved nothing because the governor's lavish gifts had already bought the loyalty of powerful figures at court. Yahya al-Barmaki tried to expose these abuses and force the caliph to see the truth, but Harun remained blinded by the wealth he was receiving. As oppression grew, rebellion followed. In 797, Sistan rose in revolt under the leadership of a Kharijite named Hamza, a local landowner who claimed descent from the legendary Iranian king Tahmasp. The son of Ali ibn Isa, sent to crush the uprising, was defeated. Other efforts also failed. In the end, only the capital of Sistan remained in government hands, while the rest of the province fell to the Kharijites, who rejected the caliph's authority and paid no taxes. Another revolt erupted in 799 at Nasr, near present-day Ashgabat. Its leader, Abu al-Hasib Wuhaib ibn Abd Allah, gained control over a wide stretch of Khorasan and even advanced as far as Merv, where the governor himself resided. It took until 802 for Ali ibn Isa to defeat and kill him. But an even more dangerous uprising broke out in 805. This one was led by Rafi ibn al-Layth, said to be a grandson of Nasr ibn Sayyar. It began with what seemed almost like a personal scandal. Rafi tried to marry a woman who was already married, was arrested, escaped, and then turned his private disgrace into open revolt by rallying the Ayar groups of Samarkand. The people of the city, already outraged by Ali ibn Isa's oppression, eagerly supported him. With their help, Rafi defeated the governor's son who had been sent against him. Soon all of Transoxania was backing the rebellion. At last, Harun al-Rashid accepted that the accusations against Ali ibn Isa had been justified. He appointed a new governor who arrested the old one and launched a campaign against Rafi. But earlier efforts to crush the revolt had already failed so badly that the caliph decided to lead the struggle in person. He set out toward Merv, but never arrived. In 809, on the road east, Harun al-Rashid died at Tus, and with his death another great turning point in the history of the Eastern Caliphate began. After the death of Harun al-Rashid, the Caliphate effectively split into two spheres of power. In the west, authority belonged to the Caliph al-Amin, while in the east, his brother al-Ma'mun controlled Khorasan and the lands beyond it. Faced with unrest in Transoxania, al-Ma'mun chose a practical solution instead of a long and destructive campaign. He reduced the land tax by 1/4 and opened negotiations with Rafi ibn al-Layth. Once Rafi received a pardon and was recognized as governor of Transoxania, the rebellion quickly lost its energy. The reduction in taxation eased tensions, and many local landowners from Khorasan joined the effort to restore order, each bringing his own armed followers. Among those who supported al-Ma'mun were 4 brothers from the Samanid family of the Balkh region. their loyalty would later be richly rewarded. About a decade afterward, when Al-Ma'mun had become caliph, they were granted hereditary authority over Fergana, Chach, and Herat. From that moment, the foundations of Samanid power in Transoxania were laid. The reign of Al-Ma'mun marked the beginning of a slow but important weakening of central control. Although his forces defeated and killed Al-Amin in 813, Al-Ma'mun did not immediately move west. He remained in Merv for another 5 years, and this prolonged residence in the east shaped the political future of the empire. He was the son of Harun al-Rashid and an Iranian slave mother, and this background placed him close to the Iranian elite, who increasingly dominated both administration and military affairs. His government trusted the management of vast provinces to powerful men from Khorasan. In 821, Tahir ibn al-Hussein was appointed to govern all of Persia, and after his death the position passed to his son. In this way, the Tahirids came to control the region for about half a century. The caliphate still looked united on the surface, but power was already becoming more regional, more personal, and less dependent on the direct hand of the caliph. The Abbasid Empire held together a population of many languages, religions, and ethnic groups, and its unity rested above all on military force. Maintaining that force consumed most of the state's resources. During the Abbasid age, the old Arab armies that had once carried conquest across the Middle East were gradually replaced. In their place came a more professional military structure, supported by militias raised from Persian landowning families loyal to the dynasty. Over time, these Iranian-backed forces displaced the older tribal levies, which were now called up only for especially large campaigns. The caliphs themselves had no reliable ethnic or social base of their own. Only senior officials were truly attached to the imperial system, and even their loyalty was directed more toward the machinery of government than toward the ruler personally. This made the caliphs increasingly dependent on troops that might grow too powerful or too independent. To escape that danger, they searched for soldiers whose loyalty would rest entirely on personal service. The answer was found in military slaves. Slaves had served as guards even in earlier Islamic times, but only toward the end of Al-Ma'mun's reign did they begin to form the core of the caliph's armed power. This development accelerated under his successor Al-Muqtasim, who purchased thousands of Turkish slave soldiers and turned them into the nucleus of a new army. These men were trained professionals, detached from local loyalties and tied directly to the ruler. At first, they gave the caliph a stronger personal military instrument. In time, however, the system produced a dangerous reversal. Later, caliphs, surrounded by these armed servants, often became dependent on them and finally vulnerable to their influence. Men bought to protect the throne would eventually help control it. Even with these internal changes, the inclusion of Khorasan and Transoxania within the caliphate had major consequences for the Eastern Islamic world. Integration into the empire brought these regions into closer commercial and cultural contact with the wider Muslim lands. Trade expanded, cities grew, and urban populations in Transoxania increased noticeably from the late 8th century onward. The towns of the region became more deeply connected to the economic life of the Islamic world, and this encouraged new forms of prosperity. Yet the rise of an Iranian Muslim civilization also carried losses. Older written traditions in Middle Persian, Khwarezmian, and Sogdian declined, and much of that literary heritage disappeared. In art as well, the old tradition of large-scale wall painting and monumental visual expression faded away. Cultural integration opened new doors, but it also erased much that had belonged to the earlier Iranian world. At the same time, the political and religious unrest that had shaken the eastern provinces did not vanish. Islam had arrived with a universal message, promising a social order in which believers of every background would stand equal before God. In practice, however, the earliest Islamic empire had functioned largely as an Arab imperial state. As increasing numbers of Iranians, Central Asians, and other non-Arab peoples converted to Islam, they entered the Muslim community not as full equals, but as clients attached to Arab tribes or patrons. Their position was better than that of non-Muslims, but still clearly inferior to that of Arab Muslims. They often remained burdened by special taxes similar to those imposed on non-Muslim subjects, while Arab al-Muslimin were exempt. Such inequality ensured that resentment would continue to grow in the eastern provinces. From an early stage, then, the eastern lands of Islam became fertile ground for prolonged hostility toward Arab rule. This was especially true in remote regions like Khorasan and Transoxania, far from the main centers of caliphal authority in Syria and Iraq. Many populations there accepted Islam only gradually and often superficially. Beneath the new religious surface, older loyalties and beliefs remained strong. Different movements emerged, combining political rebellion with religious protest, and many of them led to open insurrection. Some were directed mainly against the caliphate, others against Arab privilege, and still others against Islam itself as it had come to be associated with foreign rule. These movements often drew strength from older Iranian traditions, including Zoroastrian and Mazdakite ideas, and they continued to appear under the early Abbasids and beyond. One of the earliest and most important oppositional currents to gain support in the Iranian world was Kharijism. More broadly, the eastern provinces also became receptive to the cause of the elites and to different forms of Shi'ism, which had first emerged among Arabs opposed to the established caliphate. By the 9th century, all the major branches of Shiite thought had followers in various parts of the Iranian lands. Alongside them appeared other sectarian movements, especially in Transoxania, Khorasan, and Azerbaijan. Many of these groups are gathered under the broad label of the Khurramiyya. Their ideas were often mixed and difficult to define, blending Iranian religious traditions with selected Islamic elements. Even so, their outlook generally remained hostile to Arab domination and suspicious of mainstream Islam. Much of their support came from the countryside. Villagers and smallholders often suffered not only from the state, but also from large landowners who had accommodated themselves to the new imperial order and acted as its local agents. In later generations, especially from the second half of the 9th century onward, the decline of firm Abbasid control allowed more durable expressions of Iranian political identity to emerge under new regional dynasties. But before that change took lasting shape, dissent often found its voice through sectarian revolt. The difficulty in understanding many of these movements lies in the poor quality of the surviving evidence. Very little from the sectarians themselves has come down to later generations. Most of what is known comes from authors who were hostile to them. Muslim historians and writers on religious divisions usually defended the legitimacy of the caliphate and the doctrines of Sunni Islam. And so, they described these opposition groups as heretics, rebels, or dangerous extremists. Shiite authors, though often better informed about internal rivalries, were also partisan and eager to refute competing branches. As a result, many of these groups are known only through sources that freely accuse them of scandalous beliefs, social disorder, or bizarre religious practices. Some of those accusations may preserve fragments of truth, but many clearly reflect hostility and misunderstanding. For several of these movements, especially the Khurrami groups, the full content of their teachings may never be known with certainty. Modern scholarship has made progress, but many debates continue, especially regarding their social base and economic grievances. Even so, the main outlines of their role in the Eastern Islamic lands can still be traced. Kharijism, the first major schism in Islam, had originally emerged from the struggle between Ali ibn Abi Talib and Muawiyah. the Kharijites broke away and formed their own vision of the Muslim community. They insisted that leadership should belong not to a particular family or tribe, but to any morally upright believer, even a man of the humblest background. This message of equality had obvious appeal among non-Arab converts, especially Persians, who resented Arab privilege. In the East, anti-Arab feeling could therefore attach itself to Kharijite activism. Yet the Kharijites were also divided among themselves. Their strict insistence on moral correctness led to endless fragmentation, and over time, the movement broke into many branches and sub-branches. From early Umayyad times onward, Kharijites from Iraq sought refuge in Persia and spread their ideas there. Sistan, in particular, became one of their most important centres, and for a long time, Kharijism remained the strongest sectarian current in that region. By the period of the Second Civil War, Kharijite communities were already firmly rooted in different parts of the Iranian lands, and many of them launched repeated rebellions against the caliphate. At first, the most active branch was the Azarika, one of the most radical factions of the movement. This group was known for its extreme doctrines and for allowing the killing even of the women and children of Muslims, who did not share their beliefs. As early as the late 7th century, they had already established communities in Fars and Kerman. Later, the movement in Iran was reorganized by Ibn Ajarad, who may have come from Balkh. He founded the Ajarida, a branch that seems to have been more moderate than the Azarika. Very little is known about him personally, but later writers mention a large number of subgroups within the Ajarida, many of them specific to Iran. These Ajarida branches became particularly active in Sistan and in the eastern provinces from the early 8th century onward. There, they developed more local roots and a distinct character. One of their important subdivisions, the Tha'aliba, contributed to the revolutionary unrest that shook Khorasan in the late Umayyad period. And for a time, some of them even supported Abu Muslim. Later, smaller splinter groups survived in places such as Juzjan. Even so, Sistan remained the chief eastern stronghold of Kharijism. It was there that one of the most important anti-Abbasid revolts of the period began under Hamza al-Khariji. Hamza came from a noble Persian landowning family and founded a subsect known as the Hamziya. His revolt started in Zarang, the capital of Sistan, and it drew strength from the anger of villagers burdened by taxation. He urged them to stop paying land tax and other dues to the caliph. He also ordered the killing of tax collectors in the region. With this message, he built a large fighting force and continued raiding against Abbasid authority for nearly 30 years, until his death in 828. After Hamza's death, other leaders continued the struggle. The Hamziya and related Ajarida groups remained active in eastern Persia until around the middle of the 9th century. Only with the rise of the Saffarids was their military strength finally broken and their political importance largely ended. Even then, scattered Kharijite communities survived for roughly another century in Sistan, Khorasan, and other eastern districts. Alongside them, another Kharijite current also found some support in the east. This was the Abadi branch, a more moderate form of Kharijism that would later become especially strong in eastern Arabia and among the Berbers of North Africa. In the Iranian lands, early Abadi groups appeared mainly in Khorasan during the late Umayyad and early Abbasid periods. Unlike the Ajarida, however, they remained oriented toward Iraq and seem not to have taken part in major rebellions. Their role was quieter and their presence never reached the same explosive political significance as that of the more militant Kharijite factions. All of this reveals the deeper reality of the Eastern Caliphate during the 9th century. Beneath the appearance of imperial unity, the region was alive with competing loyalties, unfinished conversions, local grievances, and older traditions that had not disappeared. Taxation, social inequality, regional power, and questions of religious authority all fed into one another. Khorasan and Transoxania were not simply distant provinces obeying commands from Baghdad. They were places where the meaning of Islam, empire, and political legitimacy was still being fought over in practical, violent, and often highly local ways. Out of those struggles would eventually emerge new dynasties, new cultural identities, and a more distinctly Eastern form of Islamic civilization. Among the many religious and political currents that challenged established authority in early Islam, Shi'ism left the deepest and most enduring mark on the religious landscape of the Persian world. Even so, Sunni orthodoxy remained dominant through the Abbasid period and long after. Shi'ism had begun as an Arab movement, originally centered on support for Ali ibn Abi Talib, the Prophet's cousin and son-in-law, and then, more broadly, for the Alid members of the Prophet's household. In its earliest form, it was still a relatively unified political cause rooted firmly in the Arab environment. That began to change in the late 7th century, especially after the uprising of al-Mukhtar in Kufa. His revolt was launched in the name of Muhammad ibn al-Hanafiyyah, a son of Ali, and it introduced an idea that would become immensely powerful in Shiite thought: the figure of the Mahdi, the divinely guided leader who would restore justice and rescue the oppressed. This message spoke strongly to the growing population of non-Arab converts, especially the Mawali, who were increasingly drawn into Shiite circles. With them came concepts shaped by Iranian, Zoroastrian, and other older traditions. These influences would leave a deep and lasting effect on the doctrinal development of Shi'ism. The movement associated with al-Mukhtar did not disappear when he was defeated and killed. It survived and came to be known broadly as the Kaysaniyya, which for a long time represented the majority of Shiite opinion. When Ibn al-Hanafiyyah died in 700, however, unity dissolved. The Kaysaniyya fragmented into multiple factions, each rallying around its own imam and developing its own theological direction. The largest of these groups recognized Abu Hashim Abd Allah, the eldest son of Ibn al-Hanafiyyah, as the next rightful leader. This branch, known as the Hashimiyya, became especially important in the Eastern Islamic lands. Its message spread into Persia, above all into Khorasan, where it found support not only among non-Arab converts, but also among sections of the Arab settler population. In this Eastern setting, Shiite teaching was no longer simply an extension of old Arab political disputes. It was becoming something broader, more flexible, and more open to influences from the Iranian world around it. After the death of Abu Hashim, the Hashimiyya itself split into several competing groups. Two of those branches would have especially important consequences in the Persian lands. One major faction accepted the leadership of Abd Allah ibn Muawiyah, a descendant of Ja'far ibn Abi Talib, the brother of Ali. After his failed revolt in Kufa in the mid-8th century, Ibn Muawiyah gathered support in western and southern Persia, where he attracted a remarkably broad following. Persian Mawali joined him, but so did Kharijites and other discontented elements. For a time, he established real authority in Istaka and ruled over Fars and neighbouring areas. His movement was not just a narrow family claim. It became a wider rallying point for those dissatisfied with Umayyad power and with the existing order more generally. In the end, however, he was defeated by the Umayyads, fled eastward, and was later killed after falling into the hands of Abu Muslim. The followers who remained loyal to Ibn Muawiyah developed doctrines that took Shiite and thought in far more radical directions. Known first as the Harbiyya, and later as the Janahiyya, they were associated with ideas that later Muslim writers described as extreme, mystical, and highly speculative. Among the teachings linked to them were the belief that souls existed before earthly life in a shadow-like state, the doctrine that souls could pass from one body to another, and the vision of history as unfolding in repeated cycles or ages. Whether these teachings were always fully systematized is not entirely clear, but their importance is undeniable. They helped shape the worldview of several later Shiite extremist groups and also influenced broader opposition circles in the Iranian lands. Some of these ideas seem to have crossed into the teachings of movements usually grouped under the Khurramiyya. This overlap was probably not accidental. In Western Iran, supporters of Ibn Muawiyah may well have drawn part of their strength from communities that still preserved neo-Mazdakite tendencies. Those circles would later form an important foundation for several anti-establishment movements, hostile to both Arab power and Orthodox Islam. At the same time, another and even more consequential branch of the Hashimiyya moved in a different direction. This group accepted Muhammad ibn Ali, a descendant of the Prophet's uncle al-Abbas, as the rightful successor after Abu Hashim. According to their claim, Abu Hashim had personally passed the imamate to him before his death. Whether this story was historical or politically constructed mattered less than its effect. Through it, the Abbasids inherited not only a claim to sacred leadership, but also the organizational network and revolutionary energy of the Hashimiyya. What had once been a Shiite movement now became the main instrument of Abbasid propaganda and, ultimately, of the revolution that brought down the Umayyads. In this sense, the Abbasid cause grew directly out of earlier Shiite currents, even though the dynasty that emerged would later disappoint many of those who had hoped for a more openly Alid future. The influence of this Abbasid-linked Hashimiyya did not stop with the fall of the Umayyads. Its ideas also contributed to the wider religious mixing that characterized many opposition movements in the Iranian world. The syncretic doctrines that appeared among Qurami groups were shaped in part by these earlier Shiite currents, especially where expectations of a hidden or divinely guided leader blended with older Iranian religious patterns. This process became even more intense after the killing of Abu Muslim. His death sent shockwaves across Transoxania, Khorasan, and other parts of the Iranian lands. For many people in the East, Abu Muslim had become far more than a military commander or political organizer. He had become a symbol of justice, revenge, and Eastern dignity. Once he was murdered, a long series of uprisings broke out, many of them tied to Qurami circles, or to groups deeply influenced by the same religious atmosphere. In this way, the legacy of early Shiite divisions, Abbasid revolutionary propaganda, and older Iranian beliefs all came together in the unrest that followed. What emerged from all this was not a simple religious movement with a single doctrine or leadership line, but a constantly shifting field of loyalties, expectations, and sacred claims. In the Persian lands, Shi'ism did not become dominant in a formal political sense during the Abbasid age, but it shaped the emotional and ideological world of opposition more than any other movement. It offered a language of injustice, rightful leadership, sacred family, hidden truth, and future redemption. These ideas could be adapted by many groups, from relatively moderate supporters of the Prophet's family to radical sectarians who believed in reincarnation, hidden imams, or divine presence in living men. That flexibility was one of Shi'ism's greatest strengths. It allowed the movement to survive defeat, absorb new influences, and continue evolving in the Iranian East, where political frustration and religious imagination repeatedly fed one another. Among the many opposition currents that emerged in early Islam, Shi'ism ultimately left the deepest and most enduring mark on the religious landscape of the Persian world, even though Sunni orthodoxy remained the dominant public order for centuries. Shi'ism began as a political cause within the Arab community, centered on the claim that leadership of the Muslim world rightfully belonged to Ali ibn Abi Talib, and then to the Prophet's family through the Alids. In its earliest stage, it was still an Arab movement in language, memory, and identity. That began to change in the late 7th century, especially after the revolt of al-Mukhtar in Kufa. He raised support in the name of Muhammad ibn al-Hanafiyyah, one of Ali's sons, and introduced a powerful idea that would shape later Shiite imagination: the coming of a divinely guided savior who would restore justice and rescue the oppressed. This message had great appeal among the Mawali, the non-Arab converts who had entered Islam without gaining full equality. As more of them moved into Shiite circles, they brought with them concepts shaped by older Iranian and non-Islamic traditions. Those influences would remain visible in the later development of Shiite doctrine. The movement linked to al-Mukhtar did not disappear after his defeat. It survived and gradually became known as the Kaysaniyya, which for a time represented the largest body of Shiite opinion. When Ibn al-Hanafiyyah died in 700, that broad movement fractured. Different groups formed around different leaders, and each developed its own understanding of the imamate. The largest branch recognized Abu Hashim Abd Allah, the eldest son of Ibn al-Hanafiyyah, as the rightful successor. This community, known as the Hashimiyyah, became especially important in the Eastern Islamic world. Its teachings spread into Persia and found supporters in Khorasan among both non-Arab converts and sections of the Arab settlers. In that Eastern environment, Shi'ism was no longer just a continuation of old Arab political disputes. It was being reshaped by new social realities, new followers, and new expectations. After Abu Hashim's death, the Hashimiyyah also broke apart. Two of its later branches had especially important consequences in the Persian lands. One of them recognized Abd Allah ibn Muawiyah, a descendant of Ja'far ibn Abi Talib, as the new Imam. After his failed rising in Kufa during the final Umayyad decades, Ibn Muawiyah found broad support in western and southern Persia. He drew followers from many directions. Persian Mawali joined him, but so did Kharijites and other opponents of the regime. For a short period, he established real authority in Istakhr and ruled over Fars and neighbouring territories. His movement became a gathering point for wider dissatisfaction, not simply a narrow dynastic cause. Yet his success did not last. He was defeated by the Umayyads, fled eastward, and eventually died in captivity after falling into the hands of Abu Muslim. The circles that remained attached to Ibn Muawiyah developed beliefs that later writers described as highly radical and mystical. These followers, known first as the Harbiyya and later as the Janahiyya, were associated with doctrines that carried Shiite thought into a more speculative and esoteric direction. They were linked with teachings about the pre-existence of souls, the passing of the soul from one body to another, and the idea that history unfolds in repeated cycles or vast eras. However clearly or unclearly these ideas were formulated, their impact was real. They influenced other extremist Shiite groups, and also touched broader dissident circles in the Iranian world. Some of the same themes later appeared among movements often grouped under the Khurramiyya. That overlap was probably not accidental. In Western Iran, supporters of Ibn Muawiyah may well have drawn strength from communities in which neo-Mazdakite ideas still survived. Those circles would later become an important social base for anti-establishment movements, hostile to both Arab rule and the rigid form of Islam associated with imperial authority. At the same time, another branch of the Hashimiyyah moved in a direction with even greater historical consequences. This group accepted Muhammad ibn Ali, a descendant of al-Abbas, the Prophet's uncle, as the new Imam after Abu Hashim. According to its claim, Abu Hashim had personally transferred his rights to him before his death. Whether or not this story was historically true mattered less than what it accomplished politically. Through that claim, the Abbasids inherited not only a sacred line of legitimacy, but also the organizational network and revolutionary energy of the Hashimiyya, a movement that had grown from Shiite opposition now became the main vehicle of Abbasid propaganda and the instrument that would help destroy the Umayyad state. In this way, the Abbasid revolution emerged directly out of earlier Shiite currents, even though the dynasty it produced would soon disappoint many who had hoped for a different future. The Abbasids did not take long to distance themselves from the forces that had helped lift them to power. Once they established their own caliphate, they abandoned earlier ties to radical Shiite and extremist traditions and gradually presented themselves as defenders of Sunni orthodoxy. They turned against Alid claims, persecuted Shiite circles, and eliminated many of the activists and commanders whose work had made Abbasid victory possible. None of these figures was more important than Abu Muslim al-Khurasani, the architect of the Eastern Revolution and the creator of the Khurasanian army. When he was murdered on the order of the Caliph al-Mansur, the shock was immense. His death became a major turning point in the history of revolt across the Persian lands. It gave a powerful new impulse to a wide range of syncretic movements that combined Shiite expectation, Iranian religious memory, and anti-Arab feeling. Several shadowy sectarian groups had already appeared in Khorasan during the last decades of Umayyad rule, in the same environment that produced the early Abbasid underground movement. One of the most obscure was associated with a propagandist named Ammar ibn Yazid, better known as Khidash. He had been sent east to organize Abbasid missionary activity in places such as Nishapur and Merv. But Khidash began to preach doctrines that were judged extreme even by the Abbasid leadership. He was eventually denounced, arrested, and executed. Even so, he left behind followers known as the Khidashiyya. They claim that true authority had passed to him after the Abbasids rejected him, and some of them refused to believe he had really died. Later, writers accuse him of teaching doctrines close to those of the Khurramiyya, and of allowing sexual disorder. The picture is unclear, but it is possible that at least part of his support came from neo-Mazdakite circles in Khorasan. Another movement of the same broad period gathered around a figure named Bihafarid, a native of the Zuzan region who came from a Zoroastrian background. He seems to have presented himself as a prophetic reformer. In the district of Khwaf, south of Nishapur, he denounced many practices of the established Zoroastrian clergy and preached a new syncretic teaching that combined a reworked form of Zoroastrianism with selected elements drawn from Islam. He is also said to have revived the use of Persian and to have written a book in that language. His message appealed strongly to the peasantry, and with their support he launched a revolt in northern Khorasan around the time of the Abbasid Revolution. His ideas soon alarmed the traditional Zoroastrian establishment, which complained to Abu Muslim that he was undermining both Zoroastrianism and Islam. Abu Muslim responded by having him captured in the mountains of Badghis and brought to Nishapur, where he and many of his followers were executed. Yet the movement did not vanish entirely. Followers who believed he would return continued to survive for centuries afterward. Still, the single most influential figure for these sectarian currents was Abu Muslim himself. The Abbasids, once secure in power, disowned their earlier ties to the revolutionary and Shiite world out of which they had risen. Their betrayal of Abu Muslim gave extraordinary force to a range of movements that can be described as Kurami in character. Much about these groups remains obscure, but later, scholarship has broadly confirmed that the Khurramiyya of the early Islamic age were closely related to the remnants of the old Mazdakite tradition. These were communities that had survived the destruction of Mazdak's reform movement in late Sasanian Iran and had carried fragments of its social and religious outlook into the Islamic centuries. By the Abbasid period, many such groups still existed in Central Asia and across the Iranian world, especially in remote countryside and mountain districts of Khorasan, Tabaristan, and Azerbaijan. Most were drawn from peasants and lower social layers, and many combined strong anti-Arab sentiment with a sense of Iranian self-assertion. This made them fertile ground for popular protest. They were especially receptive to syncretic teachings, and in the Islamic period they absorbed ideas from radical Shiite circles, as well as from older Iranian dualist traditions. That fusion gave the Khurramiyya its distinctive mixed character. The grievances driving these movements were not only religious, they were also social and economic. Many of these sectarians deeply resented the tax system, especially the way land taxes were assessed and collected. They also opposed the Dekhans, the local landowning class, who had adapted relatively easily to the new Islamic order and often became partners of the state. These landowners had accepted the new hierarchy and in many cases benefited from it, while peasants and smallholders carried much of the burden. That class tension fed directly into the appeal of anti-regime sectarian movements. Among the Khurrami and Neo-Mazdakite circles of the Iranian East, no figure commanded greater loyalty than Abu Muslim. He acquired followers who came to be known as the Abu Muslimiyya, or simply the Muslimiyya. Over time they divided into several branches, but all centered on the extraordinary place he came to hold in the Eastern imagination. Some viewed him as an imam, some as a prophet, and some even as a vessel of divine spirit. His popularity among Neo-Mazdakite communities seems to have grown during his own lifetime, and later, writers often identify the Khurramiyya directly with the Abu Muslimiyya. For many in the East, Abu Muslim became the symbol of Iranian dignity, standing against Arab domination. After his murder, that symbol ignited revolt. Khorasan was the first major region to explode in his name. Several uprisings there took shape around the idea of avenging him. Some followers denied that he had died at all and waited for his return to bring justice to the world. Others accepted his death but believed that the imamate had passed to his daughter Fatima. Later, some recognized Fatima's son, Mutahhar, as the new imam and Mahdi. The first major rising after Abu Muslim's death was led by the Zoroastrian Sunbad, once associated with him. From Nishapur he marched westward toward Rai, and his support grew rapidly along the way. He found sympathy in nearby regions and in the highlands south of the Caspian. Though the rebellion was crushed after only a short time, it established a lasting pattern. Later tradition remembered Sunbad's movement as a coalition of Mazdakites, Zoroastrians, and Shiites. Hostile sources claim he intended to attack the holiest symbols of Islam. But what emerges more clearly is a revolt driven by religious blending, anti-Arab anger, and broad rural support. It was a model for many later Khurrami movements. From Khorasan, these sectarian activities spread into Trans-Oxania. One of the first leaders there was Ishaq the Turk, who may once have served as one of Abu Muslim's propagandists among the Turks of Central Asia. His movement, like that of Sunbad, combined devotion to Abu Muslim with Khurrami themes. He predicted the return not only of Abu Muslim but also of Zoroaster, using a language of syncretic hope to unite otherwise separate anti-Abbasid groups. Later, the movement took on a more militant form under another leader named Barazbanda. Around the middle of the 8th century, another uprising with unclear but strongly sectarian features appeared on the eastern edge of Khorasan. It was led by a figure called Ustadsis, who may also have claimed prophetic status. His revolt began in the mountain district of Badghis and drew support mainly from villagers. Some followers of Bihafari joined him, and the rebellion quickly spread into Herat and Sistan, receiving reinforcement from Kharijite fighters in Sistan as well. The uprising was eventually crushed by an experienced Abbasid general, who killed vast numbers of the rebels. Ustadsis himself was captured in the mountains and sent to Baghdad, where he was executed. The most famous of all these eastern Kurami rebellions was led by al-Mukanna, the Veiled One, whose followers became widely known as the Wearers of White. His doctrines, as reported by later Muslim authors, were presented as openly hostile to Islam, though the accounts come from enemies and must be handled with caution. Some writers even claimed that he urged a return to the laws of Mazdak. His rebellion in Transoxania was eventually suppressed, but the movement did not vanish. Communities continued to wait for his return long after his death, and the memory of his cause endured for centuries. Kurami activity was not limited to Khorasan and Transoxania. In Gurgan, a neo-Mazdakite group known as the Wearers of Red Rose in revolt, while claiming that Abu Muslim was still alive. Led by a man presented as his grandson, they advanced as far as Rai before being defeated. Later, during the reign of Harun al-Rashid, Kurami groups also rebelled in Isfahan and other regions of central Persia. The movement reached its greatest scale under Babak al-Khurrami, whose long rebellion in Azerbaijan became one of the most serious challenges the Abbasid Caliphate ever faced. Babak inherited leadership of the Khurramiyya there and established himself in the mountainous district of Badh, using it as a fortress base. From there, he organised a formidable fighting force drawn mainly from the countryside and launched his revolt in the early 9th century. The rebellion lasted for more than 20 years and spread from Azerbaijan into western and central Iran. Repeated Abbasid expeditions failed to crush him. Only when the Caliph appointed Afshin to deal with the crisis did the state finally gain the upper hand. Babak's stronghold was captured, and he himself was soon taken and sent to Samarra, where he was executed with brutal ceremony. Very little can be known with certainty about his exact teachings, but hostile sources portray him as both anti-Arab and anti-Islamic. Some even claim that he too was expected to restore the religion of Mazdak. Whatever the truth of those accusations, groups loyal to his memory survived long after his death, continuing to await his return. Soon after Babak's defeat, another dangerous rising appeared in Tabaristan under Mazyar, a local ruler who had recently embraced Islam. Muslim sources accuse him of returning to Zoroastrianism and conspiring with Babak against Islam, and some later writers classed his followers among the Khurramiyya. Yet his rebellion seems to have emerged above all from financial conflict with the Tahirid governor of the East. Even so, he increasingly relied on support from local Zoroastrian and Neo-Mazdakite peasants. He too was defeated and later executed. Not long afterward, Afshin himself was accused of treachery and anti-Islamic sympathies, and was put to death. Later, Muslim tradition tried to tie Babak, Mazyar, and Afshin together as part of a vast anti-Arab conspiracy. But that picture is too simple. Their causes were connected more by circumstance, shared enemies, and overlapping support than by any single grand design. Even after the great Khurrami rebellions had failed, smaller Khurrami communities survived in different parts of Iran, especially in Azerbaijan, Tabaristan, and Khorasan. Some may later have joined the revolutionary movement of the Ismailis, particularly in the east. Even so, Ismailism should not be seen as a direct continuation of the Khurramiyya. Both opposed Abbasid authority, but the Ismailis were a Shiite Muslim movement and could not embrace the openly anti-Islamic or anti-Arab teachings attributed to many Khurrami groups. Shi'ism itself provided another and more durable form of opposition to the Caliphate. By around 760, The old radical Kaysani groups had largely disappeared or been absorbed into the Imami branch of Shi'ism, which had previously been overshadowed. The Imamis traced the line of rightful leadership through Hussein and his descendants, and gained clearer shape under the guidance of Ja'far al-Sadiq. Under him, Imami Shi'ism became a more distinct and organized community, but one marked by political quietism rather than open revolt. Ja'far taught that the infallible Imam did not need to rise in arms against unjust rulers, even though the caliphate belonged to him by divine right. He also encouraged the careful concealment of belief when necessary. This withdrawal from direct rebellion became the defining feature of the Imami tradition, which would later be known as Twelver Shi'ism. From Kufa, this branch of Shi'ism spread into central Persia, especially to Qum, where an Arab clan originally from Kufa had settled during the late Umayyad period. By the late 8th century, their descendants had become devoted Imami Shiites, and Qum grew into the main center of Imami traditional learning in Persia. Its influence later spread to other cities, especially Rai. In Khorasan, Imami Shi'ism also gained ground during the 9th century. A community already existed in Tus when Ali al-Rida, the 8th Imam, died there after being named heir by al-Ma'mun. Nishapur too became an important center of Imami thought through the work of leading scholars. By the late 9th and early 10th centuries, Imami ideas had also reached Transoxania, where they developed a local presence of their own. The first Iranian dynasty to adopt Imami Shi'ism openly would only do so much later, and the full triumph of Twelver Shi'ism in Iran belonged to a far later age. For most of the Abbasid and post-Abbasid centuries, Imami communities remained minorities scattered across the Iranian world and Central Asia. Even so, their intellectual and religious presence steadily grew. Another important branch, Zaydi Shi'ism, also appeared in the Iranian world during the early Abbasid era, though its long-term influence was more limited. It grew out of the revolt of Zayd ibn Ali, who rose against the Umayyads in Kufa. His followers kept the activist political spirit of the early Shiite movement while remaining relatively moderate in doctrine. Unlike the Imamis, the Zaydis expected the rightful Imam to rise in arms against unjust rule. Early attempts to establish Zaydi influence in the east, including the revolt of Zayd's son Yahya in Khorasan, did not produce lasting results. But later, as Alid families fled Abbasid persecution, Zaydi influence spread into the Caspian region. There, among the still only partly Islamized populations of Tabaristan and Daylam, Zaydi rule eventually took root. Supported by local aspirations for autonomy, Alid leaders established states in the Caspian provinces and turned the region into the main Iranian center of Zaydi Shi'ism. Yet even there, Zaydism would eventually yield to Twelver Shi'ism. Ismailism had a wider and more far-reaching impact than Zaydism. It emerged from a succession dispute after Ja'far al-Sadiq and developed into a secret revolutionary movement dedicated to overthrowing the Abbasids. Its leaders organized an underground missionary network that spread across both Arab and Iranian lands. By the late 9th century, Ismaili propagandists had become active in western Iran, especially around Rai, and then in Fars, and eventually in Khorasan. In the east, some of the most important Ismaili leaders established themselves in cities such as Nishapur, Merv al-Rud, and Bukhara. There, the movement even reached elite circles and briefly touched the inner world of the Samanid court. One of its leading thinkers in Transoxania helped introduce philosophical ideas that would have a lasting impact on Ismaili intellectual life. At first, Ismaili preaching in Iran focused on the countryside, but unlike the older Qurami movements, it failed to win mass peasant support. Recognizing this, the movement changed strategy. In Khorasan and Transoxania especially, the missionaries began turning toward the elite and the ruling classes. This approach gained some temporary successes. In central Iran and the Caspian lands, several rulers were influenced by the movement. In Central Asia, the strategy reached its high point when the Samanid ruler, Nasser II, and his vizier were converted by the efforts of an Ismaili missionary. That success, however, alarmed the Sunni scholars and the Turkish military establishment of the Samanid state. They moved quickly, removed Nasser from power, and carried out executions and massacres against Ismaili circles. Meanwhile, the Ismaili movement itself suffered a major split. One side accepted the claims of the future Fatimid line, while the other rejected them and remained attached to the older expectation of a hidden Mahdi. In the Iranian lands, both tendencies existed, though the dissident current remained especially strong for a long time in Khorasan and Transoxania. By the late 11th century, however, these older communities had either disintegrated or been absorbed into later forms of Ismailism. In the end, the Persian Ismailis would become the strongest supporters of the Nizari branch. Under Hassani Sabah, they were organized into a disciplined revolutionary force based in mountain fortresses across Iran, especially in Dailaman and Kuhistan. Their strategy, based on secure and inaccessible strongholds, echoed the methods once used by several of the earlier Kurami movements. Opposed now not only to Abbasid claims, but also to the rule of the Seljuk Turks, the Nizaris fought to establish their own authority in parts of Iran, and maintained that position for generations. Like the Abbasids themselves, however, they would eventually be broken by the Mongol invasions, losing their political power in the 13th century. While many religious and political movements rose across the Eastern Islamic world during the 8th and 9th centuries, only one had truly reshaped power on an imperial scale: the Abbasid revolution itself. Other uprisings, no matter how intense or widespread, failed to break the authority of the caliphate in any lasting way. Rebellions erupted again and again across Khorasan, Transoxania, and the wider Iranian lands, yet none succeeded in carving out a durable independent state. For decades, the territorial structure of the Abbasid world remained intact. Beneath that surface, however, deep transformations were already unfolding. Gradually, both the political center in Iraq and the distant provinces began to shift, and the forces that would eventually fragment the caliphate were quietly gathering strength. For nearly 70 years after the Abbasids came to power, the Iranian lands were governed by officials appointed from the imperial center. These governors acted in the name of the caliph, reinforced his authority in ritual and administration, and ensured that taxes continued to flow toward Baghdad. Among them, one family stood out: the Tahirids. Beginning in the early 9th century, several generations of this family governed the eastern provinces from Khorasan. Their authority was strong, their influence wide, and their tenure long-lasting. Yet they did not represent independence. They remained loyal to the caliphate, upheld its institutions, and operated fully within its framework. Their culture and outlook reflected the broader Arabo-Islamic world of the time, even though they were of Iranian origin. Still, their presence hinted at something new. They tolerated the use of Persian in their courts and maintained connections to older Iranian traditions. In doing so, they quietly contributed to a cultural revival that would become far more visible in the generations that followed. By the middle of the 9th century, the balance of power had begun to change. The central authority of the caliphate weakened, especially as military elites gained influence in Baghdad. The rise of Turkish slave soldiers and their commanders created instability at the heart of the empire. Control over distant provinces grew fragile. In this environment, new forces emerged along the edges of the Abbasid world. Some were local uprisings, others were regional movements, but a few developed into something far more significant. Among them, the Safavids stood out as the first to establish a truly independent power in the eastern Iranian lands. Their founder, Yaqub ibn Layth, came from humble origins. Unlike many rulers before him, he was not shaped by aristocratic lineage or scholarly training. He rose through the ranks of local warrior bands in Sistan, gaining influence through strength, leadership, and ambition. In time, he seized control of the region and was proclaimed its ruler. From there, he moved outward, securing his position at home before launching campaigns across the surrounding lands. His armies marched into what is now Afghanistan, fought against rival groups, and gradually extended their reach into territories still claimed by the Abbasid state. When he entered Nishapur, the long-standing Tahirid authority in Khorasan came to an end. Soon after, he took control of Fars and pushed westward, coming dangerously close to Baghdad itself. His advance signals something entirely new: a regional power no longer content to act in the name of the Caliph, but willing to challenge him directly. Yaqub did not live to see the full outcome of his campaigns, but his achievements reshaped the political map of the East. Under his successor, the Safavid state reached its greatest extent, controlling large portions of eastern Iran and beyond. Yet this expansion did not last. Defeat in Transoxania marked the beginning of decline, and within a short time their power contracted back towards Sistan. Even so, the precedent had been set. The unity of the Abbasid world had been broken, and new dynasties would follow. At the same time, another transformation was taking place, quieter but equally significant. A cultural revival began to emerge among the Iranian peoples, expressed above all through language. For generations, Arabic had dominated administration, scholarship, and literature. Now, Persian began to return as a language of prestige and creativity. Under the Safavids, poets were encouraged to compose in Persian once again. This was more than a literary shift. It reflected a renewed awareness of identity among the Islamized populations of Iran, who had never fully lost connection with their past. The culture that developed in this period was not a rejection of Islam, but a fusion of Islamic and Iranian elements, creating something distinct and lasting. As political authority fragmented, the Abbasid caliphs remained important, but in a different way. Their direct control weakened, yet their symbolic role endured. They were still recognized as spiritual leaders, even in lands where their political power had faded. In western Iran and Iraq, new dynasties rose and struggled for dominance. In the east, Turkish powers began to assert themselves. Dynasties such as the Ghaznavids and the Karakhanids expanded their influence, and eventually the Seljuks emerged as the dominant force. When the Seljuks entered Baghdad in the mid-11th century, they did so under the banner of restoring order and defending Sunni Islam. In reality, they became the new masters of the political landscape, while the Caliph remained as a legitimizing figure. This shift marked the beginning of a new era. Turkish rulers now controlled much of the Iranian world, yet they were deeply influenced by the culture they governed. Persian language and traditions continued to flourish, even under foreign rule. Scholars, poets, and administrators helped shape a shared civilization that blended multiple elements into a unified whole. The cultural revival that had begun earlier could no longer be reversed. During these same centuries, far to the northeast, another story was unfolding across the vast steppes of Central Asia. Here, the Oghuz Turks were forming a new political and social order. Their origins lay in regions further east, near the mountains and lakes of Inner Asia. Over time, pressures from rival tribes and shifting alliances forced them to move westward. Their migrations were not peaceful journeys, but long sequences of conflict, negotiation, and adaptation. They crossed rivers, occupied new lands, and gradually established themselves across the steppe zones, stretching from the Sir Daria to the northern Caspian. Their movement reshaped the balance of power across a wide region. They clashed with other nomadic confederations, especially the Pechenegs, in prolonged and often brutal struggles. These conflicts were not isolated battles, but extended campaigns that determined control over pasture lands, trade routes, and strategic territories. In the end, the Oghuz emerged victorious, pushing their rivals aside and consolidating their position. Their power expanded westward, bringing them into contact with the frontiers of Europe and the Byzantine world. As they settled into their new domains, the Oghuz formed a structured political system. At its head stood a supreme ruler, supported by a network of tribal leaders, military commanders, and councils. Authority was shared, negotiated, and sometimes contested. Leadership depended not only on inheritance, but also on strength, reputation, and the support of key groups. Society was organized along tribal lines, with clear hierarchies, but also a strong sense of collective identity. Most members of this society were nomadic warriors, living by herding, raiding, and trade. Yet their world was not isolated. They maintained connections with neighboring settled regions, exchanging goods, livestock, and resources. Their presence influenced the wider history of Eurasia. They formed alliances when it suited them and launched campaigns when necessary. In some cases, they cooperated with distant powers to destroy common enemies. In others, they acted independently, reshaping the political landscape through force. Their role in the destruction of older steppe empires marked a turning point, opening new possibilities for expansion and settlement. Despite their strength, the Oghuz world was not stable. Internal tensions grew over time. As rulers attempted to impose more regular systems of taxation and control, resistance emerged among the tribes. Discontent spread, and rival leaders challenged central authority. Among these rising groups were the ancestors of the Seljuks, who began as part of the wider Oghuz world, but eventually broke away. Their movement westward would carry them into the heart of the Islamic world, where they would establish one of the most powerful empires of the medieval period. Back in the steppe, the old Oghuz political structure began to weaken. External pressures added to internal divisions. New groups entered the region, competing for the same lands and resources. Over time, the once dominant confederation fragmented. By the middle of the 11th century, its unity had collapsed under the combined weight of internal rebellion and external invasion. The Kipchaks, who eventually destroyed the power of the Sir Daria Yabgus, did not simply appear out of nowhere. They were connected to the wider Kimek world, but they were not identical with it. Their shared roots stretched far back into an older past, and by the 8th or early 9th century, the Kipchaks had become one important branch within the Kimek tribal federation. That federation was made up of several major tribes, including the Imur, Imak, Tatar, Bayundur, Kipchak, Nilkar, and Ajlad. These groups had originally come from the eastern steppe world of Inner Asia before moving westward into the lands of present-day Kazakhstan. Much of that migration seems to have accelerated after the destruction of the Uyghur Empire in Mongolia in 840, when the balance of power across the steppe was violently shaken. Some of these tribes, especially the Imur and the Bayundur, became closely tied to the Kimek political structure, while others were gradually absorbed into neighbouring peoples, such as the Oghuz. At first, the main Kimek settlement zone lay across the Irtish steppe. Before that, they had lived among other Turkic peoples near the southern Altai and the Tarbagatai, with the Yenisei Kyrgyz farther to the east. Sometime in the later 8th or early 9th century, Kimek clans and several related tribes shifted into northeastern Semirechye and the foothills of the Dzungarian range. At roughly the same time, Kipchak groups began moving southward and westward from the Irtysh. Between the 9th and 11th centuries, the Kimeks remained most densely concentrated around the middle Irtysh basin and northeastern Semirechye, while many Kipchaks and related Kimek elements spread across central Kazakhstan, the northern Balkhash region, the Aral zone, and the southern Urals. Their range reached the middle Syr-Darya, around places like Sauran and Turkestan, while their eastern edge touched the Tarbagatay and the Dzungarian Alatau. Earlier, up to the middle of the 7th century, the Kimeks had been part of the Western Turkic Khaganate. After that state collapsed, they slowly developed into an independent tribal union. The downfall of the Uyghur power later gave fresh momentum to this process. The title of their ruler rose in importance as well. A leader who had once held a relatively modest rank now began to bear the title of Khagan. Medieval Muslim geographers described this ruler as a figure of considerable authority, appointing subordinate tribal chiefs who were treated almost like kings. Power in the ruling line passed hereditarily, and the Kimek court appears to have developed a recognizable administrative structure. The Khagan and his nobles lived in a capital in the Irtysh region, surrounded by attendants, officials, and court administrators. Even the visual language of power had become more elaborate. The ruling elite wore costly garments of bright silk, signaling wealth and prestige in a world often imagined as purely nomadic and rough. The Kimek state that emerged in the late 9th and early 10th centuries was not a tightly centralized empire. It was divided into a number of regional domains, each controlled by hereditary rulers, who received their lands in exchange for military service. These subordinate lords were expected to provide cavalry and infantry for campaigns or emergency defense. They were subject to the Khagan, but the most powerful among them had wide autonomy and ruled their own semi-independent territories. Each maintained fortified residences, often in elevated positions, where troops, food, and treasure were kept. This structure gave the confederation flexibility and reach, but it also planted the seeds of future weakness. As these domains became more entrenched, central authority became harder to maintain. Like other major steppe peoples, the Kimeks lived by mobility, but that did not mean they followed a simple pattern. Some groups wintered between the Ural and Emba rivers and moved toward the Irtysh in summer, especially when harsh weather made life difficult in the east. Oghuz groups also sometimes shared or borrowed pasture zones in Kimek territory. Their economy rested above all on animal husbandry. Like the Kipchaks and the Oghuz, the Kimeks raised horses, sheep, goats, cattle, and camels. Sheep were especially important, and in the open steppe, wild animal fat often replaced vegetable oil for light and daily household use. Horses were central not only to war and transport, but also to social life and prestige. The steppe horse was valued for endurance and adaptability, and large herds were one of the main sources of wealth. Horse meat was widely consumed, and fermented mare's milk remained one of the defining drinks of nomadic life. Cattle also played a role, especially among more settled or semi-settled groups, though oxen were also practical draft animals. They pulled carts that carried the felt-covered tents of mobile households. Hunting remained another important activity. Like the Oghuz and Kipchaks, the Kimeks hunted foxes, martens, beavers, sable, ermine, and even large predators such as snow leopards and tigers in the broader steppe and forest margins. Pelts and hides from both wild and domestic animals were sold or exchanged in markets close to settled agricultural lands in the south. Although nomadism remained dominant, some Kimek groups also engaged in agriculture. These were usually semi-settled communities who had turned to farming either out of necessity or because conditions had pushed them toward a more mixed way of life. Livestock disease, cattle raids or severe winters could force pastoralists to settle more firmly on the land. These groups mainly grew millet, though wheat, barley, and even rice are also mentioned in connection with settled Turkic populations of the steppe zone. Small vegetable gardens and even vineyards existed in some places, although agriculture remained limited and could hardly satisfy all their needs. Craft production formed another layer of Khimek life. Animal skins were used for shoes, containers, quivers, bow cases, and horse gear. Women worked wool into felt, made clothing, and produced large felt sheets and flat rugs. Fur garments were also common. Weapon production was especially important. Bows, arrows, quivers, and spears were essential to steppe, warfare, and everyday survival. Ironworking was known, and the Khimeks, like the Oghuz, were remembered as capable metalworkers who also produced fine ornaments in gold and silver. Their rulers wore crowns of gold and garments embroidered with golden thread, showing that steppe elites could display splendor no less striking than that of settled courts. In the 9th and 10th centuries, the Khimek state ranked among the most powerful nomadic formations in Central Asia. Yet its internal structure gradually undermined it. The growth of semi-independent regional rulers weakened the authority of the Khagans. In time, the federation could no longer resist pressure from rival nomadic powers. Out of this shifting landscape, the Kipchaks rose to dominance. The early history of the Kipchaks remains difficult to reconstruct in full, but it is one of the most important turning points in the history of the Eurasian steppe. Some scholars have connected these changes to events much farther east, especially the expansionist policies of the Liao Empire in northern China. According to this view, pressure from the east set off a long chain reaction of migration across Inner Asia. One people displaced another, which then moved into the lands of a third, producing a wave of motion that rippled from eastern Central Asia all the way to the western steppe. In this interpretation, movements involving groups such as the Kun and the Sari eventually affected the Khimek and Kipchak world. The result was that the Kipchaks pressed harder against the neighbouring Oghuz in the Aral, northern Caspian, and lower Volga regions, finally pushing into the lower Syr-Darya basin and taking over the lands between the Volga and the Ural. The name Kipchak first appears in sources from the 7th century, when they were living near the upper Irtish and the nearby steppe of eastern Kazakhstan and the southern Altai. By the 10th century, Kipchak groups were already present in central Kazakhstan and north of the Aral Sea, reaching toward western Siberia in the east. At first, they were subordinate to the Khimek Khagans, but over time they formed a more independent ethno-political union of their own. By the middle of the 11th century, the balance of power in western Central Asia, the Kazakh steppe, and the lower Volga had clearly shifted in their favour. After defeating the Oghuz and taking over their lands, the Kipchaks became the dominant force across much of the western steppe. Their movement also pressed southward toward Khwarezm and the lower Oxus. Other groups were drawn into this changing frontier. Some sources mention that the Kipchaks, together with related peoples such as the Yigrak and the Kujat, settled in the steppe near Khwarezm. The Yigrak may have been Oghuz elements who gradually merged with the Kipchaks, while the origins of the Kujat remain uncertain, though they too may have been Eastern Turkic groups, later absorbed into the wider federation. In the struggles of Khwarezm for greater independence from larger imperial powers, these steppe peoples were recruited into military service. Kipchak chiefs in particular began to acquire real influence within the armies of the Khwarezm Shahs. By the end of the 11th century, the Kipchaks occupied the Aral and northern Caspian zones, alternately with the Oghuz groups they had subdued. Their southeastern frontier approached the Taraz region, while to the east their camps stretched back toward the Irtish and the western Altai. The collapse of both the Oghuz and Khimek states in the middle of the 11th century greatly accelerated the consolidation of the Kipchak Federation. What had once been scattered and loosely connected groups across a vast area now became a more coherent power. From the Irtish to the Volga and far beyond, the name Kipchak came to define a new political and ethnic reality. Their expansion westward transformed the map of Eurasia. The Kipchaks surged into the south Russian and Black Sea steppes, and eastern sources came to describe this immense zone as the Kipchak steppe. In the Russian world, it became known as the land of the Polovtsians. This western movement was accompanied by large-scale assimilation. The Kipchak Federation absorbed Oghuz groups, Kimek elements, and many other Turkic peoples. This process was made easier by similarities in language, economy, and social structure. They also incorporated Bayundur groups of Oghuz or Kimek origin, as well as peoples such as the Bayaut, the Kangli, and the Urani. Some of these groups later played important roles in the armies and courts of neighbouring states. Other peoples of the wider steppe also lived within this vast Kipchak world, including ancient Bashkir elements and populations described in some sources as Uyghurs. Over time, many of these peoples were drawn into a new, broader Kipchak identity. This federation was not governed through a single centralised state. The dashed I Kipchak contained many major confederations and territorial groupings. Some were based around the Dnieper, Dniester, Ural, and Lower Volga. Others lay farther east, around the Aral Sea, the northern Caspian, the lower and middle Syr and eastern Kazakhstan. Each major grouping had its own Khan, its own army, and its own pasture lands. These migration zones were clearly defined, and movement followed established custom, with the approval of tribal elders and ruling families. Tribal units were led by begs, while larger groupings were ruled by hereditary khans, supported by retainers, servants, and slaves. The appearance of the Kipchaks dramatically altered the political balance across the steppes, Central Asia, and Eastern Europe. Their southward advance directly affected settled regions such as Khwarezm, Gurgan, and Khorasan. By the 1040s, Khwarezm had fallen under Seljuk control, and the defeat of the last major Oghuz Yabgu helped break the remaining strength of the old Oghuz political order. The Kipchaks quickly exploited that collapse. They took over the Aral region and then pushed through Mangishlak and the Ustyurt Plateau into Eastern Europe. By the middle of the 11th century, they controlled enormous stretches of steppe from western and southern Kazakhstan to the lower Volga, while important rulers held power on the lower Syr with centres such as Jand. Their growing strength attracted the attention of great neighbouring powers. In the 1060s, Seljuk forces under Alp Arslan campaigned against Kipchak and Turkmen groups that had seized parts of the Karakum. Faced with the threat of a major royal army, the supreme Kipchak ruler concluded peace and acknowledged Seljuk power. Yet this did not end Kipchak influence. In the 12th and early 13th centuries, some scholars believe that a ruling lineage known as the Ilbari dominated a large part of the eastern Kipchak world. One member of this wider ruling milieu would later rise from slavery in India to become a ruler in Delhi, an extraordinary reminder of how far steppe politics could extend across the medieval world. At the same time, Kipchak leaders became deeply entangled with the Khwarezm Shahs. The expanding Khwarezmian state and the Kipchak confederations competed fiercely over the towns of the lower and middle Syr vital centres on the trade routes connecting Central Asia with Eastern Europe. The early rulers of Khwarezm were concerned above all with defending their northern frontier against the powerful nomadic world beyond it. One ruler eventually campaigned into Mangishlak, defeating the Kipchaks and their Oghuz allies and taking Jand. Soon after, he dealt a serious blow to a major Kipchak Khan, causing turmoil among the nomadic tribes. One powerful confederation of this period seems to have been led by the Urani tribe. Sources from the late 12th and early 13th centuries mention several Urani nobles who played important parts in the political struggles around Khwarezm. Marriage alliances linked some of them directly to the Khwarezm Shahs. Yet these connections did not bring stability. Rivalries among Kipchak leaders remained intense, especially over control of Signac, one of the chief political centers of the Sir Darya steppe. The Khwarezmian rulers repeatedly tried to exploit these disputes, playing one chief against another in order to weaken the steppe confederations. This policy sometimes worked, but it also carried risks. In one campaign, the Khwarezm Shah marched against a major Kipchak rival near Signac. Yet many Kipchaks already served in his own army, and at a critical moment, they refused to fight their kinsmen. Instead, they abandoned the Shah and crossed over to the other side. He suffered defeat, though he later regained influence through local allies and eventually imposed control over Signac. Even then, however, the nomadic tribes continued to resist outside domination. In the early 13th century, rebellions broke out again in the regions around Jand and Signac. These uprisings were crushed, and many surviving Kipchaks withdrew northward into the central Kazakh steppe. The long wars with Khwarezm weakened the Kipchak world. Constant campaigning, political manipulation, and internal rivalry fragmented the Dasht-e-Kipchak. What had once been a vast and formidable nomadic sphere was increasingly divided, its leaders competing among themselves, while stronger enemies pressed from the south and east. When the armies of Chinggis Khan burst into central Eurasia in the early 13th century, the Kipchaks were no longer in a position to mount a united resistance. Their political cohesion had already been damaged. As a result, the Mongol conquest swept through the steppe, and the lands of the Kipchaks were absorbed into the enormous imperial system that followed. By the 10th century, most Iranian peoples across Khorasan, Transoxania, and Khwarezm were no longer using the older Middle Iranian languages as their main means of expression. Persians, Bactrians, Sogdians, Khwarezmians, and others increasingly spoke and wrote in New Persian, the form that would later become known as Farsi Dari. Older languages did not vanish overnight. Sogdian still survived in some areas, and Khwarezmian endured for centuries in its own regional setting. But the cultural direction of the age was clear. A new common language was taking shape across much of the eastern Iranian world. At the same time, an older term once used in western Iran for the Arab conquerors began to shift in meaning. In Khorasan and Transoxania, it came to refer more broadly to Muslims in general, most of whom by then were Persian-speaking. Later, still, as Turkish military and tribal elites became more visible in Central Asia, the word was increasingly used to distinguish the settled Persian-speaking population from the Turkic world around it. In time, that label developed into the better-known form that would remain standard in Central Asia for centuries. Under the Samanids in the later 9th and 10th centuries, the cities of the region entered a period of remarkable growth. Urban life expanded across Khorasan and Transoxania, and places such as Nishapur, Merv, Balkh, Bukhara, Samarkand, Khujand, Bunjikat, and Hulbuk became major centers of social, economic, and cultural activity. The history of the Samanid state began with a local landed family whose origins were tied to a figure remembered as Saman Kuda. He was associated with an estate called Saman, though later traditions place this place in different regions. What matters more is that his family entered the Islamic political world through service and patronage. He came under the influence of a governor of Khorasan and accepted Islam, and the next generation moved more deeply into the administrative and military life of the Eastern Caliphate. His descendants took part in suppressing revolts, supported the Abbasid regime, and were rewarded with governorships over rich provinces. One ruled Samarkand, another Fergana, another Chach and Usrushana, and another Herat. These appointments gave the family a strong territorial base across the eastern Iranian world. Although the Samanids initially remained beneath the wider authority of the Tahirids, they were already acting with considerable independence inside their own domains. They minted coins in their own names, raised military forces, and campaigned against neighbouring territories. Among the early members of the family, some did more than others to strengthen its position. One secured frontier zones against the Turks, while another laid the real foundations for wider expansion through his sons, who gradually brought more of Transoxania under a single family network. By the middle of the 9th century, the main provinces of the region were already concentrated in the hands of this one house. Yet the real architect of the Samanid state was Ismail ibn Ahmad. Born in the mid-9th century, he first rose to political importance in Bukhara, where he was appointed governor by his older brother after the weakening of Tahirid authority. From that point onward, Bukhara became the centre of a new political order. Tensions between the brothers eventually led to open conflict, and Ismail's victory made him the dominant figure in Transoxania. From there, he built something far more durable than a family holding. He organised a structured system of central and provincial administration, strengthened the army, secured the frontiers, encouraged commercial stability, and created favourable conditions for learning and literary life. His victories over the Safavids opened the way for the incorporation of Khorasan, Sistan, Tukharistan, and Kabulistan into the Samanid sphere, while in the Sir Darya basin he established a defended frontier stretching across key steppe approaches. At the height of Samanid power, their influence reached from the mountain zones of the southeast to the Persian Gulf. Even so, the outer provinces often remained semi-autonomous, and local dynasties were frequently left in place. Religious uniformity was also incomplete. In the upper Oxus regions, some communities still followed older faiths, long after the main lowland centres had become Muslim. After Ismail, the dynasty passed to his son Ahmad, who appears in the sources as a devout Muslim ruler. He tried to strengthen Arabic in administration and favoured officials who knew it, but that policy alienated powerful court circles and sections of the military guard. He was soon murdered, and the throne passed to the young Nasr II. Real authority in the early years of that reign belonged largely to able viziers, who restored order, calmed rebellions, and ensured the conditions for another period of prosperity. Under Nasr, the state remained strong, but later reigns saw growing strain. Court intrigue increased, rebellions became more frequent, and Turkish military guards gained greater influence. By the later 10th century, outside pressure from rising powers such as the Karakhanids and the Ghaznavids added to these internal difficulties. Eventually, the Samanid lands were divided between those rivals, and efforts to restore the dynasty failed. Still, for nearly a century, the Samanids created one of the strongest and most impressive states in the Eastern Islamic world. Their rule protected Transoxania and Khorasan from large-scale nomadic invasions and allowed agriculture, trade, crafts, scholarship, literature, and art to flourish. Contemporary observers admired them as rulers who respected learning and valued educated men. Members of the ruling family and their ministers themselves took part in intellectual life. Some wrote poetry, some produced works of geography or history, and several became known for literary talent as much as for administration. This was not accidental. The Samanid court became one of the chief environments in which an Iranian Muslim high culture matured. The state they built was supported by a clear administrative structure. At the top stood the emir, while provinces were ruled by appointed governors. Around the ruler stood the court and a series of central bureaus. One oversaw general administration, politics, and the economy. Others dealt with finance, diplomatic correspondence, military affairs, policing, intelligence, market supervision, fiscal control, judicial matters, and religious endowments. This was not a loose tribal monarchy, but a well-articulated government. Its main practical task, however, remained the collection of revenue. Taxes from peasants, craftsmen, and merchants supported both the state and the army. A very large portion of the budget went directly to maintaining soldiers and officials. In theory, the Samanids ruled as deputies of the Abbasid Caliph. Like most rulers of the Islamic world at that time, they upheld the formal ideal that all legitimate authority ultimately flowed from the Caliph and from the sacred law. In practice, they were almost independent, yet they continued to honour the symbolic framework of caliphal legitimacy. Society under them was hierarchical and conservative in structure. Older Iranian landed elites, especially the Dekhans, retained much of their local influence, particularly in more distant provinces. Landed property remained concentrated in the hands of the ruling house, major landlords, officials, and religious institutions. Some lands were taxed according to productivity, some were exempt, and others paid only a tithe. In many places, cultivation operated through sharecropping, with small plots worked by tenants, who handed over an agreed share of the harvest. Beneath this structure stood a very large peasant population, much of it poor or nearly landless. Their harsh conditions may help explain some of the outbreaks of unrest that appeared during the Samanid period. Rebellions by peasants and artisans did occur, and religious dissent sometimes blended with social discontent, especially where Ismaili or other heterodox influences were present. Over time, internal rivalries, court conspiracies, provincial tensions, and the growing strength of centrifugal forces weakened the state. Financial pressure deepened the problem. By the end of the 10th century, the Samanids could no longer resist major invasions from the north and east. Yet before that collapse, they had overseen one of the most productive periods in the history of the region. The basis of that prosperity was agriculture. Once Khorasan and Transoxania were brought together under one strong power, and once steppe incursions were held back, the conditions for economic growth improved dramatically. These lands were overwhelmingly agrarian. Farming relied on seasonal streams, springs, and above all on elaborate irrigation systems, both surface canals and underground channels. Many of these systems were older, especially in the Zarafshan and Fergana valleys. But during the 9th and 10th centuries, new canals, dams, and hydraulic works were added. In one mountain gorge, a substantial stone dam was built to create a reservoir. Elsewhere, new canals were cut from major rivers. Dry farming also existed in suitable areas, but irrigation remained the foundation of production. Across the oases of Sogdiana, Fergana, Chach, Usrushana, Kutal, Jaganian, Khorasan, Garchistan, and Sistan, peasants cultivated wheat, barley, rice, millet, legumes, oilseeds, and many other crops. Cotton became especially important in several regions, including the Zarafshan Basin, Fergana, and the Merv Oasis. Orchard cultivation was highly developed as well. Apricots, peaches, apples, pears, quinces, cherries, plums, pomegranates, figs, walnuts, and almonds all flourished in the irrigated lands. Vineyards were widespread, with some grape varieties acquiring famous reputations. Vegetable growing and melon cultivation also reached a high level. The melons of Bukhara and Merv were celebrated as among the finest anywhere. Sistan produced dates, while Balkh cultivated sugarcane. Medieval geographers spoke enthusiastically of the fertility of these lands, describing great green expanses across the oasis world. Among the most productive districts were Balkh and the lands between Herat and Merv al-Rud. Beyond the irrigated zones, the steppe and mountain margins supported extensive animal husbandry, especially sheep and horse breeding. Mining formed another major part of the economy. Across Central Asia, a wide range of minerals were extracted and processed. The evidence comes both from written testimony and from archaeology. Badakhshan, Darvaz, Rushan, and Shugnan yielded rubies, lapis lazuli, and silver. Tukharistan produced lead, sulfur, and other minerals. The upper Zarafshan Valley provided iron, gold, silver, and vitriol. Uzurushana was known for large quantities of iron, while coal was found in the Isfara region. Fergana was particularly rich, with iron, tin, silver, mercury, copper, lead, bitumen, asbestos, turquoise, sal ammoniac, and perhaps petroleum. The Ahangaran Valley became a major centre for the treatment of silver and lead ore. Salt was mined in Elak and in the Kashgar Darya basin. Khorasan too had important mineral resources: turquoise near Nishapur, marble in Baihak, fine stone near Tus, gold and iron in Garchistan, copper around Merv, and sulfur, lead, arsenic, and other useful materials in the Balkh zone. Other districts yielded gold, silver, iron, copper, and various chemical minerals. Archaeological and geological work has revealed the scale and sophistication of this industry. Some mines were enormous by the standards of the age. Both free workers and unfree labourers took part in extraction, and in at least one mining site, the iron fetters of slave labourers have been found. Mining occupied a major place in the economy, and its scale offers a revealing measure of wider economic development. This agricultural and mineral wealth fed directly into the craft economy. Textile production stood out as one of the most important branches. Certain towns became famous for specific fabrics. Settlements near Bukhara, Samarkand, and the Surkhan Darya Valley were known for fine cotton cloth exported far beyond Transoxania. Both fine and ordinary cotton fabrics were produced in large quantities in Samarkand, Dabusia, Bukhara, Nasaf, Kish, and many other towns. Woolen cloth and garments were made in numerous places, especially in towns close to the steppe, where there was strong demand from nomadic customers. Leatherworking also flourished in those zones, supplying goods suited to a pastoral market. Samarkand's paper became famous not only within Transoxania, but throughout the Middle East, gradually replacing older writing materials in major Islamic lands. Samarkand glass was also highly valued and even appreciated in China. Fergana, Usrushana, and Kujand produced armour, weapons, agricultural tools, and metalware. The processing of agricultural products was equally important. Watermills were widespread in river valleys, and in some areas, one river alone powered dozens of mills. Wind energy was also used, both for milling and for lifting water from wells. Pottery developed into a highly refined industry. Glazed ceramics with elegant decoration became common, and the rims of vessels were often inscribed with Quranic phrases, literary quotations, or brief expressions of blessing. Cheaper wares were produced in bulk for ordinary people, while fine metal and glass vessels served wealthier consumers. All of this supported a lively internal and external trade. Goods moved constantly between town and countryside, between oasis and steppe, and across long-distance caravan routes. Agrarian districts and cities exported bread, dried fruits, fabrics, weapons, and utensils to the nomads, who in return brought livestock, wool, hides, and slaves to the markets of Khorasan and Transoxania. Many towns became known for specific products. Some exported cloth, carpets, prayer mats, metal lamps, saddle equipment, oils, meat, or melons. Others specialized in brocade, silk, paper, glass, brass cauldrons, goblets, horse gear, nuts, high-grade wool, weapons, processed skins, soap, resins, rice, raisins, honey, sulfur, lead, shawls, turbans, cloaks, and numerous other goods. The pattern was one of strong regional specialization and dense commercial interaction. Long-distance caravan trade also expanded greatly in the 9th and 10th centuries. The great overland routes linking China, India, Iran, the Caucasus, Western Asia, and Eastern Europe all passed through Khorasan and Transoxania. Local merchants undertook ambitious journeys and seem to have reached China, India, and Inner Asia. One of the busiest routes was the Great Trans-Asian Road from the lands of the Middle East to China. It passed through Baghdad, Hamadan, Nishapur, Merv, Amul, Bukhara, Samarkand, Usrushana, Chach, Taraz, Balasagun, the southern edge of Lake Issyk-Kul, and onward into Mongolia and northern China. Another important line ran toward Eastern Europe through Merv, Bukhara, Khwarezm, and the Volga route, linking the region with Bulgar, the Khazar lands, and the Rus principalities. Along these routes moved rice, dried fruits, cotton and wool textiles, silk fabrics, silver dirhams, and many other commodities. In return came furs, wax, honey, hides, livestock, and slaves. The discovery of large numbers of Samanid coins far away in northern Russia and the Baltic clearly reflects the intensity of these commercial links. To support this traffic, caravanserais were built along major roads. They provided storage rooms, sleeping quarters, wells, and basic services for merchants and animals. Some caravans were small, others enormous. The largest could involve thousands of pack animals and many thousands of people. Such caravans required drivers, armed guards, and service workers, and they often carried not only merchants, but also artisans, scholars, and envoys. Over time, the nature of trade itself began to shift. Earlier long-distance trade had focused more heavily on luxury items such as jewelry, precious metals, costly weapons, fine vessels, glass, and expensive fabrics. Now, the volume of more practical goods increased. Foodstuffs, raw materials, ordinary craft products, and utilitarian wares became far more prominent in the caravan economy. Under the Samanids, urban life expanded on a broad scale, and with it came a striking flowering of architecture and the decorative arts. The skill reached by builders, designers, and master craftsmen can be seen most clearly in the famous Samanid mausoleum at Bukhara, probably erected in the early 10th century. Built of baked brick, the structure takes the form of a cube crowned by a dome. Its outer corners are marked by engaged, rounded columns, while each of the 4 sides is centered on an arched entrance bay. Inside, the building combines strong, simple masses with an elegant, decorative treatment of the brick surfaces. Its ornament is restrained rather than extravagant, and that restraint is part of its power. The mausoleum preserves echoes of older traditions, yet it also announces something new. A distinctly regional, dynastic style that would shape later architecture in Central Asia. Another major monument from the next stage of this architectural development is the Arab Ati Mausoleum in the village of Tim near Katakurgan. This is a small square building with a single chamber, but its portal is richly decorated and gives it a monumental presence. A related structure is the mausoleum of the last Samanid ruler, Ismail ibn Nuh al-Muntasir, near Kirki. Also square in plan and built of baked brick around the beginning of the 11th century, it is topped by a dome supported through a system of niches and transitional corner elements. Its compact, centrally planned form links it to the earlier Samanid mausoleum in Bukhara, while the projecting entrance front and the decorative treatment of its bricks point toward the later architecture of the 11th century. Together, these buildings show an important transition, from the older centralized domed tomb to the more pronounced portal-centered form that would become increasingly important. They also mark a crucial development in the history of architecture in the region: the growing use of baked brick not just as structure, but as a monumental decorative medium in its own right. Written sources from the time speak of central mosques, tombs, minarets, and covered markets rising in towns across the region. Even so, baked brick was not the only building material. Much construction still relied on raw mud brick. Large adobe buildings of this period survive in places such as Termez and ancient Merv. In Bukhara itself, many structures were timber-framed and built with mud brick. Some of the most remarkable artistic remains from the age survive not in large monuments, but in carved architectural details, especially from the upper Zarafshan region. There, beautifully carved wooden elements such as a mihrab from Iskudar, and columns from settlements like Oberdon, Kurut, Raz, and Fatmev display dense ornamental carving. Their surfaces are filled with plant motifs, scrolling forms, and stylized animals, revealing a strong local taste that remained closely tied to older artistic habits. The decorative arts of the period were equally refined. One of the finest examples comes from the palace of the rulers of Kutal at Hulbuk. There, carved stucco was used to create rich decorative surfaces, ranging from simple rosettes to highly elaborate interlaced and basket-like patterns spread across broad panels. Another remarkable example of this taste appears in a 10th century alabaster panel from Afrasiab, ancient Samarkand. Its design includes trefoil forms, curling leaf stems, circles filled with geometric patterns, and 6-pointed stars. The composition reflects a deeply rooted ornamental tradition that had been developing in Central Asia for centuries and was still very much alive under the Samanids. Ceramic art reached an especially high level. The glazed pottery of Afrasiab from the 9th and 10th centuries stands among the finest artistic achievements of the region. Potters first covered the vessels with a white or red slip, then painted them in black, red, white, or other colours before sealing the design under a transparent glaze that gave the surface a bright, luminous quality. Bowls, dishes, and other vessels were decorated with geometric patterns, plant forms, and often inscriptions carrying blessings, greetings, or wise sayings. In some cases, animals and birds also appeared. These ceramics combine technical refinement with visual clarity and are among the clearest signs of the artistic confidence of the age. Intellectual life in Transoxania and Khorasan also reached an extraordinary level during the 9th and 10th centuries. The Samanids, like many ruling families, needed the support of educated elites, and for that reason they encouraged local cultural traditions, literacy, and literary production. Persian poetry advanced rapidly in this setting. It found some of its earliest and greatest voices in Rudaki, often seen as the father of Persian Tajik poetry, in Firdausi, the great epic poet, and in many others who together shaped a new literary world. Yet poetry was only one aspect of this wider cultural growth. Mathematics, astronomy, geography, chemistry, medicine, history, and philology all flourished. Great scholars emerged whose influence would spread far beyond Central Asia, including figures such as Ibn Sina and al-Biruni. The major cities of the Samanid world became the centres of this intellectual vitality. Bukhara, Samarkand, Balkh, Merv, Nishapur, Khujand, Bunjikat, Hulbuk, and Termez all played important roles. But Bukhara stood above all others. It drew scholars, poets, artists, and men of learning from across the Muslim world and offered them an environment in which creative thought could thrive. A famous library known as the Storehouse of Wisdom was assembled there, holding books on many branches of knowledge, including rare and difficult subjects. The book market of Bukhara was said to contain some of the finest and most unusual works available anywhere in the East. By this time, Persian cultural self-confidence had become much more visible, yet it did not necessarily take the form of rejecting Arab culture. Earlier literary movements had often expressed hostility toward Arab political dominance, and traces of anti-Caliphate or even anti-Islamic feeling could still be found in some circles. But by the 10th century, Persian-speaking scholars and poets increasingly celebrated their own history and cultural identity without denying the value of Arabic learning. What developed under the Samanids was not a closed or hostile civilization, but a Persianate Islamic culture that absorbed, adapted and reworked earlier traditions. Scholarship made especially rapid progress. Historians, geographers, literary scholars and religious thinkers wrote in both Arabic and Persian, and more knowledge began to be expressed in Persian as well. Among the historians of the age were Narshaki, known for his history of Bukhara, and Balami, whose Persian reworking of earlier Arabic historical writing became highly influential. There were also scholars who composed works on geography, legends, and the marvels of distant lands. At the same time, religious scholarship flourished strongly in the northeastern Iranian world. Sunni learning enjoyed active support from the Samanid rulers, and the region became one of the main centers of legal and hadith scholarship. Mathematics and astronomy made particularly important advances. These sciences developed through a combination of practical local knowledge, especially in irrigation and engineering, with the mathematical traditions inherited from Greece and India. Out of that synthesis came breakthroughs that would shape later science in both Asia and Europe. One of the most important figures was Muhammad ibn Musa al-Khwarizmi, whose name survives in the word algorithm. His work on algebra gave the discipline its name, and he made lasting contributions to solving linear and quadratic equations. Other scholars developed trigonometric methods, improved astronomical tables, wrote influential handbooks, and designed or refined instruments used in observation. Some described the structure of the heavens, others produced major works in geometry and geodesy, and still others laid foundations that later scientists would build upon. Medicine too developed with remarkable energy. Important physicians wrote on anatomy, physiology, disease, treatment, and pharmacology. Some began to write serious medical works in Persian, making knowledge accessible beyond Arabic scholarly circles. Among the great names of the age were Zakaria Razi and other learned physicians who helped shape medieval Islamic medicine. Yet above all stood Ibn Sina, known in the West as Avicenna. Born near Bukhara toward the end of the 10th century, he studied widely from an early age and soon became known as both a scholar and physician. After the fall of the Samanids, he moved through several courts and cities, serving rulers as doctor and administrator before dying in Hamadan. Ibn Sina was one of the greatest thinkers of the medieval world. He was a philosopher, scientist, physician, mathematician, and poet. In an age when religious orthodoxy was powerful, he insisted on the value of observation, reason, and experience. He tried to gather the knowledge of earlier ages, organize it systematically, and extend it further through analysis. His great medical encyclopedia and his vast philosophical works became famous across both the Islamic world and Europe. For centuries, his medical writings were used in teaching and practice. He also wrote in Persian, producing a short encyclopedia that discussed philosophy, logic, mathematics, and astronomy. These works stand among the great monuments of medieval thought. He was also a poet, and in some of his quatrains there appears a note of intellectual freedom unusual for the age. Almost equally impressive was Abu Rayhan al-Biruni, born in Khwarazm. He was another true polymath, writing on mathematics, astronomy, physics, botany, geography, geology, mineralogy, history, chronology, and ethnography. One of his well-known works discusses the calendars of many peoples, including those of Sogdiana and Khwarezm. Another gives a detailed and thoughtful description of India, its learning, and its sciences. He also wrote on astronomy, mathematical geography, minerals, and the measurement of specific weights. His scholarship was encyclopedic, but it was not mere compilation. He approached subjects critically, carefully, and often with unusual precision. Literature grew just as powerfully. The 9th and 10th centuries saw an enormous rise in poetic production. It was during the Samanid period that Persian literature first came fully into its own in Transoxania and Khorasan, rather than farther west in Fars. Arabic literature still retained immense prestige and continued to be cultivated, often with the patronage of the court, and many Central Asian and Khorasanian writers made major contributions in Arabic. But Persian now became an accepted and celebrated literary language. Rudaki stands at the beginning of this tradition. Born in the village of Panjrudak near Panjikent, he was gifted from an early age with a talent for poetry, a fine singing voice, and skill on the harp like Chang. These talents brought him to the Samanid court, where he spent most of his life. Though only a small portion of his work survives, it is enough to show his mastery in the main poetic forms of the age. Another important poet was Shahid Balkhi, who was both a court poet and a man of learning. Dakiki also played a crucial role. He began his literary career under the rulers of Chaghanian and was later called to Bukhara. The literary circles of the Samanid world showed great interest in collecting and reshaping old heroic traditions. And it was in this atmosphere that early prose versions of the Book of Kings were compiled. Dakiki was later ordered to put this epic material into verse, but he was killed before finishing the project. That task was completed on a far greater scale by Ferdowsi, the greatest poet of the age. Born near Tus into a family of modest landed status, he grew up during the rise of the Samanid state. His great ambition was to revive the heroic memory of the Iranian past and turn it into a monumental epic. The result was the Shahnameh, completed first in one version in the late 10th century, and later revised and finished in the early 11th. It was eventually presented to Mahmud of Ghazni, though it was not truly appreciated during the poet's own lifetime. In the Shahnameh, Ferdowsi gave lasting poetic form to the heroic traditions of the Iranian peoples, including older Eastern Iranian groups, such as the Saka, the Sogdians, and the Khwarezmians. He drew on legends of Rustam, Siyavush, Isfandiar, Kaveh, the blacksmith, and Mazdak, among many others. Many of these themes had deep roots in Central Asian artistic and narrative traditions. Scenes connected with Rustam and Siyavush had already appeared in the murals of ancient Panjikent, while carved wood from the palace of the rulers of Usrushana also preserved imagery tied to these heroic cycles. Ferdowsi transformed this material through his own poetic genius, combining written historical tradition, oral legend, and visual memory into a monumental epic. The Shahnameh, written in a strong heroic metre and in a monumental style, became one of the great works of world literature and deeply shaped the later course of Persian literary culture. Music also occupied a central place in this world. The peoples of the eastern Iranian lands had inherited a long musical tradition from antiquity, and under the Samanids that tradition continued to develop. Professional music in oral form flourished, and poetry and music were closely intertwined, often treated as parts of a single art. Many poets were also musicians, singers, and theorists. Rudaki himself was famous not only as a poet, but as a performer on several instruments. Tradition even credits him with improving certain melodies and refining the design of the rud. Other musicians and theorists of the age invented new instruments, composed in established modes, and contributed to the growth of formal musical theory. This music was deeply woven into social life. It was heard at weddings, feasts, festivals, battles, ceremonies, religious observances, and funerals. Historical and poetic sources preserve references to songs of mourning, songs of celebration, military music, and court performance. A wide range of modes and melodies were known, and a rich variety of instruments was in use, including stringed, wind, and percussion instruments. Music was not a minor ornament of elite life. It was part of the rhythm of society itself. At the same time, Sunni Islam became firmly established across most of Central Asia, even though small communities of Zoroastrians, Manichaeans, and Christians still survived. During the first half of the 10th century, Ismaili propaganda also made gains in the region. The movement initially found leadership among military and intellectual circles, and attracted important supporters. For a time, its influence even reached the upper levels of the Samanid state, and it appears that Nasser II may have shown sympathy toward it. This alarmed the Sunni religious elite and sections of the Turkish military guard, who acted against the ruler. Though the plot around the throne was uncovered, the outcome was still the same. Nasser was forced to give way, and his successor carried out a brutal purge of Ismaili sympathizers. The movement did not disappear entirely, but it was pushed underground. By the last decades of the 10th century, the rise of the Ghaznavid Emirat in the lands of present-day Afghanistan marked the end of a long transformation that had already been underway under the Samanids. In earlier generations, political power had depended heavily on the old Iranian landed aristocracy, the local rural elites who had long formed the backbone of regional authority. Over time, however, that balance shifted. Military strength increasingly came to rest in the hands of Turkish slave soldiers, men trained for war and elevated through loyalty, discipline, and personal ability. As long as the Samanid rulers remained strong, they managed to keep these forces under control, and their dominions in Transoxiana and Khorasan were admired for their prosperity and order. Yet, as the authority of the emirs weakened, the state began to fracture. Rival commanders pursued their own ambitions, political factions fought for influence, and the centre steadily lost its grip. Out of that disorder, the Ghaznavid state emerged. Within a relatively short time, it became the strongest power in the Eastern Islamic world, filling the vacuum left by the fading strength of older dynasties. The origins of the Ghaznavids can be traced to the fierce struggles among Turkish generals serving the Samanid court during the middle of the 10th century. One of the most important of these commanders was Alptigin, who held supreme military office in Khorasan and tried, together with powerful allies at court, to shape the succession in Bukhara after the death of the Samanid ruler in 961. That effort failed. A rival faction gained control, and Alptigin found himself pushed aside by the new order. Rather than submit, he withdrew eastward with his own corps of Turkish slave soldiers and a body of Iranian frontier warriors. Officially, this movement could be presented as a campaign against unbelievers on the frontier. But the reality was more practical. Alptigin was securing a refuge, a place where distance and military power might preserve him from enemies at court. He may also have been encouraged by earlier examples of Turkish commanders who had carved out semi-independent principalities in the frontier zones of southeastern Afghanistan, territories that were still nominally tied to the Samanids, but were in practice drifting beyond their reach. Alptigin eventually established himself in the region of Zabulistan, centered on the small town of Ghazna. The Samanid government, unable to enforce direct authority so far from its core lands, had little choice but to recognize the situation and grant him a formal appointment as governor. Local rule in Ghazna had probably been held by a family tied to the neighboring rulers of Kabul and linked culturally and politically to the Indian world. Their hold was not fully broken at once. After Alptegin's death, his son briefly succeeded him, but local resistance resurfaced and the displaced family temporarily regained the town. Even after the Turks returned, their control remained fragile. Other nearby places, such as Gardez, did not fall immediately and had to be fought over. One of Alptegin's successors even lost his life during the struggle to secure the surrounding countryside. What emerged in these years was not a stable kingdom from the beginning, but a hard-won military foothold on a contested frontier. Even so, Turkish power in eastern Afghanistan slowly took deeper root. Coins from the period show that these rulers still acknowledged the Samanid amirs as their formal overlords. But in daily practice they acted with increasing independence. The decisive turning point came in 977, when Sebüktigin took control in Ghazna after the fall of another Turkish commander. Sebüktigin had once been among Alptegin's most trusted military slaves and had accompanied him into Afghanistan. Later, court historians tried to dress his background in noble legend and attach him to ancient royal ancestry. But the truth was almost certainly humbler. He seems to have come from a Turkic background in the region around Ishik Kul, probably from among the Karluk peoples. Stories celebrating his rise under Alptegin present him as a model of personal excellence and royal promise, though such tales were clearly shaped by later admiration. What matters is that once Sebüktigin gained power, he ruled for 20 years and turned a precarious military enclave into the foundation of a lasting state. Formally, Sebüktigin still behaved like a subordinate of the Samanids. He placed their names on coins before his own and used titles that suggested high command rather than kingship. In practice, however, he was building something far more solid. The Turkish military settlers around Ghazna had originally been supported through land assignments drawn from nearby agricultural estates. Sebüktigin tightened this system, bringing revenue more firmly under central supervision and ensuring regular payment for the troops. This was essential because Ghazna remained an exposed and isolated outpost, surrounded by hostile or suspicious powers. To the east lay the Hindu Shahi rulers and the wider political world of northern India, a region to which eastern Afghanistan had long been connected by culture, trade, and history. The Turks of Ghazna could not remain passive if they hoped to survive. Sebüktigin therefore adopted an outward-looking policy that combined self-preservation with expansion. Early in his reign, he moved against rival Turkish rulers in bust and extended his authority into neighbouring territories such as Kustar. More important still were his conflicts with the Hindu Shahis, whose domains stretched across the Kabul Valley and into the Punjab. A counterattack by the ruler Jaipal led to open war, and Sebüktigin's victories brought the regions of Lamgan and the upper Kabul basin under Ghaznavid influence, extending his frontier as far as Peshawar. Religion may have provided useful language for such campaigns, but the driving forces were political and strategic. These wars helped secure the frontier, enlarge the resources of the state, and established a pattern that would later define Ghaznavid policy. Seasonal raids from the Afghan highlands into the wealthy plains of India. Sebüktigin's growing strength also drew him back into the affairs of the Samanid state from which his power had originally sprung. By the 990s, the Samanids were rapidly losing control. Their capital had been threatened by Turkish invaders from Transoxiana, and powerful military leaders within the state were breaking away. Faced with rebellion, the Samanid ruler called on Sebüktigin and his son Mahmud for help. They answered with armed support, swore loyalty, and marched into Khorasan. Their intervention proved decisive. Rebel commanders were defeated and driven westward, and the grateful Samanid ruler rewarded Sebüktigin and Mahmud with grand titles and high office. Mahmud received command in Khorasan, and the Ghaznavids became more deeply entrenched in the region. When fresh invasions from the north followed, the Samanid ruler became still more dependent on them. Sebüktigin and Mahmud were then strong enough not only to defend the state, but to dictate policy, influence ministerial appointments, and shape negotiations with outside powers. The result was clear. Khorasan slipped permanently from Samanid control and into Ghaznavid hands. When Sebüktigin died in 997, the future of this new power briefly became uncertain. He had chosen his younger son Ismail as successor in Ghazna, perhaps because of family ties that linked him more closely to Alptegin's house. Mahmud, however, was already a proven commander with strong support among the military elite. He moved quickly, returned east, defeated his brother, and seized power. Soon afterward, he secured formal recognition from the weakening Samanids for the lands that now made up his real base of authority, including Afghanistan and eastern Khorasan. He also recovered western Khorasan from rival commanders, and by 999 he stood as master of the entire region south of the Oxus. At this point, he no longer acted like a provincial governor. He sought and obtained recognition from the Abbasid Caliph in Baghdad, presenting himself as the Caliph's loyal champion. This relationship became central to Ghaznavid rule. From then on, Ghaznavid sultans carefully linked their legitimacy to caliphal approval, sent rich gifts taken in war to Baghdad, and cultivated the image of defenders of Sunni Islam against both internal heresy and external enemies. At the same moment, a major political change was unfolding across Central Asia. The Karakhanids occupied Bukhara and brought the Samanid Emirat to an inglorious end. An agreement set the Oxus as the boundary between Karakhanid and Ghaznavid power. This settlement carried enormous long-term significance, even if contemporaries did not fully grasp it. From this point onward, the northeastern Islamic world was dominated by Turkish dynasties, rather than Iranian ones. Over time, the region became increasingly open to migration from the inner Asian steppes. The demographic and linguistic balance of many lands would slowly change. Areas once shaped above all by Eastern Iranian traditions would, over the centuries, become increasingly Turkish in population, culture, and speech. These movements also altered patterns of land use, pastoralism, and agriculture across Transoxiana and neighbouring regions. Mahmud's reign lasted more than 3 decades, and during those years he transformed the Ghaznavid state into a vast military empire. What had begun as a frontier principality in Afghanistan expanded westward toward the fringes of Azerbaijan and Kurdistan, eastward into the Ganges basin, northward toward Khwarazm and the Upper Oxus, and southward to the coasts of Sind and Makran. No ruler since the height of the Abbasid Caliphate had commanded so wide a stretch of territory from such an unlikely capital. Ghazna, once obscure, became a centre of power known across the Islamic world and beyond. That rise was made possible by several factors. Mahmud inherited not only his father's Afghan base, but also the manpower and revenues of Khorasan. The province's rich agricultural lands, thriving cities, and commercial wealth gave him the income needed to maintain a permanent and expensive army. Turkish slave soldiers remained the core of that force, but successful campaigning also attracted volunteers, free warriors, and adventurers eager to share in victory and plunder. For Mahmud, securing Khorasan and defending the Oxus frontier were vital priorities. Even after a treaty with the Karakhanids and marriage ties between the ruling houses, the danger from the north remained constant. Karakhanid rulers coveted Khorasan, and more than once they invaded while Mahmud was campaigning elsewhere. In one such moment, when he was absent in India, Karakhanid forces swept down on Balkh and Nishapur. Some local people, worn down by Ghaznavid tax demands, even welcomed them. Mahmud rushed back and restored his position. A second invasion followed, but this too was repelled. In a major battle near Balkh, the Ghaznavid use of war elephants helped shatter enemy morale, since the Kara Khanid troops were unaccustomed to facing such animals in combat. After this defeat, the Kara Khanids no longer posed the same unified danger. Their political structure was divided and unstable, and Mahmud skillfully exploited rivalries among them, using diplomacy and marriage alliances to keep them off balance. One of the most serious northern rivals was a Kara Khanid prince who dominated Bukhara and Samarkand, and resisted Ghaznavid ambitions in Transoxiana for years. Mahmud campaigned against him and briefly drove him from Samarkand, but chose not to pursue total conquest there. It suited him to leave rival powers competing with one another, rather than allow any one of them to grow too strong. These northern campaigns also enhanced his prestige, far beyond the immediate frontiers of his empire. Reports survive of embassies arriving from distant eastern lands, including rulers of Central and East Asian regions, who sought diplomatic or marital ties with him. Mahmud declined alliances with non-Muslim rulers, but the very arrival of such embassies shows how far his reputation had spread. Mahmud's ability to project power north of the Oxus was strengthened by his absorption of Khwarezm. This ancient Iranian kingdom had long maintained a degree of independence thanks to its fertile oasis economy and its strategic isolation among deserts and steppes. Mahmud first sought influence there through marriage, binding its ruling house to his own family. Then, by exploiting internal tensions and intervening in local politics, he found a pretext for military action. In 1017 he invaded, overthrew the ruling line, and brought Khwarezm into his empire. This conquest ended yet another surviving Iranian dynasty and placed the region under Turkish governors, loyal to Ghazna. From then on, Khwarezm became both a frontier zone and a bridgehead for operations deeper into Central Asia. Elsewhere in Afghanistan and Baluchistan, Mahmud extended control in different ways depending on local conditions. In some places, he allowed local rulers to remain as vassals after they acknowledged his authority. In other regions, especially where geography made direct control more practical, he absorbed territories completely. Rulers in parts of northern Afghanistan were deposed and their lands annexed. Yet some remote areas remained difficult to subdue. Gur, in the mountains of central Afghanistan, was one of them. Expeditions were sent there, and certain local chiefs submitted, but effective control remained shallow. Islam spread slowly in that region, and the highlands preserved a strong degree of independence. This would matter greatly in the future, because the same mountainous zone later produced the Ghurids, the dynasty that eventually replaced the Ghaznavids. Sistan presented another challenge. It had long traditions of autonomy and still retained the legacy of earlier local dynasties. Its ruler tried repeatedly to resist Ghaznavid encroachment, taking advantage of moments of succession, struggle, and external distraction. Mahmud responded with force, invaded more than once, and finally deposed the local ruler, annexing the province. Yet the people of Sistan never accepted Ghaznavid rule wholeheartedly. Resentment remained strong, and later, when Ghaznavid power weakened, the region would again slip away from their control. The most famous part of Mahmud's career, however, lies in his repeated campaigns into India. These expeditions became legendary in later memory, but their real character is clearer when viewed in context. The first major obstacle was the Hindu Shahi kingdom, which controlled the approaches to the Punjab and stood in the way of expansion from Afghanistan into northern India. Mahmud defeated Jaipal, then his successors, and eventually broke the power of the dynasty altogether. Coalitions of Indian rulers tried to resist him, but one after another, they failed. As the Hindu Shahis collapsed, the road into the plains opened wider. Mahmud then launched a series of expeditions deeper into India, targeting wealthy towns, strongholds, and temple centres. He attacked places in the Punjab, Rajasthan, the Ganges-Yamuna plain, and central India. The rewards were immense: gold, silver, jewels, slaves, elephants, and prestige. Among these campaigns, the attack on Somnath became the most celebrated. The expedition required a difficult march across arid country and a dangerous return through hostile terrain. But the scale of the treasure seized made it one of the most famous raids of the age. News of the victory spread across the Islamic world. Rich gifts were sent westward, and Mahmud's reputation as a champion of Islam rose still higher. Over time, stories grew around the event until it took on an almost mythic place in historical memory. Yet the Indian campaigns were not attempts to convert the subcontinent, or to impose direct rule over all the lands reached by Ghaznavid armies. In most cases, they were raids for plunder, tribute, and military advantage. Mahmud sought wealth, elephants, slaves, and acknowledgement of supremacy from local rulers. Temple treasures were especially attractive because they could be melted down, reused, or displayed in Ghazna to enhance royal magnificence. No durable program of mass conversion lay behind these expeditions, and none could realistically have been enforced. Once Ghaznavid forces withdrew, any coerced submission would have dissolved. Only in western Punjab, close to already existing Muslim communities in the Indus Basin, did a more lasting process of Islamic expansion begin to take root. Even there, attempts to establish a stable provincial administration met serious limits because the region remained militarized and unstable. Mahmud's religious image was therefore both sincere and political. He presented himself as a defender of Sunni orthodoxy and an enemy of heresy, paganism, and rival claimants to religious leadership. This posture shaped his actions not only in India but also in Muslim lands. In Multan, where local rulers and communities had come under the influence of Shiite currents linked to the Fatimids, Mahmud intervened militarily, crushed opposition, massacred sectarian opponents, and imposed his own authority. Religious justification was openly invoked, but financial motives were present as well. Wealthy commercial centres could be punished in the name of orthodoxy, while also being forced to enrich the treasury. This mixture of piety, politics, and profit was typical of Ghaznavid imperial practice. The same pattern appeared in Mahmud's final western campaign. The ruler of Rai, unable to manage his own forces, appealed for help. Mahmud seized the opportunity. He marched into northern Iran, deposed the local ruler, plundered the city, and justified the conquest by portraying it as a blow against heresy and disorder. Control of Rai opened the door to further influence in western Iran and seemed to promise even larger ambitions. Armies were sent onward, and for a moment it appeared that the Ghaznavids might extend their power deep into the Iranian plateau. But these gains proved fragile. They had been won by a ruler of exceptional energy and military skill, and they could not easily be held together after his death. When Mahmud died in 1030, the throne briefly passed to his son Muhammad, in accordance with his wishes. But the empire had been built by war, and in such a state the loyalties of soldiers and officials mattered more than testamentary preference. Mahmud's other son, Masud, returned from the west with the army, and support for Muhammad collapsed. The leading men of the empire quickly judged that Masud, the more experienced commander, was better suited to preserve what had been won. Yet this choice did not solve the deeper problem. Masud inherited an empire too large, too exposed, and too dependent on constant military success. He was brave, but less capable in judgment than his father. he also mistrusted many of the senior officials who had served under Mahmud and replaced them with men more pliant and less experienced. This change weakened the quality of decision-making at the centre just when the empire faced mounting danger. At first, Masud tried to continue the established policies of expansion and domination. He campaigned in India, attempted to hold recent gains in Iran, and dealt with rebellious vassals. But the structure of the empire was already under strain. India absorbed enormous attention because it had become essential to the flow of plunder and tribute that sustained the state. Meanwhile, new threats gathered in the west and north. The Karakhanids were still active across the Oxus, but an even greater danger was emerging in the form of Turkmen groups moving into Khwarezm and northern Iran. These newcomers were not merely raiders. They represented a new wave of steppe power that would transform the balance of the region. Masud did try to manage relations with neighbouring rulers through diplomacy, marriages, and military interventions. He campaigned into Transoxiana, supported rival princes, and relied on experienced commanders to secure the northern frontier. Yet this system began to break down. Important governors turned hostile, alliances shifted, and the death or assassination of key figures left dangerous gaps. Khwarezm slipped from Ghaznavid control, and along the Oxus frontier new enemies pressed harder. The Ghaznavids could no longer respond with the same speed or effectiveness that had marked Mahmud's reign. The final collapse of Ghaznavid power in the west cannot be understood without the arrival of the Seljuks. Their rise changed the balance of the Eastern Islamic world. Long before, they built an empire of their own. Oghuz Turkic groups from the steppe zone north of Transoxiana had already been moving steadily southward. During the last years of the Samanids, these nomadic groups entered the politics of the region as shifting allies, sometimes supporting the weakened Samanid rulers, sometimes serving the ambitions of the Karakhanids, who replaced them. By the early 11th century, many of these Oghuz had, at least outwardly, accepted Islam, but their political loyalties remained fluid and depended above all on opportunity, pasture, and plunder. These Oghuz groups became especially important in the struggles around Bukhara. Their support helped certain local rulers hold power in Transoxiana when stronger enemies tried to dislodge them. At one stage, after pressure from Mahmud of Ghazana and one of his allies in the northeast, several thousand Oghuz families, who had once followed Arslan Israel, sought permission to enter Ghaznavid territory and settle in the pastures of northern Khorasan. They promised to defend the frontier against later nomadic attacks, presenting themselves as useful border guardians. This promise soon proved hollow. Instead of stabilizing the frontier, these groups became a new source of disorder. Ghaznavid troops had to move repeatedly against Oghuz raiders, who were plundering districts across northern Iran. Meanwhile, other branches of the Seljuk family remained north of the Oxus, deeply involved in the politics of Khwarezm. When pressure there increased, they too moved south into Ghaznavid territory. By the middle of the 1030s, the Seljuk leaders had entered Khorasan in force. Their arrival was disastrous for the settled lands. Their herds stripped the cultivated zones around the oasis towns, damaging fields, irrigation systems, and food supply. Their mounted bands also interfered with trade routes that linked the Eastern Islamic world to Central Asia, Iran, and beyond. The Ghaznavids sent armies against them, but these campaigns brought no lasting solution. The Seljuks were mobile, adaptable, and difficult to pin down. Their style of warfare was very different from that of the Ghaznavid state. While the Sultan relied on a conventional army built around heavily armed cavalry, infantry, and formal lines of command, the Turkmen bands fought with speed, dispersion, and constant movement. Town after town in Khorasan began to lose faith in Ghaznavid protection. By the late 1030s, major cities such as Ray, Merv, and Nishapur were willing to open their gates to the Seljuks, rather than continue trusting a distant ruler who could not guarantee their safety. Masud, who had spent too much of his reign focused on India, was finally forced to turn his full attention westward. He marched toward Khorasan with the main Ghaznavid army, but he was already reacting too late to a crisis that had matured over several years. In 1040, the decisive encounter took place at Dandankan, in the desert zone between Merv and Sarax. There, a relatively small Seljuk force defeated the far more cumbersome Ghaznavid army. The result was one of the great turning points in medieval Islamic history. After Dandankan, the Seljuks declared that they recognized no earthly overlord except the Caliph in Baghdad. In the decades that followed, they seized control of nearly all Iran and made it the heart of a new imperial order. The Ghaznavids, by contrast, lost their western provinces one after another. Eventually, the frontier hardened along a line that roughly divided the territory of modern Afghanistan from north to south. From that moment on, the Ghaznavid world turned away from Iran and Central Asia and faced increasingly toward India. In fact, the dynasty's last phase was centered not in Ghazna, but in Lahore. Later, rulers made occasional efforts to resist this transformation. Masud's son, Maudud, was the last Ghaznavid ruler to attempt coordinated action with the Karakhanids against the Seljuks. Even after that, control of the Upper Oxus lands remained a source of friction between the two powers. Under Ibrahim, there were continued disputes over frontier regions, but the larger reality had changed for good. By the 12th century, rulers such as Bahram Shah survived only by accepting a loose dependence on the great Seljuks. Even that was not enough to preserve the dynasty forever. In time, a new power rose out of the mountains of central Afghanistan, the Ghurids, and they would bring the Ghaznavid story to its final end. Looking back, the vast empire assembled by Mahmud appears too large and too fragile to survive once the Seljuk pressure became overwhelming. Ghazna's administration could not maintain firm contact with distant provinces such as northern Iran and Khwarezm. Once rebellion, invasion, and local disaffection combined. Communications failed, loyalty weakened, and the outer provinces slipped away. Yet there is another side to this collapse. By losing its western lands, the Ghaznavid state was reduced to a more compact and manageable size. This contraction may actually have prolonged its life. Stripped of its broad western empire, it continued for nearly a century and a half more before the Ghurids finally extinguished it in 1186. For a medieval Islamic dynasty born from military expansion, that was still a substantial lifespan. The Ghaznavid state itself was a striking example of a wider historical pattern. A ruling house that had begun with Turkish military slaves rapidly transformed itself into a monarchy operating within the deeply rooted traditions of the Iranian and Islamic world. These rulers governed a realm made up of many peoples: Persians, Turks, Afghans, Indians, and others. In a period before modern nationalism, such diversity was not automatically seen as a weakness. On the contrary, rulers valued the different skills that varied groups could contribute. Even so, the Ghaznavid sultans never forgot that their own political survival ultimately rested on Turkish military support. Their core armed following was Turkish, and they had to satisfy that military class through pay, honour, success in war, and access to plunder. When Masud appeared shaken after the disaster at Dandankan, the army quickly lost confidence in him. That reaction reveals how personal military leadership remained at the centre of Ghaznavid kingship. At the same time, military strength alone could not run an empire. For administration, taxation, record-keeping, and diplomacy, the Ghaznavids depended heavily on their Iranian subjects, especially the educated secretarial class. These officials drew on traditions that reached back beyond Islam itself into the old bureaucratic culture of pre-Islamic Iran. To that older heritage had been added the political language of Islamic rule, with its emphasis on divine favour, justice, and obedience to sacred law. In practice, however, the balance was uneven. The ruler was expected to defend religion and protect order, but government often operated in a harsh and authoritarian manner. What emerged under the Ghaznavids was a state in which the Sultan, his army and his civilian servants stood above the mass of ordinary subjects. Society was not bound together by patriotism or shared national feeling. Most people were primarily concerned with their own town, village, trade, or family. Their duty was to pay taxes and submit. In return, the ruling power was supposed to provide security, though even that protection could be uncertain. This divide between ruler and ruled defined the nature of Ghaznavid government. The people were expected to obey and to fear. Contemporary political attitudes made little attempt to soften that principle. Subjects existed to sustain the state financially, while the army and the ruling elite existed to preserve power. These two spheres were not supposed to blend. There are even episodes showing that resistance by townspeople against invaders could be criticized if such resistance damaged the Sultan's interests. Submission, not civic heroism, was often what rulers expected from their populations. Masud's decision late in life to abandon Ghazna and turn toward India, leaving officials to make terms with incoming enemies, was entirely in keeping with this political mentality. The central and provincial administration was staffed largely by Persian-speaking officials, often called Tajiks in the sources. At the top stood the vizier, who coordinated government and oversaw the larger machinery of rule. The Ghaznavids had access to some of the finest administrators and secretaries of their age. Their bureaucracy was divided into several major offices, handling matters such as the vizierate, the chancery, military administration, intelligence and the postal network, and the management of the royal household. Yet all of this machinery served one overriding goal: the extraction and distribution of resources. The standing army was enormously expensive. Campaigning required transport, provisions, weapons, pay, horses, and constant preparation. Court life was also costly. Palaces, gardens, public buildings, patronage, ceremonial generosity, and royal display consumed huge sums. As the empire expanded, the bureaucracy itself grew larger and more expensive. The result was permanent pressure on the vizier to find new revenue and enforce old claims more ruthlessly. That pressure made office dangerous. A vizier who failed to keep money flowing risked dismissal, imprisonment, torture, or death. Several of the chief ministers who served under Mahmud, Muhammad, and Masud met violent or miserable ends. The Sultan expected results and trusted few people completely. Provincial governors and local officials were likewise kept under suspicion, especially because those posted far from the capital might withhold taxes, build local support, or drift toward independence. To prevent this, the Ghaznavid state relied on a network of messengers, informants, and inspectors. Surveillance was woven into administration. It was a world of constant anxiety, where both failure and excessive independence could be fatal. The burden placed on the population was therefore severe. Tax collectors were often harsh, but matters could become even worse when military officers or soldiers were assigned rights to collect revenue directly. In such cases, those who extracted taxes had every reason to squeeze as much as possible from the people. Towns that had once welcomed Ghaznavid intervention later turned bitterly against them because of this oppression. In places such as Ray and parts of Khorasan, resentment against fiscal abuse weakened public willingness to resist the Seljuks. When new conquerors arrived, many urban communities no longer felt that Ghaznavid rule was worth defending. The administrative office responsible for correspondence played an important role in such a centralized state. It handled communication with provincial governors and foreign rulers alike. Messages announcing victories, requesting alliance, or setting out royal claims were composed in an elevated and highly formal style. But in a military empire like the Ghaznavid one, the office dealing with army administration was even more crucial. It organized recruitment, inspection, supply, pay, and the movement of equipment. The army itself was not only a fighting force, but also a ceremonial instrument of kingship. On major festivals and official occasions, military reviews displayed the power and splendor of the state before envoys, courtiers, and subjects. These parades projected order, wealth, and discipline, reinforcing the image of the Sultan as victorious ruler and master of a formidable war machine. At the core of that machine stood the Turkish slave soldiers. The most elite among them served as palace guards, protecting the ruler and the inner court. They were richly dressed and equipped, and surviving artistic remains from Ghaznavid sites confirm the luxurious image described in written accounts. From this palace core came many household officials and ceremonial attendants. Beyond them stood the broader body of Turkish military slaves who formed the backbone of the army. The Ghaznavids were continuing a military tradition already well established in the Islamic world, one that had first been developed under the Abbasids and then adopted by later dynasties. Turkish troops were valued for their toughness, their skill on horseback, and especially their use of the bow in mounted warfare. In theory, they were loyal to the ruler who owned and rewarded them, though in practice their loyalty could waver when success failed. These Turkish troops came from several different steppe backgrounds, though the sources are often vague. Some were obtained through slave markets in Transoxiana. Others arrived as diplomatic gifts from allied rulers. The army also included free Arab and Kurdish cavalry, known for mobility and aggression in battle, and Dalamite infantry, who fought in their own distinctive style. Indian troops were present as well, some probably enslaved, others perhaps serving in return for reward or submission. Their role may at times have been to balance the power of the Turkish element. The famous war elephants of the Ghaznavids also deserve attention. Taken from India as tribute or booty, these animals restored to the Eastern Islamic world a form of warfare not seen there since late pre-Islamic times. On the battlefield, they could have a devastating psychological effect, especially on enemies unfamiliar with them. In religious terms, the Ghaznavid rulers projected a strongly Sunni and Orthodox image. They worked hard to be seen as defenders of Islam against both internal heterodoxy and external unbelief. Yet the personal faith of men like Mahmud and Masood is harder to measure. They were perfectly capable of enjoying courtly pleasures, including drinking parties, while still presenting themselves as champions of religion. What mattered most was their recognition that the official religious establishment was politically useful and socially important. The learned scholars, judges, and legal authorities of Sunni Islam gave the state moral backing and helped legitimize its power. The Ghaznavids showed particular favor toward the Hanafi school of law, which had deep roots in the Eastern Islamic world. Prominent families of scholars were patronized, appointed to legal and teaching offices, and sometimes entrusted with diplomacy as well as religion. Royal support for Sunni institutions was part of a larger movement that had been gathering force across the Islamic world in response to the spread of Shiite power and influence during the 10th century. Colleges for religious learning had already begun to appear in increasing numbers, and these institutions trained judges, scholars, teachers, and administrators in orthodox doctrine. The Ghaznavids encouraged this process because it strengthened both Sunni identity and state authority. Like many rulers of the period, they were also drawn to the presence of holy men and mystics. At the same time, They were aware that the world of religious charisma included frauds and exaggerations, as well as genuine spiritual figures. Their support seems to have gone more naturally towards sober and respectable religious circles than toward flamboyant wonder workers. Culturally, the Ghaznavids understood that royal power in the Islamic world required more than soldiers and taxes. A legitimate court was expected to be a centre of learning, literature, and patronage. Poets praised the ruler, scholars enhanced the prestige of the capital, and royal generosity displayed civilization as well as strength. Mahmud, in particular, seems to have modelled his court partly on the older Samanid ideal, which had been famous for its encouragement of Persian literature. Whether or not later stories exaggerated the sheer number of poets at his court, there is no doubt that Ghazna became a major literary centre. Some of the finest lyric poets of New Persian flourished there, praising the Sultan, celebrating victory, and shaping a courtly style that would endure long after the Ghaznavids themselves had vanished. There are even traces suggesting that Turkish poetic traditions were also known within the courtly world. Still, this patronage should not be romanticised too much. Royal support for scholars and writers did not always spring from pure admiration for learning. Great rulers wanted brilliant men near them because prestige itself was a political resource. Intellectuals could glorify the dynasty, elevate the fame of the capital, and attach refinement to military power. Sometimes scholars were summoned not by invitation but by pressure. Some accepted the opportunities offered by the Ghaznavid court, while others preferred to flee elsewhere rather than serve under compulsion. Even the greatest minds associated with the Ghaznavid age do not always appear to have enjoyed close personal ties with Mahmud himself. Yet the court undeniably created conditions in which literary and scholarly production could flourish. Royal spending on palaces, gardens, entertainments, and ceremonial display was immense. Some of this extravagance had a political purpose. The army and bureaucracy were held together not only by pay, but by visible favour, honour, gifts, and the constant display of royal magnificence. Court life was therefore an important part of governance. Clothing, robes of honour, court festivals, and formal receptions all reinforced hierarchy and loyalty. The ruler's public life was carefully staged and sharply separated from his private domestic life within the harem. Much of the physical splendour of Ghaznavid court culture has vanished, especially in the harsh environment of Afghanistan. But the surviving remains of their palatial architecture show that their building projects were conceived on a grand scale. For the ordinary population, however, daily life was very different. The surviving written sources come overwhelmingly from elite circles, so only fragments reveal the experience of peasants, traders, and craftsmen. Even so, those fragments are enough to show that taxation weighed heavily. Land tax was only part of the burden. There were also many local tolls, dues, and irregular demands. Forced labour could be imposed for building projects or for royal hunting expeditions. Such obligations placed a heavy cost on rural communities, and practices of this kind survived in Iranian and Afghan lands for centuries afterward. Agriculture was concentrated in the oases and irrigated zones. Most production was local and aimed at sustaining nearby settlements or supplying the towns. The environment of Afghanistan and Khorasan offered only limited possibilities for large-scale farming. Apart from a few significant rivers, much of the cultivated land depended on underground channels and irrigation systems that required major investment and regular maintenance. Only wealthier landholders or the state itself could afford to build and repair such works. In some upland regions, dry farming was possible, while the upper Oxus zones were famous for excellent pastures and horse breeding. But in general, the agricultural base of the Ghaznavid lands was narrow and vulnerable. This helps explain why control of prosperous provinces, like Khorasan, mattered so much to the dynasty. Industry likewise remained small in scale and mostly served local needs. Artisans and craftsmen produced textiles, carpets, and other goods for consumption in their own towns or districts. Yet certain urban centres, especially in Khorasan, became known for particular fabrics and luxury goods that travelled beyond the province. These towns also had an internal social structure of their own. Prominent local families supplied judges, preachers, scholars, and community leaders. Municipal life had its own notables who acted as intermediaries between local society and the central state. Families of this kind often combined religious prestige, administrative office, and commercial wealth. Trade was one of the great connective forces of the Ghaznavid world. Caravan routes linked Khorasan and Afghanistan to Transoxiana, the steppe, Iraq, and the wider Middle East. When Oghuz and Seljuk incursions disrupted these routes, many towns in Khorasan became more willing to accept new rulers who seemed capable of restoring order. Among the commodities moving along these roads were slaves. For centuries, Turkish slaves had passed southward through Khorasan toward the central lands of Islam. Others came through the upper Oxus lands with the involvement of neighbouring Turkish rulers. Indian campaigns added another stream of human and material wealth. Slaves, precious metals, crafted objects, trophies, and captured images were brought back to Ghazna from the subcontinent. Some of these spoils were displayed in palaces and mosques. Some were melted down or transformed into usable wealth, and some required specialists to assess and convert them into coin or bullion. This is important because Ghaznavid coinage was one of the notable features of their economy. The quality of their gold and silver issues suggests a state deeply invested in turning conquest into monetary power. Plunder from India, taxation from Khorasan, and commercial wealth from the caravan routes all fed into a fiscal system that circulated money across a wide region. In that sense, Ghaznavid military expansion stimulated economic activity, even as it imposed great suffering on many subject populations. In the end, the Ghaznavid Sultanate marked the first great breakthrough of Turkish political power in the Eastern Islamic world over older Iranian dynasties and regional elites. The empire built by its early rulers proved too large to endure in its original form, but its long-term impact was profound. By weakening or destroying local dynasties, by reducing the old landed classes, and by strengthening the model of centralized rule from a royal court, the Ghaznavids cleared the path for later powers, such as the great Seljuks and the Khwarezm Shahs. The political form they developed, a centralized military monarchy standing above a taxed and dependent population, became a lasting pattern in the history of many later Islamic states. Their empire did not survive intact, but the structure of power they helped create outlived them by centuries. In the lands stretching across Kashgar and the fertile regions of Semirache, a powerful confederation of Turkic tribes emerged during the 9th and 10th centuries. This union was ruled by a dynasty known to later historians as the Karakhanids. The exact origins of this ruling house remain uncertain, as the sources provide conflicting accounts. Yet, it is most likely that the dynasty rose from among the Yagma or Chigil tribes, both of which played important roles in the political life of Central Asia during this period. From an early stage, the Karakhanids came into contact with the Samanid state to the west. These interactions were not always peaceful. As early as the 9th century, clashes occurred along the frontier where settled Iranian lands met the steppe world. The Samanids even pushed eastward for a time, capturing key frontier towns and attempting to secure them. One such place was Isfijab, a strategically important settlement that served not only as a defensive outpost, but also as a vibrant commercial centre. Trade between the sedentary populations of Transoxiana and the nomadic Turks flourished there. Merchants from cities such as Bukhara and Samarkand established their own caravanserais. and the town became a hub of economic exchange. Despite Samanid influence, however, Isfijab remained largely under the control of a local Turkic ruling family, bound to the Samanids only by loose obligations such as military support, symbolic tribute, and the acknowledgement of Samanid authority in coinage. Further south, another key city, Taraz, changed hands during this period. It had long been associated with Turkic rule, but in the late 9th century it was captured by the Samanids. The transformation of a church there into a mosque reflected both the political and religious shifts taking place across the region. Trade continued to thrive, and Taraz remained an important link between the Islamic world and the nomadic societies of the steppe. A major turning point came in the mid-10th century, when the Karakhanids themselves adopted Islam. This decision reshaped their identity and political direction. They began to use Muslim names and titles while still preserving elements of their older Turkic traditions. Their rulers carried titles such as Khan and Kagan, alongside honorifics drawn from Islamic culture. Animal symbolism remained an important feature of their naming practices, reflecting deep-rooted steppe traditions. Over time, they also adopted titles such as Sultan, signaling their integration into the broader Islamic political world. By the closing years of the 10th century, the Karakhanids launched a determined campaign to seize control of Transoxiana from the weakening Samanids. They understood that authority in the Islamic world was not only demonstrated on the battlefield but also through the minting of coins. Issuing coinage in their own names became a clear declaration of power. The first major advances were led by Hassan Bughra Khan, who captured key regions one after another, including Isfijab, Fergana, Samarkand, and eventually Bukhara itself. His victories were marked by the striking of coins bearing his name, a powerful symbol of sovereignty. However, his success was short-lived. After falling ill, he died during his return journey east, and the Samanids briefly regained control of their capital. The struggle did not end there. Leadership passed to another branch of the Karakhanid family, and a new wave of campaigns followed. One of the most prominent figures of this phase was Nazir, who systematically expanded Karakhanid control. Within a few years, he captured Chach, Samarkand, and finally Bukhara once again. This time, the conquest was decisive. The Samanid state, already weakened by internal divisions, could not recover. The rapid success of the Karakhanids can be explained by two main factors. First, the Samanid state was deeply divided. Military commanders, administrators, and regional rulers were engaged in constant struggles for power. Many provinces had already become semi-independent, and new powers, such as the Ghaznavids, were emerging from within the Samanid system itself. This fragmentation made it impossible for the Samanids to mount a unified defense. Second, the Karakhanids were no longer outsiders in a religious sense. As Muslims, they were seen not as foreign invaders, but as alternative rulers. Many members of the elite, including military leaders and landowners, supported them, hoping to gain advantages under the new regime. The general population, meanwhile, showed little resistance, treating the change of rulers with indifference. Once in power, the Karakhanids rewarded their supporters generously. Former Samanid officials who switched allegiance were granted positions and territories. Local landowners also benefited, gaining greater recognition and privileges than they had enjoyed before. This policy helped stabilize Karakhanid rule in the newly conquered regions. During its early phase, the Karakhanid state displayed several distinctive features. There was a strong sense of dynastic unity, with a recognized head of the ruling family. At the same time, the state was divided into appanages, territories governed by different members of the dynasty. These divisions were fluid and often led to internal conflicts. Power was structured hierarchically, with titles reflecting rank within the family. Economic rights were also shared, with multiple rulers sometimes drawing income from the same region. The sons of one of the leading rulers each controlled their own territories, and some rose to become heads of the dynasty in turn. The capital during this period was located in Balasagun. Although the rulers often preferred to reside in nearby encampments, rather than within the city itself. This reflected the continued influence of nomadic traditions, which remained strong despite the adoption of Islam and the governance of settled lands. Kashgar, another major centre, was controlled by a different branch of the dynasty. There, rulers issued their own coinage and asserted their authority over eastern territories. Meanwhile, Nasser, the conqueror of Transoxiana, governed a vast and wealthy region that included major cities such as Samarkand and Bukhara. Although he formally recognized the authority of the dynastic head, in practice he ruled independently. After his death, his territories were divided, leading to further internal struggles. Rival claimants fought for control of key cities, and at times multiple rulers held the same high titles simultaneously. These conflicts weakened the unity of the state but did not destroy it. External challenges also shaped the history of the Karakhanids. They faced repeated conflicts with non-Muslim Turkic groups to the east and northeast. These campaigns were framed as religious struggles, and victories brought both prestige and material rewards. Reports of major victories spread widely, enhancing the reputation of the rulers involved. Relations with the Ghaznavids to the south were complex and often tense. Agreements were made to define boundaries, but these were not always respected. Some Karakhanid rulers sought to expand into Ghaznavid territory, while others preferred alliances. Internal divisions within the Karakhanid family further complicated these relations as different rulers pursued their own policies. One particularly influential figure emerged from within the dynasty after a period of captivity and escape. Gathering support, he launched a series of campaigns that allowed him to seize control of large parts of Transoxiana. His successes led to the establishment of a new political order. He adopted a higher title and made Samarkand his capital, effectively founding a separate western branch of the Karakhanid state. This marked a major turning point. The Karakhanid realm split into two distinct spheres, often referred to as Eastern and Western divisions. The eastern territories were centered on Kashgar and Balasagun, while the western lands focused on Transoxiana. The boundary between them was not fixed and shifted over time, especially in contested regions such as Fergana. The ruler who established the western state proved to be an exceptional leader. Rather than pursuing constant warfare, he focused on internal stability and economic development. His rule became known for maintaining order, protecting property, and ensuring the safety of trade routes. Stories circulated about his firm stance against crime, portraying him as a ruler who enforced justice with determination. Economic policy played a central role in his governance. He introduced reforms to stabilize currency circulation, ensuring that trade could function smoothly. Different types of coinage were used for different levels of economic activity, and their value was carefully regulated. When irregular or debased coins threatened stability, he took decisive action to remove them from circulation and replace them with more reliable currency. These measures strengthened the economy and increased state revenues. With greater financial resources, the ruler was able to invest in public works. He built institutions such as hospitals and schools, providing care for the sick and support for students. His successors continued this pattern, constructing caravanserais along major trade routes and restoring important religious buildings. These projects not only enhanced the prosperity of the state, but also demonstrated the integration of Turkic rulers into the cultural and social life of the settled population. At the same time, efforts were made to reduce the internal conflicts that had long plagued the dynasty. The system of dividing territories among family members was gradually limited, and the power of individual appanage holders was curtailed. Although a fully centralized state did not emerge, these reforms brought a greater degree of stability. The transformation of the Karakhanid world during this period is striking. A dynasty that had once been rooted in nomadic traditions adapted itself to the demands of ruling a settled, urban society. While elements of steppe culture remained, the influence of Islamic and Persian traditions became increasingly dominant. The cities of Transoxiana flourished under this synthesis, and the region continued to play a vital role in the economic and cultural life of the broader Islamic world. Even during the time of Ibrahim Tamgach Khan and his son Nasr Shams al-Mulk, it was already obvious that the Seljuks were looking toward Transoxiana with growing interest. Yet in those years they failed to secure any lasting breakthrough. In fact, Nasr briefly managed to seize Seljuk-held towns in northern Khorasan, though he could not hold them for long. The real shift came later, during the reign of Ahmad ibn Khidr. By then, the balance had changed. The Seljuks entered Samarkand with the support of the city's religious scholars, whose relations with the Karakhanid rulers had been tense for many years. With their help, the Seljuks gained control not only of Samarkand, but also of other territories belonging to the Western Khanate. Even the rulers of Kashgar accepted their supremacy. For roughly half a century, the Karakhanids lived under Seljuk dominance. That dependence, however, was not the same everywhere. In the east, Karakhanid submission did not last long. Early in the 12th century, Eastern rulers even pushed into Transoxiana, and for a brief period occupied Termez on the Oxus, which had belonged to the Seljuk sphere. The Western Karakhanids, by contrast, remained far more tightly tied to Seljuk power. The financial side of that dependency is not clear, but politically it was unmistakable. Seljuk rulers were able to decide who would sit on the throne in Samarkand. Their authority was visible even in coinage, where the names of Seljuk sultans sometimes appeared beside or above those of the Karakhanids. The message was clear. The rulers of Samarkand still wore the crown, but the power behind it often lay elsewhere. At the same time, internal tensions within the Western Khanate were becoming more serious. After first taking Ahmad ibn Khidr's throne, the Seljuks later restored him to power. But his rule was marked by a worsening struggle with the religious elite. The conflict between the Karakhanid court and the scholars of Islamic law and theology had deep roots, and under Ahmad it reached a breaking point. In the end, the religious establishment prevailed. Ahmad was accused of heresy, and in 1095 he was put to death. His fall was more than a dynastic tragedy. It revealed how much influence the religious classes had acquired, and how effectively they could join forces with military interests against the ruler and against the wider urban population. A few years later, in 1102, the Seljuks installed Muhammad Arslan Khan, a descendant of Ibrahim Tamgach Khan, on the throne of Samarkand. With Seljuk support, he overcame a rival claimant, and for nearly 3 decades, Transoxiana enjoyed a period of relative peace under his rule. Muhammad became especially known not for conquest, but for construction. He invested heavily in the rebuilding and embellishment of the cities under his control. In Bukhara, he restored the citadel walls and ordered the construction of a new outer wall around the entire city. He raised palaces both inside the citadel and in the urban area beyond it. He also maintained good relations with the religious establishment, and this allowed him to sponsor a wide range of religious buildings. On the outskirts of Bukhara, where an older palace complex had once stood, he established a ceremonial prayer ground. Within the city itself, he built an impressive mosque whose minaret still survives, and he repaired another older mosque as well. These works reveal a ruler who understood that prestige in Transoxiana did not rest only on military success. It also depended on urban beauty, religious patronage, and visible investment in public life. Toward the end of Muhammad's life, illness weakened his grip on power. He was struck by paralysis, and once again tension flared between the Karakhanid court and the religious elite. The Seljuks used the unrest as a reason to interfere more directly. Sultan Sanjar, the most powerful Seljuk ruler of his age, entered Samarkand in 1130 and began treating the Karakhanid throne as something he could rearrange at will. One ruler was set aside, another brought forward. The Karakhanid monarchy still existed, but its independence had become increasingly fragile. It was at this moment that a new force appeared from the east, the Kara Khitai. Their origins lay far beyond Transoxiana. They had once ruled a vast empire centered in northern China, but pressure from new nomadic enemies forced them westward. When they entered Central Asia, they first took over the lands of the eastern Karakhanids. Then, in 1137, they defeated the western Karakhanids, near Khujand. Even so, they did not at once occupy Transoxiana itself. Their ruler bore the title of Gur Khan, and his capital stood near Balasagun, far to the east. The decisive collision came in 1141 on the plain of Katwan north of Samarkand. There, the Kara Khitai met the Seljuk army in one of the great battles of the age. The Seljuks suffered a crushing defeat. Sultan Sanjar fled to Khorasan, and the Karakhanid ruler also escaped. After that, the Kara Khitai became masters of Transoxiana. Yet they did not try to erase the Karakhanid dynasty. Unlike Muslim conquerors, they were not especially concerned with symbolic forms of authority, such as having their names placed on local coinage. Instead, they were interested above all in tribute. The Karakhanids remained in place as subordinate rulers, while officials acting in their name collected revenue for the new overlords. This arrangement allowed the Kara Khitai to dominate the region without governing every city directly. Their rule, however, did not bring lasting peace. The steppe and frontier regions of Transoxiana were alive with movement. Turkic tribal groups such as the Karluks and others were increasingly active, and their presence brought constant instability. One western Karakhanid ruler, Ibrahim III, was killed by the Karluks, his body left on the steppe. His successor took revenge by killing the Karluk leader, but this did not end the problem. The Gur Khan then tried to resolve the matter in a different way. He ordered the Karluks to move toward Kashgar and take up agriculture, hoping both to stabilize the frontier and to strengthen his Karakhanid vassals in Transoxiana. Instead, the policy helped trigger further war. Fighting continued, and although one Karakhanid ruler, named Ali ibn Hassan, won a victory, it was not decisive. His brother Masud ibn Hassan came to power only after a long and exhausting struggle against pagan Turkic nomads. A conflict that badly damaged Transoxiana. At last, in 1160 or 1161, Masud won a major victory on the steppe near the famous Ribat-i-Malik, the great caravan stop on the road between Bukhara and Samarkand. That success brought him enormous prestige. He was praised extravagantly by men of letters, who celebrated him as the ruler who had saved the country from the violence of the nomads. Masud became one of the better-known Karakhanid rulers of the later period. Writers dedicated important works to him, and poets praised him in grand style. He restored the walls of Bukhara after they had been ruined, campaigned successfully in the south against the Karluks, and imposed order in places such as Nakshab, Kish, Chaganian, and Termez. He also dealt firmly with rebellion from within his own military ranks and carried out operations against the Oghuz, who had been ravaging Khorasan. His reign stands out as one of the last energetic attempts to preserve Karakhanid authority in a world that had become increasingly unstable. During the second half of the 12th century and the beginning of the 13th, two important developments reshaped the Western Khanate. The first was dynastic. Lasting control of Samarkand passed into the hands of the Fergana branch of the Karakhanid family. The second concerned the status of Fergana itself. The rulers there became not only practically independent, but formally independent as well. In Uzgend, the chief city of the region, they struck coins in their own names without referring to the rulers of Samarkand as their overlords. This marked a serious weakening of the idea that the Western Khanate was a single political body. Even so, some sense of unity lingered in the language of titles. The rulers of Samarkand continued to use more exalted designations than their relatives in Fergana. While Samarkand was ruled by men such as Masud ibn Hassan and later his son Muhammad, both bearing the title Tamgach Khan, Fergana was governed by close kinsmen whose titles were somewhat lower in rank. But this hierarchy could shift. By the late 12th century, one of the Fergana princes, Ibrahim ibn Hussein, had taken Samarkand itself and adopted a more majestic title. He passed both the throne and that title to his son Uthman in the early 13th century. Another son ruled in Uzgend, with lesser status. The final Karakhanid ruler in Fergana also came from this same branch of the family. The dynasty was narrowing into a more regional and fragile form. At this stage, a far more dangerous power was rising in the west: the Khwarezm Shah Muhammad ibn Taqish. He inherited and extended the military successes of his father and turned his attention toward the Kara Kitai, who still dominated much of Central Asia. Like the Karakhanids, the rulers of Khwarezm had once been their tributaries. Muhammad's first instinct was not to destroy the Karakhanids, but to draw them into an alliance against the common enemy. Another danger also threatened the Kara Kitai from the east, where the Naiman leader Kushlug was emerging as a major force. These pressures combined to destabilize the whole region. In Bukhara, local conditions created the opportunity Muhammad needed. The city had effectively fallen under the domination of a powerful clerical family whose wealth and authority had become oppressive. In 1207, a local uprising led by a man named Sanjar, the son of a shield seller, drove this religious elite from power and seized the city. Muhammad used the turmoil as a pretext to intervene. He captured Bukhara, suppressed the revolt, and at the same time broke the power of the clerical leaders. He spared the rebel leader himself, sending him away instead of executing him. Muhammad then rebuilt the citadel and city walls before withdrawing. His later dealings with the Karakhanids were shaped above all by the behavior of Uthman of Samarkand. Uthman tried repeatedly to balance between larger powers. At first, he allied himself with Muhammad. Later, he turned toward the Kara Kitai and even sought marriage into their ruling family, only to be rejected. Then he shifted back again, this time acknowledging Muhammad not as an equal ally but as overlord. This change was reflected in the coinage, where both rulers appeared, one as superior and the other as subordinate. Uthman had been forced to lower his claims. The Kara Kitai responded to his changing loyalties by taking Samarkand, though they spared the city from plunder. Yet they could not remain, because events farther east demanded their attention. Their ruler soon had to turn back, especially after serious reverses against Kushlug and other opponents. Once more, Uthman submitted to Muhammad, and once again the relationship was marked in coinage. The year that followed brought major military and political change. Muhammad defeated an important Kara Kitai commander and captured him. This victory caused rejoicing across the Muslim world. His prestige rose sharply, and he now began pressing the Karakhanids more forcefully. He sent envoys demanding submission. Uthman had already accepted his authority, and the rulers of Fergana followed. In Uzgend, new coins were struck naming both the local Karakhanid ruler and Muhammad as overlord. Another minor ruler delayed too long and was stripped of his territories. This moment marked the beginning of Muhammad's shift from partnership to direct domination. Soon afterward, Muhammad gave his daughter in marriage to Uthman, and for a time Uthman lived in Khwarezm. When he later returned to Samarkand, he did so accompanied by a Khwarezmian official who was clearly meant to keep watch over him. Muhammad had good reason to be suspicious. Uthman was unhappy with his subordinate status, and the people of Samarkand resented the conduct of the Khwarezmian presence. Once again, Uthman turned toward the Kara Khitai. In response, the people of Samarkand massacred the Khwarezmians in the city. This sealed his fate. In 1212, Muhammad took Samarkand and showed no mercy. Uthman was executed, and envoys were again sent to the Karakhanid rulers of Fergana, demanding obedience. The last Karakhanid ruler in Fergana tried to delay the end by accepting vassal status and proving it through the issue of coins in two names. But this was only a short pause. Soon even that compromise ended. Coins began to appear naming only Muhammad ibn Tekish. The same happened in Samarkand and in other cities once ruled by the Karakhanids. The old dynasty disappeared from power step by step, city by city, until it was gone. At first, Muhammad hadn't intended to destroy the Karakhanids. He had wanted allies against the Kara Khitai, and he was willing to tolerate their prestige and titles. But once they became his vassals, the relationship changed. Their titles were reduced, their autonomy narrowed, and eventually their lands were absorbed. In the east, the branch of the dynasty collapsed amid the struggles involving the Kara Khitai, Kushlug, and unrest in Kashgar. In the west, direct action by Muhammad ended their rule. The fall of the Karakhanids also raises a broader question about the nature of their state. For a long time, historians contrasted the Karakhanid system with that of the Samanids. The Samanid state was often imagined as centralized, while the Karakhanid order was described as one dominated by appanages and revenue grants. Yet the reality was more complicated. Under the Samanids too, important cities and provinces could be assigned to princes or high officials in return for service. These were not always permanent or hereditary, but they existed within the heart of the state itself. This means the Samanid system was already less centralized than it was once thought to be. The Karakhanids did not invent this pattern, but they expanded it. In their early period, the system of appanages became more widespread and more deeply woven into the structure of rule. The head of the dynasty held his own domain, while major appanage holders recognized his authority. At the same time, individual towns and regions could be shared economically by several members of the ruling family and even by lesser dependents. This created a layered and complex structure in which political authority and economic rights were divided in ways that often overlapped. Older local elites and leading military figures could also be drawn into this network. The result was not so much a completely new order as an intensified version of tendencies already visible earlier. After the division of the Karakhanid realm into eastern and western branches, this structure began to change. The number of appanages was reduced, central power attempted to grow stronger, and rulers tried to control coinage more closely. Yet later, especially from the second half of the 12th century onward, the trend reversed again. Border appanages became more firmly hereditary and more politically independent. Fergana is the clearest example. There, rulers no longer felt obliged to mention their overlords on their coins. The older multi-layered structure of overlapping rights gave way to more separate and self-contained territorial lordships. Not all important domains even belonged to the dynasty itself. Bukhara, for example, effectively fell under the control of a powerful clerical family that held authority there on a hereditary basis. They collected taxes and ran the city's affairs, while tribute was passed onward to the Kara Kitai through a special envoy. Even though coins in Bukhara still carried Karakhanid names, the local balance of power had shifted strongly away from the ruling dynasty. This kind of arrangement shows that the political world of late Karakhanid Transoxiana cannot be understood simply by borrowing models from Seljuk history or by forcing every territorial grant into a single category. One more feature of the period deserves attention. Members of the Karakhanid dynasty clearly understood how insecure political power could be. Rights over tax income or urban revenue could be lost with a fall from favour, a military defeat, or a change in dynastic fortune. For that reason, they tried whenever possible to acquire secure private property. Lands, shops, gardens, and other sources of revenue could be purchased and legally registered as personal possessions. Such property was protected by law in a way that temporary political grants were not. These holdings could be sold, inherited, donated, or turned into religious endowments. The Karakhanids were especially active as builders, and many of their constructions were maintained through such endowments. Hospitals, schools, mosques, caravanserais, and mausoleums required a permanent source of income if they were to survive. Religious endowments offered precisely that. They also provided a way for rulers to protect wealth for their descendants in an age when thrones and territories were constantly at risk. In this way, even as the dynasty weakened politically, it left behind a lasting imprint on the cities, institutions, and legal culture of Transoxiana. During the 11th and 12th centuries, urban life across Transoxiana did not stand still. Towns continued to develop, trade remained active, and craft production grew in both scale and refinement. Yet this growth did not always take the form of dramatic outward expansion. In many older towns, the broad phase of physical enlargement had already ended by the 10th century. Their suburban belts had reached the limits set by defensive walls, and from that point onward development took a different shape. Instead of spreading farther outward, these cities became denser within their existing boundaries. Markets expanded, workshops multiplied, and commercial premises increasingly filled the outer quarters. In some other places, however, especially along the borders of the state and near the steppe frontier, urban growth did continue in a more visible spatial sense. There, towns expanded in both size and strategic importance, shaped by their position between the settled world and the nomadic sphere. The balance among older urban centres also changed. In some regions, cities that had once been secondary rose to new prominence, while former capitals lost their earlier dominance. Fergana offers one of the clearest examples. Under the Samanids, Aksikath had been the principal city of the region, followed by other important settlements such as Kuba and Ush. Uzgend, though already significant, had been smaller and less central. Under the Karakhanids, that order changed. Uzgend rose to become the main city of Fergana and the political centre of the region. At the same time, towns such as Marginan and Kasan also gained weight. This was not merely a shift in administrative labels. It reflected deeper economic and political changes, including the redistribution of trade, the movement of population, and the way power was now anchored in different urban nodes. A similar pattern can be seen farther west, in the districts of Chach and Alak, the rich zones watered by the Chirchik and Angren rivers. Under the Samanids, this had already been one of the most urbanized areas in Transoxiana, crowded with towns in a relatively compact region. The chief centres there had long been Binkath and Tunkath. Under the Karakhanids, however, Binakat and Naukat began to overshadow them. Yet this was not a story of total decline and replacement. The older towns continued to function, and archaeological evidence shows that all of these sites remained active through the 11th and 12th centuries. On the middle, Sirdarya, meanwhile, older towns expanded and new ones appeared. Isfijab remained important, still held by a local Turkic ruling line that managed to preserve its position even under Karakhanid authority. Otra also grew in significance and later became an independent appanage under the Karakhanids of Fergana. What emerges from all of this is a landscape of shifting urban priorities, rather than simple rise or fall. Every town had its bazaars and caravanserais, and these were central to its economic life. But the working life of the town was not confined to formal market buildings. Craft booths lined the streets, clung to the walls of caravanserais, and spread into busy quarters, where traffic and trade were thickest. Urban space was commercial space, and the boundary between workshop, stall, warehouse, and passageway was often fluid. The roads linking towns were also shaped by this economic energy. Caravan trade remained lively, and the ribats and roadside inns built or maintained under the Karakhanids show how regular and important long-distance exchange had become. These were not empty monuments. They served merchants, travellers, guards, pack animals, and the wider movement of goods that tied together the cities of Transoxiana with the rest of Central Asia and the Islamic world. Within the towns, bathhouses were among the most important features of everyday life. There were baths for men and for women, and they were valued not only for comfort and cleanliness, but also as profitable properties. A bathhouse, like a caravanserai, could generate reliable income, which made it attractive both to private owners and to those seeking to endow charitable or religious institutions. Some were originally private property and later transferred into pious endowment. In Bukhara, one Karakhanid ruler is remembered for building 2 especially splendid royal baths. In Samarkand, the records attached to religious endowments mention many baths among the properties linked to hospitals and schools. Around such buildings, other small commercial structures also gathered, including workshops and stalls attached to the outer walls. The town was therefore not just a collection of residences and monuments. It was a closely interwoven environment of worship, hygiene, trade, production, and movement. There is also evidence that the urban authorities took cleanliness and public order seriously. Streets and alleys were treated as communal space, and the dumping of rubbish into them was forbidden. Waste disposal was organised through deep rubbish and sewage pits, covered with wooden or ceramic lids, which have been found both in private courtyards and in public spaces. Archaeology also reveals systems of ceramic water pipes, paved surfaces in streets and courtyards, and even the use of blown glass in windows. These details matter because they reveal the practical side of urban civilization. The towns of this period were not simply administrative or commercial centres. They were increasingly sophisticated built environments, with attention paid to infrastructure, circulation, sanitation, and comfort. The development of urban crafts can be traced especially well through ceramics and glass, which survive in large quantities. Under the Karakhanids, pottery developed a highly distinctive style. Techniques changed, colours shifted, and decoration became more varied and inventive. Blue-glazed vessels became especially popular, as did bowls and cups decorated beneath the glaze with elegant geometric and interlaced patterns in brown tones. Kufic lettering did not disappear, but in many cases it ceased to function as readable writing and became a decorative motif in its own right. Unglazed wares also took on new forms. Some were designed to imitate metal vessels with grey bodies covered in relief decoration arranged in horizontal bands. These patterns included geometric shapes, stylized plants, and sometimes even animals. Such pottery wasn't only attractive, but increasingly affordable. Technical innovation and the standardization of forms helped bring decorative ceramics within reach of a much broader urban public. One of the most revealing facts is that this urban pottery reached even remote mountain districts. That suggests not only the spread of town-made goods, but also the growing integration of distant populations into the market world of the cities. At the same time, influence flowed in the other direction. Pottery made in towns began to imitate the forms and decoration of handmade wares from mountain communities. This means that urban populations were not growing only through the movement of lowland peasants and settled Turks. Mountain people were also entering the towns, and their tastes began to shape urban production. The city was absorbing people from different environments, and craftsmen responded accordingly. Glassware also speaks to the changing character of daily life. Archaeologists have found a wide variety of vessels, including small bottles for perfumes and medicines, bowls, cups without stems, and long-stemmed drinking glasses. Made in transparent or coloured glass, such items were no longer reserved for the wealthy alone. Glass had become a normal part of urban consumption. Metalwork too ranged from the luxurious to the practical. Finely engraved and silver inlaid bronze vessels existed for elite use, but more modest versions with little decoration also circulated more widely. The picture that emerges is one of growing material variety and a steady spread of objects once considered prestigious into broader layers of urban society. Architecture changed as well. During the 11th and 12th centuries, baked brick was used more extensively, especially in major public and religious construction. Palaces, mosques, madrasas, mausoleums, and bridges all made use of it. Decorative brickwork became an art in itself, joined by carved terracotta and epigraphic ornament. Inscriptions in Kufit and Naskh scripts, raised in relief and framed by vegetal and geometric designs, turned architecture into a surface for visual sophistication as well as structural strength. Several monuments from the Karakhanid period still survive, including mausoleums in Fergana, the Mosque of Magok-i-Atari and the Great Karlan Minaret in Bukhara, and the famous Rubat-i-Malik between Bukhara and Samarkand. These structures show how deeply urban wealth, craft skill, and religious patronage had become intertwined. At the same time that the towns of Transoxiana were growing and refining their character, another force was gathering beyond their horizons. The beginnings of the Seljuks are partly hidden in uncertainty, but their rise would reshape the region. They belonged to the Kinnik branch of the Oghuz Turks, a group regarded in later tradition as one of the leading tribes among the Oghuz. In the early and middle decades of the 10th century, the Oghuz were nomads of the steppe lands north of the Aral Sea and east of the Caspian, ranging widely across the grasslands. Compared with more developed political societies in neighbouring regions, they were still at a relatively early stage of cultural and political organisation. One of the earliest reliable descriptions of them comes from a traveller from the Abbasid world who passed through their lands on the way to the Volga. He described them as wandering people with animistic beliefs, loosely guided by shamans, but lacking a strongly organised religious life. They lived as steppe nomads, mobile and harshly independent. At this stage, the Oghuz may still have had some relationship with the Khazar world to the west, and their broader movement southward may have been driven in part by pressure from other Turkic peoples farther north. Their leader bore the title of Yabgu, an old Turkic designation, and beneath him were men holding military office. Among the dim ancestral figures later linked to the Seljuks was Seljuk himself, son of a man called Dukak. Seljuk first rose as a military commander under the Oghuz Yabgu, but this relationship did not last. The Yabgu seems to have viewed him as a threat. At some point in the later 10th century, Seljuk and his followers broke away and moved up the Sir Darya to Jand. That move proved decisive. Jand stood near the frontier of the Islamic world, and there the Seljuk family and its retainers began to embrace Islam. This happened in the wider context of gradual Islamic expansion among Turkic peoples living on the northern edges of Muslim power. Later, Seljuk tradition would present this shift in heroic terms, claiming that the family immediately became fighters for the faith. Whether or not such stories are literal, the broader point is clear. The Seljuks were entering a new political and religious sphere. Their place on the frontier gave them military value, and they soon became useful to Muslim rulers. The Samanids, under growing pressure from the Karakhanids to the north, recruited Seljuk warriors to help defend their frontier. Forces under Seljuk leadership were drawn into the struggles around Transoxiana, and in time, some of them were allowed to settle in the zone between Bukhara and Samarkand. Seljuk himself, however, did not move south permanently, and died at Jand in the early 11th century. After his death, leadership passed to his son Arslan. By taking the title of Yabgu, Arslan was making a bold statement. He was not just leading his own band. He was claiming precedence within the larger Oghuz world, setting the Seljuk branch in rivalry with the older ruling line from which the family had once split. That rivalry would continue for years and would remain part of the larger struggle for steppe leadership. Within the Seljuk family itself, authority was not entirely fixed. Different bands of Oghuz followed different figures, among them Togril, Chagri, and Musa. As later events would show, these groups did not always move together as a single united people. Still, they were being drawn more and more into the politics of the settled lands. When the Karakhanids and Ghaznavids divided the former Samanid territories, the Seljuks and their allies appeared on different sides at different times. They fought for those who could offer pasture, plunder, and opportunity. They shifted loyalties pragmatically, and this flexibility became one of their greatest strengths. Arslan gave support to Ali Tegin of Bukhara, and even married into his family, increasing Seljuk influence in Transoxiana. But other members of the Seljuk house, especially Togril and Chagri, seem to have remained somewhat outside those arrangements. Their followers stayed farther west in the steppes and deserts beyond Sogdiana. At some point in the early 11th century, there are reports of long-distance Seljuk raids, moving westward across northern Iran toward Azerbaijan and eastern Anatolia. Whether every detail of these stories is exact is difficult to know. But what matters is that by the mid-1020s, Turkmen groups were certainly beginning to cross the Great Desert Belt and trouble the northern edges of Khorasan. This movement southward was encouraged by larger political pressures. Mahmud of Ghazna allied himself with one Karakhanid ruler against Ali Tegin, and the resulting upheaval helped drive Turkmen auxiliaries away from Transoxiana. Mahmud clearly saw them as dangerous and captured Arslan, sending him away to imprisonment in India, where he eventually died. Without him, the Turkmens fragmented. Separate bands wandered toward Khorasan under minor leaders, while Togril and Chagri had not yet fully established their authority over all of them. Some of these groups asked permission to settle in northern Khorasan, claiming they would defend the frontier from other nomads. Mahmud allowed a number of families to settle near towns such as Farawa, Sarax, and Abiwad. The result was immediate trouble. The Turkmens raided the surrounding districts, and their herds damaged the agriculture of the oases. When local people complained, Mahmud responded first with punishment, and then with a personal campaign. He defeated the Turkmens heavily and scattered them. Some fled to the hills south of the Caspian, others into the desert margins, and still others farther west into northern Iran. Those western-moving bands later became known as the Iraqi Turkmens, because they penetrated as far as western Iran. Under various leaders, they turned into a major source of disorder in regions such as Rey and Jibal. Ghaznavid princes and local rulers sometimes used them as auxiliaries, but they were never easy to control. At the same time, other Turkmen bands remained near the Karakum and kept raiding Khorasan. The picture was one of scattered but dangerous movement, with multiple groups acting independently and often competing with each other. Meanwhile, another branch of the Seljuk followers had stayed in Sogdiana and later moved into Khwarezm, where they were granted lands by the Ghaznavid governor Altuntash. After his death, his son Harun drifted away from Ghaznavid loyalty and allied himself both with Ali Tegin and with the Seljuks. That arrangement brought the Seljuks back toward the lower Oxus and closer to their ancestral steppe zone. There, they came into conflict with the older Oghuz leadership still centered around Jand. Shah Malik, the ruler of that branch, attacked the Seljuks and inflicted a severe defeat, killing thousands of their followers and carrying off captives and booty. Even efforts at mediation failed. Political conditions then shifted again. Ali Tegin died, his sons continued the anti-Ghaznavid alignment, and a broader campaign was planned against Ghaznavid territory, with Seljuk involvement. But before it could succeed, Harun was assassinated at Mas'ud's order, and the offensive collapsed. This left the Seljuks in a difficult position. Defeated in Khwarezm and under pressure from multiple sides, they turned again toward northern Khorasan and sought permission to settle there as frontier auxiliaries. Mas'ud received their request. His civilian advisors suggested cautious acceptance, but memories of earlier Turkmen depredations shaped the mood at court. Instead of granting settlement on favourable terms, Mas'ud sent a large army against them. At first the Seljuks were driven back, but in 1035 they achieved a surprising victory near Nasser. Their light cavalry, moving quickly and fighting without the burdens of a large conventional army, defeated the heavier Ghaznavid force. The triumph astonished even the victors. They seized great booty in arms, horses, money, and supplies, and this success changed everything. Mas'ud was forced to negotiate. He assigned them districts such as Nasser, Farawa, and Dihistan, and granted them the outward marks of recognized authority. Yet neither side trusted the other. Mas'ud tried to divide the Seljuk leaders and proposed alliances by marriage, but suspicions remained strong. The Seljuks soon demanded additional lands, including rich regions such as Merv. The Sultan could not accept this. At the same time, the Turkmens were raiding widely and opening contacts with Ghaznavid enemies. New armies were sent west, but Mas'ud still failed to understand how serious the danger had become, continuing to spend time on Indian campaigns, while the West slipped from his grasp. In 1038, another Ghaznavid force was badly defeated, and the road to Nishapur lay open. The Seljuks now entered the capital of Khorasan. One of their commanders arrived first with a small mounted force, and soon afterward Togril was acclaimed in the city. Later tradition presents this as the moment when he began acting openly as a sovereign, sitting on the ruler's throne, hearing complaints, and adopting exalted titles. Whether every detail is exact or not, the symbolic importance is undeniable. The Seljuks were no longer merely frontier nomads seeking pasture. They were stepping into the center of Islamic political life. Mas'ud tried to respond. He allied himself with Shah Malik against the Seljuks and against rebellious forces in Khwarezm. He gathered a great army for Khorasan. Some Seljuk leaders still feared the power of the Ghaznavids and even considered retreating westward. For a time, Mas'ud managed to reoccupy Nishapur and prepare a full-scale campaign. But Khorasan had already been devastated by war, movement, and the trampling of nomadic herds. Food and fodder were scarce. The Ghaznavid army, burdened by baggage, supplies, and even war elephants, was ill-suited to fight in the desert conditions between Sarax and Merv. In May 1040, near the outpost of Dandankan, the decisive battle was fought. There, 16,000 mobile Turkmens broke the Ghaznavid army, which had already been weakened by thirst, hunger, and exhaustion. It was one of the great turning points in the history of the Eastern Islamic world. Masud fled, aiming for India and fearing that Khorasan and Afghanistan alike might be lost. He never recovered. A mutiny among his own troops ended his life before he could rebuild his power. The Seljuks, by contrast, had won more than a battlefield victory. They had opened the road to empire. After the decisive victory at Dandankan, Togril did not hesitate. On that very battlefield he declared himself the ruler of Khorasan and acted no longer as a wandering tribal leader, but as a sovereign with a defined realm. Messages announcing the triumph were sent in all directions. They reached the Karakhanid princes in Transoxiana, the rulers of Iran, and the Abbasid Caliph in Baghdad. These letters described the hardships the Turkmen forces had endured under earlier rulers and presented the Seljuks as loyal defenders of Sunni Islam. At the head of the message stood an ancient Turkic emblem, a bow and arrow symbolizing both heritage and authority. This moment marked a transformation. Power was no longer tied only to tribal strength or mobility across the steppe. It was now territorial, administrative, and political. Following long-standing Turkic traditions, authority was shared among members of the ruling family. Togril remained the supreme figure, but he distributed lands and responsibilities among his relatives. His brother, Chagri Beg, received control over Khorasan and any lands north of the Oxus that could be brought under Seljuk rule. Merv became his base. Another leading figure, Musa Yabgu, established himself in Herat and extended influence towards Sistan, where local rulers accepted Seljuk authority. Yet the Seljuks were newcomers to governing a structured state. The lands they had taken over possessed long-established administrative systems, shaped by Persian and Islamic traditions. Running such territories required skills that the nomadic leaders did not possess on their own. As a result, they relied heavily on local officials, secretaries, and administrators who had previously served under earlier regimes. Many of these men shifted their allegiance from the Ghaznavids to the Seljuks. In Nishapur, Togril depended on prominent local figures, while experienced bureaucrats took up key positions in the new administration. This blending of steppe leadership with established administrative expertise became one of the foundations of Seljuk power. The years that followed were spent securing control over eastern Iran and pushing westward. Chagri Beg took responsibility for stabilizing the eastern regions. He captured Balkh and brought surrounding territories under Seljuk authority, despite attempts by the Ghaznavids to recover them. His son, Alp Arslan, led further campaigns along the upper Oxus, gradually establishing a stable frontier between the Seljuks and the Ghaznavids. In other areas, Seljuk commanders extended control into Sistan and beyond, while members of the ruling family established semi-independent domains, such as the one in Kerman, which would endure for generations. In the north, Khwarezm became another important arena. A long-standing rival from the older Oghuz leadership, Shah Malik, had briefly taken control there, but Seljuk forces eventually drove him out, ending the rivalry that had once divided the Oghuz world. Khwarezm was then placed under Seljuk control, though unrest occasionally flared. At the same time, alliances were forged with steppe leaders, including a Kipchak ruler who accepted Islam and joined the Seljuk network through marriage ties. While Chagri secured the east, Togril turned toward western Iran. His relative Ibrahim Inal advanced into regions such as Gurgan and Tabaristan. bringing them under Seljuk authority. Turkmen groups that had previously operated independently were drawn into the expanding Seljuk sphere. Pressure from these movements pushed some groups further west, even toward Byzantine and Armenian lands. Togril himself soon entered the city of Rey, which had suffered heavily from years of conflict. There, he began rebuilding, establishing new administrative centers, religious buildings, and educational institutions. Rey became his new capital, replacing Nishapur, and coins were minted in his name, signaling the consolidation of his authority. From this base, Seljuk expansion continued. Local rulers were forced into submission or accepted vassal status. In Isfahan, Togril imposed his authority and eventually made it another center of power. In the south and west, the Buyid rulers were weakened by internal conflicts, creating opportunities for Seljuk intervention. Turkmen forces penetrated deeper into these regions, and rival claimants among local dynasties sought Seljuk support. By the mid-11th century, the Seljuks had become a decisive force across much of Iran. The turning point came with the entry into Baghdad. Under the pretext of a pilgrimage and the defense of Sunni Islam, Togril advanced toward the Abbasid capital. In 1055 he entered the city, removed the existing ruling authority, and established his own dominance. Within a few years he met the Caliph in person. In a series of formal ceremonies, the Caliph granted him titles that recognized his political authority across both eastern and western lands. His name was proclaimed in the main mosque, marking his position as protector of the Caliph and leader of the Islamic world's political order. This arrangement introduced a new balance of power. The Caliph remained the symbolic and religious head of the Muslim community, while the Sultan exercised real political and military authority. Though initially unfamiliar, this division would shape the political structure of the Islamic world for generations. In the later years of his life, Togril focused on maintaining control over his expanding domains. Governance in the east remained largely in the hands of Chagri Beg, who continued to rule from his base in Khorasan. Regions such as Sistan retained local dynasties under Seljuk oversight, while areas like Kerman developed into stable and prosperous territories under Seljuk princes. Trade routes passing through these regions contributed to their economic strength, linking Central Asia with the Persian Gulf and beyond. Meanwhile, the Seljuks maintained a careful balance with the Ghaznavids. A frontier line was established in what is now northern Afghanistan, and for decades it remained relatively stable. Cultural influence flowed across this boundary, with Seljuk practices shaping developments within Ghaznavid territories. Over time, the Ghaznavid state shifted its focus increasingly toward the Indian subcontinent. After Togril's death, power passed to Alp Arslan, the son of Chagri Beg. His rule, followed by that of his son Malik Shah, represented the height of Seljuk power. Their empire stretched across vast territories, rivaling the scale of earlier great empires. A key figure in maintaining this system was the Vizier Nizam al-Mulk, an experienced administrator who brought continuity from earlier Persian traditions. Under his guidance, the machinery of government functioned effectively, combining steppe leadership with a refined bureaucratic structure. Alp Arslan spent much of his reign securing the empire's frontiers, particularly in the west. His most famous victory came against the Byzantine Empire at Manzikert, a battle that opened Anatolia to Turkish expansion. In the east, territories were distributed among members of the ruling family, ensuring both control and loyalty. Malik Shah continued these policies, strengthening the empire further. Relations with neighbouring states remained stable, and cultural influence expanded across regions. Internal conflicts did arise, particularly among members of the ruling family, but the central authority remained strong during his reign. The situation changed after Malik Shah's death. rivalries among his heirs led to years of conflict and instability. Different branches of the Seljuk family competed for control, weakening the unity of the empire. During this period, regional powers gained more independence, and the balance of authority shifted. In the eastern regions, however, Sanjar emerged as a dominant figure. Appointed as governor of Khorasan while still young, he would rule the region for decades. At first, he acknowledged the authority of the central sultan, but over time, he asserted his own position. Eventually, he became the leading figure within the Seljuk family, exercising authority over both eastern territories and, at times, influencing affairs in the west. Sanjar maintained control over Transoxiana, intervening when necessary to manage disputes among the Karakhanid rulers. His campaigns ensured that Seljuk influence remained strong across the region. He also dealt with the Ghaznavids, who by this time had become more focused on India. In one major intervention, he defeated a Ghaznavid ruler, installed a new one, and secured their submission. For decades, they remained his vassals. To the north, Khwarezm grew increasingly important. Governed by a line of rulers originally appointed by the Seljuks, it gradually developed into a powerful state in its own right. Under rulers like Atsiz, tensions with Sanjar increased. Rebellions broke out, and military campaigns followed. Although Sanjar achieved victories and temporarily imposed control, resistance persisted. The people of Khwarezm resisted outside rule, and local leaders continued to assert their independence. These struggles reveal the limits of Seljuk authority. While the empire had expanded rapidly and achieved remarkable power, maintaining control over distant regions proved increasingly difficult. Local ambitions, regional identities, and shifting alliances all played a role in shaping the political landscape. A new force entered the political landscape of Central Asia in the 12th century, reshaping the balance of power in ways few could have predicted. This force was the Kara Kitai, a people originating from eastern Mongolia and northern China, known in earlier sources as the Khitan or Liao. Moving steadily westward, they established themselves in the region of Semi-Rechie and Transoxania, with their centre at Balasagun. Under the leadership of their ruler, who held the title Gur Khan, they launched campaigns against both Muslim and non-Muslim Turkic rulers across western Turkestan. Their expansion inevitably brought them into conflict with the Karakhanids. In 1137, the Karakhanid ruler of Samarkand suffered defeat near Kujand. Soon after, internal conflicts within the Karakhanid state led rival factions to invite the Kara Kitai into their struggles. This intervention triggered a wider confrontation. The Seljuk Sultan Sanjar entered Transoxania with a powerful army to restore order. But in 1141, on the Katwan steppe, his forces were decisively defeated. This moment marked a turning point. Sanjar and his ally retreated, and Transoxania fell under Kara Kitai influence, while Khwarezm was forced into vassalage. Although this defeat created an opportunity for the Khwarezm Shah Atsiz to expand his power, it is unlikely that he had actively encouraged the Kara Kitai invasion. Atsiz took advantage of the shifting situation to raid into Khorasan, though Seljuk forces quickly responded and forced him back, even penetrating deep into Khwarezm itself. Despite these counterattacks, Seljuk authority in the region was already weakening. The true collapse of Seljuk control in the east did not come from foreign invasions or rebellious vassals, but from internal tensions within Khorasan. The region contained large populations of nomadic Turkmen groups, many of whom had long-standing ties to the Seljuks. These groups had traditionally been managed through special arrangements that allowed communication between tribal leaders and the central government. However, as military campaigns became more expensive, taxation increased dramatically. Both settled populations and nomads were burdened. but it was the Oghuz tribes in particular, who rose in rebellion against harsh tax collection practices. Sultan Sanjar attempted to suppress these revolts through military force, but his campaigns failed. He suffered repeated defeats and was eventually captured by the Oghuz in 1153. For several years he was held in humiliating conditions, while chaos spread across Khorasan. Nomadic bands swept through cities and rural areas alike, attacking officials, destroying institutions, and undermining the fragile structure of governance. Urban groups also took advantage of the breakdown of authority, leading to widespread insecurity. When Sanjar finally escaped, he returned to a shattered realm and died shortly afterward. His death symbolized the end of Seljuk dominance in eastern Persia. Although branches of the dynasty survived in western Iran and Kerman for a few decades longer, their power steadily declined under pressure from regional rulers and continuing unrest. In the aftermath of Sanjar's capture, authority in Khorasan fragmented. Various military commanders and local rulers divided the region among themselves. Some former Seljuk officers established stable control over key cities, while others struggled to maintain order. The Oghuz tribes, despite their military strength, failed to form a unified state, which allowed experienced commanders to reassert partial control. However, this fragile balance did not last. In the later 12th century, new powers began to expand into the region. The Ghurids moved westward, while the Khwarezm Shahs grew stronger and increasingly ambitious. By the early 13th century, the Khwarezmian state had become the dominant power in the Eastern Islamic world. The rise of the Khwarezm Shahs was rooted in careful political strategy. Atsiz, the founder of their power, had skillfully balanced his position between stronger neighbours, maintaining loyalty when necessary, while gradually expanding his territory. His successors inherited a stronger and more independent state. Il-Arslan, who ruled after Atsiz, took advantage of the weakening Seljuks and focused on consolidating power north of the Oxus. The Kara Kitai remained his overlords, but they demanded only tribute and generally avoided interference. This allowed the Khwarezm Shahs to pursue their own ambitions, particularly in Transoxania, where internal conflicts among the Karakhanids created opportunities for intervention. The true transformation came under Ala al-Din Tekish. During his reign, the Khwarezmian state reached new heights. Tekish fought both the Ghurids and remaining Seljuk forces, gradually extending his control across Iran. He also maneuvered diplomatically, sometimes seeking support from the Kara Kitai when it suited his interests, while at other times presenting himself as a defender of Islam against non-Muslim powers. His campaigns brought him into western Iran, where he defeated the last Seljuk ruler in the region. This victory effectively ended Seljuk authority in Persia. Tekish then expanded his rule across Jabal and beyond, even gaining recognition from the Abbasid Caliph, who acknowledged his authority over large parts of Iran and neighbouring lands. Tekish's successor, Ala al-Din Muhammad, inherited a vast and powerful empire. He continued his father's expansionist policies, focusing first on securing the eastern frontiers. The decline of the Ghurids allowed him to take control of Khorasan, while unrest within the Kara Kitay domains created further opportunities. By forming alliances with local rulers in Transoxania, he was able to challenge Kara Kitay authority and eventually establish control over major cities such as Samarkand. However, his rule was not universally welcomed. In several regions, local populations resisted Khwarezmian authority, leading to uprisings and violent reprisals. His campaigns extended north into the steppe regions and west toward Iraq, where he even considered overthrowing the Abbasid Caliph. Yet this ambition was never realized, as new threats began to emerge from the east. At the same time, the internal structure of these states reflected a blend of military power, and administrative organization inherited from earlier traditions. The Seljuk system relied on a centralized bureaucracy supported by provincial governors, military commanders, and local leaders who acted as intermediaries with the population. Land grants provided the economic foundation for this system, tying military service to revenue collection. The Khwarezm Shahs adopted similar structures but increasingly centralized authority as their empire expanded. This centralization placed heavy demands on resources, leading to widespread taxation and discontent. Their armies, often composed of steppe warriors, gained a reputation for harshness, further alienating the populations they ruled. Despite these tensions, certain regions continued to flourish economically. Khwarezm itself became a center of wealth and agricultural productivity, supported by extensive irrigation systems. Cities were prosperous and densely populated, with active markets and thriving trade networks. However, this prosperity masked deeper instability. The rapid expansion of the Khwarezmian Empire had not been matched by the creation of strong political bonds between rulers and subjects. As a result, when external pressures intensified, the state proved vulnerable. To the east and southeast of Herat and south of Karchistan and Guzgan lay the rugged land of Gur, a region shaped by high mountains, isolated valleys, and broken terrain. Its territory stretched across the upper basins of the Hari Rud, the Fara Rud, the Rud-i-Gur, and the Khash Rud, separated by steep ridges and difficult passes. This geography defined the history of the region. Gur did not grow around one dominant city or one central seat of power. Instead, authority was divided among many local strongholds. Each fortress controlled only the land within its immediate reach, and political unity remained weak for a very long time. In this environment, tribal customs and patriarchal rule survived deeply. Even by the mid-12th century, only a limited part of Gur had developed something like a capital, when Firuzku emerged as the center of one branch of local power. Settlement across the region was scattered rather than continuous. People lived in small pockets, often protected by towers, fortresses, and naturally defensible heights. The outside world touched Gur only faintly. New political and cultural currents that transformed neighboring lands often reached this mountain zone only in weakened form. Early Muslim armies passed near its edges more than once, but they did not immediately change the character of the region. For centuries, Gur remained remote, difficult to control, and only partially connected to the broader Islamic world. Its people also stood apart in language and culture. The dialect spoken in Gur differed noticeably from the Persian of Khorasan, and outsiders often needed interpreters to communicate with local communities. Even the pronunciation of Islamic names could sound unfamiliar to those from the lowlands. The ethnic background of the Gurids later became surrounded by legend, and their origins were remembered as much through heroic stories as through clear historical memory. Over time, the region was exposed to different influences from the surrounding world. After the campaigns of the Saffarids in the neighbouring south, Gur became more accessible to various tribes and peoples. Contact with Ghazna opened the way for Turkic elements to enter from nearby territories. Later, Guz and Karlaj groups settled along the fringes of the mountains, gradually weakening Gur's old isolation and adding new ethnic layers to the population. Still, the region remained distinct for a long time, and its transformation was slow rather than sudden. The spread of Islam into Gur was a gradual and incomplete process. Even toward the end of the 10th century, much of the population still followed older beliefs, and the region was seen as one of the last major non-Muslim enclaves within lands otherwise claimed by Islamic rulers. Conversion came not through one dramatic conquest, but through a long and uneven process of contact, missionary activity, and political change. Religious influence from Khorasan played an important role, especially through austere Sunni movements that found followers in the region. Over time, local rulers adopted Islam, yet this did not mean that older customs vanished overnight. In many places, Muslim names existed alongside ways of life that still preserved pre-Islamic habits and values. The shift was real, but it was far from complete. As the years passed, several centres along the Hari Rud Valley began to gain prominence. Firuzkoh rose as the political heart of Shansabani rule, while Jam and Chisht also developed importance. These places became islands of growing power within a region still marked by fragmentation and mountain autonomy. Gur was not only isolated, it was also rich in resources that mattered greatly in medieval warfare. Its mountains contained deposits of iron and other metals, and the region became known for metalworking. Armour, weapons, and military equipment were produced there and exported to neighbouring lands. One of its chief strongholds was even known as the Bridge of the Blacksmiths, a name that reflected the importance of this craft. Both the Ghaznavids and the Seljuks demanded tribute from Gur in the form of weapons, cuirasses, and the fierce guard dogs bred in its highlands. Gurid men were valued as specialists in siege warfare, and while parts of the region were still outside the Islamic world, slaves from Gurs were sold in nearby markets. The region was also famous for horse breeding. In an age when military power depended heavily on cavalry and forged iron, Gur possessed two of the most valuable assets a rising power could hope for. When the Gurids eventually expanded, they did so with the advantage of their own horses, their own weapons, and a society already accustomed to harsh terrain and martial traditions. The ruling house of Gur later surrounded itself with a noble and semi-mythical ancestry. According to dynastic tradition, the Shanzabani line traced its roots back to Zahak, one of the great figures of Iranian legendary memory. Whether this was history or political symbolism mattered less than the message it carried. The rulers of Gur wanted to present themselves as ancient, legitimate, and deeply rooted in the Iranian past. The early history of the region remains difficult to reconstruct in detail, but the broad outline is clear. Arab armies raided Gur from time to time during the 7th and 8th centuries, yet these expeditions seem to have been aimed more at plunder and captives than lasting control. They did not establish deep religious or administrative structures there. Much later, tradition speaks of an early prince named Amir Banji, remembered as an ancestor of the Shanzabani rulers, and as a man whose authority had been recognized by the caliph. Whether every detail of that memory is reliable is less important than the fact that later, Gurid historians treated him as the founder of legitimate rule in the mountains. By the late 9th century, Gur had entered the orbit of larger regional struggles. The Safarid ruler, Yaqub ibn Layth, pushed through neighbouring lands and conquered several districts around Gur. But the heart of the mountain country remained protected by its inaccessibility. In the late 10th century, the Samanids also attempted to conquer it. They captured a few forts, yet they could not fully subdue the region. Then came the Ghaznavids. Sebüktigin launched repeated attacks on Gur, while ruling Ghazna and Zabulistan in the name of the Samanids. After setbacks, he succeeded in imposing his authority over eastern parts of the region, and one local ruler acknowledged him as overlord. But once Sebüktigin died, tribute payments stopped, local resistance returned, and the frontier again became unstable. Sultan Mahmud of Ghazna responded forcefully. In 1011, he sent armies into Gur, defeated the local ruler, Muhammad ibn Suri, and took him prisoner along with one of his sons. Mahmud then installed another son, Abu Ali, as his client in Mandish, thereby extending Ghaznavid influence into eastern Gur. A few years later, Mahmud sent his son Masud, to subdue the northwestern districts as well, pressing deeper into the mountainous interior than earlier invaders had managed. Even so, Ghaznavid control remained fragile. Internal rivalries soon returned. Abu Ali was overthrown by a nephew, and local unrest forced the Ghaznavids to intervene again. Ibrahim of Ghazna marched into Gur with a large army, and the local forces quickly abandoned the usurper. The Ghaznavids restored order and placed power in the hands of a more cooperative ruler, who resumed tribute payments. Yet true stability came only later under Izz al-Din Hussein, who ruled in the early 12th century. He restored peace after a period of tribal conflict and reasserted control across much of the region. During the age of Seljuk power, Sanjar campaigned against Gur and even took Izz al-Din Hussein prisoner, but later allowed him to return. From then on, tribute flowed from Gur to Merv, including armour, war equipment, and the famous mountain hounds of the region. Gur was still subordinate, but had become stronger, more organised, and more capable of acting as a political force in its own right. The real rise of the Gurids began with the sons of Izz al-Din Hussein. These brothers divided their inheritance among themselves and established control over various branches of the family domain. In doing so, they laid the foundation for expansion beyond the mountains. One branch ruled Bamiyan and Tukharistan. Another held Gur and Firuzku. Another moved toward Ghazna, while others secured neighbouring districts. This division did not weaken the dynasty at first. On the contrary, it allowed the Shansabani family to spread its authority across a wider landscape. One of the brothers, Qutb al-Din Muhammad, adopted the title Lord of the Mountains, a clear sign that ambition was growing. He established Firuzku as a rising political centre and strengthened it with new fortifications. Yet tension within the family also grew. Rivalries between brothers soon entangled the Gurids in a deadly struggle with the Ghaznavids. Qutb al-Din Muhammad went to the court of Bahram Shah of Ghazna, but there he was poisoned. His death ignited a cycle of vengeance that changed the balance of power in the region. His brother, Ala al-Din Hussein, resolved to avenge him and marched against Ghazna. Bahram Shah prepared for war, drawing on forces from Ghazna and from India. When the armies met, the Gurids used defensive battlefield screens made from hides and packed material, forming a moving protective barrier that blunted enemy attacks. The plan worked. Bahram Shah's son was killed, the Ghaznavid army collapsed, and Ala al-Din Hussein stormed Ghazna. What followed became one of the most famous acts of destruction in the history of the Eastern Islamic world. For 7 days and nights, the city was burned. Palaces, monuments, and the grand urban legacy of the Ghaznavids were consumed in fire. Bust also suffered destruction, and the prestige of the Ghaznavid dynasty never recovered. Ala al-Din Hussein earned the name World Burner, a title that captured both the scale of his violence and the shock his campaign caused across the region. From this point onward, the most important figures were the brothers Ghiyath al-Din Muhammad and Muizz al-Din Muhammad. Under them, the Gurid state reached its height. Ghiyath al-Din built his rule on cooperation within the family rather than rivalry. He worked closely with Muizz al-Din and elevated trusted relatives to positions of high authority. He also established relations with the Abbasid Caliph, gaining moral recognition that strengthened his prestige. Earlier, both brothers had been imprisoned during internal dynastic struggles. But once released, they became the architects of Gurid greatness. Ghiyath al-Din proved especially skillful at consolidating power within Gur, defeating rivals, and neutralizing competing branches of the family. His control expanded southward into Zamin Dawar, and when local leaders in Herat sought support, he entered that city as well. He further reinforced his position through marriage alliances within the ruling house. Meanwhile, Muiz al-Din was entrusted with strategically important territories and soon emerged as the dynasty's great military commander. Ghiyath al-Din granted him Teginabad after his campaigns in Sistan, and exploratory raids were launched toward Kabul, Zabul, and Ghazna. At this time, Ghazna had fallen into the hands of the Oghuz, who had pushed the last Ghaznavid ruler back to Lahore. In 1173, the Ghurids recovered Ghazna, and Ghiyath al-Din placed Muiz al-Din on its throne while returning himself to Firuzkoh. This division of roles was highly effective. Ghiyath directed the broader political strategy of the dynasty, while Muiz became the spearhead of its military expansion. Together, they extended Ghurid influence across Herat, Pushang, and much of Khorasan. Their success was so great that rulers in Sistan and even parts of Kirman recognized Ghurid overlordship. Their names were proclaimed in mosques and struck on coinage, the clearest signs of sovereign authority in the medieval Islamic world. The Ghurids also became involved in the turbulent politics of Khwarezm, when a displaced Khwarezmian prince sought refuge at their court. Conflict with the Khwarezm Shah followed. Campaigns and counter-campaigns unfolded across Khorasan, and the Ghurids repeatedly showed that they were now one of the decisive powers in the region. After the death of Tekish, they occupied major cities including Nishapur and Merv, distributing them among loyal relatives and commanders. By this time, the Ghurid state stretched from the mountains of central Afghanistan deep into the Iranian east. Yet the most famous and far-reaching achievements of the dynasty came not in Khorasan, but in the Indian subcontinent. Muiz al-Din led the eastern expansion. His early campaigns into India began with attacks on Multan, where he overthrew the Kalmathian power that had re-emerged there. He then occupied Uchch and pushed into Gujarat. But there he suffered a serious defeat near Mount Abu. That setback forced a strategic rethink. Rather than advancing through Gujarat, he turned toward the Punjab, where the weakening Ghaznavid state still controlled key routes. Peshawar was taken, then Sindh was overrun as far as the coast, and local rulers acknowledged his supremacy. The final blow came with the conquest of Lahore in 1186. After several expeditions, the last Ghaznavid ruler surrendered under the protection of a treaty, only to be executed later along with his son. With that act, nearly 2 centuries of Ghaznavid power came to an end. All the strategic gateways into northern India were now in Ghurid hands. Muiz al-Din's greatest victories followed. In 1192, one battle in the west broke the strength of Khwarezmian opposition on the Murghab, while another at Tarain opened northern India to sustained Ghurid conquest. From that point, Ghurid armies pushed deep into the plains, reaching toward the frontiers of Kashmir and laying the foundations for a new political order in the subcontinent. Ghiyath al-Din died in 1202 and was buried in Herat, but Muiz al-Din survived him by a few years and carried the dynasty's military energy even further. By then, the rulers who had once emerged from a remote and fragmented mountain land had transformed themselves into masters of an empire that linked Ghur, Ghazna, Khorasan, and northern India. What had begun in isolated valleys, protected by stone fortresses, had become one of the most dramatic imperial expansions of the medieval Eastern Islamic world. The next great test for Muiz al-Din came in northern India, where the Chahamanas controlled the powerful stretch of territory running from Ajmer to Delhi. In 1191, he moved against Bhatinda, laid siege to the fortress and captured it. But the victory was only temporary. Prithvi Raj, the Chahamana ruler, advanced quickly to recover the stronghold, and the two sides met at Tarain. There, Muiz al-Din suffered a crushing defeat. He was badly wounded in battle and barely escaped with his life, saved only by the intervention of a loyal Khalaj soldier who carried him away from the field and helped him return to Ghazni. Prithviraj then turned his attention to Patinda itself and, after a long siege that lasted more than a year, recovered the fortress. For many rulers, such a defeat would have marked the end of an Indian campaign. For Muiz al-Din, it became the reason to prepare for an even greater return. He spent the following year rebuilding his strength, reorganizing his forces and preparing for another confrontation. When he came back, he did so with overwhelming cavalry power and a clear determination to erase the memory of his earlier defeat. This second clash at Tarain changed the course of North Indian history. The Chahamana forces were broken. Govindaraj was killed, and Prithviraj fell into Gurid hands. With that victory, the military backbone of the Chahamana kingdom collapsed. The Gurids quickly moved to secure the strategic points that made control of the region possible. Important centres such as Hansi, Kuhram, and Sarsuti were occupied and garrisoned, and the Siwalik zone was brought under firm authority. With these gains, the road from Peshawar to Hansi came under Gurid control, creating a long military corridor that tied the Afghan base of the dynasty to its growing Indian conquests. This triumph did not end resistance. In 1196, Bhima Deva of Gujarat tried to reverse Gurid expansion and recover Ajmer. Qutb al-Din Aibak, Muiz al-Din's leading commander in India, found himself trapped in the city for months under siege. Muiz al-Din responded by sending reinforcements, forcing Bhima Deva to withdraw toward Gujarat. Aibak did not let the opportunity slip away. He pursued the retreating army toward Nawala and inflicted a decisive defeat. Bhima Deva escaped, but his troops suffered terribly. Many were killed, and many others were taken prisoner. The earlier Gurid victory at Tarain had opened the political heart of northern India, and Aibak now turned that breakthrough into a wider conquest. In the years that followed, he occupied Meerut, Baran, and Delhi. Muiz al-Din returned again and again to push the frontier forward, taking more strongholds and extending his authority through military pressure and political submission. The ruler of Gwalior accepted his overlordship, while Badayon and later Malwa also fell within the Gurid sphere. Other commanders contributed to this surge of expansion. Bahar al-Din Togril strengthened Gurid control in areas such as Gwalior and Bayana, helping consolidate gains that might otherwise have remained exposed and unstable. Even more dramatic was the career of Muhammad Bakhtiar Khalji, who swept eastward, displaced local ruling houses, and carried Gurid power into Bihar and Bengal. His campaigns widened the eastern horizon of the empire more than anyone could have predicted only a few decades earlier. Encouraged by success, he pushed beyond the plains toward the Himalayan world and even in the direction of Tibet. There, however, fortune turned against him. What had been a career of astonishing momentum ended in disaster when the difficulties of terrain, distance, and resistance overwhelmed his advance. Even so, his earlier victories had already transformed the eastern map of the subcontinent. Then, in 1206, Muiz al-Din was assassinated in India. His death created an immediate political vacuum, and the Turkish slave generals who had served him now stepped to the front. Among them, Qutb al-Din Aibak, Taj al-Din Yildiz, and Nasir al-Din Kubacha emerged as the most important. Yet they did not unite to preserve the empire intact. Rivalries quickly appeared, and the cohesion that had depended so much on Muiz al-Din's personal authority began to dissolve. Ghazni drifted away from the Indian possessions, and the old unity of the Gurid dominion started to break apart. Aibak at first continued to present himself as a loyal servant of the Shansabani house. He had been formally elevated by his master and associated with high authority before Muiz al-Din's death. For a time, he remained content with the titles of military commander and provincial ruler. But as it became clear that the old empire could no longer be held together, he established an independent base of power in India. The collapse of central control in Afghanistan and the growing pressure of the Khwarazm Shahs made this separation permanent, while events in India were reshaping the eastern half of the Ghurid inheritance. Another branch of the dynasty remained important in Bamiyan and the mountain lands of Tukharistan. The Shansabanis had secured this region not long after their victories in Ghazna. Bamiyan was a land famous for its mineral wealth, including gold, silver, and precious stones, and it held both economic and strategic value. Ala al-Din Hussein placed his elder brother, Fakhr al-Din Masood, there in the mid-12th century, making Bamiyan one of the great family strongholds. Fakhr al-Din's son, Shams al-Din Muhammad, expanded his authority further, extending influence across Balkh, Chaghaniyan, Wakhsh, Badakhshan, and several mountain districts. His position became so elevated that he too bore the title of Sultan. His son, Baha al-Din Sam, who followed him, won respect not only as a ruler but also as a patron of scholars and learned men. His court attracted intellectual figures of major stature, giving Bamiyan a cultural importance that matched its political value. For a brief moment, Baha al-Din Sam seemed to offer the Shansabani family a new centre of leadership after the death of Muiz al-Din. The emirs and maliks of Gur, Ghazna, and Bamiyan looked to him as a possible head of the dynasty and invited him to Ghazna. But fate intervened at the worst possible moment. He fell ill and died almost at the same time that Muiz al-Din was assassinated. The coincidence was devastating. What remained of dynastic unity now weakened further. Baha al-Din's sons, Ala al-Din and Jalal al-Din, were called by the Ghurid commanders to take the throne at Ghazna. Jalal al-Din placed his brother there and returned to Bamiyan, but harmony did not last. The wealth of Ghazna was divided between them, and then rivalry broke out over Bamiyan itself. The struggle ended only when the Khwarazm Shah Ala al-Din Muhammad intervened and had Jalal al-Din killed in 1215. With that act, the Ghurid line in its Afghan homelands was effectively extinguished. At its height, the Ghurid state had been one of the largest and most dynamic powers in the Eastern Islamic world. Its territories stretched from Herat, across Afghanistan and northern India, to Bengal, reaching close to Tibet and Kashmir. Such a realm was not held together by geography or inherited imperial institutions alone. It was built through relentless warfare, careful diplomacy, and the ability of its rulers to exploit the decline of older powers. The Ghurids rose in the shadow of the weakening Seljuks and the fading Ghaznavids. They fought a wide range of rivals, including steppe groups, Indian dynasties, regional Muslim powers, and the rising Khwarazm Shahs. Their strength lay not in easy dominance, but in their ability to survive in a competitive world and seize openings faster than others. Yet the same empire that looked so formidable on the map contained deep structural weaknesses. The Ghurids struggled to hold both Khorasan and northern India at the same time. In Khorasan they achieved impressive successes, but they could not make them permanent. The Khwarazm Shahs had greater manpower and deeper military reserves, especially from the Turkic steppe zones to their north. The Ghurids could strike hard, occupy cities, and even dominate the province for short periods, but they could not sustain that dominance in the long term. After Tekish died, they moved rapidly into Khorasan, taking cities such as Nishapur, Merv, Sarax, and Tus, and even pushing farther west. But these gains did not last. Ala al-Din Muhammad of Khwarazm soon recovered much of what had been lost, and although both sides at times sought peace for strategic reasons, the contest remained unresolved. Muiz al-Din still hoped to reverse the situation. After the death of his brother Ghiyath al-Din, he continued to campaign and even invaded Khwarazm itself. But his fortunes changed dramatically after a major defeat near Andkud, where forces allied with the Kara Kitai shattered his army. He escaped safely, but the defeat was a disaster. Most of the Gurid gains beyond Herat and Balkh were lost, and the dream of dominating Transoxania and Khorasan faded. Even then, Muiz al-Din did not abandon his ambitions. He planned a new campaign across the Oxus, ordered preparations for a bridge, and intended another great advance. That campaign never happened. His assassination in 1206 ended not only a life of conquest, but the last real chance of preserving the Gurid Empire as a trans-regional power spanning both sides of the Hindu Kush. The political order created by the Gurids had always reflected the character of the land from which they came. In their mountain homeland, power was originally patriarchal, tribal, and local. Strongholds mattered more than cities, and kinship ties shaped political relations. As their conquests expanded, however, they had to govern very different worlds. Firuzku represented the older mountain tradition, rooted in clan authority and fortress politics. Ghazna carried the legacy of a long-established Turco-Iranian monarchy, with developed court customs and administrative experience. Northern India, meanwhile, had its own decentralized structures, local landed elites, and military traditions. The Gurid Empire therefore became a political mosaic. It was not a neatly uniform state, but a layered realm made up of several inherited traditions, held together by military success and family leadership. In this setting, recognition from the Abbasid Caliph carried great symbolic importance. Like other Sunni rulers of the Eastern Islamic world, the Gurids valued formal acknowledgement from Baghdad because it raised their prestige and confirmed their place in the wider order of Islamic sovereignty. Ceremonial honours, robes of distinction, and courtly rituals added moral authority to their rule. They were especially important for Ghiyath al-Din, who sought to present himself not merely as a mountain warlord, but as a legitimate sovereign among the great rulers of his age. Even the choice of capitals reflected the slow transition from tribal leadership to organised monarchy. Firuzku only emerged as a true capital after much effort had been invested in integrating scattered local powers. In time, the need to govern lands beyond Gur also required a winter capital in a warmer region, showing how conquest forced administrative adaptation. Succession within the ruling family never followed a completely rigid system. Tribal custom, family politics, ethnic background, and practical needs all played a role. Seniority mattered, but it was not the only principle. Different branches of the family held different territories, and power was often shared under the loose authority of a leading figure. Ghiyath al-Din and Muiz al-Din both used the title of Sultan, though the elder brother enjoyed acknowledged supremacy. This arrangement gave the dynasty flexibility, but it also made it fragile. The leading Shansabani ruler depended on cooperation from relatives who governed major provinces almost as independent princes. They paid tribute, recognized superior authority on coinage, and upheld the prestige of the dynasty. Yet they also guarded their own power closely. In a world where loyalty shifted quickly, such a system could work brilliantly under strong leadership and unravel just as quickly when that leadership disappeared. The military strength of the Gurids rested on several important advantages. Their homeland provided horses and iron in abundance, two essential resources for war. Their mountainous society produced hard fighters, and the ruling house could also draw on fierce tribal groups from Afghanistan, including Guris and Khaljis. But these manpower reserves were not enough on their own. Like other dynasties of the region, the Gurids relied heavily on purchased Turkish military slaves, who became some of the most effective officers and commanders in their armies. In India, they faced determined resistance from Rajput forces and other established military elites, yet they succeeded in breaking through because they combined mobility, cavalry warfare, and disciplined command. Even so, they made the strategic mistake of sustaining major struggles in two directions at once. One front in India, and another in Khorasan and Central Asia. Over time, that double burden proved too great. Their enemies in the west could mobilize more men, and the Ghurids eventually lost the balance. One of the most important institutions under Mu'izz al-Din was the household of military slaves. He treated many of these men almost like sons, and they became the core of the post-Ghurid political order in India. As the older empire disintegrated, it was these commanders who carried forward its military methods, court habits, and political ambitions. In India, figures such as Aibak and later Iltutmish refused to share power in the loose family style of the Shanzabanis. Instead, they pushed toward a more centralized model of kingship suited to the realities of North India. In doing so, they transformed the Ghurid inheritance. What had begun as the expansion of a mountain dynasty became the foundation for a durable, new Muslim state in the Indo-Gangetic plain. Administratively, the Ghurids developed beyond the simple needs of their early homeland once they took Ghazna and India. They adopted and adapted institutions from the Ghaznavids, and, to some extent, from Seljuk practice as well. The vizier stood at the head of the civil administration. Judicial affairs were supervised by the chief judge, while religious institutions in India came under the oversight of high-ranking officials responsible for pious endowments and clerical affairs. Court ceremony, the organization of the royal household, the supervision of the army, and the logistics of campaigning all came to be handled by specialized offices. In India especially, Ghurid, Ghaznavid, and local traditions blended together. Their armies themselves reflected this diversity. Turks, Tajiks, Afghans, and locally recruited Indian soldiers all served within the same military framework, giving the state a practical, multi-ethnic character. Culturally, Ghur had once been an isolated mountain world with little urban life. Contact with Ghazna changed that. Through that connection, the Ghurids entered the broader cultural sphere of Iran and Central Asia. Early rulers sponsored mosques, madrasas, public works, and fortified settlements. Firuzkoh itself became a symbol of this transformation, growing from a fortified centre into a city of political and cultural importance. Strong fortresses were built across Ghur, Garchistan, Herat, and surrounding lands, reflecting both military necessity and increasing state capacity. Archaeological remains from the Ghurid period show how their architecture drew from wider Eastern Iranian and Central Asian traditions, while developing a style of its own. The famous discoveries at Jam have also illuminated the grandeur of the world they built. Intellectual life developed alongside political power. Some early rulers took interest in astrology and scholarly pursuits. But under later sultans, patronage became much broader and more serious. Ghiyath al-Din supported religious and educational institutions, especially those tied to Sunni scholarship. Baha al-Din Sam was remembered as an especially generous patron of learned men. Great scholars spent time at Ghurid courts, writing for its rulers and participating in the intellectual life of the dynasty. Religious life also evolved. Earlier, the Karamiyya had exercised strong influence in Ghur, but as contact with Ghazna, Herat, and other centres deepened, the ruling family gradually moved away from that older current. Over the course of the 12th century, Ghiyath al-Din adopted the Shafi tradition, while Mu'izz al-Din followed the Hanafi school. This shift reflected not only personal preference, but also the broader integration of Ghur into mainstream Sunni Islam. The Ghurids left behind a mixed legacy. In Afghanistan, they destroyed Ghazna with extraordinary violence and helped bring one old political world to an end. In India, however, Their role was more enduring and more creative. They transferred to the subcontinent not only armies and governors, but also books, scholars, court culture, and administrative experience from Central Asia and the Eastern Iranian world. As Mongol destruction later devastated many of the older centers of that civilization farther west, the lands once conquered by the Ghurids in India became a refuge and a new home for those traditions. In that sense, the Ghurid achievement did not end with the fall of their own dynasty. Their empire in the mountains vanished, but the institutions, military structures, and cultural energies they carried into India survived and helped shape the next great phase of medieval northern Indian history. The first clear reference to the Uyghurs appear in Chinese records from the early 7th century. At that time, they were living along the Selenga River and remained under the authority of the Turks. Chinese writers often claimed that the Uyghurs descended from the old Xiongnu, the great steppe power of earlier centuries. That idea may preserve some distant memory, but it cannot be verified with certainty. Chinese historians regularly linked many northern peoples to the Xiongnu, so such claims must be treated with caution. What matters more is how the Uyghurs were seen in their own age. In the eyes of their southern neighbours, they belonged to the familiar world of the steppe, mobile, warlike, skilled on horseback, and dependent on pasture and water rather than fixed settlement. Yet behind these old stereotypes stood a people who would soon build one of the most powerful empires of Inner Asia. In the early 7th century, the Uyghurs were still subordinate to the Turks, who relied on them to help manage the distant northern frontier. But around 630, when Turk power was weakening, the Uyghurs began to assert themselves under a leader named Pusa. After his death, his son Tu-mi-tu adopted the title of Kagan, a sign that the Uyghurs were no longer content with subordination. His rule ended violently when he was murdered, and later, members of his family also vanished from the record after struggles involving the Chinese court. For several decades after that, the Uyghurs remained one among several tribal groups within the wider Tirle Confederation, and continued to live inside the political orbit of the Eastern Turk Empire. Their rise to full independence had not yet come. That decisive moment arrived in 744. The Karluks, Basmils, and Uyghurs united in a common effort to overthrow Turk rule. At first, the victory benefited the Basmils, whose ruler briefly stood at the head of the new order. But the alliance quickly turned inward. The Uyghurs and Karluks eliminated the Basmil ruler, and soon afterward the Uyghurs forced the Karluks aside as well. Even then, the Karluks remained a significant and often hostile rival. This was not an outside invasion of the Turk world so much as an internal transfer of power within it. The first Uyghur rulers presented themselves not as destroyers of the Turk political tradition, but as its rightful heirs. They linked their legitimacy to the old Turk founding line and consciously preserved the symbols of continuity. In language, script, and way of life, the Uyghurs and Turks were extraordinarily close. They spoke the same tongue, used the same runic-style writing, and occupied the same steppe zone. If the name had changed, much else had not. In many ways, the Uyghur state in Mongolia was the third great Turk empire. Its first rulers moved quickly to strengthen their position. Kutlug Bilge Kul-Kagan laid the foundations, and his son El-Etmish Bilge Kagan, also remembered as Bayan Chur, expanded and consolidated the new state. One of the most important features of this early Uyghur period was its careful management of relations with China. The Tang dynasty was facing severe internal crisis, especially during the rebellion of An Lushan, and Uyghur military intervention proved crucial. In 757, Uyghur troops helped the Chinese retake Luoyang, and the alliance was further sealed when a Chinese princess was married to the Kagan. This was more than ceremonial diplomacy. It reflected a new balance of power in which the Uyghurs were no longer merely another northern people to be managed by the Chinese Empire. They had become indispensable to it. At the same time, another major transformation was taking shape inside Uyghur society: the growth of urban life. This marked an important development because the steppe world is often imagined as wholly nomadic, yet the Uyghurs increasingly combined pastoral power with fixed centres of authority. Inscriptions from the 8th century refer to Uyghur cities, including a royal residence at the junction of the Orkhon and Baliklig rivers, usually identified with Karabalgasun. Another city, Bey-Balik, was built with the help of Chinese and Sogdian craftsmen on the Selenga. These foundations reveal a new political ambition. A steppe ruler might still prefer the comfort and prestige of a grand tent, but an empire also needed symbolic centres, administrative hubs, and lasting monuments. Arab visitors later described the Uyghur capital as a large and crowded place with markets, many trades, and an urban population that included a large number of Manichaeans. The city stood amid cultivated land, enclosed by great gates, and clearly functioned as more than a seasonal camp. Urbanization among the Uyghurs did not mean the abandonment of steppe traditions. It meant that steppe power had begun to adopt new forms. The most striking ruler of the Uyghur age was Bögü Kagan, who came to power after Eletmiş Bilge Kagan. Like his father, he assisted the Tang in recovering Luoyang, but Uyghur military presence in China often brought devastation as well as aid. Their intervention could save the dynasty, yet the troops were feared for their brutality and indiscipline. Still, the political result was unmistakable. Never before had a Mongolian steppe power occupied such a commanding position in relation to China. The Tang court now depended on Uyghur support in moments of extreme danger. It was during one of these campaigns in China that the most consequential religious shift in Uyghur history took place. In Luoyang, Bögü Kagan was converted to Manichaeism through Sogdian influence. His conversion changed more than his private beliefs. It drew the Uyghur court into much deeper contact with Sogdian religious and commercial networks. Bögü embraced the new faith with the intensity often shown by recent converts. Uyghur Manichaean texts present this as a moment of collective joy and spiritual transformation. Yet the political consequences were more complicated. As Manichaeism rose at court, so too did the influence of the Sogdians who had brought it. Their growing authority alarmed many in the ruling elite. Traditional religious figures saw their own position threatened, while the Uyghur warrior aristocracy resented the prominence of foreign advisors whose interests did not always align with those of the state. The problem was not simply religion. The deeper issue was that Sogdian influence extended into policy, diplomacy, and economic life. Their increasing power created the impression that the Kagan had fallen under outside control. This tension ended in blood. Bögü Kagan was urged by Sogdian advisors toward an aggressive policy against China, but his uncle Tun Bagha Tarkan opposed the plan. When the Kagan refused to listen, Tun Bagha struck first. In 779 he carried out a coup, killed Bögü, and oversaw a massacre that reached beyond the ruler himself to his circle and many associated Sogdians. It was a violent rejection of the previous direction of policy. Even so, the relationship between Uyghurs and Sogdians did not disappear. It was too deeply rooted to be broken so easily. The two had long been bound together by mutual advantage. The Sogdians provided literacy, diplomacy, religious expertise, and above all, commercial skill. The Uyghurs provided military protection and political power. Their partnership had already existed under the Turks and would continue under the Uyghurs, though not without recurring tension. The massacre after Bögü's fall was a temporary eclipse, not a final end to Sogdian importance. Trade lay at the center of this partnership. The most valuable commodity produced by the Uyghur steppe economy was the horse, and China had a constant military demand for horses. In exchange, the Uyghurs received silk. On paper, this was a conventional frontier trade. In practice, it often became a form of economic pressure. The Uyghurs did not merely satisfy Chinese demand. They pushed more horses into the market than China wanted, sometimes sending animals of poor quality and still demanding high payment in silk. Chinese sources complained bitterly about the burden this imposed. They described the Uyghurs as overbearing, greedy, and shameless in their demands, while at the same time revealing that the transactions continued because China could not afford to alienate them. The official exchange rate was highly favorable to the Uyghurs, and the scale of the trade was enormous. Chinese payments sometimes fell into arrears, which in turn provoked Uyghur anger. The result was a relationship marked by mutual dependence and mutual resentment. The Uyghurs had another way of extracting wealth from China: embassies. These missions, formally presented as tribute delegations, were in reality also commercial and political opportunities. In less than a century, more than 100 such embassies were sent to the Chinese court. Some were enormous, numbering over 1,000 participants, and including the wives of important dignitaries. Membership in these missions must have been highly desirable, for they offered access to gifts, luxury goods, trade, and the spectacle of imperial magnificence. Yet this too had an unintended effect. Rather than satisfying elite appetites, repeated exposure to Chinese wealth only sharpened them. The Uyghur ruling class, along with the Sogdians who often accompanied them, developed an ever greater taste for imported luxuries. The Kagan's ability to supply such goods remained essential to maintaining loyalty on the steppe. After the fall of Bogu, Tun Baga Tarkhan ruled under a new title and tried to repair relations with China. His task was not easy. The reigning emperor harbored deep hostility toward the Uyghurs, shaped by earlier humiliations. Still, diplomacy gradually succeeded, and a new Chinese princess was married into the Uyghur ruling house. This reflected a hard political reality. Despite imperial dislike, Chinese rulers still needed Uyghur support, especially in their continuing conflict with Tibet. The next period, however, was unstable. Several rulers were murdered and succession became uncertain. It was in this environment that a new office rose in importance, one described in Chinese sources as a Grand Minister or Grand General. Under one youthful Kagan, real power seems to have rested in the hands of this great dignitary, rather than the ruler himself. Eventually, that powerful minister took the throne, marking the end of the original ruling house that had led the Uyghur rise to empire. A new clan replaced the old Yaglakar dynasty. This transfer of power did not immediately weaken the state, and the early 9th century still saw notable political and cultural achievements. During one reign, the great trilingual inscription of Karabalgasun was erected in Chinese, Uyghur, and Sogdian, a striking symbol of the cultural complexity of the Uyghur Empire. It also reflects a renewed prominence of both Sogdian and Manichaean influence. Chinese distrust of that influence remained strong. At one point, the Uyghur ruler requested a Chinese imperial bride and met resistance not simply because of cost, but because the Chinese court remained wary of the political world that surrounded the Kagan. Eventually the marriage was arranged, but only after delay and diplomatic strain. In the final phase of the empire, weakness became increasingly visible. One ruler was murdered by his own entourage. Another, later, committed suicide while facing both external danger and internal conspiracy. Natural disaster made matters even worse. Exceptionally severe snowfall caused famine and deepened the sense of crisis. At the same time, the Kyrgyz, long hostile to the Uyghurs, were gaining strength. Their struggle with the Uyghurs had lasted for years, and now they found their chance. In 840, with the support of a renegade Uyghur commander, they struck at Karabalgasun and destroyed the capital. This was the decisive blow. The Uyghur Empire in Mongolia collapsed, though the final clearing of resistance took longer. Rival Uyghur groups sought Chinese assistance, but China's interest was limited. Once the Chinese princess, still among the Uyghurs, had been recovered, the court showed little desire to rescue its fallen ally. On the contrary, some Chinese statesmen argued that the time had come to destroy the remaining Uyghur forces completely. The alliance that had once sustained the Tang in its darkest hour ended without sentiment. The people who overthrew the Uyghurs, the Kyrgyz, belonged to a very different world. Their language was Turkic and close enough to that of the Turks and Uyghurs, yet their physical descriptions in Chinese and Persian sources set them apart. They are portrayed as tall, strong, often fair-haired and light-eyed, and unlike the Turks and Uyghurs, they were not usually linked by Chinese writers to the Xiongnu. Their earlier history reaches far back into the steppe and forest zone of Inner Asia. Ancient references place their ancestors much farther west than their later homeland, suggesting a long eastward movement over time. By the early medieval period, they occupied the Yenisei region, a harsher environment than the classic Mongolian steppe. Their way of life reflected that landscape. The Kyrgyz were not a typical open steppe nomadic power. They were a forest people as much as a pastoral one. Their land was marked by immense pine forests, marshy summers, and brutal winters with deep snow. In cold seasons, they lived in bark-covered huts, and they hunted on skis across frozen terrain. Their tribute to China consisted not of steppe products alone, but of pelts. They practiced tattooing and followed shamanic religion. Their shamans were known by the same Turkic terms found elsewhere in Inner Asia, but their customs were unusual in several respects. Chinese observers noted, for example, that they did not follow the common steppe practice of cutting the face in mourning. Their ruler's original title also differed from the better-known Khagan title, which they adopted only after defeating the Uyghurs. The Kyrgyz were also skilled metalworkers. Their land contained gold, tin, and iron, and they were known for making fine weapons. Archaeological evidence supports the written reports of their military craftsmanship. Their armour, horse equipment, and pointed helmets indicate a strong martial tradition. Yet despite their military success, the Kyrgyz did not replace the Uyghurs as a true imperial force in Mongolia. Their power base remained in the Yenisei region. For demographic and economic reasons, they could not fully occupy the political space the Uyghurs had once controlled. Their domination of Mongolia was more nominal than deeply rooted, and it lasted only about a century. By the early 10th century, a new power had begun to dominate the lands that had once formed the centre of the Uyghur Empire. This was the Khitan. By around 924, they exercised effective control over Mongolia. One sign of this shift comes from an offer made by a Khitan ruler to the Uyghurs of Kanchu, inviting them to return to their former homeland. They declined. By then, they were already settled elsewhere and had no desire to reoccupy the old imperial centre. That refusal says much about how completely the political world of Inner Asia had changed. With the arrival of the Khitan and the retreat of the Kyrgyz from Mongolia, the long period of Turkic dominance in that central zone came to an end. The Uyghur Empire had vanished, but its memory, its cities, its religious transformations, and its role in linking the steppe to China and Central Asia left a lasting mark on the history of Inner Asia. After the collapse of the Uyghur Empire in the mid-9th century, its people did not disappear. Instead, they scattered across Central Asia, carrying their traditions into new lands and reshaping them in the process. One branch moved toward the Gansu corridor, where they founded a small kingdom that would endure for generations before eventually falling to rising regional powers. Their descendants still survive today as a distinct community in that region. Another, larger movement pushed further west, crossing the lands north of the Tian Shan Mountains before descending into the fertile basin of Turfan. There, around the middle of the 9th century, they established a new and enduring state, known as the Kingdom of Kocho. This new homeland was no random refuge. The Turfan region had long been a vital crossroads between east and west, a key point along the great trade routes that connected China with Central Asia and beyond. Surrounded by mountains, fed by snowmelt streams, and sustained through ingenious underground irrigation systems, it offered something the steppe never could: stability. Agriculture flourished in this oasis environment. Fields produced grain, cotton, fruits, and vegetables, while nearby pastures supported large herds of livestock. The region's natural wealth and strategic location made it one of the most valuable territories in Inner Asia. Long before the arrival of the Uyghurs, Turfan and the surrounding areas had already developed a complex cultural landscape. Earlier inhabitants spoke Indo-European languages and had built prosperous city-states, such as Karashar and Kucha. These centres were known for their agriculture, trade, and especially their cultural life, which included strong artistic and religious traditions. Chinese influence had also been present for centuries, bringing with it literature, administrative practices, and education. By the time the Uyghurs arrived, the region was already a meeting place of civilizations. The arrival of the Uyghurs transformed this world. They did not simply conquer and replace the existing population. Instead, a gradual blending began. Through intermarriage and daily interaction, different peoples merged into a new cultural and social structure. Because the Uyghurs held political power and arrived in large numbers, their language eventually became dominant, replacing older local languages and serving as a common means of communication across the region. Yet this was not a one-sided process. The earlier inhabitants left a deep mark on Uyghur society, shaping its culture, beliefs, and even its language. Over time, the Uyghurs themselves underwent a profound transformation. The nomadic traditions of the steppe began to fade as they adopted a settled way of life. Cities expanded, agriculture became central to the economy, and a more complex social structure emerged. In Kocho, a distinctive civilization took shape, combining elements from Turkic, Chinese, Iranian, and local traditions. It was a world far removed from the mobile camps of their ancestors, yet it still retained echoes of that earlier heritage. The political system of Kocho reflected this new reality. The ruler bore the title edict, a term that conveyed both authority and sacred legitimacy. Beneath him stood a hierarchy of officials ranging from high-ranking ministers to local administrators. Society itself was layered, including nobles, officials, merchants, craftsmen, and farmers. Land ownership played a key role in rural life, with large estates supported by tenant farmers and labourers. Even remnants of older systems of dependency survived, showing that the transition from steppe to settled life was gradual and complex. Kocho maintained active relations with its neighbours. To the east, it engaged in regular diplomatic and commercial exchanges with Chinese dynasties. To the west, however, relations were more tense. Another Turkic power, the Karakhanids, had embraced Islam, while the Uyghurs of Kocho largely followed Buddhism. This religious divide created deep hostility, despite their shared language and origins. For centuries, the Uyghurs resisted the spread of Islam into their territory, preserving their own cultural and religious identity. In the early 13th century, a new force appeared on the horizon: the Mongol leader Genghis Khan was expanding his power across the steppe. Unlike many other states, the Uyghurs chose submission over resistance. Their ruler accepted Mongol authority, and in return, Kocho was treated with relative favour. Its borders remained intact, and its people were integrated into the growing Mongol world. This decision allowed the Uyghurs to preserve their society for a time, but it could not protect them forever. Internal conflicts and wider instability eventually weakened the kingdom. Prolonged struggles in Central Asia disrupted trade and strained resources. By the late 13th century, Kocho had lost its independence and was absorbed into a larger imperial system. What had once been a thriving centre of culture and commerce became just one region within a vast empire. Despite its political decline, the cultural achievements of the Uyghur kingdom were remarkable. Kocho became a major centre of religious and intellectual life. Several belief systems coexisted there, including Manichaeism, Christianity, and above all, Buddhism. Over time, Buddhism became the dominant faith, deeply influencing daily life and artistic expression. Temples were built, sacred texts were copied, and religious festivals brought communities together. These activities were seen not only as acts of devotion, but also as ways to gain spiritual merit. Art flourished in this environment. Murals, sculptures, and manuscripts reveal a society rich in imagination and skill. The paintings show scenes of everyday life as well as religious themes, offering a vivid picture of how people lived, dressed, and interacted. The blending of artistic styles from different cultures created a unique visual tradition that reflected the diversity of the region. Literature and scholarship also reached high levels. Many religious texts were translated into the Uyghur language, making them accessible to a wider audience. The language itself developed into a flexible and expressive medium, used not only for religious works but also for administrative and everyday purposes. Writing became an essential part of urban life, supporting trade, governance, and education. This cultural richness was not limited to religion. The Uyghurs absorbed influences from many directions, combining them into a distinctive synthesis. Elements from Chinese, Iranian, and Central Asian traditions merged with their own heritage, creating a society that was both diverse and unified. This blending of cultures became one of the defining features of the Uyghur world. While the Uyghur kingdom of Kocho was developing in Central Asia, another power was rising further east. The Tangut state. Formed by a people of Tibeto-Burman origin, this state emerged in the region of the Ordos and gradually expanded into a significant regional power. Its rulers adopted many elements of Chinese political organization, while also preserving their own identity. Over time, they built a structured government, established a capital, and created administrative institutions that allowed them to manage a large and diverse territory. The Tangut state developed a complex economy based on agriculture, livestock, and trade. Its lands included fertile river valleys, as well as wide pastures, supporting both farming and herding. The state was largely self-sufficient and even exported valuable goods, such as animals and salt. Its rulers also undertook major reforms, including the creation of a unique writing system and the translation of important religious texts into their own language. Culturally, the Tangut world reflected a balance between different influences. Buddhism played a major role, but Chinese philosophical traditions were also adopted, especially in government and administration. This combination allowed the Tangut state to develop its own path, neither fully Chinese nor entirely separate from the broader cultural world of East Asia. However, like the Uyghur kingdom, the Tangut state eventually faced the overwhelming force of the Mongol expansion. Despite periods of resistance and negotiation, it could not withstand the sustained pressure. In the early 13th century, Mongol armies launched a series of devastating campaigns. The final assault ended with the complete destruction of the Tangut state. Its cities were ruined, its population suffered immense losses, and its cultural achievements were largely wiped away. In the aftermath, the region was absorbed into the Mongol Empire. Over time, new populations settled there, and new cultural identities formed. The legacy of the Tangut people gradually faded, but traces of their civilization survived in scattered texts, ruins, and historical memory. High in the western Himalayas lies a rugged world often called the Trans-Himalayan region, a land set just south of the great ranges that stretch towards Central Asia. Protected by towering mountains, this landscape stands apart from the rhythms of the monsoon and is shielded from the harsh northern storms. The Indus River cuts across the region, yet it does not unite it. Its deep, rocky channel and steep banks make navigation and settlement difficult. Instead, the land is divided by mountains into isolated valleys, each forming its own small community. Over time, these communities developed into separate cultural zones and small political units, which is why this area has always been known as a collection of states, rather than a single unified realm. Situated to the southwest of Tibet, the region has never had a single shared historical name. Scholars in later centuries attempted to label it, but no term fully captured its diversity. Even modern political designations reflect only fragments of this complex geography. The early medieval history of this region begins with the rise of ruling families of Turkic origin, though their exact beginnings remain uncertain. These groups appear to have replaced older dynasties that had once controlled key valleys such as Gilgit. Around the 8th century, the region became a contested frontier. Tibetan forces advanced into the area through the high passes, while Chinese military expeditions attempted to counter them and restore earlier rulers. These shifting powers left behind only fragments of historical memory. Some rulers claimed divine ancestry, linking themselves to solar deities, while others were described by outside observers as belonging to Turkic tribes. These scattered accounts suggest a period of transition, where older political traditions gave way to new ruling elites arriving from the north. Among the most prominent of these ruling lines was a dynasty remembered in local tradition as the Trakans. Their origins are wrapped in legend, blending Persian royal imagery with local narratives. Stories tell of a prince fleeing westward upheavals, marrying into a local royal family, and founding a new line of rulers. Whether myth or memory, such tales reflect the merging of cultures that defined the region. Over generations, rulers rose and fell in quick succession, shaping a political landscape that was constantly shifting. By the end of the 10th century, northern influences had become firmly embedded in the ruling houses, reinforced by marriages and alliances with neighbouring regions. Power struggles within these dynasties were frequent. Rival branches competed for control, sometimes fleeing across glaciers into neighbouring valleys or seeking support from distant allies. In some cases, external rulers intervened, installing new leaders and altering the balance of power. These events also brought religious change. New beliefs entered the region through political alliances and invasions, though their spread was uneven and often contested. Despite these disruptions, local rulers demonstrated resilience, defending their territories and maintaining their authority against repeated challenges. The wider region was never isolated from the currents of Central and South Asian history. Mongol incursions, shifting powers in Kashmir, and developments in nearby trade routes all left their mark. Rulers maintained close ties with neighbouring states, encouraging trade and cultural exchange. Craftsmen and artisans were brought from other regions, transforming local architecture and artistic traditions. Fortresses rose above valleys, serving as both defensive structures and symbols of authority. Marriages between ruling families further strengthened connections across the mountains, linking distant valleys into a loose network of alliances. Distinct ruling families also emerged in neighbouring areas such as Hunza, Naga, and Chitral, each with its own traditions and origin stories. Some accounts describe the founding of these states through legendary figures, emphasizing the dramatic and often mythical nature of their beginnings. Rivalries between these states were constant, shaping the political landscape for centuries. Wars over land, power, and prestige became a defining feature of life in the region, with alliances shifting as quickly as the mountain weather. Baltistan developed along a somewhat different path, influenced strongly by Tibetan culture as well as by contacts with Kashmir and Central Asia. Its rulers traced their origins through a mix of local traditions and external influences. Over time, new populations arrived, bringing different cultural and political elements. Settlements expanded and new centres of power emerged, supported by agriculture and trade. The region's position along important mountain routes made it a crossroads of ideas, religions, and economic exchange. Relations with surrounding regions played a crucial role in shaping this world. While direct conflict with some neighbours was limited, cultural and commercial connections were constant. Craftsmen, religious figures, and traders moved across the mountains, carrying with them new ideas and practices. Spiritual movements, especially those associated with Sufi traditions, left a lasting impact on the religious life of the Almantika. These influences blended with older beliefs, creating a diverse and layered cultural identity. Over the long term, the region developed a complex social structure shaped by geography, migration, and political change. The ruling elites were often of Turkic origin, but they adopted local languages and customs. The broader population, however, remained rooted in older linguistic and cultural traditions, forming distinct communities with their own identities. In some areas, tribal systems replaced centralized authority, with local leaders governing through councils and collective decision-making. In others, established dynasties maintained hierarchical systems of rule. The economic life of the Almantika was shaped by its environment. Agriculture was limited by the terrain, relying heavily on irrigation systems that channeled glacier meltwater to terraced fields. Pastoralism also played an important role, with communities adapting to the challenges of high-altitude living. Scarcity of arable land often led to Sankersh, as communities competed for control of valuable Alaradi. These pressures contributed to long-standing rivalries between neighbouring groups, some of which became deeply embedded in local traditions. Today, every community across the northern areas follows Islam. Yet the faith did not arrive here through a single movement or from one clear direction. Its spread was slow, uneven, and shaped by many routes of contact coming from the north, the south, and the west. Because of that long process, Islamic life in the region never developed in exactly the same form everywhere. Belief, ritual, and social habit vary from valley to valley, and beneath these Islamic identities, older layers of culture still remain visible. Ancient habits survived in local memory, in the reverence shown to unusual rocks and high peaks, in stories about unseen beings believed to dwell in the landscape, and in the awe inspired by glaciers and the destructive force they could unleash. Older traditions also continued in animal sacrifice, seasonal ceremonies, communal dances, burial customs, clothing styles, ornaments, household tools, and patterns of everyday work. These elements were not isolated details. They were woven into a way of life based on orchards, herding, and mountain agriculture, and each sub-region preserved them in its own distinct form. In the modern period, the Muslim population of this broad mountain zone came to include several major traditions. Some communities followed Sunni Islam, Others adopted Ismaili teachings, others became Twelver Shiite. And in Baltistan, the Nurbakhshi Sufi path also took deep root. The spread of these traditions did not happen all at once. The arrival of Ismaili influence is difficult to date, with certainty in the earlier centuries, but the impact of missionaries and wandering religious teachers became increasingly important over time. Disciples connected with the spiritual world of Kashmir entered the area during the late medieval period and helped lay the foundation for later change. In Baltistan, the religious landscape was especially shaped by preachers and holy families whose tombs remained places of memory long after their deaths. Some came through Kashmir, others by way of Yarkand and Persian lands, and their efforts helped establish Shiite beliefs in several valleys. From Baltistan, missionary activity continued toward Gilgit and surrounding districts, where more shrines marked the path of religious expansion. In this way, Islam in the northern areas was never simply imported and imposed. It took shape through local adaptation, long-distance connections, and the gradual influence of revered figures whose presence remained tied to the land. The story of the Khitan unfolded in a very different setting, and it does not fit neatly into the ordinary framework of a single nation tied to one stable territory. Their history is the story of a people who preserved a sense of identity across many centuries, while moving from one homeland to another and undergoing striking cultural and linguistic change along the way. Before the 5th century, they were known under other names and belonged to a broader cluster of peoples, described in Chinese records as part of the eastern frontier world. The first clear mention of the Khitan under their own name appears in the early 5th century, when they suffered a defeat at the hands of the Northern Wei. At that time, they lived along the upper Liao River, but pressure from war pushed them into new territory, farther south and east. Even this early conflict reflected the tangled relationships of Inner Asia, because the Northern Wei themselves were ruled by a non-Chinese dynasty that shared distant links with the same wider world from which the Khitan emerged. The Khitan occupied a region of varied landscapes. Their homeland included mountain slopes, open plains, forest zones, and riverlands, giving them access to more than one way of life. They raised horses in large numbers and also kept cattle and sheep. Some parts of their country supported farming, while the forests and waters of Manchuria allowed for hunting and fishing on a substantial scale. The land also contained mineral wealth, and this would become one of the most important advantages in Khitan history. Metalworking and mining helped support a more diversified economy than was usual in much of medieval Inner Asia. This economic flexibility gave the Khitan an unusual strength. They were not dependent on one single mode of production, and from an early stage their society brought together pastoral, agricultural, industrial, and hunting traditions in a single political sphere. From the beginning, the Khitan appear not as a single uniform people, but as a federation held together by shared interest more than by complete cultural unity. Their own origin story reflects this mixed character. One of their ancestral legends tells of a man riding a white horse along one river and a woman travelling in a cart drawn by a grey ox along another. They met where the two rivers joined, and from their union came the ancestors of the original Khitan tribes. In this tale, the rivers themselves seem almost to create the people, and the white horse and grey ox became sacred animals in later Khitan ritual life. The story points to a civilization made from different elements joined together at a frontier. Similar themes appear in the heroic traditions of other Inner Asian peoples, where a nation's beginning is tied to a sacred landscape and symbolic animals. Chinese writers, often doubtful of such stories, also preserved fragments of legend about the earliest Khitan rulers. Some of these figures were described in strange and symbolic ways. One ruler was said to live in seclusion and appear only during sacred ceremonies, while another was imagined with the head of a boar and dressed in animal skin. These descriptions may preserve echoes of old religious ideas, totemic identities, or a division between sacred and practical authority. Another legendary ruler was remembered through a tale of miraculous abundance, as though royal power itself guaranteed renewal. Taken together, these traditions suggest that early Khitan rulership may have combined ritual kingship with a second, more active form of leadership in war and politics. Long before the Khitan built an empire, they had already developed a political culture in which symbolism, ceremony, and tribal power were closely linked. By the 8th century, the Khitan were appearing regularly in the turmoil of East Asian politics. They could be found sometimes as enemies, sometimes as allies, in the age of major rebellions and shifting frontiers. By the 9th century, their 8 main tribes were governed by a chief chosen from a leading family for a limited term. The office was not entirely secure. If disaster struck the community, the leader could be removed before his term ended. Over time, however, the balance of power changed. The old ruling family lost its hold, and in the late 9th century, a new figure rose to prominence. This was Abaoji of the Yelu clan, the man who would transform the Khitan from a confederation into an empire. Abaoji was first elected in the traditional way, but he was not willing to surrender power when his term was over. Backed by growing support, he established an independent base centered on a settlement known for its large Chinese population. This place offered both fertile farmland and valuable resources such as iron, copper, gold, and salt. His family already understood the importance of economic development. Metalworking had been expanded by combining the skills of local specialists with those of Chinese settlers, and control over a crucial salt lake further strengthened their position. With these resources, Abaoji built a power base unlike that of earlier tribal chiefs. Wealth drew followers and violence removed rivals. After securing his position, he proclaimed himself emperor and adopted a Chinese imperial title. In doing so, he founded a dynasty that would later be known as the Liao. The Khitan state that Abaoji created was both inner Asian and imperial in style. Its ruler still underwent a traditional enthronement, marked by symbolic ordeal, horseback ritual, and the use of felt, but this political culture now stood at the center of a large and expanding empire. Stories about Abaoji's own birth cast him as a man marked by destiny from the beginning, touched by heavenly signs and displaying uncanny maturity as an infant. Such tales placed him in the long tradition of heroic founders, whose greatness is announced before they can even speak. At the same time, his real achievements were practical and political. He treated allied tribes with care, distributed reward and punishment in ways that seemed fair, and strengthened the resources of both state and people. Herds multiplied, supplies increased, and his authority became secure. Relations with China remained central to Khitan history. Contacts between the Khitan and Chinese courts stretched back centuries, but the collapse of the Tang dynasty opened new opportunities. As China fell into division, the Khitan became more important than ever. Chinese rulers sent envoys to them, and Chinese states sometimes relied on Khitan military support. In return, the Khitan gained territory deep inside northern China, including regions that would later make Beijing one of their capitals. Once the Song dynasty arose in the south, Khitan expansion met a stronger barrier, and a long peace eventually emerged based on rough equality between the two empires. The details of Liao rule over northern China belong to a much broader story, but what matters here is that the Khitan had become a major imperial force, no longer a frontier people living in the shadow of others. Their relations with the great nomadic powers of Mongolia were equally complex. At different times they fought with the Ruran, clashed with Korean forces, interacted with the Turks, and later became connected with the Uyghurs. Sometimes they submitted, sometimes they resisted, and sometimes they cooperated. Even after the fall of older steppe empires, memories of these relationships remained. Hostility with Turkic groups continued in some directions, while ties with the Uyghurs were often friendlier and more layered. Several important clans within the Khitan elite had Uyghur roots, including groups closely linked to the imperial family through marriage. Women from these elite lines held considerable power. Empresses appeared at public ceremonies, joined imperial hunts, influenced policy, and in some cases openly reshaped tradition. One imperial widow even refused to follow her husband into death, ending an old custom through sheer force of will. One famous episode from the early 10th century shows both the closeness and the tension in Khitan-Uyghur relations. Uyghur envoys arrived at the Khitan court, and the event later became linked with the creation of one of the Khitan writing systems. The Khitan eventually produced two scripts of their own, neither fully understood today, both modelled in outward appearance on Chinese forms but structurally different. Uyghur influence, however, went beyond diplomacy. It touched agriculture, court life, and cultural exchange. The Khitan learned certain refined agricultural techniques from Uyghur communities, including methods used in melon cultivation. Yet for all the cordiality between them, the Khitan kept a certain distance and guarded their own imperial prestige carefully. The rise of Khitan power also drew the attention of the Islamic world. Embassies from Persian and Arab lands reached the Khitan court in the early 10th century, showing that the empire was already known far beyond East Asia. A century later, the Khitan sent a mission westward toward the court of Mahmud of Ghazna. This mission seems to have been prompted by the growing reach of Ghaznavid conquest. The Khitan wanted information, perhaps contact, and perhaps a measure of diplomatic recognition. Their letter spoke with the confidence of a ruler who considered himself superior to all powers under heaven. Mahmud, however, responded coldly. He dismissed the idea of close relations and made it clear that distance, religious difference, and mutual caution would define the relationship. His reply was harsh, but it also recognized a basic truth. A direct clash between the Ghaznavids and the Liao was unlikely, and diplomacy alone could not bridge the great cultural and geographic divide between them. The fall of the Liao did not come because of distant Western powers, or because peace with the Song collapsed overnight. The true danger arose closer to home. In Manchuria, the Jurchen, long subject to the Khitan, rose in revolt and built a new state of their own. Under strong leadership, they pushed south and west, conquering much of northern China and destroying Liao power. The Khitan did not vanish, but their rule in China came to an end. Some were absorbed into the new order, while others looked elsewhere for survival. Out of this crisis emerged one of the most remarkable second acts in Inner Asian history. The architect of that second act was Yelu Dashi, a descendant of the old imperial line. He was highly educated, militarily gifted, and fully aware that the old Liao state could not be saved by conventional means. Faced with the combined pressure of enemies and the weakness of his own ruler, he chose not to perish with the collapsing dynasty. Instead, he gathered a small but determined following and set out to build a new power in the West. His early force was not large, but he possessed extraordinary resolve and the ability to persuade others to trust his vision. He moved first toward the steppe, gained support from tribal groups, and called on leaders to join him in the name of restoring past greatness. Whether he truly intended to recover China or had already set his sights on a new empire farther west remains uncertain. What is clear is that he soon turned decisively toward Central Asia. Before leaving the Eastern world behind, he carried out traditional Khitan rites, including the sacrifice of the white horse and grey ox, preserving the symbols of his people's ancient identity. He then sought passage through the kingdom of Kocho, reminding the Uyghurs of old bonds between their peoples. Permission was granted, gifts were exchanged, and the westward movement continued. During this migration, the Khitan gradually came to be known in Muslim lands as the Kara Khitai, the Black Khitai. The change in name likely reflected the way Western peoples heard and pronounced the word through Uyghur mediation. The added term black probably carried an honorific or descriptive force, common in Inner Asian naming traditions, rather than a simple reference to colour. By the time Yelu Dashi reached the political world of Central Asia, conditions were favourable for intervention. The Karakhanid realm was divided and unstable, split between eastern and western branches and troubled by internal conflict. The first encounters between the advancing Khitai and the eastern Karakhanids were not uniformly successful. There were setbacks and defeats, and the surviving sources do not always agree on the sequence of events. Yet Yelu Dashi persisted. Moving through steppe and frontier zones, he gradually secured allies and exploited the weakness of local powers. Eventually, internal conflict among the Karakhanids opened the door. A ruler unable to control his own subjects sought outside help, and that help arrived in the form of occupation. Yelu Dashi entered Balasagun and gained a capital almost without struggle. What had begun as the flight of a displaced prince was becoming the foundation of a new empire. From Balasagun, the Kara Khitai expanded westward. They defeated rival rulers, challenged the authority of powerful Muslim states, and eventually won a major victory on the Katwan steppe against a coalition led by Sultan Sanjar. That triumph brought much of Turkestan under their authority, though they did not govern every place directly. Local rulers often remained in office as vassals, acknowledging Kara Khitai supremacy while continuing their own administration. This system reflected both pragmatism and necessity. The Kara Khitai were a ruling minority spread over a wide and diverse land. They could dominate, tax, and intervene, but they could not transform the region in their own image. Their empire was unlike the earlier Liao state in China. In China, the Khitan had ruled over a largely homogeneous population with long traditions of imperial government. In Central Asia, they ruled over a patchwork of Turkic and Iranian-speaking peoples, Muslim urban centres, tribal confederations, and semi-autonomous local elites. The core Kara Khitai ruling group remained culturally distinct, preserving Khitan and Chinese administrative habits, while living amid a society shaped mainly by Islam. Their chancery used Chinese writing, and even their coinage reflected Chinese models. At the same time, they did not attempt to convert their subjects or erase local customs. Their rule was demanding in taxation, but relatively tolerant in matters of religion. This tolerance became one of the defining features of the Kara Khitai state. The ruling house was probably Buddhist, yet it did not force Buddhism upon its subjects. Muslim communities continued their own religious life, and Christian groups, especially the Nestorians, also flourished under their protection. In some regions, churches and Christian graveyards remained active, and Kashgar itself served as an important centre of Eastern Christianity. The Kara Khitai state showed that an empire could be powerful without demanding uniformity. In this sense, it anticipated the broader imperial style later seen under the Mongols, who also often preferred obedience and tribute over forced cultural assimilation. After Yelu Dashi's death, power passed first to his widow, who ruled as regent, and then to later members of the dynasty. Female political authority remained strong, continuing older Khitan traditions in which imperial women played major roles in state affairs. Military intervention in Transoxiana continued. as did the careful balancing of vassals, rivals, and tax collection. The Kara Kite remained influential across Semirecce and the lands beyond the Oxus, but their position was never entirely secure. Their military resources were limited compared to the vast populations they dominated, and their empire depended on maintaining a delicate equilibrium among local powers. That balance began to break under pressure from new movements in the east. As Chinggis Khan rose in Mongolia, defeated enemies fled westward, carrying instability with them. Among these refugees was Kushlug of the Naiman, who found asylum with the Kara Kitai, and even entered the ruling family through marriage. At first, he seemed like a useful ally, but the arrival of his followers disturbed the political order within the empire's core lands. Historians have often imagined the collapse of Kara Kitai power as the result of a single coordinated attack from east and west, but the reality was more gradual and more internal. The state was weakened from within as the Naiman refugees recovered their strength, seized the lands that had given them shelter, and opened the way for other powers to strip away the western provinces. Kushlug's rise to power did not resemble a grand invasion from outside, but rather a struggle from within, a decisive confrontation inside the ruling elite itself. His challenge unfolded like a forceful seizure of authority by an ambitious son-in-law against an aging ruler who could no longer hold firm control. There were clashes between their supporters, yet the outcome was not marked by the complete destruction of the old order. When Kushlug secured victory in 1211, he did not immediately replace the existing system with a new title or formal claim. The former ruler remained in place as a symbolic figure, allowed to live out his final years in relative peace, before dying quietly not long after. Observers travelling through the region decades later still describe the Naiman and the Kara Kitai as closely connected, suggesting that the transition of power had been gradual rather than violently transformative. Yet Kushlug's position was far from secure. The political world around him was shifting rapidly, and the shadow of a far greater power was already moving across the steppe. The Mongols, under the leadership of Chinggis Khan, had begun to reshape the balance of Inner Asia. Their commanders were active in nearby regions, gathering intelligence and watching developments closely. It is almost certain that news of Kushlug's rise reached them quickly. The revival of Naiman's strength, even in a new setting, was something that could not be ignored. Kushlug had already escaped confrontation more than once, but this time there would be no such opportunity. Preparations were made to remove him, and the Mongol response would be decisive. Kushlug's rule revealed its weaknesses almost immediately. Internally, his policies created division rather than unity. His treatment of religious communities, especially his hostility toward Muslim populations, alienated the majority of those he governed. Externally, he found himself trapped between powerful enemies. To the west stood the Khwarezm Shah, and to the east the Mongols were advancing with growing force. Even former allies began to turn away. The Uyghur ruler, who had once maintained friendly relations with earlier Kara Kitai leadership, chose a different path, abandoning Kushlug and aligning with the Mongols. This shift signaled a broader change. Loyalty was now being recalculated in light of the new power rising from the east. The final collapse came quickly. A Mongol force advanced into the region, and local populations, already resentful of Kushlug's rule, rose in opposition. In key cities, resistance formed from within rather than being imposed from outside. Kushlug attempted to respond, but the situation had already slipped beyond his control. Forced to flee once again, he sought refuge in distant mountain regions. But this time, escape was no longer possible. He was captured and executed, bringing an abrupt end to his brief and troubled rule. Kushlug was not a figure of enduring greatness. he lacked the authority and personal magnetism that had defined earlier rulers of the Kara Khitai. His claim to power was uncertain, and he failed to secure the loyalty of those he governed. It is tempting to imagine how events might have unfolded differently if the old ruling line had remained intact when the Mongols arrived. Members of that lineage would later serve within the Mongol system itself, demonstrating a remarkable ability to adapt and survive. Some became advisors, administrators, and governors under the new order, carrying with them traditions from earlier empires into the expanding Mongol world. Even after the fall of their state, the people connected with this legacy did not disappear. Instead, they spread across vast regions, maintaining fragments of their identity far from their original homeland. Traces of their presence appear in distant lands, preserved in names, traditions, and even in the memory of other cultures. Their influence extended far beyond the boundaries of their former empire, reaching into regions as distant as Eastern Europe. The name associated with them would endure for centuries, becoming one of the most widely recognized designations for China in the medieval world and beyond. This legacy alone reflects the lasting impact of their historical role. At the same time, another transformation was unfolding in the heart of the steppe. The lands of Mongolia, shaped by wide plains and mountain barriers, had long served as a meeting point between different worlds. Trade routes connected east and west, while the steppe itself formed a vast corridor stretching across Eurasia. In this environment, a distinct form of nomadic life had developed, adapted to the challenges of climate and terrain. By the late 12th century, the peoples of this region had reached a turning point. The society of the steppe was no longer defined solely by ancient clan ties. Over time, traditional kinship structures had weakened, replaced by new forms of organization based on shared economic and political interests. Groups divided, reformed, and combined in response to changing conditions. Smaller family units replaced older communal arrangements, reflecting the growing importance of private ownership, especially of livestock. Wealth became a key measure of status, and a clear division emerged between the elite and the ordinary population. Among the elite were those who held traditional titles associated with leadership, skill, and authority. Their influence grew as larger political groupings formed. At the same time, the majority of the population consisted of common herders, dependents, and followers tied to more powerful leaders. Some were bound by obligation rather than outright servitude, forming relationships that resembled loyalty and protection rather than simple domination. New forms of personal allegiance also appeared, where individuals chose to attach themselves to a leader in exchange for support and opportunity. These bonds would become crucial in the rise of future powers. Economic life also changed. Earlier systems based on collective ownership gradually gave way to smaller, more flexible units, better suited to private herding. Instead of moving in large clan groups, families and smaller communities began to migrate independently, managing their own animals and resources. This shift allowed for greater mobility, but also increased competition. At the same time, larger political structures began to form as stronger groups absorbed weaker ones, creating confederations that could dominate wider territories. In this environment of fragmentation and consolidation, numerous tribes competed for influence. Some formed powerful alliances, while others struggled to maintain independence. Among them were groups that would later play a decisive role in shaping history. The region around certain key rivers and mountain zones became especially important, serving as the core from which new leadership would emerge. These areas preserved strong traditions and produced figures capable of uniting scattered communities. One such figure rose from these conditions. Born into a world of instability, he faced hardship from an early age, including the loss of his father and the breakdown of his family's position. Yet these challenges shaped his determination. He learned to navigate the complex web of alliances and rivalries that defined steppe life. Using both traditional bonds and new forms of loyalty, he gradually built a following. He forged alliances, secured victories, and attracted supporters from different groups. Early successes established his reputation. With the support of powerful allies, he defeated rival tribes and recovered what had been lost to his family. These victories were not only military achievements, but also political statements, demonstrating his ability to lead and to reward those who followed him. As his influence grew, more groups joined his cause, drawn by both necessity and ambition. The alliances that had once supported him eventually gave way to rivalry. Former partners became competitors, and the struggle for dominance intensified. Through a series of campaigns and confrontations, he overcame each challenge. By carefully balancing force and strategy, he defeated opposing coalitions and dismantled the power of rival leaders. Over time, the fragmented tribes of the steppe were brought under a single authority. His formal recognition as ruler marked a turning point. A gathering of leaders confirmed his position, symbolizing the emergence of a unified political structure where none had existed before. From that moment, he could act not merely as a tribal chief, but as the head of a larger entity that encompassed much of the steppe. Yet unity was not achieved overnight. Several powerful groups still resisted, and it took years of further Sangharsh to bring them into line. Once control was secured, attention turned to organization. A new administrative system was established, combining military efficiency with political oversight. The population was structured into units that could be mobilized quickly, and leadership positions were assigned to trusted followers and relatives. This system replaced older tribal divisions, creating a more centralized form of authority. Loyalty was no longer tied solely to lineage, but to service and ability. Law and order were also strengthened. A set of rules was introduced to regulate behavior across the expanding realm. These laws covered everything from military discipline to social conduct, providing a framework for governance that extended beyond individual tribes. They became a foundation for stability, ensuring that the new order could function effectively across a vast and diverse territory. Military organization played a crucial role in maintaining power. Forces were arranged in structured units, each with clearly defined leadership. A personal guard surrounded the ruler, composed of selected individuals who combined loyalty with skill. This group served not only as protection, but also as a training ground for future commanders. Discipline was strict, but rewards were significant, reinforcing the system of merit and allegiance that underpinned the entire structure. By the early 13th century, the transformation was complete. The once divided tribes of the steppe had been united into a powerful force stretching across a vast expanse of land. From the forests of the north to the edges of the desert in the south, and from mountain ranges in the west to distant eastern frontiers, a new political reality had taken shape. This was no longer a loose collection of nomadic groups, but a structured and expanding power capable of reshaping the history of Eurasia. Soon after securing his authority in Mongolia and building the political and military system that would support his rule, Chinggis Khan turned outward. At first, his expansion does not seem to have followed a fully fixed master plan aimed immediately at conquering the great settled civilizations beyond the steppe. The pattern of his campaigns suggests a different priority. Before striking deeply into the wealthy urban worlds beyond Mongolia, he moved first against neighbouring nomadic peoples, whose way of life resembled that of the Mongols, and whose incorporation would strengthen the foundation of his power. In this early phase, expansion meant the unification of the steppe under one commanding force. In 1207, the nomadic tribes living in the regions of the Selenga and the Yenisei were brought under his control. 2 years later, the Uyghurs were absorbed into his growing dominion without major resistance. These Uyghurs had once ruled a powerful empire in Mongolia itself and later moved southwest into the oasis lands of the Tarim Basin after the fall of that earlier state. Their submission was significant, not only politically, but also administratively, because they possessed traditions of literacy and government that would later prove useful to the Mongol Empire. Chinggis Khan also launched campaigns against the Jin Empire in northern China in 1210 and again a few years later. Yet these expeditions do not necessarily suggest that China was already his immediate main target. They may have been intended more as demonstrations of power, warnings to a dangerous neighbour, and tests of Mongol military reach than as a final attempt at conquest. After these strikes, his attention returned once more to the steppe and to the remaining nomadic powers beyond Mongolia. The next stage of expansion carried Mongol authority across a vast belt of Inner Asia. Chinggis Khan subdued nearly all the nomadic Turkic peoples stretching westward toward the northeastern borders of Persia. By 1218, the Kara-Khitai realm in Transoxiana had fallen under his authority with little serious resistance. As a result, East Turkestan and several other regions of Central Asia were drawn into the Mongol sphere. This changed the political map of the region completely. Mongolia was no longer separated from the major states of the Islamic world by buffers and intermediary powers. The Mongol dominion now stood face to face with one of the strongest empires of the age. That neighbouring state was the empire of the Khwarezm Shah, Ala al-Din Muhammad, who ruled over most of Transoxiana and northern Persia. By this time, Central Asia had been divided in effect into two great political zones. The eastern lands were under Mongol control, while the western lands were dominated by the Khwarezmian dynasty. Rivalry between these two expanding powers was not absolutely unavoidable, but it became increasingly likely. Chinggis Khan is said to have expressed a desire for peace and commercial exchange, presenting himself as master of the East while acknowledging the Khwarezm Shah as ruler of the West. Yet even this language carried an edge of superiority. He addressed the Khwarezm Shah not as a full equal, but in a manner that implied hierarchy. No direct evidence survives to reveal his deepest intentions, but whatever his original calculations may have been, the balance soon tipped toward war. Between 1219 and 1224, Chinggis Khan launched the campaigns that shattered the Khwarezmian Empire. At the time, that empire was already weakened by internal tensions, mistrust, and division. Mongol armies advanced with devastating force, and some of the greatest cities of Transoxiana and Khorasan suffered terrible destruction. Samarkand, Bukhara, Urgench, Otrar, Nishapur, Balkh, and Merv all faced the violence of conquest. These campaigns transformed the history of the northeastern Islamic world. Large Turkic populations, along with Persian-speaking urban societies, now fell under Mongol domination. The victory was not merely territorial. It brought the steppe empire into direct control over some of the richest and most urbanized lands in Eurasia. The campaign did not stop there. In pursuit of the defeated Khwarezm Shah, two of Chinggis Khan's most celebrated generals, Jebi and Subadeh, pushed far beyond Central Asia. In 1221, they entered the Caucasus, defeated the Georgian king, and rode onward onto the southern Russian steppe. In the spring of 1223, at the river Kalka, the Mongols crushed a combined force of Rus and Kipchak warriors. Yet this victory did not lead immediately to a full occupation of the region. After demonstrating their superiority, the commanders turned back, and by the end of that year they had rejoined the main Mongol forces. Chinggis Khan himself returned to Mongolia in 1225. His final campaign targeted the Tangut state, which was subdued in 1227. Soon after, he fell ill and died the same year. His body was carried back to the homeland and buried in the Kintai Mountains, in the landscape that had shaped his rise. It is possible that in the beginning Chinggis Khan did not possess a fully articulated theory of world conquest. Still, when his campaigns are viewed as a whole, they reveal a logic far greater than mere improvisation. There seems to have been a broad strategic understanding behind his actions. Earlier, steppe rulers had often made the same mistake. They united the nomads, then invaded northern China, and in settling there, they left the steppe itself open to new challenges. This created a recurring cycle in which each new confederation rose in the vacuum left by the previous one. Chinggis Khan appears to have avoided this trap deliberately. He first unified Mongolia, then neutralized China without becoming absorbed by it, then returned to absorb the remaining Turco-Mongol peoples of the steppe. Only after securing this larger nomadic world did he strike against the great sedentary powers. In that sense, his campaigns can be seen as the work of a ruler determined not only to conquer outward, but to preserve the strategic heartland from which his strength came. He remained, to the end of his life, a ruler shaped by nomadic values. Unlike many conquerors before him, he did not abandon the steppe mentality, or allow himself to be absorbed by the attractions of settled luxury. The empire he left behind was still, at its core, an empire of nomadic peoples centered on Mongolia. Yet he was far from hostile to the practical achievements of sedentary civilization. He recognized useful tools when he saw them. The Mongols adopted the Uyghur script for writing Mongolian and used it in state administration. With the submission of the Uyghurs and the fall of the Kara Khitai, Chinggis Khan gained access to administrators, scribes, and political intermediaries who could bridge the world of the steppe and the worlds of China and Islam. These peoples carried techniques of government, literacy, and diplomacy into Mongol service. Muslim officials in particular rose to prominent roles under the Mongol Khan, especially in an atmosphere where trade was protected and religions were tolerated. The success of Chinggis Khan's conquests cannot be explained by one factor alone. His own genius was central. He was not only a brilliant field commander, but also a calculating politician who understood men, timing, and structure. His armies were built around fast, disciplined, light cavalry, riding hardy horses and using the bow with terrifying effect. At the same time, he was pragmatic. He adopted methods and technologies from others, whenever they gave him an advantage. Chinese and Muslim specialists contributed to Mongol siegecraft, engineering, and battlefield technique. During the Western campaigns, gunpowder, mining, and sapping were already being used in attacks on fortified cities. This willingness to combine steppe mobility with borrowed technical skill made the Mongol army more dangerous than earlier nomadic forces. What Chinggis Khan left behind at his death was extraordinary. Unlike the Empire of Alexander, which quickly fractured after its founder died, the Mongol Empire continued to function, expand, and adapt. It possessed both territorial scale and dynastic continuity. His successors, drawn from his own family, carried forward the imperial project. During their reigns, the Mongol Empire became the largest uninterrupted land empire the world had yet seen. It stretched from East Asia deep into Europe. Campaigns were launched into Southeast Asia and even against islands such as Java and Japan, though these overseas ventures did not succeed. As a total imperial structure, Mongol rule endured well over a century, and some of its successor states lasted much longer. Yet the heirs of Chinggis Khan, even while proclaiming loyalty to his memory, did not fully preserve his central principle. He had resisted surrendering the steppe to the seductions of sedentary empire. His successors increasingly moved in the opposite direction. Ogedei, Guyuk, and Monkey continued expanding into the great urbanized regions of Eurasia. Their ambitions were not confined to the nomadic belt. They pushed deeper into lands defined by cities, bureaucracy, and agriculture. This brought enormous gains, but it also created immense strain. The Mongol conquests caused upheaval, destruction, and grief on a tremendous scale. Entire populations suffered, cities were ruined, and memories of Mongol violence became lasting scars in the historical consciousness of conquered peoples. Yet Chinggis Khan was not simply a destroyer driven by blind cruelty or plunder for its own sake. When he ordered massacre, it was generally tied to political purpose, military necessity, or the consolidation of power. This does not lessen the suffering, but it helps explain the cold logic behind Mongol warfare. The greatest challenge after conquest was no longer victory in battle, but the preservation of rule. Governing such an immense empire required structures unlike anything the Mongols had needed before. The early successors understood this and tried to build on what Chinggis Khan had already created. Even as the empire expanded, Mongolia remained, at least for a time, its symbolic and political center. But holding the center in the steppe became increasingly difficult once Persia and China had been conquered. The rulers now faced a problem no earlier nomadic empire had truly solved: how to reconcile the logic of mobile, pastoral rule with the demands of governing vast sedentary civilizations. That contradiction would become one of the main reasons why the empire eventually weakened. Even so, the unity of the empire held for decades after Chinggis Khan's death. Members of the ruling family maintained supremacy across enormous distances and through multiple generations. Part of this success came from ideology. The Khans continued to rule under the ancient belief that heaven had granted them authority. The sacred lineage of the imperial clan remained a source of legitimacy. The ruling family also understood the value of psychological power. To rule conquered peoples, it was not enough to seize land. One had to seize obedience, belief, and submission. In this sense, controlling the spirit of a population mattered as much as occupying its cities. Their policy of religious tolerance should be understood partly in this light. The Mongols were not religious fanatics. They allowed many beliefs to coexist under their rule, not only because steppe traditions had little taste for doctrinal persecution, but because tolerance was politically useful in an empire of many peoples and faiths. Earlier, inner Asian powers such as the Uyghurs and Khitan had already lived among diverse religions, and the Mongols inherited this flexible approach. The empire also relied on inherited and adapted steppe institutions. One of the most important was the Kurultai, the assembly of princes and nobles. In the Mongol imperial age, this old nomadic council became more significant than ever. It served as the place where great khans were formally proclaimed and where major decisions of war, law, and state policy were debated. Though the empire was dynastic, the authority of the ruler still required recognition through the traditions of the steppe elite. The Kurultai gave imperial rule a political ritual that connected new power to old legitimacy. The army remained the backbone of the empire. Its decimal organization continued under the successors of Chinggis Khan and became the model for armies across the Mongol world. New elements were added as the empire grew. Among the most important was the Tama force, a military formation used to secure and supervise conquered territories. These units were instruments of occupation and control, and in some regions they later developed into the permanent military foundations of major successor states. In this way, conquest armies became garrison systems, and steppe warfare was transformed into imperial administration. Control also depended on movement and communication. One of the most striking achievements of the Mongols was the creation of a vast transcontinental relay network. Under Ogedei especially, post stations were established across the empire so that official envoys, orders, and intelligence could move with astonishing speed. These stations supplied fresh horses, provisions, and support to authorized messengers. For the first time, a communication system connected the breadth of Inner Asia on a truly imperial scale. It facilitated not only government, but also trade, travel, and the circulation of ideas. This network deeply impressed later foreign visitors because it allowed an empire of enormous distances to function with remarkable cohesion. As the Mongols settled into rule over Persia, Russia, Central Asia, and China, they developed offices that helped them manage local affairs. One of the most important was that of the Darugachi, the imperial overseer placed in conquered territories. This office existed across many regions of the empire. At first, the role had a military character, but over time it became increasingly civil and administrative. The Darugachi supervised local populations, maintained order, and above all ensured the collection of tribute and taxes. Since there were never enough Mongols to fill every post, the Khans often relied on other groups, including Central Asians, Uyghurs, Persians, and even Western peoples, to help staff the bureaucracy. This not only strengthened Mongol rule, but also gave many non-Mongol elites a place within the imperial system. Taxation itself became highly developed. Earlier, Mongol demands had been based largely on tribute and levy paid in animals or goods. As the empire expanded into sedentary lands, taxation grew more complex and adapted to local societies. What had once been tribute from herding communities now became poll taxes, assessed obligations, and layered forms of revenue drawn from urban and agricultural populations. The Mongols were not simply raiders living off plunder. They became rulers of taxpayers, and this required systems, record-keeping, and regular enforcement. For a time, the policy of keeping Mongolia at the center gave the homeland new vitality. The country became a place where peoples, religions, languages, and skills from across Eurasia converged. Karakorum, the imperial capital, turned into a cosmopolitan city. Artisans captured in war built and adorned it. Merchants, clerics, envoys, and officials from many lands moved through its streets. Christians, Muslims, Buddhists, and others coexisted there. Uyghurs, Persians, and other Central Asian Muslims held important posts in the empire's bureaucracy and played roles just as essential as battlefield commanders. Trade between East and West passed through Mongolia under imperial protection, helped greatly by the communications network and by the Mongol preference for open exchange. Muslim merchants were especially active in commerce, finance, and tax farming, becoming major figures in the new imperial economy. This phase, however, did not last unchanged. After the death of Möngke Khan in 1259, disputes broke out within the ruling family itself. Rival claimants from the Toluid branch each organized their own assemblies and each declared himself Khan. One of them represented a more traditional vision centered on Mongolia. The other, Kubilai, moved in a different direction. Their conflict led to civil war, and although Kubilai emerged victorious, the result marked a turning point. The old unity of the empire weakened, and rival centers of power gained greater independence. Even when the great Khan still claimed universal authority, the empire in practice was no longer fully governed from a single center. Under Kubilai, the transformation became unmistakable. He moved the imperial capital from Karakorum to northern China and adopted a dynastic title in Chinese style. This was not a minor administrative shift. It represented a fundamental change in the meaning of Mongol rule. In theory, Kubilai still stood as ruler of the whole empire. In practice, his position increasingly resembled that of a Mongol emperor of China rather than an unquestioned sovereign over all Mongol dominions. He did not forget his steppe origins, and he worked to preserve the Mongols as a privileged ruling elite within China. But the act of ruling from China altered the empire's character permanently. The the center of gravity moved away from Mongolia. Karakorum lost its unique centrality, while Khan Balik rose as between 1188 and 1206, through a relentless series of large and small campaigns, Chinggis Khan built the foundations of a new power that would reshape the history of Central Asia, East Asia, and even the lands far into Eastern Europe. His rise was not simply the story of one tribal leader defeating his rivals. It was the creation of an entirely new imperial order. After unifying the Mongols, he turned against the neighboring states that stood between the steppe and the wealthy, settled worlds beyond it. The Tangut kingdom on the northwestern frontier of China was broken. The Jurchen Empire, which ruled much of northern China, was struck with devastating force. Once those enemies had been weakened, the Mongols shifted their attention westward. On the road to the Islamic world, they swept aside the Kara Kitai state, which by then was under the unstable rule of Kushlug. From 1219 to 1224, the armies of Chinggis Khan moved across Transoxiana and Khwarezm in a chain of conquest, taking city after city. Uttara, Binakat, Kujand, Bukhara, Samarkand, Gurganj, and many other urban centres fell one after another. Garrisons loyal to the Khwarezm Shah, Ala al-Din Muhammad, were crushed, and Mongol rule was imposed over some of the richest territories in Inner Asia. Even before his death, Chinggis Khan had already divided the vast empire he created among his sons. These domains were not independent states in the modern sense, but great appanages within the larger imperial structure, each linked to one branch of the ruling family. His eldest son, Jochi, who died before his father, received a vast zone stretching from the Irtysh River toward the western steppe, as far as Mongol horses had carried their riders, together with the lower Syr-Darya towns and the northwestern part of Khwarezm. His summer camp lay on the Irtysh, while his winter base stood nearer the lower Syr-Darya. Chagatai received Kashgar, Semirechye, and Transoxiana, and in later years his descendants would push their influence southward into northern Afghanistan. His seat was established by the Ili River. Ogedei took western Mongolia and the Tarbagatai region and ruled from Chuguchak. Tolui, the youngest, inherited Mongolia proper, the central homeland of the Mongol people, with his base along the Kerguelen River. This division did not destroy imperial unity at once, but it laid the groundwork for the regional states that would emerge after the first generation. The state, later known as the Golden Horde, grew from the lands of Jochi and was truly shaped by his son, Batu, the conqueror of Eastern Europe. Batu was not only a military commander of enormous ability, but also a central figure in imperial politics under several great Khans. Under him and his successors, the Jochid realm expanded into an immense dominion whose exact borders shifted over time and can never be drawn with complete certainty. In the northeast, it included Volga, Bulgaria. To the north, its frontier touched the Russian principalities. To the south, it reached across Crimea, the Caucasus as far as Darband, sometimes even Baku, and extended into northern Khwarezm with Urgench among its key cities. Across the steppe, its authority ran from the Dnester to western Siberia and to the lower Syr-Darya. Batu's capital was Sarai Batu, not far from Astrakhan. And later, Burka Khan shifted the centre to Sarai Burka on a branch of the Volga. This was no minor frontier realm. It was one of the most powerful heirs of the Mongol imperial legacy. The Chagatai Ulus began in a more limited form, stretching from the lands of the Uyghurs in the east to Samarkand and Bukhara in the west. At first, however, Chagatai did not hold this domain as a fully independent ruler. The territory remained effectively crown land under the Great Khan. An actual civil authority was exercised by trusted administrators appointed from above. Among the most important of them was Mahmud Yalavash, a Khwarezmian official of great ability. Later, after he was transferred eastward, his son Masud Beg took his place. Military power, census-taking, tax collection, and enforcement rested in the hands of Mongol officers known as darugachis, or tamachis. Yet the civil governors could be extremely powerful. Mahmud Yalavach, for example, was able at one point to restrain Mongol commanders from plundering Bukhara and massacring its inhabitants after a rebellion. That alone reveals the scale of his authority. He and his son were accountable not to Chagatai himself, but directly to the great Khan, and this created frequent tension within the Ulus. One revealing story from the period shows just how delicate that balance could be. Chagatai once reassigned a province of Transoxiana that had been under Mahmud Yalavach's supervision. Yalavach appealed directly to Ogadei, who rebuked Chagatai and demanded an explanation. Chagatai replied with great humility, claiming he had acted out of ignorance and without proper guidance. The great Khan accepted the excuse and restored order. But the matter did not end there. When Yalavach later visited Chagatai, he was insulted and abused. Instead of confronting the prince openly, Yalavach privately pressured one of Chagatai's viziers, making it clear that he enjoyed the great Khan's protection and could destroy lesser men if he chose. The threat worked. The dispute was quietly settled. The episode shows how imperial authority still stood above the regional princes in the early decades, and how skillful administrators could survive in a dangerous political environment. Around 1239, probably because his relationship with Chagatai had become too strained, Mahmud Yalavach was transferred to China. His son, Masud Beg, then became Governor-General of Turkestan. Yet political stability remained weak. The succession in the Chagatai Ulus was troubled almost from the beginning. Chagatai's grandson Kara Hulagu briefly held power but was deposed by the great Khan Guyuk, who placed Yesu Monka, another son of Chagatai, on the throne. Yesu Monka was more interested in drinking and pleasure than in governing, and real power passed into the hands of his wife Tokashi and a Tajik vizier from Fergana. After Guyuk's death, the struggle over the imperial succession at Karakorum changed everything again. Batu supported Monka, son of Tolui, rather than the sons of Guyuk's widow. Many princes opposed this decision, including Yesu Monka. When Monka prevailed, a wave of executions followed. Guyuk's widow was put to death. Yesu Monka was removed and later killed, and Tokashi also disappeared from the scene. Kara Hulagu had already died on the way back to reclaim the Ulus, so power fell to his widow Orkina Khatun and her young son Mubarak Shah. In reality, though, neither of them truly ruled. Effective control belonged to Masud Beg, who governed in the name of larger imperial interests. From this point onward, the Chagatai Ulus was effectively divided. East Turkestan, the Kulja region, Semireche, and probably part of northeastern Ferghana, came under the sphere of the Great Khan. Transoxiana and western Ferghana were increasingly influenced by the Golden Horde. The frontier between these zones ran through the steppe between Talas and the Chu River. To prevent the Chagatai domain from being swallowed up by Joshid power, Alugu, a descendant of Chagatai, took up arms against Berke Khan. He dealt a severe blow to Golden Horde influence. A large Yoshid garrison stationed at Bukhara was driven out into the steppe and destroyed while its property and families were seized. Other fighting followed around Utra, where Aluhu's forces defeated Berke's men and restored Transoxiana to Chagatayid control. His successor, Mubarak Shah, although remembered as a Muslim ruler, was weak and soon displaced by his cousin Barak. Under Barak, the Chagatai Ulus regained some temporary strength. He fought against Kaidu, grandson of Ogadei, and against the Golden Horde ruler Monka Temur, who had allied against him. At one point, Barak defeated them near the Sir Darya, but later suffered reverses of his own. His war with the Ilkhan Abaka also ended badly. By the end of his reign, the Chagatai realm had once again been broken into separate spheres of influence. Kaidu dominated one part, Munkatamur another, while Barak controlled only a reduced share centered on much of Transoxiana. This pattern of division, shifting alliances, and outside interference would define the history of the Ulus for generations. After a series of brief reigns, Kaidu eventually placed Barak's son, Duwa, on the throne. Duwa Khan became one of the most significant rulers of the line. During his reign, Andijan was restored and rose as an important centre in Fergana. Duwa supported Kaidu loyally in campaigns even as far as Mongolia proper, and intervened in the struggles of the Jochid branches in the steppe. After Kaidu's death, Duwa enjoyed enormous influence and can rightly be seen as one of the real architects of a lasting Chagatai state. But even after his death, instability returned. His son, Kernchek, ruled only briefly, and Talighu followed for scarcely more than 2 troubled years. Rebellions by princes linked to the House of Ojede showed how fragile the political order still was. Kebek Khan, another son of Duwa, managed for a time to restrain these disruptive forces. At a council in 1309, he had his elder brother Esenbuka elected as Khan. Together with another brother, he annexed much of Kaidu's former lands and temporarily strengthened the state. Kebek himself later ruled and became one of the most notable figures in Chagataid history. His name is remembered especially for reforms in administration and coinage, both of which had a lasting effect on Central Asian political development. He also sponsored urban building and reconstruction. Among his projects was a palace near Nasaf, and around that palace a new town eventually grew. The Mongol word for palace gave that town its name, Kashi. Kebek also restored Balkh, which had remained devastated and largely abandoned since the age of Chinggis Khan. His reforms were meant to reduce confusion, control abuses by officials, and impose greater order on the state. Around Bukhara and Samarkand, the land was divided into larger administrative units, while Fergana and East Turkestan were organised around regional centres. In monetary policy, Kebek drew on the examples of Ilkhanid Iran and the Golden Horde. New silver and gold standards were introduced, and his coinage became influential enough that his name echoed far beyond his own lifetime. Yet these reforms, though important, remained limited. They improved administration without solving the deeper structural problems of the state. The surviving sources do not allow a full reconstruction of social and economic life in the Chagatai Ulus, but enough evidence remains to trace its broad character. It was a decentralized realm in which princes ruled provinces with the assistance of Mongol officials, while many men of local origin also played active roles in administration. Figures such as Mahmud Yalavach, Masoud Beg, Habash Amid of Uttara, the Vizier Bahar al-Din of Marginan, and others became essential to the government of the region. People from Transoxiana also served the wider Mongol Empire beyond Central Asia, especially in Yuan China, where administrators and officials of Khwarezmian and East Turkestani background rose to prominence. This circulation of talent reveals how deeply integrated Central Asia had become within the Mongol world. Transoxiana itself remained one of the great agricultural and commercial zones of Eurasia. Its prosperity rested on irrigation, which made possible the cultivation of cotton, grain, melons, alfalfa, grapes, and other crops. It also stood astride the caravan routes linking China, the Islamic world, and Europe. Its towns continued to matter greatly. Bukhara and Samarkand remained famous, but so too did Khujand, which served as a residence for major governors, and Uzgend, where the imperial treasury had once been kept. Andijan grew into the capital of Fergana under Duwa. Marginan gained renown as a home of scholars and poets. Isfara and Kuba also produced notable literary and intellectual figures. Despite war and political upheaval, the urban and cultural life of the region did not vanish. The Chagataids themselves did not fully own the Ulus in the ordinary sense. Their right was largely one of revenue, drawing income from lands and people under their authority. Taxation took several forms. Landowners paid a land tax that could reach a tenth of the harvest. Nomads paid a levy on their herds. Trade duties were collected from merchants. At first, these burdens were often paid in kind, but from the middle of the 13th century onward, especially after new coinages were introduced, cash payments became increasingly common. Mints operated in many major towns, including Al-Malik, Bukhara, Samarkand, Utrar, Taraz, Kashgar, Tashkent, Ush, Marginan, Aktepe, Uzgend, and Kujand. This spread of minting demonstrates both economic recovery and the growing role of money in administration and exchange. Life under Chagatai rule was not peaceful for the common people. One of the clearest signs of tension came in 1238, when a major uprising broke out in the district of Bukhara under the leadership of an artisan named Mahmud Tarabi. The revolt reflected the unbearable pressure felt by ordinary people, who suffered not only under local landed elites, but also under the abuses of Mongol tax collectors and officials. It began in the village of Tarab and quickly spread. Thousands of rebels armed themselves with sticks, spades, and axes and marched on Bukhara. Some officials fled at once, while others pretended to support the movement. A plot to kill Tarabi before he entered the city failed. The rebels occupied Bukhara, camped on a height north of the city, and brought their leader to a palace where he was proclaimed caliph. Mongol and wealthy officials who had failed to escape were arrested and executed, and their wealth was distributed among the poor. When Mongol commanders came out from nearby Karmina, they were at first defeated, but the rebellion never spread far enough. Its leaders lacked military experience, and Mahmud Yalavach eventually sent forces from Kujand that crushed the uprising. Around 21,000 people were killed. The revolt ended in disaster, but it proved that hatred of the regime ran deep and that the people could still challenge Mongol authority when pushed to the limit. Another major feature of life in the Chagatai Ulus was the growing conflict between two tendencies within the ruling class. Some Chagataid princes began to settle more closely among the urban and agricultural lands of Transoxiana. Mubarak Shah moved into the Ahangaran Valley. Barak held his election in Chakanian. These gestures reflected a willingness to work with settled society, but a powerful faction of military and nomadic aristocrats preferred the old steppe life and looked on the towns mainly as targets for exploitation. Leaders such as Kaidu, Yasor, and Buzan repeatedly attacked settled districts, burned villages, and plundered the population. This conflict between nomadic interests and urban stability would continue to tear at the state. After Kebek Khan, the Ulus again descended into succession struggles. In a single year, two sons of Duwa followed each other on the throne. Tama Shirin, who accepted Islam and took the name Ala al-Din, eventually established himself in the western part of the realm and ceased to reside in Al-Malik. The eastern half, including part of Fergana, fell increasingly under the control of nomadic lords and weak puppet khans who ruled more in name than in reality. By the 1340s, the Chagatai Ulus had effectively split in two. In the east, there emerged Mogulistan, including Semiretye, East Turkestan, and eastern Fergana. In the west stood Transoxiana proper, together with eastern Khwarezm. From then on, the history of both halves was marked by worsening disorder, endless internal wars, and further feudal fragmentation. As central power collapsed, local strongmen took control of different regions. Kish and its surroundings fell to Haji Barlas. The Khujand region came under Bayezid Jalayir. Balkh passed into the hands of Hussein, grandson of the powerful Amir Kazagan. In Shiburgan, Muhammad Khwaja Effendi of the Naiman raised the banner of independence. Elsewhere, religious elites and local aristocrats seized their own zones. The Sardars dominated Bukhara and its district. The Sayyids of Termez took Kutalan. A similar pattern unfolded in Mogulistan, where the Khan still existed but no longer held real authority. Power lay with ambitious nomadic lords, tribal chiefs, and military families. It was from precisely this fractured and chaotic political landscape that a new figure would rise. Timur, son of Taragay of the Barlas line, saw clearly what others failed to grasp. In the wreckage of the Chaghatid world, he recognized not only decline, but opportunity. In the centuries between the death of Harsha and the Turkish invasions of northern India, the political and social order of the subcontinent had already begun to weaken in ways that would later make conquest from outside far easier. Power was fragmented, and much of society was shaped by a system that heavily favoured rulers, nobles, and military elites, while placing heavy burdens on the peasantry. At the same time, the Rajputs, who rose to prominence after the decline of earlier powers in northern India, developed a warrior culture that prized personal honour and military glory above wider political unity. Many among them were eager for war, but these conflicts were often fought not for larger strategy or collective security, but for prestige, reputation, and local advantage. Their political order was hierarchical and feudal in character, divided among rival chiefs and dynasties, with no strong central force capable of holding them together. Narrow loyalties and constant feuding created a climate in which regional ambition always outweighed broader cooperation. As a result, when foreign attacks came in the 11th and 12th centuries, northern India lacked the unity needed for a serious and coordinated resistance. At the same time, no authority existed that could command the whole subcontinent. The great powers that once dominated different regions had each controlled only parts of the larger landscape. One major kingdom influenced the Deccan, another stretched from the Punjab eastward, and another from Bengal toward the west. Instead of producing a unified political order, these rival blocs consumed much of their strength fighting one another. Earlier dynasties had sometimes acted as a shield against incursions from outside, especially in the northwest, where resistance had once slowed Arab expansion out of Sind. But by the time the old northern powers disintegrated, that protective barrier had collapsed. India's political body was now exposed. When the Ghaznavid, and especially the Ghurid, attacks followed, Islam, which had first entered from the far northwest, was able to spread from that frontier foothold into far wider regions. After the death of Muiz al-Din Ghuri, his leading military slaves divided the inheritance of power among themselves. One held Ghazna, another controlled Uchch and the lower Indus region, while Qutb al-Din Aibak established himself at Lahore and emerged as the principal heir in India. He had been the most trusted lieutenant of his late master, and this gave him the strongest claim in the Indian dominions. But his short rule was far from secure. He faced pressure from rival Turkish commanders, struggles with other former Ghurid officers, and renewed defiance from Hindu rulers who wanted to cast off Muslim authority. His career ended suddenly in 1210 after a fatal accident during a polo match, cutting short the life of a man who had played a decisive role in laying the first foundations of Muslim rule in northern India. Even so, his place in history remained important, because he stood at the beginning of the Delhi Sultanate as both military commander and political successor. The real founder of the Delhi Sultanate, as a lasting state was Shams al-Din Iltutmish. He came to power in deeply uncertain circumstances. Powerful Turkish generals on the frontier still resisted his authority. Hindu rulers were reviving their independence. Bengal and Bihar drifted away. Over everything loomed the growing danger of the Mongols beyond the northwest frontier. Iltutmish confronted all of these dangers with caution, patience, and determination. He subdued or outmaneuvered his Turkish rivals, reasserted control over rebellious regions, and restored central authority in the east. Most importantly, he managed to keep his kingdom from being swallowed by the Mongol storm that was devastating so much of Asia. That survival alone would have made him significant, but he did more than merely survive. He organized the state, gave it durable foundations, and established policies that would guide it for generations. One of the great turning points of his reign came when the Abbasid Caliph in Baghdad formally recognized his rule. That recognition was of enormous value. It gave the Delhi Sultanate legitimacy in the eyes of the wider Muslim world and placed it within the moral and legal framework of Orthodox Islam. Iltutmish himself was known as a ruler of learning and piety, and he cultivated cordial relations with scholars and Sufi figures. This alliance with learned and spiritual elitists helped strengthen the acceptability of the new state. Yet, after his death, the Sultanate fell into weakness again. His immediate successors did not possess the same ability. Over a short span of years, sons, a daughter and grandsons passed rapidly across the throne, none able to dominate events. Mongol pressure continued on the frontier, cities like Lahore and Multan suffered raids, governors grew more independent, and Hindu rulers began once again to test the strength of Delhi. Out of this unstable period emerged a powerful group of slave nobles tied to Iltutmish. These men, often known collectively as the 40, came to dominate politics and reduce the Sultan to a symbolic figure. For around 3 decades they held real authority in their hands. Among them, the most formidable was Ghiyath al-Din Balban. Even before he formally became ruler, he had risen to a position of extraordinary influence. Once he became regent under Sultan Nasir al-Din Mahmud, he effectively controlled the state. Balban understood better than anyone where the weakness of the Sultanate truly lay. He believed that the central illness of the state was the weakness of the crown itself. If the throne was fragile, then every governor, noble, rebel, and invader would challenge it. From this conviction came a harsh and disciplined political vision. Balban was ruthless toward rivals, rebellious chiefs, and defiant officers. He acted with severity not because he loved cruelty for its own sake, but because he believed only fear and strength could preserve the state. For Balban, the army stood at the center of survival. The government depended on force, or at least on the threat of force, to preserve order. He therefore reorganized and strengthened the military. There are signs that he even tried to shift soldiers away from the old system of land assignments and toward direct cash payment, a reform that would make the army more dependent on the center. This was especially urgent because the Mongol menace had become much more serious by his time. Provinces in Sindh and Punjab had already suffered occupation and devastation, and local governors had proved unable to resist effectively. Balban made frontier defense a central priority. He recovered Lahore and Multan, expelled Mongol adventurers from Sindh, and created a dedicated force to guard the frontier line. At the same time, he was realistic. He did not imagine he could drive the Mongols from every part of the northwest. Instead, he accepted a defensive frontier between the Beis and Ravi rivers. This compromise allowed him to secure Delhi and the central provinces, and during his reign the Mongols never managed to push beyond that line in a way that endangered the heart of the Sultanate. When Balban died, his grandson Kayqubad inherited the throne. but he lacked both discipline and seriousness. Young, inexperienced, and absorbed in pleasure, he soon lost control of the government. The result was a transfer of power that changed the social basis of the Sultanate itself. A new ruling group, the Khaljis, rose in his place. Jalal al-Din Firuz Khalji, an older officer with long experience, became sultan. Though the Khaljis were of Turkish origin, long life in the Afghan lands had altered their character, and the old Turkish elite did not fully accept them as equals. Yet this very fact gave them a broader political base. Unlike the earlier aristocratic circles, the Khaljis were less bound to rigid racial exclusiveness, and their rise opened the way to a wider conception of monarchy. The shift was so marked that it amounted to a genuine political revolution. Jalal al-Din, however, proved too soft for the moment. His short reign was marked by hesitation and weakness. He showed lenience where firmness was needed, dealt half-heartedly with rebels and robbers, failed to handle Mongol invasions decisively, and could not secure key Rajput fortresses. The real force of the age was his ambitious nephew and son-in-law, Ali Gurshasp, who would soon overthrow him and take the throne under the name Ala al-Din Khalji. His reign would mark one of the great turning points in the history of the Delhi Sultanate. To understand Ala al-Din's rule, it is important to see that many older Indian institutions remained in place beneath the new political order. Revenue collection still relied heavily on long-established methods. Local chiefs, accountants, and village officers often continued to serve under the new rulers. The conquering elite had inherited immense territories but lacked enough manpower to replace every layer of local administration. So the simplest and most effective solution was to use what already existed. In the earlier phase, the state's demand for revenue had remained relatively modest, and much of the countryside was left largely undisturbed. But Ala al-Din's reign transformed that balance. Alarmed by rebellions early in his rule, he took sweeping measures to prevent future challenges. He strengthened the intelligence network so that he could know what was happening in both the capital and the provinces. He sought to strip wealth from those who might become dangerous, believing that riches and rebellion fed each other. He also moved to prevent nobles from forming alliances against him, by forbidding them to gather or intermarry without royal permission. His military achievements were immense and fall into two great areas: defense against the Mongols and expansion across India. Earlier rulers like Balban had been forced into caution against the Mongols, but Ala al-Din faced their assaults directly. Delhi itself was threatened more than once, and at one point even came under siege. Yet the Mongols withdrew in failure, and other invasions directed at Punjab and the Ganges region were also beaten back. By the end of the first decade of his reign, the external threat had been largely contained. The death of powerful rulers beyond the frontier may have helped reduce pressure, but Ala al-Din's own military preparations were central to this success. Within India, his campaigns were relentless. Some territories were recovered from earlier losses. Others were newly conquered and annexed. Still others were subdued but not directly incorporated. Gujarat was among the most important conquests, not only because of its natural wealth, but also because it connected the Sultanate to profitable maritime trade. Rajput strongholds such as Ranthambore and Chittor were brought under control, though in some cases local dynasties were later allowed to continue under Delhi's authority. In the Deccan and the far south, Ala al-Din pursued a different strategy. Rather than trying to govern every distant kingdom directly, he demanded submission, tribute, and acknowledgement of his supremacy. Malik Kafur, his brilliant general, led campaigns that compelled the kingdoms of the Deccan to bow before Delhi without requiring full annexation. This was a more flexible and more sustainable imperial vision, and it brought enormous wealth into the treasury. The strength behind all this was the army. Ala al-Din judged soldiers and commanders not by noble lineage, but by usefulness and loyalty. He expanded the cavalry on a massive scale, building a force of extraordinary size that was equipped, supervised, and paid directly from the treasury. Annual musters were tightened to ensure the troops were always ready. But such a huge cavalry force was expensive, and without reform it could have ruined the state financially. His answer was one of the most remarkable experiments of the age, a system of strict market and price controls designed so that soldiers could live on lower salaries without falling into hardship. He was also the first sultan to think seriously about reorganizing the revenue structure in a systematic way. His goals were practical and severe. He wanted to maximize revenue, spread the burden more evenly across the rural population, and reduce the danger both of noble rebellion and peasant unrest. One of his most important measures was to revive and extend land measurement for assessment. This older Indian practice was used not everywhere, but in a carefully selected central zone of the Sultanate. The shift away from simple produce sharing gave the state more predictable revenue and placed greater pressure on peasants to produce. He raised the state demand to half of the calculated produce, more than doubling older rates. At the same time, he allowed exemptions in years of crop failure and insisted that stronger rural elites should not pass their burden down onto poorer peasants. Men such as village chiefs and local intermediaries were forced to pay their due rather than shelter themselves behind privileges. So, although the peasantry suffered under higher state demands, they also gained some protection from local oppression. The fact that no major rural rebellion broke out during his long reign suggests that, harsh though the system was, it remained workable. Ala al-Din's treatment of officials was severe. Governors, revenue officers, and administrators guilty of corruption or negligence were punished harshly, sometimes even physically. But this severity had clear administrative effects. Revenue collection became more regular, the delay between collection and deposit was reduced, and villagers were shielded to some extent from the extortions of the revenue staff. His suspicion of the old Ikhtiar system was also important. Under that arrangement, officials received land assignments or rights to revenue instead of cash salaries. It reduced pressure on the treasury, but it also created powerful local men who could become too independent. Within a few years of coming to power, Ala al-Din moved against these grants and brought many such lands back under direct state control. He did not abolish the system entirely, but he restricted it sharply. This increased both the financial and political authority of the centre. His most famous domestic policy was the system of market regulation. Its purpose was not abstract economic justice, but military necessity. If food and daily goods could be kept cheap, the state could maintain a much larger standing army at lower cost. Prices were fixed in several broad sectors. Food grains came first, since bread and grain mattered most for the army. Other sectors included animals such as horses and cattle, textiles and fruit, and everyday goods for household use. Prices were carefully studied before being fixed, and they were often set close enough to normal market levels to remain workable. Profit was still allowed, at least within limits, and the state paid close attention to keeping supplies flowing into the markets. During scarcity, rationing was imposed. Stocks were stored, distribution was organized, and honest market officials were appointed. The result was a system that held prices steady even under difficult conditions. The main beneficiaries, aside from the army, were the poorer and middling people of Delhi, including scholars, craftsmen, and men of modest means. This helps explain why the capital became such a major centre of population and activity. Among nobles and scholars, wealth and privilege remained highly visible. Earlier provincial governors had enjoyed enormous freedom under the old land assignment system, using local revenues to maintain troops, fund households, and send only the remainder to the centre. Under Ala al-Din, this independence was curbed, and many nobles were shifted toward cash payment. Even so, the upper ranks of society continued to live in luxury. High nobles received immense salaries, and scholars, jurists, and Sufi leaders were supported through stipends, grants of land, or shares of specific taxes. Lands under direct state administration formed the fiscal backbone of the regime, while certain lands were also set aside for the ruler's household. In the 14th century, agrarian policy shifted, again under the Tughluks. Ghiyath al-Din Tughluk reduced some of Ala al-Din's harsher measures, lowered the state demand and returned to produce sharing, which was generally easier on peasants. His short reign probably brought relief to the countryside. Muhammad bin Tughluk, by contrast, launched a series of experiments that produced confusion rather than stability. Higher revenue demands in the Doab, attempts at agrarian innovation, and loans to peasants all became lost amid rebellion and disorder. Firuz Shah Tughluk later restored a degree of calm. He spent years surveying the land and returned once again to produce sharing. More importantly, he greatly improved irrigation through canals and wells, expanding cultivation and supporting the growth of orchards and cereal production. Yet he also made generous grants to nobles, officials, and religious institutions, reducing the land held directly by the state and weakening its finances in the long run. Still, his long and peaceful reign produced a broad impression of prosperity, and even peasants benefited from increased production and a calmer political climate. The political structure of the Delhi Sultanate was by this time well established. Dynastic monarchy had long been familiar in India, but the sultans of Delhi gradually gathered powers that often surpassed those of earlier Hindu rulers. The sultan stood at the centre, aided by ministers who oversaw religion, justice, the army, intelligence, posts, finance, and revenue. The vizier was generally the most important among them. The empire was divided into provinces, each governed by an official who held significant authority, but was supposed to remain subordinate to the centre, especially in finance. Yet the farther a province lay from Delhi, the greater the temptation for its governor to act independently. Whenever the centre weakened, governors drifted toward autonomy, and some eventually founded independent dynasties of their own. Social and economic change continued to accelerate in the 14th century, above all through urbanization. Cities grew rapidly, and Delhi itself became one of the greatest urban centres of the Islamic world. Large congregational mosques had to be expanded to serve growing populations. Organised transport connected the capital to surrounding areas with regular charges and routes. Contemporary observers regarded Delhi as not only the greatest city in India, but one of the largest in the entire Eastern Islamic world. This urban growth was matched by a broadening of crafts and industries. Cotton textiles, silk, carpets, woolens, metalwork, leather goods, and sugar production all flourished. Indian steel won wide fame. Food production also became more varied and sophisticated, reflecting an increasingly dynamic economy. Grain traders distributed supplies across large distances. Merchants, especially famous trading communities, such as those of Multan, handled both internal and overseas trade. Bankers, moneylenders, and money changers provided services that made large-scale commerce possible. The fall of the Khalji dynasty came suddenly and violently. In 1320, Sultan Qutb al-Din Mubarak Shah was murdered by one of his own men, a converted slave named Khusrau Khan, who quickly seized the throne under a new royal title. His rise, however, triggered deep resentment among powerful factions within the state, especially those who saw his rule as a break from established authority. That tension soon exploded into rebellion. From the frontier region of Punjab, a seasoned military leader named Ghazi Malik marched against him, drawing support from those eager to restore order. Khusrau Khan's rule collapsed almost as quickly as it had begun. He was defeated and killed, and Ghazi Malik took power, founding a new ruling line that would come to be known as the Tughlaq dynasty. The new ruler presented himself as a restorer of stability and defender of the established order. His reign focused on rebuilding a state that had been weakened by disorder, financial strain, and competing regional interests. He moved quickly to reclaim lands that had been generously handed out by his predecessor, reasserting control over the economic base of the state. Military campaigns followed, aimed both at rebellious territories and at extending influence. Regions in eastern India were brought back under control, while the southern frontier was pushed further outward. By the time of his death, the Sultanate had regained strength and its borders extended beyond what had been held in earlier decades. His son, Muhammad bin Tughlaq, inherited this restored realm and expanded it even further. Under his rule, the Delhi Sultanate reached its greatest territorial extent. He was a ruler of ambition and imagination, capable in both administration and warfare. Yet his reign became known as one of bold ideas that often failed in practice. His mind moved quickly, conceiving large and innovative plans, but the execution of those plans frequently faltered. He struggled to connect with the realities of his subjects and to anticipate how his policies would be received. One of his most striking decisions was the establishment of a second capital in the Deccan, far to the south of Delhi. This new centre was intended to strengthen control over the region and support further expansion. Entire groups of officials, scholars, and administrators were compelled to relocate there. The move represented a major shift in policy, from ruling the south at a distance to attempting direct control. But the plan proved deeply disruptive. The division of authority between two distant centres weakened the cohesion of the state, and in time the project was abandoned, leaving behind instability rather than strength. During his reign, the northern frontier remained under pressure. Mongol forces once again pushed toward India, advancing deep into the plains. Though direct conflict was avoided through negotiation, the threat shaped much of the Sultan's thinking. He even entertained the idea of launching a campaign beyond his borders, seeking to confront potential enemies before they could strike again. Such ambitions, however, stretched resources thin and achieved little lasting success. As the years passed, the stability of the empire began to erode. Rebellions broke out across the vast territories under his control. Some provinces broke away entirely, while others slipped into disorder. Bengal regained independence. Southern regions formed their own states. In the Deccan, a new power emerged that would dominate the region for generations. By the end of his reign, the authority of Delhi had shrunk dramatically, especially in the south and centre of the subcontinent. The reasons for this decline were complex. His policies opened opportunities for new groups to rise within the army and administration, weakening the position of older elites who had long held influence. This created resentment among established power holders. At the same time, his harsh methods of rule, including severe punishments and a reputation for sudden violence, damaged his standing among both officials and religious figures. Yet he was not without vision. He attempted to reform agriculture, experimented with new forms of currency, and sought to strengthen the economic foundations of his state. These efforts reveal a ruler trying to adapt to the challenges of governing a vast and diverse empire, even if the results were often mixed. After his death, power passed to Firuz Shah, a ruler of very different character. Where his predecessor had been restless and intense, Firuz Shah preferred stability and moderation. His long reign brought a period of relative calm after years of upheaval. Harsh punishments were reduced, and the atmosphere of fear that had marked the previous era began to fade. Though he still undertook military campaigns, his efforts produced limited results, and he gradually turned away from expansion. Instead, he focused on administration, public works, and the welfare of his subjects. Irrigation projects expanded agriculture, and new towns and buildings were constructed. Gardens, mosques, and institutions of learning were established, leaving a visible mark on the landscape. His rule encouraged growth and prosperity, particularly in the countryside. Yet this softer approach had its costs. The army, once a disciplined and tightly controlled force, began to weaken. Payments were increasingly tied to land grants, rather than direct salaries, allowing commanders greater independence, but reducing central control. Corruption spread more easily, and the efficiency of the military declined over time. These weaknesses became clear only after his death. Without strong leadership, the system he had maintained began to unravel. Governors and local leaders asserted their independence, and the central authority struggled to respond. When a powerful invader from Central Asia arrived at the end of the century, the state was no longer capable of mounting an effective defense. The capital was devastated, and what remained of the once powerful sultanate was reduced to little more than its immediate surroundings. In the years that followed, authority in northern India fragmented further. New dynasties and regional powers emerged, each controlling parts of what had once been a unified realm. The rulers who briefly held Delhi during this period lacked the strength and resources to rebuild what had been lost. Their influence rarely extended far beyond the city itself, and their reigns were marked by constant struggle rather than lasting achievement. Out of this fractured landscape rose a new force. Afghan leaders, long active in the military life of the region, began to assert themselves more strongly. One of them, Bahlul Lodi, gradually expanded his power through a combination of diplomacy and warfare. Taking advantage of the weakness at the centre, he eventually secured control of Delhi and established a new ruling house. His position was not immediately secure, as he had to balance the ambitions of powerful nobles and maintain the support of his followers. But over time, he succeeded in stabilizing his rule and extending his influence across northern India. His successors continued this work. Sikandar Lodi strengthened the state further, bringing rebellious regions back under control and expanding the frontiers. He also invested in the development of cities, including the transformation of Agra into a major centre of power. His reign combined military success with cultural patronage, contributing to a period of relative stability. The final ruler of this line, however, faced mounting challenges. Internal divisions, conflicts with regional powers, and dissatisfaction among the nobility weakened his position. At the same time, a new threat emerged from the northwest. A Central Asian leader invited by discontented factions within India advanced toward the heart of the Sultanate. The two forces met on the plains near Panipat in 1526. Despite having fewer troops, the invaders' use of disciplined cavalry and new battlefield tactics proved decisive. The ruler of Delhi was killed in the fighting, and with his fall, the long history of the Delhi Sultanate came to an end. The Lodi Sultanate had given northern India a period of order, wealth, and relative stability. But that balance depended heavily on cooperation between the ruler and the Afghan military nobility, who formed the real backbone of the regime. Once Ibrahim Lodi failed to manage that relationship, the structure beneath the throne began to crack. His inability to work with the chiefs and commanders who sustained his power did not simply weaken the court. It led directly to military collapse and, with it, to the disintegration of the Sultanate itself. Before that final breakdown, however, the Lodi period, especially under Sikandar, had produced important cultural and administrative developments. Learning flourished. Sanskrit works were translated into Persian, helping to widen the world of courtly knowledge. Persian became more deeply rooted in administration, and many Hindu officials learned it well enough to participate fully in the official culture of the state. Sikandar himself showed an interest in music and refinement. Yet this cultural sophistication stood beside a harsher side of his rule. He was known for strict Sunni orthodoxy and deep religious intolerance toward Hindus, despite the fact that his own maternal background linked him to them. Temples were demolished, sometimes replaced by mosques or public buildings, sometimes turned into roadside lodgings. In one famous account, broken idols were reduced to fragments and put to humiliating use. By pursuing this rigid course, the Lodi rulers lost any real chance of building wider loyalty among the non-Muslim population of northern India. The possibility of creating a broader political community beyond the Muslim ruling class slipped away. That missed opportunity would later be approached in a very different way by Akbar, who tried to bind ruler and subject into a more inclusive order. From roughly the middle of the 8th century to the early 16th century, the political history of Sindh, Baluchistan, Multan, and the neighbouring regions moved through 3 broad stages. In the first, from the rise of the Abbasids until the end of the 10th century, Sind, Multan, and much of Baluchistan remained tied, at least formally, to the Caliphate of Baghdad. Kashmir followed a different path under local dynasties, but it still developed increasing contact with Muslim powers to its west. The second stage came in the 11th and 12th centuries, when the balance shifted and these lands fell within the orbit of powers based in Ghazna and later Gur. In the third stage, from the 13th century to the opening of the 16th, parts of the region were drawn into the Delhi Sultanate, itself an extension of Central Asian political traditions into the Indian subcontinent. At the same time, independent local sultanates also appeared, while the Mongol explosion in Inner Asia sent waves of pressure and change into the whole region. When the Abbasids replaced the Umayyads in 750, Sindh stood as the easternmost province of the Caliphate. It stretched far beyond the lower Indus. Its sphere included Makran, Turan, Kuzdar, Sindh proper, and Multan. During the early Abbasid period, authority remained active and expansion continued. Strong governors were sent out from the centre, and some of them achieved major victories that helped secure and enlarge Muslim rule in the east. For a time, the province enjoyed relative calm. Yet as the caliphate weakened, central control faded, and out of that fading authority there emerged several smaller Arab principalities, each effectively independent while preserving some symbolic link to Baghdad. In Mansura, the most important of these local powers was founded by the Habbari family. During unrest in the early 9th century, Umar ibn Abd al-Aziz al-Habbari came out on top and later received formal appointment from the Abbasid Caliph. But once disorder spread across the empire after the death of the Caliph al-Mutawakkil, Umar established himself as an independent ruler while continuing to have the Friday sermon read in the Caliph's name. This careful balance gave him legitimacy without real submission. He became the founder of a dynasty that lasted for generations. Under him and his successors, Mansura prospered. Caravan roads from eastern Persia ran into the city and onward into the subcontinent. Muslim geographers who visited the region in the 10th century described a flourishing capital, lively and connected to broader networks of trade and travel. The Habbari line endured until the advance of Mahmud of Ghazna swept it aside in the early 11th century. Multan followed a parallel but distinct path. There, another Arab family, the Banu Munabi, established itself around the same general period. They claimed noble ancestry and built a durable principality that recognized the Abbasids and maintained the Friday sermon in the caliph's name. Their rule brought prosperity and prominence to Multan, which became an important city in the region. Travelers and geographers recorded its strength and wealth. Yet by the middle of the 10th century, the dynasty began to weaken under the pressure of Ismaili and pro-Fatimid propaganda. As new missionary currents entered the region, the old Abbasid-aligned order in Multan gradually lost its grip. Further west, the collapse of direct Abbasid authority came even earlier. In Makran, Turan, Kustar, and smaller districts nearby, the provincial structure broke apart after the death of a governor in the early 9th century. New local dynasties emerged. In Turan, the old political centre shifted and new rulers established themselves with only the loosest formal connection to the caliphate. The area later fell under the influence of the Kharijites, those hard-pressed sectarians who had long sought refuge in the distant edges of the Islamic world. By the late 10th century, they had built an independent principality centred on Kustar. Their rulers recognised no caliph and projected themselves as sovereign in their own right. Contemporary reports describe them as just rulers, though clearly outside the accepted Sunni order of the central lands. Makran developed along another line. Kharijite influence was strong there too, and by the middle of the 10th century, its ruler had taken on the Grand Indian title of Maharaj, signalling both local prestige and practical independence. Coastal Makran had strong commercial ties with the Indian Ocean world, and its rulers could draw power not only from inland territory, but also from maritime exchange. A local dynasty based in Kedj endured there for a long period, surviving the decline of Baghdad's power and adapting itself to larger shifts in the region. Smaller places such as Mashki, which stood between Kerman and Makran, also briefly emerged as petty independent states before being absorbed by stronger neighbours. The 11th and 12th centuries brought a new political climate. The rise of the Ghaznavids and later the Ghurids, both champions of a strongly orthodox Sunni order, placed increasing pressure on local sectarian and semi-independent rulers. The Kharijites of Makran and Kustar and the pro-Fatimid rulers of Multan could no longer survive in the same way. Some submitted when defeated, only to reassert themselves later if the pressure weakened. Others were replaced entirely. In Makran, one local ruler at first shifted allegiance from the declining Buyids to the rising Ghaznavids. Yet local politics remained unstable, and rulers of the region sometimes became entangled in the wider struggles of Central Asia. One ruler joined in plans against Ghazna during a Karakhanid challenge in Khorasan, only to be besieged and forced into tribute by Mahmud. Later, succession disputes brought further intervention until a more learned and capable ruler emerged, who abandoned Kharijism, acknowledged Ghaznavid supremacy, and governed successfully for many years. In time, however, even this line vanished, and under the Ghurids, Makran was absorbed into a broader imperial structure. Multan saw one of the most dramatic ideological shifts in the region. Ismaili missionaries arriving from Yemen gradually built influence there during the later 9th and 10th centuries. By the time local Sunni dynastic power began to weaken, pro-Fatimid forces had become strong enough to dominate political life. The Friday sermon was transferred from the Abbasid Caliph to the Fatimid Imam Caliph, a powerful statement of changed allegiance. Soon after, the old ruling house disappeared from the record, suggesting that it had either been overthrown or pushed aside completely. The new order in Multan moved cautiously but firmly. One especially symbolic act came with the destruction of the famous idol of the Sun Temple, an act that announced both a break with the city's earlier religious prestige and a new political direction. Even so, local factions remained divided, and leadership passed through competing missionary circles. Then, Mahmud of Ghazna intervened. When Multan aligned with his enemies, he attacked, stormed the city, punished the Karmathian or pro-Fatimid elements, and eventually annexed the province. Though some underground activity remained for a time, Ghaznavid conquest broke the open power of the Fatimid current in Multan. By the Ghurid period, only occasional sectarian disturbances survived before they too were suppressed. With the weakening of the Ghaznavids and Ghurids, a new era of local sultanates emerged. In Makran, the old dependencies of Makran and Kuzdar fused into a more substantial state, based at Kej. Its roots lay in the 12th century, when local rulers first consolidated power under the loose shadow of the Ghurids. After the death of Muiz al-Din in 1206, rulers in Makran openly took the title of Sultan and governed jointly for a long stretch of time. This new Makran Sultanate drew its strength from a combination of coastal trade, inland, pastoral resources, and a military base that relied heavily on the Baluch. Its society by now seems to have rested on Orthodox Sunni Islam. Persian and local languages were both in use. Festivals from both Islamic and Persian traditions were celebrated, suggesting a culture that was at once orthodox and regionally rooted. The rulers promoted sea trade energetically, and Makran's merchants and sailors ranged far across the Indian Ocean. One tradition even connects Gwarda's name with voyages toward Java, reflecting the region's maritime imagination and commercial reach. Scholars from Makran travelled east as well, contributing to the early cultural links between this frontier zone and Southeast Asia. Multan, meanwhile, became part of the Delhi Sultanate after its annexation under the Ghurids, but this status did not remain stable. When Qutb al-Din Aibak died in 1210, the governor of Multan, Nasir al-Din Kabacha, effectively made himself independent. He proved a capable and durable ruler. He strengthened his kingdom, expanded its authority, and even managed to block Mongol pressure at a moment of great danger. In 1222, as the Mongols pursued the Khwarezm Shah, Multan suddenly stood in the path of the storm. Kabacha held firm. The city's citadel endured a long siege, and the Mongols eventually withdrew. Under his rule, learning also flourished. Colleges were established, scholars gathered at court, and some of the earliest major works of Persian literature produced in the subcontinent belong to this period. Kabacha's court became a place of intellectual energy as well as political resilience. But his independence did not last. In 1228, Iltutmish of Delhi attacked, and after Kabacha's death, Multan was once again brought under Delhi's rule. That connection endured for roughly 2 centuries. Yet the sack of Delhi by Timur in 1398 shattered the authority of the centre and opened the way for regional powers to break free. In Multan, this moment allowed the Langars to establish themselves. The origins of the Langars are somewhat obscure, but one historical tradition describes them as linked to the Baluch and shows their founder emerging from Sindh before moving against Multan. Budan Khan seized the city, took the title of Mahmud Shah, and founded an independent sultanate in 1437. He ruled for 16 years and laid firm foundations for the new state. His successors consolidated it further, but the greatest of them was Shah Hussein. During his long reign, peace and prosperity marked the country. He strengthened his military base by settling more Baluch within his territory, pushed his authority northward, and successfully defended Multan against attacks from Delhi. For nearly 90 years the Langa state endured. Then, in 1525, the ruler of Sindh invaded, and with the death of the last effective Langa ruler, the line came to an end. The Sumaras had been settled for a long time in southwestern Sindh, and over the years they increased their influence by building close ties with the Arab Tamim families who'd become established there. Under the Habaris of Mansura, that influence gradually turned into political weight. When the last Habar ruler fell in 1025 and Sind passed, at least in theory, under Ghaznavid control, the new rulers never managed to impose firm authority across the whole region. In the middle of the 11th century, during a period of weak outside supervision, the Sumaras gathered in their stronghold at Thari and declared themselves independent. They chose a chief from among their own leading line, and from that moment a new local power began to shape the history of Lower Sind. The exact order and dates of the Sumara rulers remain difficult to reconstruct. Later, traditions preserve different lists, and they do not agree either on the number of rulers or on the length of each reign. Still, enough survives to show that the dynasty endured for more than 3 centuries. One of the earliest rulers who clearly appears in historical memory is Chanasar, who was in control of Daibul in the early 13th century when the Khwarezm Shah passed through Sind. The last ruler of the line, Hamir, died in conflict with the Sammas not long before the middle of the 14th century. Between those points stretches a long period in which the Sumaras remained one of the defining powers of the region. For most of their history, the Sumara rulers controlled southern Sind and the territories east of the Indus. Their authority extended northward for a considerable distance toward Multan, while in the south it reached into Kutch and adjoining lands. At the height of their strength, their rule is said to have expanded toward Marwar and close to the borders of Gujarat. Even so, their position was never entirely secure. The rulers of Delhi often held the northern districts of Sind and occasionally intervened in local disputes. The later Sumara chiefs therefore lived under constant outside pressure. Yet despite internal rivalries among the rulers, Sind under the Sumaras preserved a strong sense of regional cohesion. The people repeatedly resisted outside domination even when their own elite was divided. This memory of stubborn resistance survived in popular tradition and found lasting expression in the famous epic of Dodo and Chanizar. Over time, this became one of the great heroic narratives of Sind, carried by generations of singers and storytellers. The Sumara age also became linked in Sindhi memory with the rise of the romances and tales that later formed the emotional and literary backbone of classical Sindhi poetry. The downfall of the Sumaras was shaped not only by war but by geography. Their prosperity had depended heavily on the waters of the Puran Channel, which at that time carried one of the principal flows of the Indus. As the river gradually shifted toward a more western course, the Puran lost volume. This change weakened the agricultural base on which Sumara power depended. Fields that had once been productive declined, and with them the wealth that had sustained the dynasty. At the same time, the same environmental shift favoured another rising group, the Sammas, whose lands now gained from the changed waters. In this way, nature itself helped prepare the political transition from one ruling house to another. The Sammas Sultanate emerged in the middle of the 14th century. Its founder was Unnar, a local chief who had earlier served within the structure of the Delhi Sultanate. He first appears in rebellion at Sehwan in the early 1330s, already showing the ambition and confidence that would later carry him much further. The decisive moment came when the Delhi ruler died during a campaign against Thatta. The imperial army withdrew, and the Sammas were suddenly left with the chance to turn revolt into sovereignty. Unnar took the royal title and established himself as the dominant power in Thatta. From then onward, the Samma rulers had to defend their independence not only against Delhi, but also against wider forces pressing in from Central Asia. After Unnar, power passed within the ruling family, and the early Samma leaders worked hard to weaken Delhi's influence in Sind. They also continued the struggle against the remaining Sumara power in eastern Sind. One of the most important Sama rulers of this early period succeeded in destroying the last Sumara ruler and bringing that long rivalry to an end. Delhi attempted to reassert control, and a campaign was launched against Thatta. Yet the result was not the destruction of the Samas, but a negotiated arrangement. The rulers of Delhi agreed to let them govern Sind as vassals, while keeping members of the family under supervision. But when Delhi itself weakened after the death of its ruler, that loose control evaporated. From that moment, an independent sultanate of Sind existed in fact as well as in name. From their capital at Thatta, a line of Sama chiefs ruled for generations. Several of them stand out, but one of the most important was a ruler who strengthened ties with Gujarat through marriage diplomacy. This alliance between the two coastal powers gave a strong impulse to maritime trade. Sindhi merchants and sailors increasingly moved across the sea lanes of the Indian Ocean, and literary memory later preserved their journeys toward Java and beyond. Another great Sama ruler presided over a long period of prosperity, during which education spread, agriculture improved, and trade flourished. Under his leading commander, a man from the Lashari Baluch line, the army also became stronger and more disciplined. In this period, the Sama state reached a high level of confidence and vitality. Yet forces from beyond Sind were gathering. During the later years of Sama rule, events in Central Asia and southern Afghanistan began to affect the balance of power. Sind had already expanded into Sibi, while the Arghans were pushing outward from Kandahar and making probes through the Bolan route. One important battle checked them for a time and prevented further advance while the great Sama ruler still lived. But after his death, the situation changed sharply. Pressed elsewhere and seeking new ground, Shah Beg Arghan turned decisively toward Sind. After a series of raids and gradual advances, he seized key strongholds and finally took Thatta. With that conquest, Sama sovereignty effectively came to an end. The defeated ruler was initially allowed to continue under restricted authority in the south. But the independence of the dynasty was broken. A few years later, even that limited arrangement disappeared, and the Sama age was over. Alongside the history of these dynasties ran the long and complex story of the Baluch people. Their origins are not clearly recorded in written sources, and much of what is known comes from later tradition, oral memory, and classical Baluch poetry. These sources must be handled with care, but together they suggest a gradual eastward movement over many generations. The Baluch first appear in Islamic writing in the 10th century, usually in connection with the rough and mountainous lands of southeastern Persia. At that stage, they are described as fierce and predatory groups living beyond full state control. Later, Persian epic tradition also remembers them in this frontier setting. Over time, stronger regional powers launched punitive expeditions against them, and as political pressures changed, the Baluch began to move eastward. By the 11th century, these migrations had probably accelerated. As new powers tightened their grip over Kirman and neighbouring regions, older opportunities for raiding and semi-independent life declined. The Baluch therefore moved toward what is now Baluchistan. Since the central highlands were already occupied by Brahui-speaking populations, the Baluch often bypassed those tougher uplands and pushed instead toward the Indus world, into Sindh, Multan, and Punjab. Linguistic evidence suggests that the Baluch language originally belonged further north in the Iranian zone, which means that their movement into the southeast must have taken place over a long historical arc, driven by pressures that remain only dimly visible in the record. The final large wave of Baluch migration came around the turn of the 12th century and continued in the wider turmoil unleashed by the Turkish and Mongol upheavals of Central Asia. Tradition speaks of many clans moving in this phase, suggesting not a minor drift, but a large collective transfer of population. Makran became their main zone of concentration. There, the growing Baluch population became the military backbone of the Makran Sultanate. At the same time, increasing numbers pushed further outward in search of pasture, opportunity, and power. This movement created several major tribal groupings that would shape Baluch history for centuries. One of the first branches to move onward was the Hot. Some of them followed the coast and established a principality centered on Kalmat. Thanks to their position along the shore, they became active participants in sea trade, and Kalmat emerged as a prosperous coastal state. It also became a launching point for further movement into the valleys, leading toward the Indus. Other branches of the Hot, together with the Korai and Jatoi, took a more northeastern direction. Avoiding the colder uplands, they passed through the routes, leading into the plains and eventually reached the slopes of the Suleiman region. There, they founded principalities that later became important in the military and political history of Multan. Under strong local chiefs, they also helped develop settled districts and founded market towns that would remain significant for generations. A later wave involved the Rind and Lashari Confederacy, which reached central Baluchistan by the middle of the 15th century. By then, Kalat had already become a Baluch principality, after earlier migrations had transformed the political landscape there. When the ruler of Kalat resisted the advance of the newcomers, war followed, and Kalat fell into the hands of the Rind and Lashari alliance. But the region was too poor and too cold to support such a large confederacy for long. The tribes soon spread outward again, some descending through the Bolan route into Sibi, others through the Mullah route into the plains of Kachi and Gandhara. It was there that a dispute, remembered in Baluch tradition as growing out of a quarrel over horse racing, turned into the long and exhausting conflict later celebrated as the 30 Years' War. This struggle became one of the great subjects of Baluch heroic poetry. The Rinds sought aid from the Timurids of Herat, while the Lasharis gained support from the Samar rulers of Sind, whose army already rested heavily on Lashari strength. The war drained the energy of the Confederacy. It also opened the way for outside powers, especially the Arghans, to move into Sibi and eventually onward into Sind. In the end, the old alliance broke apart. The Lasharis moved toward Thatta and farther into Gujarat, while Mir Chakar led his followers toward the Multan region. Thus, one of the most powerful Baluch unions dissolved in war and migration, but its memory endured in song and legend. Kashmir followed a different path. Before Muslim rule was firmly established there, the valley had already known Muslim settlers, soldiers, adventurers, and refugees for generations. Arab and then Turkish forces had attempted more than once to invade Kashmir, but the mountain barriers and strong fortresses kept the valley unconquered. Even so, the mountains did not prevent the arrival of individuals and smaller groups. Some accounts preserve memories of early Muslim mercenaries and settlers being received by Kashmiri rulers and given land. These reports are difficult to verify in detail, but they suggest that Muslim presence in Kashmir began long before the rise of a Muslim dynasty. Clearer evidence appears from the early 11th century onward. Mahmud of Ghazna invaded the region twice but failed to force his way into the valley. Snow, terrain, and strong fortifications checked him. Some accounts claim that many people in the outer valleys were converted to Islam in the course of these expeditions, though this was likely exaggerated. Even so, it is possible that some soldiers remained behind and settled in the wider region. Later, Kashmiri chronicles certainly refer to Turkish Muslim troops in the service of local rulers. showing that by the late 11th century, Muslim military elements were already present within the valley's political life. By the end of the 13th century, Muslim communities were evidently established enough that travellers could note their role in everyday society. The final transition to Muslim rule in Kashmir was shaped less by direct conquest than by internal disorder and opportunism. A Muslim adventurer known as Shah Mir entered the valley in the early 14th century. His exact ancestry became wrapped in later legend. Some traditions tied him to heroic Indian lineages, others to Swat, and still others imply a Turkish or Persian background filtered through the frontier world. What matters most is that he arrived at a time when Kashmir was politically unstable. He entered royal service and rose steadily through intelligence, tact, and ambition. The valley itself was in a fragile state. Long periods of weak kingship had increased the power of local chiefs who repeatedly challenged central authority. One ruler managed to restore some order but alienated powerful groups along the way. Then came a major invasion from outside. A powerful raider entered Kashmir with a large army while the local ruler fled instead of organizing an effective defense. The invaders plundered the valley, enslaved people, destroyed stores and crops, and left behind famine and devastation. This catastrophe became a turning point. In the chaos that followed, a refugee prince from Ladakh, named Rinchana, seized power after eliminating his rivals. His rise from outsider to ruler revealed just how broken the old order had become. Rinchana proved to be energetic and capable. The most famous event of his reign was his conversion to Islam. Later, traditions explained this in different ways. Some claimed he first sought admission into Hinduism and was refused. Others turned the episode into a spiritual tale centered on a chance meeting with a holy man. In political terms, however, the conversion makes better sense as a decision shaped by the realities of power. Rinchana needed a dependable support base, and Muslim groups in Kashmir were more likely than the traditional elite to back his new rule. Shah Mir, who had already become influential, probably played a major role in guiding this shift. Islam was also gaining prestige in the wider region, and that wider current cannot be ignored. Whatever the immediate cause, Rinchana accepted Islam and took a Muslim name. His reign was short, and after his death, Hindu rule briefly returned under another prince. Yet the balance had already changed. A fresh invasion followed, and once again the existing ruler proved weak. His queen, helped by Shah Mir and a Hindu noble, organised the defence and drove the enemy back. This success increased Shah Mir's standing enormously. He had already become popular and powerful, and now his political ambition sharpened. He began to cultivate the chiefs, giving gifts and building alliances while waiting for the right moment. That moment came after the death of the king, when the queen took power and tried to check Shah Mir's influence by elevating a rival. Shah Mir responded with patience and calculation. He first had that rival removed, then sought marriage with the queen. She refused, but after a siege and mounting pressure, she yielded. Even then he did not trust her and placed her under guard. In 1339 he took the throne himself under the title of Sultan Shams al-Din, thereby founding the first enduring Muslim dynasty in Kashmir. His seizure of power firmly established Muslim rule, but it did not instantly transform every institution in the valley. The Muslim population was still a minority, and the local Hindu chiefs remained powerful. Shah Mir therefore ruled pragmatically. He relied on existing structures while also trying to strengthen new supporters of his own. He favoured families such as the Chaks and the Maghres, men of local origin whose rise could balance the older chiefs. Land grants seem to have been used to reward loyalty, much as in the political systems of the wider Indo-Muslim world. In this way, Shah Mir built a workable ruling coalition, rather than attempting sudden revolution. After Shah Mir's death, his eldest son briefly succeeded him, but real power soon shifted to his younger brother, a far more able and ambitious figure. He deposed his brother, ruled for over a decade, and was remembered as a just ruler who founded a new town that became his capital. He, in turn, was followed by his son, Shihab al-Din, one of the ablest rulers of the dynasty. Under him, Kashmir entered one of the most dynamic phases of its early Muslim history. He curbed the influence of the overmighty chiefs, strengthened the monarchy, and launched campaigns that gave his reign a reputation for military glory. By then, the Muslim Sultanate in Kashmir was no longer an uncertain experiment born of disorder. It had become a stable and expanding power, rooted in the political soil of the valley itself. After the age of Lalitaditya, Shihab al-Din stands out as the first ruler of Kashmir, whose armies clearly moved beyond the valley in an ambitious way. Later, Kashmiri writers, along with Persian chroniclers, turned his reign into a legend of immense conquest, crediting him with victories over places as distant as Swat, Sindh, Multan, Kabul, Ghazna, Kandahar, Badakhshan, and even parts of Transoxiana. Such claims do not withstand close scrutiny. The geography of Kashmir, the limited manpower available to its rulers, and the practical difficulty of maintaining campaigns across such distances make these stories highly improbable. A far more realistic view is that Shihab al-Din extended his influence into neighbouring mountain regions, such as Baltistan and Ladakh, and perhaps strengthened Kashmiri authority over southern hill states like Kishtwar and Jammu. One tradition also places him in a confrontation with Firuz Shah of Delhi near the Sutlej, where neither side achieved a decisive victory and a settlement was reached. Whether or not the details are exact, the broader picture is clear. His real successes were important, but they belong to the frontier world around Kashmir, not to some vast trans-regional empire. Later, writers enlarged his fame far beyond what the kingdom could actually sustain. Even without those exaggerations, Shihab al-Din was one of the most capable rulers Kashmir ever produced. He governed efficiently and showed energy in moments of crisis. In 1360, a catastrophic flood devastated the valley. He responded quickly, providing relief and then trying to prevent future disaster by founding a new settlement on higher ground near Kohi Maran. He named it after his queen Lakshmi, a gesture that reflected both affection and royal confidence. Yet his rule was not without burdens. At one point, he compelled boatmen to serve the state without payment for several days each month, showing that his administration could be demanding when it wished. As his reign drew toward its close, court life grew troubled. A woman named Larsa gained strong influence over him and deepened a rift between the Sultan and his queen. Through intrigue, the royal family itself was thrown into tension and the Sultan's sons were sent away. His final years were marked not by triumph but by personal unhappiness. And when he died in 1373, he left behind both a stronger kingdom and a troubled court. He was succeeded by his younger brother, Qutb al-Din, also known as Hindal, a ruler remembered for both competence and refinement. During his reign, Kashmir experienced one of the most important cultural moments in its history. In 1381, the great Persian saint and scholar, Sayyid Ali Hamadani, arrived in the valley with many followers. He was welcomed warmly by the ruler, and his presence gave a powerful new push to the spread of Islam. Sayyid Ali travelled through Kashmir and encouraged his disciples to settle in places that had long been important centres of Hindu life. There, they founded khanakas, religious lodges that became centres of teaching, devotion, and conversion. Through these networks, Islam gained far deeper roots in the valley. Yet the relationship between ruler and saint did not remain smooth. Qutb al-Din governed a country where most of the population was still non-Muslim and many high officials were also Hindu. Politics required caution and coexistence. Sayyid Ali, however, was less willing to compromise. He disapproved of the ruler's conciliatory approach toward non-Muslims and eventually left Kashmir in disappointment. His departure did not erase his influence. The institutions and disciples he left behind continued to shape the religious future of the valley. After Qutb al-Din died in 1389, his young son Sikandar came to the throne while still a minor, with his mother acting as regent. She appears to have been a strong and intelligent woman, but the balance of power soon shifted. A leading minister grew overly powerful and began to challenge royal authority. Once Sikandar took direct control, he moved against him, captured him, and restored the throne's position. This early phase of the reign still followed the general pattern of accommodation that earlier rulers had maintained. But that would change dramatically after a new arrival from the Persian world. In 1393, Mir Muhammad Hamadani, son of Sayyid Ali Hamadani, came to Kashmir with another wave of scholars, Sufis, and religious teachers. His arrival marked a turning point. Sikandar, who had begun his reign in a broadly tolerant spirit, now moved toward a far more rigid and orthodox policy. Public drinking, female dancing, music, and gambling were banned. A poll tax on non-Muslims was imposed. Hindus were prevented from displaying the religious mark on their foreheads, and the custom of widow immolation was prohibited. These changes were part of a deeper shift in attitude. The ruler began to show open hostility toward image worship and temple culture. Later, memory preserved him as a destroyer of idols, a ruler who turned away from the more measured approach of his predecessors. Yet even this harsher king could act with political intelligence when larger danger threatened. That danger came from Timur's invasion of India. As the conqueror advanced, Sikandar understood the peril of provoking a power far beyond Kashmir's strength. He sent an envoy declaring submission and tried to avert an attack through diplomacy. Timur, satisfied at first, demanded that the Kashmiri ruler meet him and present tribute. Sikandar set out, but the scale of what Timur's ministers requested was beyond Kashmir's means. When Timur learned what had been demanded, he rebuked them and reduced the expectation, calling only for a personal appearance. Even then, by the time Sikandar moved again, Timur had already crossed the Indus. The Kashmiri ruler turned back, and the valley escaped the destruction that might have followed. This moment revealed one of the enduring realities of Kashmir's history. Military glory had limits, but careful timing and political caution could save the kingdom from overwhelming catastrophe. When Sikandar died in 1413, his eldest son, Ali Shah, inherited the throne. He was deeply religious but weak in government and soon fell under the control of his minister, Suha-Bhatta, a convert to Islam who had risen under the influence of Mir Muhammad Hamadani. After Suha-Bhatta's death, power shifted again, this time to Ali Shah's younger brother, Shahi Khan. Ali Shah, wanting to perform the pilgrimage, attempted to leave the kingdom in his brother's hands. On the road, however, he was persuaded to return, perhaps realizing too late that he had opened the way to his own displacement. In his absence, Shahi Khan's ambition had already become clear. Conflict followed, and in 1420, Shahi Khan defeated his brother, seized the throne, and took the title Zayn al-Abidin. Zayn al-Abidin became the greatest Muslim ruler in Kashmiri history. He was devout in his personal life and respectful toward Muslim saints and scholars, yet unlike some earlier rulers, he never allowed religious zeal to overshadow the needs of government. He understood that Kashmir could not be ruled securely through exclusion and fear. Instead, he opened the administration to able non-Muslims, granted freedom of worship, and reversed many of the harsher policies of the previous reign. Hindu festivals were respected, the slaughter of cows was forbidden, and the poll tax that had been imposed on non-Muslims was first reduced and then removed altogether. Those who had fled the valley in earlier times were invited to return. Brahmans received grants of land. In a region marked by deep religious and social divisions, Zayn al-Abidin chose inclusion, and that decision transformed his reign into a long-remembered age of balance and welfare. His care for the kingdom was visible in practical measures as much as in policy. He built canals that both drained marshy areas and irrigated dry fields, expanding cultivation and improving agriculture. He reformed the administration, punished corrupt judges, and worked to root out bribery among officials. Crime was dealt with firmly. To reduce fraud in property dealings, he introduced registration of important documents. He also had legal regulations engraved on copper plates and displayed publicly so that ordinary people could know the laws under which they lived. Even the prices of goods were inscribed and made visible in the markets. These acts reveal a ruler who wanted order, transparency, and control, not merely grandeur. Zayn al-Abidin was also a major patron of learning. He supported both Persian and Sanskrit scholars and created a translation bureau where works moved between the two languages. This was not a symbolic gesture. It created a cultural bridge between older Hindu intellectual traditions and the increasingly Persianized courtly world. He encouraged education more broadly, and Kashmir became a place where students came not only from the subcontinent, but also from Kabul and Transoxiana. His court welcomed intellectual life in a way few rulers could match. His architectural patronage was equally striking. He built bridges, rest houses, and public structures for the use of travellers and merchants. His great palace at Rajdan in Srinagar became one of the marvels of the age, a vast wooden structure rising through many levels, filled with rooms, halls, and corridors. Yet his most enduring fame rests not only on governance, law, or architecture, but on the revival and spread of arts and crafts. Under his encouragement, older traditions were restored and new skills were introduced, from Persia and Central Asia. Craftsmen and teachers were invited to train local artisans. Wood carving, paper making, papier-mâché, silkwork, shawl weaving, and carpet weaving all flourished. Kashmir became known as a place where arts that were rare elsewhere were practiced in abundance. In this way, the valley turned into a centre of refined production, whose reputation would outlive the dynasty that supported it. When Zayn al-Abidin died in 1470, he left behind no simple succession. One son had already fallen from favour after rebelling years earlier, so another son, Haydar Shah, came to the throne. Haydar tried at first to secure his position through family alliances and by appointing his brother to high office, while his own son was established as heir. Yet, like too many rulers after strong fathers, he surrendered himself to pleasure and drinking, neglecting the business of rule. Disorder followed quickly. Tributary states such as Poonch, Rajouri, and Jammu took the chance to assert themselves, and military action had to be taken to bring them back. Haydar died after only a short reign, and with him ended the last real possibility of an orderly transition from the great age of Zayn al-Abidin. His son, Hassan Shah, began well, but the state around him was already poisoned by factional rivalry. During earlier decades, many saints, scholars, and migrants from Persia and Central Asia had entered Kashmir. Among them, the Baihaqi Sayyids became especially influential. Unlike missionary circles focused mainly on preaching, the Baihaqi families embedded themselves in politics through marriage alliances with the ruling house and with high officials. They secured powerful positions in government and soon became deeply involved in intrigue. As Hassan Shah's reign progressed, these Sayyids and the older Kashmiri nobility moved into direct conflict. Ministers sought to strengthen themselves through alliances with military commanders and court families, while factions tried to exile, recall, or destroy one another, depending on who held momentary advantage. When Hassan Shah died in 1484, the crisis deepened. A child was placed on the throne, and power slipped almost entirely into the hands of competing elites. For more than a quarter of a century, Kashmir was consumed by conflict. On one side stood the Baihachi Sayyids, who at times held overwhelming influence. On the other stood the indigenous Kashmiri nobles, who resented their dominance. Violence broke out. Several leading Sayyids were killed. They were driven from the country, then brought back, then driven out again. Meanwhile, rival claimants to the throne, especially Muhammad Shah and Fath Shah, fought a long and bitter civil struggle. Each was enthroned multiple times. Ministers made and unmade rulers. Chiefs changed sides. Coups, restorations, betrayals, and imprisonments became constant features of political life. The throne remained, but real power passed endlessly, from hand to hand. Into this chaos entered another dangerous element: sectarian tension. Musa Reyna, an able administrator, had embraced Shi'ism under the influence of an important religious figure, and this sharpened conflict with Sunni nobles. Political rivalry now blended with religious hostility. Assassinations followed. Exiles returned with foreign support. One claimant even entered Kashmir with help from the Mughal Emperor Babur, and briefly took the throne before the balance shifted again. The Mughals were bribed and persuaded to leave, but the underlying disorder remained. Soon after, Mirza Haidar Duklat entered the valley from the northeast during a campaign that began in Ladakh. He occupied Kashmir, withdrew after resistance, then returned later as a more durable force, now linked to the wider Mughal world. At first, he tried to cooperate with local elites, especially the Chak nobles. But he soon turned against them, adopted a fierce anti-Shiite policy, destroyed important shrines, executed prominent figures, and filled the administration with his own followers. His rule brought severe suffering, though he was also a man of culture and helped revive arts and crafts that had declined since the death of Zayn al-Abidin. It was in Kashmir that he composed his famous historical work. Even so, his intolerance made him many enemies, and in 1551 he was killed in revolt. His death did not restore peace. The noble factions resumed their struggle, using the nominal sultan as a mask behind which they pursued real power. One minister after another rose, triumphed briefly, and fell. The Chak faction gained increasing strength. In the end, Ghazi Chak seized the throne in 1561 under a royal title of his own, ending the Shah Mir dynasty after more than 2 centuries of rule. What the Shah Mir line had created was now taken over by a military faction that had long grown powerful under its protection. Across those 220 years, Kashmir changed profoundly. Continuous contact with Persia and Central Asia reshaped its political, social, and cultural life. Waves of scholars, missionaries, artisans, and adventurers entered the valley and gradually altered its character. The older Hindu influence at court declined, though it never disappeared. Sanskrit, once the language of royal patronage and elite culture, gave way to Persian in administration and high political life. This did not happen in a single stroke. Sanskrit remained the literary language of the Hindu learned world, but non-Muslims increasingly understood that knowledge of Persian opened the path to office and advancement. Over time, Hindu society itself split into 2 broad cultural groups: those attached to Persian and bureaucratic life, and those rooted in Sanskrit learning and ritual authority. These groups even grew socially distinct from one another. The Persianization of the court had visible effects in dress, manners, and daily life. Rulers who once followed local styles increasingly adopted Persian and Central Asian forms. Even many Hindus began to imitate these fashions. Food habits changed as well. Conservative writers lamented these transformations, seeing them as a corruption of older Kashmiri ways. But their protests could not reverse the process. Persian and Central Asian influence deepened year by year. New madrasas and religious institutions appeared, especially in Srinagar, and these became centers for the spread of Islamic learning and values. Yet for all these changes, the Shah Mir period was not defined only by coercion. People accepted Islam for many reasons and under many pressures. But in general, the state did not continuously force the population to abandon its older customs. The violent religious intolerance seen under Sikandar and later under Mirza Haidar was exceptional, rather than the permanent norm. Most of the period was marked instead by gradual transformation. Kashmir moved slowly from an ancient Hindu political and cultural framework into a Persianized Islamic one. By the end of that process, the valley had become deeply linked to the wider Persian and Central Asian world, while still retaining the memory and structure of its own older traditions. Timur built one of the largest military empires of the medieval Islamic world, and he did so through decades of relentless war. His conquests pulled vast territories into a single imperial structure. Transoxiana, Khwarazm, the lands around the Caspian, much of Iran and Iraq, parts of the southern Caucasus, Afghanistan, and even northern India. Yet for all its scale, the true center of this empire was always Transoxiana. That region, once part of the inheritance assigned to Chagatai after the death of Chinggis Khan, remained the political and emotional core of Timur's power. By the early 14th century, the Chagatai realm was already in deep crisis. Rivalries among princes had become bitter, and no ruler could easily govern without support from both tribal leaders and the settled elites of the towns and countryside. Some Khans tried to adapt to the changing world around them. Kebek Khan, for example, settled in Transoxiana instead of living entirely according to old nomadic custom. He built a palace in the Kashgar Darya region, and around that palace a town later grew. His monetary reforms aimed to stimulate trade and restrain corruption. He also divided the land into large military administrative districts, placing local notables in positions of hereditary authority. These steps show that the Mongol rulers of Transoxiana were already being drawn into the habits of settled statecraft. Another major turning point came when Tamashirin adopted Islam. That decision marked a deeper acceptance of local religious and cultural traditions. But it also alienated many of the nomadic Mongols, who saw it as a betrayal of their inherited way of life. He was eventually killed, and the center of the Khanate shifted away from Transoxiana towards Semirechye. The struggle between those who leaned toward settled government and those who defended the old steppe order only became more intense. A later ruler briefly brought the seat of power back into Transoxiana, but he too died in conflict. Real authority then slipped into the hands of powerful military chiefs who were not themselves descended from Chinggis Khan. One of them, the Amir Kazagan, ruled through a puppet Khan and controlled Transoxiana, while beyond it the wider Chagatai realm broke apart. The eastern lands became known as Mogolistan, where tribal military elites held full sway. Transoxiana itself fragmented into rival fiefs under local warlords and tribal leaders, each pursuing his own ambitions. It was in this fractured world that Timur rose. In 1360 and 1361, the ruler of Mogolistan invaded Transoxiana. Among those who aligned themselves with the invader was a man from the Barlas tribe named Timur. The Balas had long since settled in the Kashgar-Darya Valley, mingled with Turkic-speaking populations, accepted Islam, and moved away from a purely nomadic existence. Timur himself had been born in 1336, but the official histories written in his lifetime say almost nothing about his early years. Later accounts describe him as the son of a minor notable, perhaps respected, but not rich. They portray him as beginning with only a handful of mounted followers, surviving through raids, small-scale violence, and opportunistic warfare. Step by step, through courage, calculation, and ruthlessness, he built a larger following. One hostile writer even reduced his background to that of a shepherd's son. Whatever the exact truth, his beginnings were modest, when measured against the empire he would later create. When the Mogul ruler entered Transoxiana, Timur won his favour and was rewarded with control over the district once held by a fleeing chief. That gave him a territorial base and transformed him from a wandering adventurer into a recognised Amir. But he did not remain loyal for long. He soon broke with the invaders and entered into alliance with another ambitious strongman, Amir Hussein of Balkh. Their relationship was strengthened by marriage and by common interest. Together, they launched raids against neighbouring territories, seeking plunder, followers, and leverage. At one point, they were even captured by Turkmen groups and escaped only by chance. In another campaign, likely in Sistan, Timur was badly wounded in the arm and leg. From that injury came the limp that followed him for life and gave rise to the name by which much of the world would remember him, Timur the Lame. The alliance with Hussein did not bring immediate mastery. In 1365, the ruler of Mogulistan returned with a powerful army. The decisive clash came near the river Chirchik, close to Tashkent, in a battle later remembered as the Battle in the Mud. Heavy rain had turned the ground into a swamp. Timur and Hussein's cavalry became trapped, while the enemy adapted more effectively and won the day. The allied amirs retreated first, towards Samarkand, and then beyond the Oxus. It seemed, for a moment, that Transoxiana might again fall fully under outside control. What happened next in Samarkand was one of the most remarkable episodes of the age. The city was left exposed, and the Mongol raiders approached, expecting easy success. But the people of Samarkand organized their own defense. Among the leading figures were a madrasa student, a district headman, and a respected man known for his courage. The citizens threw up barricades in the streets, sealed the narrow passages, and left only one broad approach open. When the enemy rode in, they found themselves trapped. Arrows, stones, and clubs rained down from all sides. The attackers, skilled in open battle but not in urban fighting, withdrew. They tried again, then settled in for a siege, but disease broke out among their horses and their position became unsustainable. At last, they withdrew from the city altogether. This uprising in Samarkand has long been associated with the Sarbadar movement, a broader anti-Mongol current that had already taken shape in Khorasan. The Sarbadars drew support from artisans, townspeople, peasants, and smaller landholders, and they carried a fierce determination to resist oppression. Their very name suggested people willing to risk the noose rather than submit. In Samarkand, the urban defenders seem to have acted in that same spirit. It is possible that more radical social ideas also circulated among them, perhaps including hostility to unjust taxes and demands for greater equality. The chronicles written from elite perspectives denounced them as dangerous and insolent. But for a brief moment they showed that a city abandoned by princes could still defend itself through its own people. Timur and Hussein did not immediately return to recover Samarkand. The city remained in the hands of its defenders for several months, and the success of these urban militants alarmed both amirs. Eventually, they decided to act together, but instead of storming the city, they turned to deception. the leaders of Samarkand were lured out with promises of honor, gifts, and recognition. When they arrived, they were seized. Most were executed. One may have been spared through Timur's intervention, but the movement was effectively destroyed. In this way, the men who had saved Samarkand from one threat were removed by those who would soon claim it for themselves. After that, the alliance between Timur and Hussein deteriorated rapidly. Hussein based himself in Samarkand and Balkh, while Timur controlled Kish and Kashi. Suspicion deepened into open hostility. Timur eventually laid siege to Balkh, broke into the city, and on April 10th, 1370 brought Hussein's career to an end. Hussein was captured while in hiding and killed by one of Timur's allies. His fall was helped by his own unpopularity. Later, observers noted that he had not been loved by the ordinary people, or even by some of the local notables. Once Balkh had fallen, Timur gathered the chiefs and military leaders in an assembly and secured formal recognition of his supremacy. To strengthen his standing, he married a widow of Hussein who was linked by descent to the Chinggisid line. With that marriage, he adopted the prestigious title of Gurgan, meaning royal son-in-law, a title that gave symbolic weight to a man who was not himself of the house of Chinggis. Even then, Timur did not openly reject Mongol political tradition. Instead, he preserved the fiction of Chinggisid sovereignty by placing descendants of Chagatai on the throne as nominal Khans. First, Soyurkhatmish, and later Sultan Mahmud, served as puppet rulers, while real power rested firmly in Timur's hands. Coins and official proclamations continued to bear the names of these shadow Khans. The Friday sermon honoured them. Legal orders were issued under their signatures. Yet everyone understood who truly ruled. This careful preservation of form allowed Timur to claim continuity with the Mongol imperial order, while in fact replacing it with his own military monarchy. In 1370 he made Samarkand his capital. From there he established himself as the sole master of Transoxiana. Contemporary writers describe the city in glowing language as a seat of kingship, sainthood, learning, and prosperity. They say the affairs of the land were put in order and rebellion ceased to find room there. Such praise was exaggerated, but it reflected a real transformation. Timur had succeeded where others had failed. He turned a fractured and war-torn region into the secure centre of a conquering empire. The backbone of his rule was the military aristocracy of the Mongol and Turco-Mongol tribes, settled in Transoxiana, especially men from groups like the Balas. These tribes had long lived in the lands of Chagatai, and were therefore often called Chagatais, though they were not his descendants. They retained many steppe habits and privileges. They moved with their herds, were largely exempt from taxation, and owed service above all in war. As long as they followed Timur into battle and shared in the rewards, they remained his strongest support. At the same time, Timur understood that tribal warriors alone could not sustain his rule. He also needed the backing of local landowners, urban elites, and the Muslim religious classes. That is why his regime increasingly presented itself as Islamic, even when many older Mongol customs survived untouched. Official historians praised him as a champion of Islam, a warrior of the faith, and a protector of religion. In reality, his devotion was often political as much as spiritual. He was generous to Muslim scholars and saints, took a descendant of the Prophet as a spiritual advisor, and was careful not to allow his soldiers to plunder mosques and religious institutions. Yet his court life remained deeply marked by non-Islamic custom. Wine flowed at banquets. Entertainment was lavish. Royal women appeared in public feasts and hosted grand receptions of their own. Painted images decorated palace walls. Mongol ceremonial habits still shaped court culture. Even at weddings, old steppe traditions survived. Official business was conducted in Persian, but scribes who knew Mongol writing continued to serve in the chancery. Timur's empire was not a simple Islamic monarchy. It was a hybrid world in which Islam, Persian statecraft, and steppe tradition were all held together by the will of one conqueror. For Timur, constant warfare was not merely an appetite, it was a system of rule. He believed that the world could not tolerate two equal masters. Conquest brought wealth, prestige, obedience, and access to the main trade routes, linking Europe, Western Asia, India, and China. These roads mattered greatly to both the tribal military elite and the settled commercial classes of Transoxiana. War enriched them all, at least in the short term. The army that made this possible was based above all on cavalry drawn from the tribal population. Infantry, recruited largely from settled people, had a more limited but vital role in sieges. They worked siege engines, dug tunnels, and built defences behind which they could fire missiles at the enemy. Timur's forces used bows in large numbers, together with swords, curved sabres, spears, clubs, shields, armour, and helmets. Firearms were beginning to appear in other parts of the Islamic world, but there is no clear sign that they played a meaningful role in Timur's campaigns. Armour of high quality remained expensive and was concentrated among commanders and elite warriors. Still, the army was formidable in both open battle and siege warfare. When fortresses had to be taken, Timur's forces used catapults, battering devices, tunnels, scaling ladders, and ropes. They were skilled at building temporary bridges and breaking them after crossing rivers. Before battle, drums and trumpets sounded, war cries shook the air, and Islamic slogans mingled with the roar of the advancing army. Like the Mongols before him, Timur organized his forces by tens, hundreds, thousands, and 10,000s. Smaller formations had their own local names, and commanders ranged from officers over 100 men to great amirs and princes. Scouts reported on enemy movement. The army marched with a vast support system behind it. Porters, traders, craftsmen, camp organizers, cooks, butchers, bakers, bath attendants, and many others. This was not simply an army on the move, it was a travelling world. Because Timur's soldiers often took their households, herds, servants, and supplies with them, the baggage train was enormous. Camps were carefully laid out, with whole streets of merchants and artisans. If the army halted, it could recreate the basic services of urban life. Baths were built, bread was baked, meat was prepared and sold. Everything necessary for a mobile war society was brought along. This made the army slower when moving with full support, especially if it was driving captives and hauling booty. For swift raids, the cavalry often moved lightly, leaving the heavier train behind. Timur also modified older Mongol methods, adding tactical adjustments that later writers admired as original. He inspected his forces personally and frequently, keeping discipline tight and morale high. Whether or not every detail reported by the chroniclers is accurate, the military machine he forged was plainly one of the most effective in the world of his time. The first major focus of Timur's campaigning was the White Horde, which controlled lands from the Yangi-Talas region toward Kashgar and formed one branch of the wider Yoshid inheritance. These steppe powers had long raided Turkestan and Transoxiana. Timur fought them repeatedly, partly to neutralize danger from the north and partly to impose his own supremacy. He also moved against Khwarezm, whose rulers had aligned themselves against him and occupied lands he considered part of the Chagatai domain. The campaigns against Khwarezm came in waves. At first, he demanded the return of disputed territories. When this was refused, he invaded. One city after another fell under pressure, negotiations alternated with renewed war, and eventually he made southern Khwarezm part of his state. Later, when rebellion erupted there again in alliance with Tokhtamysh, Timur responded with extreme violence. Urgench, one of the great cities of the region, was taken, looted, depopulated, and almost erased. Its surviving inhabitants were carried away, and the ground itself was symbolically humbled. Only much later did he order some part of it restored. Tokhtamysh, whom Timur had once supported, soon became one of his greatest enemies. The young prince had first risen with Timur's help, and then united the white and golden hordes under his own authority. Timur had expected loyalty. Instead, he found a dangerous and independent rival. Tokhtamysh invaded Transoxiana, encouraged revolt in Khwarezm, and forced Timur into a long and bitter struggle that would shape the politics of the steppe for years. By this time, however, Timur had already brought most of Central Asia under his control. Only a few frontier regions remained outside his grasp. From there, he pushed south and west. In 1381, his forces descended on the Kart Principality, centered on Herat. This local dynasty had grown strong after the collapse of Ilkhanid authority, and Herat had recovered enough from earlier devastation to become once again a major center of trade and crafts. Timur isolated the city, cut it off from its support base, and laid siege to it. The ruler withdrew into the citadel, but the city's population did not unite behind him. Timur had promised safety to those who did not resist, and many chose caution over sacrifice. The fall of Herat marked the beginning of a wider series of campaigns that would soon engulf Iran, Iraq, the Caucasus, and beyond. Thus, Timur's empire was built not through one decisive victory, but through a sequence of calculated wars fought across steppe, oasis, mountain, and city. He drew on the military traditions of the Mongols, the administrative habits of Persianate government, the authority of Islam, and the ambitions of tribal nobles and urban elites. His state was violent, unstable, and deeply dependent on conquest, yet it was also disciplined, purposeful, and capable of astonishing coordination. At its center stood Samarkand, transformed from a vulnerable city of Transoxiana into the heart of an empire that reached across much of Asia. When Herat fell, its ruler understood at once that resistance was hopeless. He came before Timur, cast himself at the conqueror's mercy, and hoped submission might save his city. It did not. Like so many other places taken by Timur's armies, Herat was punished with crushing severity. A heavy levy was imposed. Many prominent citizens were carried away to Transoxiana, and the ruler himself was left only with the appearance of authority. Timur confirmed him in office, but only in name. He was forced to remain close to the conqueror, watched and dependent, and before long he too was put to death, despite having shown no open disloyalty. In Timur's world, surrender could postpone ruin, but rarely remove it. The harshness of this conquest quickly produced resistance. In 1382 and 1383, the people of Herat rose in rebellion. Their movement drew support not only from the city, but also from fighting men coming down from Gur. Timur's officials were expelled, and the garrison left behind by the conqueror was slaughtered. The revolt was serious enough to demand a major response. Timur entrusted the suppression of the uprising to his son Miranshah, who defeated the men from Gur in battle and then swept back into Herat. After this victory, Timur himself moved on through Khorasan. The terror caused by the fall of Herat spread faster than his army. The rulers of several other strongholds, frightened by what had already happened, submitted without forcing him into prolonged sieges. From there, Timur turned against the Sabardars, a movement that had once represented one of the boldest popular challenges to Mongol domination in Iran. Their origins lay in Khorasan, where religious idealism, social anger, and anti-Mongol feeling had come together in a powerful mix. Beneath the mystical language used by some of their spiritual leaders was a political message that called for the overthrow of oppressive rulers and their noble supporters. In the late 1330s, a rebellion broke out in Bashtin, and from there the movement spread rapidly. Sabzavar became its centre. For a time, the Sabadars built a functioning state and forced themselves into the politics of the wider region. They fought not just for power, but for a social vision that appealed to artisans, townsmen, peasants, and smaller landholders who had suffered under older elites. As the movement grew, however, internal divisions sharpened. The radical wing, rooted in the lower and middling ranks of society, began to diverge from more moderate leaders drawn from small landowning circles. In time, a ruler named Ali Mu'ayyad rose to the top. He defeated the more radical supporters within his own movement, but by doing so he weakened the social energy on which the Sabadar state had originally depended. He lost ground in the east and faced new dangers in the west. At first he managed these challenges through shifting alliances and temporary arrangements. But when fresh unrest broke out and enemies closed in, he took the fatal step of asking Timur for help. That invitation opened the door to conquest. Timur arrived not as an ally but as a master. Ali Mu'ayyad bowed before him, was allowed to keep his title for appearance's sake, and was then quietly eliminated. The old Sabadar state survived only as a shell. Even after that, resistance did not disappear. In 1388, another rising broke out in Sabzavar and the surrounding region. Timur crushed it with exceptional cruelty. The fortress was destroyed and thousands of people were sealed alive inside towers built for the purpose. The message was unmistakable. Rebellion would not merely be defeated, it would be remembered in stone and terror. In the same year, Timur expanded further, annexing Kandahar and additional territories across Khorasan and Afghanistan. Soon afterward, he conquered Gurgan and finished off another regional rival. What had once been a patchwork of independent or semi-independent powers was steadily being pulled into his empire through a mixture of fear, violence, and carefully timed intervention. While he was tightening his grip on the East Iranian world, Timur also turned repeatedly toward the lands of the Caucasus. Between the later 1380s and the early 15th century, his army swept again and again through Georgia, Armenia, and Azerbaijan. Georgia, which had enjoyed renewed strength after breaking free from Ilkhanid domination, resisted stubbornly. Its rulers did not yield easily, and Timur was forced to cross into the country several times. In the end, the capital fell, and the Georgian king was compelled to accept Timur's supremacy. Armenia suffered even more terribly. Already weakened by foreign overlordship and long decline, it was devastated once again. Contemporary accounts speak of hunger, captivity, torture, slaughter, and depopulation. The result was not merely defeat in war, but the conversion of inhabited provinces into wasteland. In Azerbaijan and western Iran, Timur's advance was equally destructive. Tabriz fell to him after earlier suffering at the hands of Toktamish. The ruler of the Jalayirid lands fled, leaving his territories exposed. Timur then moved against the Muzaffarids of southern Iran. When Isfahan rebelled against the tax burdens imposed by his officials, he responded with one of the most infamous massacres of his career. The uprising had drawn support, especially from artisans and the urban poor, and Timur crushed it without mercy. Later, writers claim that his soldiers were ordered to bring in fixed numbers of severed heads, and that towers were built from the bodies of the dead. Whether every number is exact matters less than the scale of the horror. Isfahan became a symbol of what resistance to Timur could bring. By the early 1390s, the conquest of Iran was largely complete. Timur then organized these lands into large governing zones, under members of his own family. Khorasan, Gurgan, Mazandaran, and Sistan were placed under Shah Rukh, whose centre would later be Herat. Western Iran, including Azerbaijan and Armenia, went to Miranshah with Tabriz as his base. Turkic nomadic groups from Central Asia were resettled in northern Iran and Azerbaijan, showing that Timur's conquests were not simply raids for plunder. They also involved the movement of populations and the reshaping of political geography. One of the deepest motives behind these campaigns was control of trade. Timur did not wage war only to seize treasure in the moment. He wanted lasting command over the great commercial arteries linking Europe, the Mediterranean, Asia Minor, Iran, Central Asia, and China. This brought him into inevitable conflict with Toktamish, ruler of the Golden Horde. The Horde controlled the routes that connected much of Eurasia, and under Toktamish it had regained considerable strength. He had unified its competing branches and reasserted power over the Russian lands, even forcing Moscow back into submission after a major attack. So long as Toktamish remained strong, Timur could not dominate the full network of overland exchange. The struggle between the two rulers became one of the great contests of the age. Timur had once helped Toktamish rise, expecting him to remain subordinate. Instead, Toktamish became an ambitious and dangerous rival. Their conflict stretched across several campaigns. Only after repeated expeditions was Timur finally able to break the power of the Golden Horde. In the last and most destructive phase of the war, he devastated the Horde's major centres along the Volga, destroyed its capital, ravaged Astrakhan, and laid waste to the Crimea. Toktamish fled and continued to struggle for survival. But the power of the Horde had been broken beyond recovery. From that moment onward, the balance of Eurasian trade shifted. For several decades, the most profitable long-distance routes increasingly passed through territories controlled by Timur and, later, his heirs. At the same time, northern India was descending into weakness. The Delhi Sultanate, once one of the great powers of the region, had entered a period of internal struggle after the death of a strong ruler. Rival claimants fought for the throne, and the authority of Delhi shrank until it scarcely extended beyond the capital and a few neighbouring districts. Timur's Indian campaign began with the advance of his grandson, who struck first at Multan. Then, in 1398, Timur himself crossed the Indus. Town after town was stormed, looted, and burned as the army advanced toward Delhi. Before the decisive battle, he ordered the mass execution of prisoners already taken by his forces, fearing they might rise during the coming fight. What followed near the Jumna was a bloody victory. The Sultan fled, and the conquerors entered Delhi. The city suffered horribly. The sermon in the mosques was read in the name of Timur's chosen representative. But real authority rested with armed men who had come for conquest and profit. Looting, killing, enslavement, and devastation spread through the capital. Thousands of skilled craftsmen were selected and carried away, including stonemasons and builders, whom Timur intended to use in Samarkand. After several days, the captives were finally marched out of the ruined city. Even then, the violence did not end. More towns in northwestern India were pillaged before Timur recrossed the Indus and withdrew. His invasion did not produce long-term Timurid rule over India, but it shattered what remained of the Delhi Sultanate's strength and left behind a political vacuum from which new powers would later emerge. While Timur was in India, some of the territories he had already conquered in the west slipped from his grasp. Baghdad and Mosul were among the places lost. He responded immediately. In 1399, he left Samarkand once more and marched west. Crossing northern Iran and the Caucasus, he ravaged Azerbaijan, Armenia, and Georgia again before turning south into Syria, then under Mamluk rule. Factional conflict among the Mamluks prevented an effective united defense. Timur defeated the local forces near Aleppo, captured the city, and pushed onward. Damascus was next. In early 1401, after a siege, it surrendered. But surrender brought no safety. The city was plundered and burned, and Syria was left so badly damaged that it took years to recover. Timur then turned east again to besiege Baghdad, which after weeks of resistance was also taken and savagely sacked. His next great target was Anatolia. By this time, the Ottoman Sultan Bayezid had turned his state into the strongest power in much of the Balkans and Western Asia Minor. He had subdued many former Turkish principalities and expanded with astonishing speed. Timur's arrival in Asia Minor changed everything. He demanded submission. Bayezid refused and marched to meet him. The decisive confrontation came at Ankara in 1402. There the balance turned when troops from former Anatolian principalities, now serving under the Ottomans, deserted or turned against Bayezid. The Ottoman army collapsed, and Bayezid himself was captured. The consequences were immense. Timur broke up the Ottoman state, restored several of the old Anatolian principalities, and divided what remained among Bayezid's sons, whose rivalry plunged the Ottomans into years of internal conflict. The final conquest of Constantinople was postponed for decades as a result. Timur's last intended campaign was against China. He had already spent much of his life riding from one war to another, and even in old age he was still thinking on the scale of continents. But this final project was never completed. In 1405, at the age of 70, he died before the campaign could unfold. His death ended the career of one of the most formidable conquerors in history, but not the political world he had created. That world was extraordinarily uneven. Timur's empire was not a unified state in any modern sense. It was a vast collection of lands and peoples at very different stages of political, economic, and social development. Advanced urban societies existed beside tribal regions. Long-settled farming districts stood next to nomadic zones that still moved with the seasons. Persian administrative traditions coexisted with looser Turco-Mongol structures inherited from the steppe. This diversity made real centralization difficult. Instead of a single tightly controlled system, Timur often ruled through grants of land and privilege. A major institution in this system was the soyurgal, a form of reward or landed grant given to princes, commanders, retainers, and even individual warriors who had distinguished themselves. These grants were more than gifts. They could carry rights over revenue, practical autonomy, and exemptions from many obligations. Those who held such privileges were sometimes known as Tarkhans. By Timur's time, this kind of landholding had taken on a strongly hereditary and military character. It resembled a powerful landed fief backed by state recognition. Yet the land theoretically remained under the shadow of the sovereign's supreme ownership. Alongside such grants, other forms of landholding also existed. There were state lands reserved for the ruler and the treasury. There were private holdings owned by individuals, whether peasant or landlord. There were also religious endowments given to mosques, schools, shrines, and other institutions. Some of these were effectively family endowments, disguised in pious form. The legal landscape of landholding was therefore complicated, with several systems overlapping and interacting. Timur inherited many of these forms rather than inventing them from nothing. What is harder to see clearly is the life of the ordinary peasantry. The surviving evidence is limited, but it suggests the existence of village communities and local communal institutions. At the same time, war and conquest had sharply revived slavery. In earlier centuries, slave labour had declined in many parts of the region, but the Mongol age and Timur's own wars brought it back on a large scale. Huge numbers of prisoners were taken in campaigns from India to Iran. Men, women, and children were enslaved and distributed as booty. Contemporary descriptions of the aftermath of Timur's capture of Delhi make it clear that captives were marched out of the city in enormous numbers. Conquest thus supplied not only treasure and prestige, but also labour. Timur's state did not create formal serfdom in the European sense, and legal bondage to the soil was not a defining feature of Transoxiana. Yet the peasantry was tightly bound by taxation. The chief burden was the land tax, but it was far from the only one. In addition to the official levy, a whole range of other exactions fell upon the population, some of them widely regarded as improper under Islamic law. Government couriers needed transport animals. Officials extracted dues. Head taxes and other levies appeared beside the main land revenue. To ordinary villagers, the arrival of state agents could feel like a calamity. Foreign observers noticed how deeply feared anyone acting on royal business was. People fled at their approach, hid their goods, and shut themselves inside their homes, knowing that protest was useless against men who carried the authority of the sovereign. Even so, Timur and his officials understood one basic economic truth. A ruined countryside could not support a great empire for long. Revenue depended on agriculture, and agriculture in many of these lands depended on irrigation. For that reason, the regime did at times invest in canals, repairs, and the construction of new waterworks. Large-scale irrigation efforts were carried out in places such as the Mughan Plain and the Kabul region. Later, writers preserved the names of numerous canals associated with Timur's administration. These projects did not cancel out the destruction caused by war, but they show that the empire was sustained not only by plunder. It also depended on the careful maintenance of the agricultural systems that made taxation possible. When Herat fell to Timur, its ruler understood that resistance had become useless. He came before the conqueror, humbled himself, and begged for mercy. The gesture changed nothing. Herat was treated much like other cities that had entered Timur's empire through defeat. A crushing levy was imposed, leading citizens were taken away to Transoxiana, and the ruler himself was left with little more than an empty title. Timur allowed him to remain nominally in place but only under strict dependence. He was required to stay close to the conqueror and could no longer act freely. Before long, even that fragile arrangement ended. He was executed on Timur's orders, despite never openly renouncing his loyalty. Submission might delay destruction, but under Timur it rarely guaranteed safety. The burden placed upon Herat after its capture was so severe that revolt soon followed. In the years that came immediately after the city's submission, the people rose against Timurid authority. Their movement was led by a man from Gur, remembered by a nickname that simply marked him as a son of that mountain land, and he was joined by strong contingents from the same region. Timur's officials were driven out, and the troops left to hold the city were killed. The revolt was serious enough to demand a full military answer. Timur sent his son Miransha to crush it. The men of Gur were defeated outside the city, and Herat was overrun again. Once order had been restored by force, Timur moved onward, and the shock of his success spread through the region. Other rulers, terrified by what had happened, chose submission over resistance. After securing Herat, Timur turned to a power that had once stood for something very different from dynastic conquest. The Sarbadars of Khorasan had emerged from rebellion, social unrest, and religious passion. Their movement had begun decades earlier among townsmen, artisans, peasants, and small landholders who were weary of Mongol domination and of the aristocratic powers that lived comfortably under it. The language of their leaders carried mystical and Shiite overtones, but beneath it lay a clear call to overthrow oppression. Their early uprising had spread through Khorasan, and Sabzavar became the center of a state that survived for years by defying stronger enemies. Yet the Sabadar world was never united for long. Over time, deep divisions opened between its radical social base and the more moderate elements, tied to property and local standing. A ruler named Ali Muayyad eventually took control and broke the strength of the more radical wing. By doing so, however, he also stripped the movement of much of its original energy. Enemies closed in from several directions, and repeated struggles weakened the state. Finally, when one of his rivals threatened Sabzavar, Ali Muayyad made the fatal mistake of asking Timur for help. Timur entered the Sabadar realm as if he were responding to an appeal, but he came with the instincts of a conqueror. Ali Muayyad was allowed to keep his title for a short time, only to be summoned, watched, and eventually eliminated. The Sabadar state survived in name no longer than Timur found it convenient. Even after this, resistance did not die. A new uprising broke out in Sabzavar and the surrounding countryside a few years later. Timur crushed it with a savagery meant to silence not only the rebels but also memory itself. The fortress was destroyed and thousands of people were shut alive inside towers built for the purpose. It was a deliberate act of terror. In the same period, Timur completed the annexation of Kandahar and several neighbouring districts in Khorasan and Afghanistan. Soon afterward, he also destroyed the power of another local rival in Gurgan. One by one, the remaining states of eastern Iran were absorbed, intimidated, or broken. From there, his armies moved repeatedly into the Caucasus. Georgia, which had regained independence and was enjoying a period of economic and cultural vitality, resisted more stubbornly than many others. Timur had to cross into its territory again and again. The struggle was long, but the capital eventually fell, and by the final stage of the conflict, the Georgian ruler was forced to recognize Timur's supremacy. Armenia suffered terribly. Already weakened by years of foreign domination and the erosion of native political power, it was struck by fresh waves of devastation. Contemporary voices describe famine, captivity, torture, slaughter, and depopulation. Large regions were turned into wasteland. Azerbaijan and Western Iran faced the same fate. Tabriz fell after already having suffered from earlier plunder. The ruler of the Jalayirid lands abandoned his territories and fled, leaving the towns exposed. Timur then moved against the Muzaffarids in southern Iran. When Isfahan rose against the harsh exactions imposed by his officials, the city paid an appalling price. The revolt had been driven largely by common people, especially artisans and the urban poor. But Timur answered it with mass killing, on a scale designed to terrify the entire region. Later accounts speak of towers made from severed heads. Whether every figure repeated in the chronicles is exact matters less than the message. Under Timur, rebellion did not simply fail. It was made into a spectacle of annihilation. By the early 1390s, the conquest of Iran was essentially complete. Timur then divided the country into large governing zones under members of his own family. One son was placed over Khorasan, Gurgan, Mazandaran, and Sistan, with Herat as the central seat. Another received western Iran, Azerbaijan, and Armenia, ruling from Tabriz. At the same time, Turkic nomadic groups from Central Asia were resettled in parts of northern Iran and Azerbaijan, showing that Timur's campaigns were not only military operations. They also reshaped the human and political map of the conquered lands. Loot was one motive behind these wars, but not the only one. Timur also wanted control of the great trade routes that linked Europe and the Mediterranean with Iran, Central Asia, India, and China. That ambition inevitably brought him into conflict with Toktamish, ruler of the Golden Horde. The Horde stood across the northern routes and remained a major force in Eurasian commerce and power. Toktamish had managed to reunite its competing branches and had restored its authority over the Russian lands. He even sacked Moscow and forced its rulers back into tribute. So long as Toktamish remained strong, Timur could not dominate the full network of long-distance trade. The struggle between the two rulers was long and bitter. Timur had once helped Toktamish rise, expecting to gain a loyal dependent. Instead, he found a dangerous rival. Their conflict stretched across several campaigns, and only after repeated expeditions did Timur finally break the strength of the Golden Horde. In the last and most destructive phase, he devastated the Horde's great towns along the Volga, destroyed its capital, ravaged Astrakhan, and spread ruin through the Crimea. Toktamish survived for a time in flight and continued to struggle with other contenders. But the Golden Horde never truly recovered from Timur's blows. With its weakening, trade between the Mediterranean world and Inner Asia shifted more firmly toward routes controlled by Timur, and later by his successors. Northern India soon became another victim of this expansion. The Delhi Sultanate, once powerful, had entered a stage of weakness after the death of one of its stronger rulers. Rival claimants battled for the throne, and the authority of Delhi shrank until it barely reached beyond the capital and nearby districts. Timur's campaign began when his grandson advanced on Multan and looted it. Soon Timur himself crossed the Indus. Towns and forts were burned, sacked, and reduced to rubble as the army marched toward Delhi. Before the decisive battle, he ordered the killing of the many prisoners already taken by his forces, fearing that they might rise in the rear during the coming clash. It was an act of deliberate brutality born from military calculation. The battle outside Delhi was savage. The defending Sultan fled, and Timur's forces entered the city. What followed was devastation on an enormous scale. The sermon in the mosques was read in the name of Timur's chosen representative. But in reality, the city belonged to armed men who'd come to plunder. Looting, killing, enslavement, and destruction spread through Delhi. Among the captives were thousands of craftsmen, especially builders and masons, whom Timur planned to send to Samarkand. After several days, the prisoners were driven out in columns. Even then, the violence continued in other towns of the northwest before the conqueror finally withdrew across the Indus. He did not remain to found a lasting Indian state, but his invasion shattered what remained of Delhi's strength and accelerated the breakup of the old order. While he was in India, some of the western territories he had taken earlier slipped from his grasp. As soon as he returned, he marched west again. Passing through northern Iran and the Caucasus, he once more devastated Azerbaijan, Armenia, and Georgia before turning south into Syria, then ruled by the Mamluks. Internal divisions among the Mamluks prevented a united defense. Timur defeated the local forces near Aleppo and captured the city. He then laid siege to Damascus. The city surrendered, but surrender did not save it. It was looted and burned, and Syria was left deeply scarred. Timur did not stay long, but the damage was enough to weaken the province for years. From there, he turned toward Baghdad, which after a long siege also fell and was cruelly sacked. His next great opponent was the Ottoman Sultan Bayezid, ruler of the strongest state in Anatolia and the Balkans. Bayezid had conquered widely and built his reputation on speed and battlefield success. Timur's arrival in Asia Minor changed everything. He demanded submission. Bayezid chose war. Their armies met near Ankara in 1402, and the battle became one of the great turning points of the age. Bayezid's army fell apart, in part because troops drawn from former Anatolian principalities abandoned him at the crucial moment. The Ottoman Sultan was captured, and the state he had built was broken apart. Timur restored several of the old principalities and divided the remaining Ottoman lands among Bayezid's sons. Their rivalry plunged the Ottomans into a long crisis and delayed the fall of Constantinople for decades. Timur's final great project was to invade China. Even in old age, he still thought in terms of continents. But this campaign never began in earnest. In 1405, before it could unfold, he died. With that death ended the career of one of the most formidable conquerors in world history. Yet the empire he left behind was not a unified state, in the strict sense. It was a vast and unstable collection of territories and peoples at very different stages of social and economic development. Settled agricultural regions stood beside steppe lands. Long-established urban traditions coexisted with tribal structures. Persian bureaucratic practices mixed with Turco-Mongol habits of rule. This diversity made real centralization difficult. The empire held together above all because Timur himself held it together through prestige, force, and fear. A key feature of his system was the distribution of land and privilege. Members of the ruling family, military commanders, retainers, and even distinguished soldiers could receive large grants. These were not simply rewards in a ceremonial sense. They often included rights over revenue, wide practical authority, and various exemptions. Such grants created powerful local interests and tied men to the ruler through favour and dependency. At the same time, large areas remained as crown lands directly tied to the treasury. Alongside these stood private holdings and religious endowments attached to mosques, schools, shrines, and other institutions. The legal world of landholding was therefore varied and layered, and Timur worked within that inherited complexity rather than replacing it with a single uniform structure. The peasantry, by contrast, is harder to see clearly. The sources offer only scattered glimpses, but those glimpses are revealing. Village communities existed and communal institutions still mattered. Yet war and conquest had revived slavery on a large scale. Earlier centuries had seen a decline in slave labour in many places, but the Mongol age and Timur's own campaigns brought it back dramatically. Huge numbers of captives were taken in every direction, from India to Iran. Men, women, and children were carried away and distributed as booty. The human cost of conquest fed directly into the labour system of the empire. There was no formal serfdom in the European sense, but peasants were tightly bound to the land by taxation. The main burden was the land tax, yet it was far from the only one. Other exactions, often regarded as improper even under Islamic norms, multiplied around it. Head taxes, service obligations, and demands for transport animals fell heavily on the countryside. Officials of many kinds extracted dues, and royal messengers were especially feared because their arrival could mean new burdens without appeal. Foreign observers noticed how people fled when they saw anyone travelling on the ruler's business, knowing that protest was useless against men backed by state authority. Timur and his officials still understood one basic truth. Agriculture was the foundation of revenue, and agriculture depended in many regions on irrigation. For that reason, alongside destruction, the regime also invested in repair and construction. New canals were dug, and old systems were restored in different parts of the empire. Writers later preserved the names of irrigation works associated with Timur's administration. These projects did not erase the devastation caused by war, but they reveal that the empire could not survive by plunder alone. It also needed productive land, functioning water systems, and a peasantry that could still be taxed. The massive flow of money into Timur's treasury, from taxes in Transoxiana, tribute from conquered regions, forced levies, and outright plunder gave him the means to transform Samarkand into a capital of dazzling ambition. Material wealth was poured into the city, but so too were people. Craftsmen, scholars, poets, painters, and specialists of every kind were relocated there. Samarkand became not only a political capital, but a great centre of craft production, trade, and courtly culture. Surrounding settlements were drawn into its orbit, and the city was physically reshaped to match Timur's imperial vision. Its fortress was completed. Great palaces were built amid vast gardens. The funerary complex, later known as Shah-e-Zinda, took on a more monumental form as mausoleums, for Timurid relatives and members of the elite rose there. A broad avenue was cut across the city, lined with shops and marked by water reservoirs at intervals. The work was carried out with relentless speed. Buildings that stood in the path of Timur's plan were demolished, the ground was levelled, and construction continued in shifts without pause through day and night. What had been imagined as a ruler's command became a transformed urban landscape within an astonishingly short time. Other cities of Transoxiana also benefited, though often after first being devastated. Urgench, once destroyed by Timur and symbolically sown with barley, was later rebuilt. In Kish, the great palace and mosque of Aksaray rose in splendour, their interiors covered in colour, gold and glazed tile. Visitors from Europe were astonished by the richness of the decoration. They compared it favourably even with the finest craftsmanship of the West. The urban growth of this world depended on a rich agricultural hinterland. The region around Samarkand was fertile and productive, supplying grain, fruit, meat, and especially cotton, which formed the basis for the most important branch of urban manufacture, weaving. The cities produced metal goods, weapons, tools, copper vessels, woodwork, leather goods, pottery, jewellery, carpets, and a wide range of consumer wares. Bakers, cooks, sweet makers, cotton carders, stone cutters, and many other skilled workers filled the urban economy. These craftsmen did not all come from one background. Many had been brought to Transoxiana as captives from distant countries. Their forced relocation produced something else besides labour. It created a meeting ground of artistic and architectural traditions from across the East, blending styles that otherwise might never have met in one place. Most urban craftsmen were free workers organised in guild-like structures. They ran their own shops, trained apprentices, and worked alongside relatives. For heavier labour, they could hire assistants. Alongside them existed royal workshops, especially those tied to military production. In one fortified place outside Samarkand, Timur kept both treasure and a large group of captive craftsmen, working year-round on armour, helmets, bows, and arrows. This was craftsmanship placed directly at the service of imperial power. Samarkand and other Transoxanian cities also flourished because they stood on the great arteries of international trade. Through them passed goods moving between China, India, the Near East, and Europe. Silk, satin, spices, cloves, cinnamon, ginger, hides, cloth, and many other commodities flowed along these roads. Under Timur, the routes were made safer than before, or, so later writers claimed, because the conqueror had suppressed the brigands and local predators who had once made long-distance trade dangerous. Whatever the exact level of safety, the state clearly had a strong interest in keeping commerce moving. Yet for all their wealth, the cities remained subject to the absolute power of the ruling elite. Houses, caravanserais, and profitable urban properties could be held by princes and great men. Municipal officials were appointed from above. The corporate bodies of craftsmen and traders had no political rights in the way that towns in parts of Europe increasingly did. Their leaders could help regulate production and handle the affairs of their own groups, but they had no secure civic autonomy. When the state demanded taxes, labour, or compliance, coercion could follow immediately. A major burden on urban life was the tax on trade and manufacture. This levy had come to replace older, religiously sanctioned forms of taxation, and now served as an important fiscal tool of the state. Tolls were also collected at river crossings and mountain passes. Major choke points on the roads, especially famous gates on the route from India towards Samarkand, generated substantial revenue. The result was that commerce flourished, but it did so under heavy surveillance and fiscal pressure. The building of the great commercial avenue across Samarkand also revealed how easily state ambition could fall upon ordinary people. Houses standing in the path of the project were simply torn down. Owners gathered what they could carry and fled. The cost of the work itself seems to have been laid largely upon the townspeople. The ruler's vision became their burden. Timur also compelled urban populations to take part in public celebrations and triumphal displays whenever he desired it. Even magnificence could become a form of command. Timur's power also attracted the attention of Western Europe. As the Ottomans grew stronger and threatened the Balkans and even Constantinople, some Western rulers began to view the Central Asian conqueror as a possible counterweight. The Byzantine emperor, the Genoese rulers at Galata, and the King of France all sought contact with him. Timur, for his part, sent messages and gifts to Italian maritime powers, and later wrote to Western kings after defeating Bayezid. He proposed that merchants should travel freely between their realms, arguing that trade would strengthen peace. One English ruler replied with obvious satisfaction at Timur's victory over a common enemy. Yet these contacts never matured into a lasting diplomatic system. The distances were too great, Timur soon died, and his empire entered the struggles of succession. One Western ruler who watched Timur's career closely was the King of Castile. He first sent envoys east to gather information about the conqueror's lands, customs, religion, and strength. After those first contacts, a larger embassy was organized under Ruy González de Clavijo. It traveled by sea and then by land through Iran to Samarkand, arriving in 1404. Clavijo and his companions were received with honor and shown the brilliance of Timur's court. But their visit was cut short. Suddenly, preparations began for the projected invasion of China, and they were ordered to leave. Their account remains one of the most vivid windows into the final years of Timur's reign, because it captures both the splendor of his capital and the restless momentum of a ruler who had still not finished conquering. The army gathered for the Chinese campaign began to move, but the winter was brutal. The cold proved fatal to the aging conqueror. In early 1405, at Otrar, Timur died suddenly. His death unleashed exactly the kind of crisis that such an empire was bound to face. At once, the members of his house, provincial rulers, and great military commanders began to compete for the inheritance. Timur had named one grandson as successor, but few were willing to accept this. The empire had no single economic or institutional foundation strong enough to survive the disappearance of the one man who had held it together. One branch of the family quickly established itself in Khorasan. Another seized Samarkand and the treasury with the support of powerful amirs. Rival princes gathered forces, forged temporary alliances, fought, betrayed one another, and tried to claim legitimacy through possession of cities, troops, and wealth. One of Timur's grandsons succeeded in entering Samarkand and taking control of the fortress and the immense treasury. His father marched from the west to support him. Yet even this position was unstable. He faced raids from the steppe and enemies within Transoxiana. Battles followed near Kashi and elsewhere. Another claimant was killed. New men were advanced, angering old amirs. One commander even imprisoned the ruler he had supposedly served. Eventually, Shah Rukh marched on Samarkand, entered the city, punished the competing amirs harshly, and reorganized power in Transoxiana. He placed one son in Samarkand and another in Balkh, while also distributing other territories among Timurid princes. Yet rebellions continued. Some of the very princes who'd received fiefs rose against the arrangement and had to be defeated again. In the west, another force was also rising. The Kara Koyunlu, the Black Sheep Turkmens, took advantage of Timurid weakness and the fading of the Jalayirids to establish their own control over Azerbaijan, Armenia, and Iraq. Shah Rukh fought them repeatedly. In the end, he forced their ruler into vassalage for a time. But the struggle showed clearly that the Timurid world no longer possessed the unquestioned military energy of Timur's own day. Shah Rukh's rule rested on different foundations from his father's. He relied much more heavily on the settled Tajik and Persian landowning elite, on the civil bureaucracy, and on the Muslim religious establishment, especially the Naqshbandi circles. This helped create his image as the ideal Muslim ruler. He was still capable of severity, and several great amirs paid for disobedience with their lives. But the ideological tone of the regime changed. The Mongol legal traditions that had remained visible under Timur receded, while Islamic law came much more clearly to the front. Under Shah Rukh, Herat became the great cultural capital of the Timurid age. Merchants, envoys, poets, historians, painters, and scholars filled the city. His son, Baysungha, played a particularly important role in this cultural flowering. He supported a famous library and workshop in which calligraphers, scholars, miniature painters, bookbinders, and literary men worked together. Herat's architecture also developed magnificently, blending the legacy of Samarkand with new local refinement. Embassies came from distant lands, including China. Timurid envoys, in turn, travelled abroad to China and India, and their reports enriched the intellectual life of the court. Outwardly, this was a glittering age. Yet beneath the brilliance lay clear signs of weakness. Official writers praised Shah Rukh's reign as a time of peace and prosperity for the peasantry. But repeated uprisings tell a different story. Sabzavar saw revolt early in his reign. Mazandaran followed. These movements again drew on radical Shiite teachings that preached social equality and common ownership. In 1427, an attempt was even made on Shah Rukh's life inside the Friday Mosque of Herat, and he was seriously wounded. The attacker was linked to one of the radical sectarian traditions that had survived from the age of Timur. Such events revealed how fragile the social peace of the Timurid state really was. Timur's empire had always depended on his personal authority, his military strength, and his ability to command loyalty through fear and reward. Once he died, in 1405, that fragile unity vanished almost immediately. The vast territories he had conquered did not hold together on their own. His sons and grandsons, who'd governed distant regions in his name, began acting independently. The man chosen as his successor, Pir Muhammad, failed to secure control and was killed soon after. At the same time, older dynasties that Timur had crushed began to reappear, seizing the opportunity created by the sudden collapse of centralized power. In the western regions, new forces quickly took shape. In Azerbaijan, Armenia, and western Iran, a powerful Turkmen confederation emerged and established its own state, openly opposing the Timurids. Although this new power would later be forced into a subordinate position for a time, it remained a constant threat. Meanwhile, in Transoxiana itself, the struggle for control turned into a prolonged and chaotic conflict. Samarkand fell into the hands of Khalil Sultan, one of Timur's grandsons, but his authority was limited. Large areas slipped from his grasp. Other military leaders held key cities and regions, while steppe, territories, and borderlands were controlled by independent forces. Khwarezm changed hands repeatedly, and Khorasan was governed by another branch of the Timurid family, which itself had to deal with constant revolts. Eventually, one of Timur's most capable sons, Shah Rukh, managed to assert control over large parts of the empire. By 1409, he secured Samarkand and forced his rivals into submission. Yet even this success did not restore true unity. Instead, he distributed power among his sons and relatives, laying the foundation for a more fragmented political order. Among these figures, one name would stand out: Ulugh Beg. Still very young when he was given control over Transoxiana, he ruled from Samarkand for decades. Although his authority remained formally tied to his father, he effectively governed as an independent ruler. His early years were shaped by internal rivalries and the influence of powerful advisors, but he gradually established his own position. He attempted to restore unity by bringing rebellious regions under control, reclaiming territories like Fergana, and extending influence toward Kashgar. Yet the greatest challenge to his rule came not from within the Timurid family, but from the steppe. The nomadic world to the north remained unstable and aggressive. Ulugh Beg tried both diplomacy and force to deal with these threats. At times, he achieved success, launching campaigns that secured temporary victories. But the balance of power remained uncertain. In one major campaign, his army suffered a devastating defeat, and the consequences were severe. Enemy forces pushed deep into his territories, ravaging towns and countryside alike. This defeat marked a turning point. From that moment, Ulugh Beg avoided leading major military campaigns in person, even as the pressure from the steppe continued. Despite these challenges, his long rule brought a degree of stability to Transoxiana. Trade expanded, and economic life began to recover. Efforts were made to regulate currency and strengthen internal commerce. New coins were introduced, and attempts were made to control the circulation of money. Samarkand itself was transformed into a center not only of power, but of learning and culture. Under Ulugh Beg, the city became famous for its architecture and intellectual life. Great buildings rose across its landscape. Schools, markets, and baths and bridges were constructed, often by craftsmen drawn from across the empire. A central square emerged as the heart of the city, where major roads met. Gardens and pavilions added to its beauty. Yet perhaps the most remarkable development was the rise of scientific activity. Ulugh Beg devoted much of his later life to astronomy and mathematics. An observatory was built, attracting scholars from across the region. Samarkand became one of the leading centers of scientific thought in the medieval world. Alongside this, poetry and music flourished, supported by a ruler who valued intellectual pursuits as much as political authority. But this stability did not last. When Shah Rukh died, the fragile balance collapsed once again. Ulugh Beg attempted to claim a larger role in the wider empire, but he could not secure control over distant regions. Internal divisions deepened even within his own family. His relationship with his son deteriorated, and eventually conflict broke out between them. In a decisive confrontation, Ulugh Beg was defeated. Forced to abandon power and set out on a pilgrimage, he was killed shortly afterward on his son's orders. His death marked another moment of fragmentation and violence within the Timurid world. The years that followed were dominated by continuous struggles for power. Rival princes fought for control of Samarkand and other key regions. Alliances shifted rapidly, and no single figure could establish lasting authority. One contender eventually secured Samarkand with the support of external forces, including steppe nomads. But even this victory did not bring unity. Instead, it marked the beginning of a new phase in which the empire existed more as a collection of competing territories than as a single state. By the late 15th century, the Timurid realm had effectively split into two major parts. One centered on Khorasan, with Herat as its capital, and the other on Transoxiana. In Khorasan, a strong ruler managed to maintain control for several decades, fostering a vibrant cultural environment. Herat became a major center of art, literature, and scholarship. Poets, painters, and intellectuals gathered there, producing works that would define the cultural legacy of the period. In Transoxiana, however, political authority was far more fragmented. Cities and regions were controlled by different rulers, often acting independently. Even where a central figure existed, real power frequently rested in the hands of powerful nobles. Rivalries between these figures led to constant conflict. Provinces changed hands, alliances broke down, and the population suffered from instability and economic decline. This pattern was not limited to the north. In the southern regions, similar struggles unfolded. Local rulers competed for control, and even within established dynasties, divisions weakened authority. Attempts to maintain unity often led to further conflict, as ambitious sons and relatives challenged one another for power. The result was a political landscape marked by fragmentation and uncertainty. At the same time, deeper structural problems became increasingly visible. The distribution of land and authority played a major role in weakening the state. Large territories were granted to princes, military leaders, and officials, often with considerable autonomy. Over time, these grants became more permanent, reducing the power of the central government. Tax revenues declined as more land fell outside direct control. Efforts to reverse this trend achieved only temporary success. Agriculture, the foundation of the economy, also suffered. Farming depended heavily on irrigation systems, which required strong central administration to maintain. As political authority weakened, these systems deteriorated. Raids by nomadic groups further disrupted rural life. Crop production declined, and the economic base of the state eroded. Despite these difficulties, agriculture remained diverse and productive in many areas. Regions like the Zarafshan Valley and Fergana continued to produce grain, fruits, and vegetables. Cotton cultivation expanded, supporting textile production. Vineyards and orchards flourished near major cities. Livestock breeding, especially sheep and horses, remained essential, particularly in areas closer to the steppe. Economic life also included close interaction between nomadic and settled populations. Trade routes passed through the steppe, linking Central Asia with distant regions. Nomadic groups relied on settled communities for manufactured goods, while agricultural regions depended on trade networks for broader economic exchange. However, when conflict disrupted these connections, the consequences were severe. Raids increased, trade declined, and local economies suffered. By the end of the 15th century, a new force was rising from the steppe. A leader of nomadic origin gradually built up his power by taking advantage of the divisions within the Timurid world. With a relatively small force at first, he moved between different political centers, sometimes serving as an ally, sometimes as a rival. Over time, he gathered support from various tribes and expanded his influence. His campaigns eventually brought him into direct conflict with the Timurid rulers of Transoxiana. Taking advantage of their internal divisions, he launched a series of attacks. One by one, key cities fell. Samarkand, Bukhara, and Tashkent were captured. Other regions soon followed. Within a few years, the core territories of Transoxiana were under his control. The fall of these cities marked the end of Timurid dominance in the region. The once great empire, built through conquest and maintained through force, had finally collapsed under the weight of its own internal divisions. What remained was not a unified state, but a legacy of cultural achievement set against a background of political instability and constant struggle. In the early centuries of Islamic history, many movements that appeared religious on the surface were driven by deeper political ambitions. Others, while rooted in genuine spiritual concerns, drew strength from widespread dissatisfaction with authority and social inequality. Across regions such as Persia and Transoxiana, belief and power were often intertwined, creating a landscape where faith could both inspire devotion and mask resistance. Central Asia played a crucial role in shaping Islamic thought. It became a major center for the development of religious scholarship, law, and theology. Some of the most influential compilations of the Prophet's traditions were produced there, while leading scholars contributed to the interpretation of the Quran and the formation of legal systems. The region also absorbed and reflected philosophical currents inherited from the ancient world. Through earlier Christian scholars, Greek science and philosophy entered the Islamic intellectual tradition, and debates over these ideas found a strong voice in Central Asian cities. Thinkers engaged deeply with questions of reason, faith, and the nature of knowledge, leaving a lasting imprint on Islamic civilization. During the period of Mongol rule, religious dynamics shifted again. After converting to Islam, many Mongol rulers supported Sunni traditions, while also showing respect for the family of the Prophet. At the same time, tensions between different schools of Islamic law sometimes led to frustration and division. For some observers, the growing number of competing interpretations raised doubts about unity within the faith. Meanwhile, Shia theology continued to evolve, with scholars refining its doctrines and legal frameworks. Beyond Islam, other religious traditions remained active. The Nestorian Christians, for example, had long been a major force across Persia, Central Asia, and beyond. Their church maintained an extensive network, sending missionaries across vast distances. Under early Islamic rule, they were generally allowed to practice their faith and even gained influence in intellectual life. They played a vital role in preserving and transmitting ancient knowledge, translating works of science and philosophy into languages accessible to the Islamic world. Many served as physicians and scholars at the courts of powerful rulers. Over time, however, their position weakened, especially after political changes and shifts in religious policy reduced their influence. Another important tradition was Manichaeism, which had originated centuries earlier in Mesopotamia. It combined elements from several belief systems and spread widely across Central Asia. At first, it coexisted with Islam, but later persecution forced its followers eastward. In regions such as Sogdiana, it found new strength and became a vehicle for cultural exchange, reaching as far as China. Even after losing official support among certain groups, it continued to exist alongside other religions for centuries. Zoroastrianism, once dominant in pre-Islamic Iran, also survived, though in a diminished form. Its followers faced increasing pressure, especially under more rigid rulers, and many eventually migrated to India. Judaism, on the other hand, continued to thrive in several urban centers. In cities like Baghdad, Jewish communities maintained schools, places of worship, and their own leadership structures. Trade networks connected them with distant regions, linking economic life with religious identity. In the northern steppes, an unusual development took place when a powerful Turkic state adopted Judaism as its official religion, while still allowing other faiths to exist within its borders. This region became a crossroads of cultures, where Muslims, Christians, and Jews interacted through trade and diplomacy. Goods, ideas, and beliefs traveled along these routes, shaping the wider world. Amid this diversity, a powerful spiritual movement began to take shape within Islam itself. Sufism, with its focus on inner experience and moral transformation, spread widely across Central Asia. As political instability increased due to invasions and social upheaval, many people turned toward mystical teachings for guidance. What had once been a more personal form of devotion gradually evolved into organized communities. Spiritual teachers established networks of disciples, creating structured traditions that extended across vast territories. These Sufi orders played a major role in shaping religious life. They emphasize personal discipline, ethical conduct, and a direct relationship with the divine. Unlike secretive missionary movements, they openly engage with society, offering guidance to both ordinary people and rulers. Their influence was especially important in the conversion of nomadic groups, and even among the Mongol elites. Over time, their teachings transformed the spiritual landscape of Central Asia. Among the many Sufi figures, some gained extraordinary reputations. Certain teachers became known for their generosity and their ability to attract followers from all levels of society. They welcomed both rich and poor, emphasizing compassion and humility. Others traveled widely, spreading their message across cities and rural areas, sometimes influencing political leaders as well. Their teachings often blended strict adherence to religious law with a deep concern for moral renewal. Some Sufi leaders became especially famous for their role in spreading Islam among Turkic peoples. Through poetry, sermons, and personal example, they made complex ideas accessible to wider audiences. Their words, often composed in local languages, carried powerful, emotional, and spiritual messages. Over time, these teachings became deeply rooted in the culture of the region. At the same time, other movements emerged that combined religious ideas with social protest. Groups of fighters and urban bands sometimes acted as defenders of the faith, but could also become sources of disorder. In periods of weak government, they seized power or turned to violence, targeting wealthier groups. In some cases, such movements evolved into larger uprisings, drawing support from peasants, artisans, and even elements of the local elite. One such movement arose in response to heavy taxation and abuse by officials. It brought together people from different backgrounds, united by a mixture of religious ideals and social grievances. While some participants aimed at reform and justice, others were driven by more practical concerns. The result was a complex and often unstable form of resistance that challenged existing authority, but did not always produce lasting change. Other uprisings were inspired by charismatic leaders who claimed special powers or divine guidance. These figures attracted followers through promises of healing, justice, or spiritual renewal. In some cases, their movements briefly seized control of cities before being suppressed by military force. Their success revealed the deep dissatisfaction present in society, as well as the enduring appeal of religious symbolism in times of crisis. In Persia and neighbouring regions, new religious ideas also appeared that challenged established beliefs. Some thinkers developed highly symbolic interpretations of faith, blending mystical concepts with bold claims about human nature and the divine. These ideas attracted intellectuals and followers seeking deeper meaning, but also provoked strong opposition from authorities. Movements based on such teachings were often suppressed, though their influence continued to spread in subtle ways. Meanwhile, Sufi traditions extended far beyond Central Asia. In India, they played a major role in shaping religious and cultural life. Teachers who had travelled across the Islamic world settled there, establishing centres of learning and devotion. Their approach emphasised compassion, tolerance, and service to humanity. They encouraged generosity, kindness, and a sense of shared humanity that resonated across religious boundaries. These ideas contributed to the emergence of new spiritual movements in India. One of the most significant was a devotional tradition that rejected rigid social divisions and emphasized the unity of all people. Its leaders came from humble backgrounds and spoke directly to ordinary individuals. They drew inspiration from both local traditions and the teachings of Sufi mystics, creating a powerful message of equality and spiritual freedom. At the same time, expectations of a coming savior gave rise to messianic movements. Some leaders declared themselves chosen figures destined to restore justice and renew faith. Their followers formed communities dedicated to strict moral discipline and spiritual devotion. Although often opposed by authorities, these groups reflected a deep desire for change in a world marked by conflict and uncertainty. Islamic geographers left vivid descriptions of the markets, landscapes, and foods of the Eastern Islamic world, and together they reveal a region of enormous variety and abundance. Khorasan was praised for its mild climate, fertile soil, green plains, rich flocks, fine fruit, and broad range of food. Nishapur stood out as one of its great commercial centres, full of bazaars and specialised markets, where shoemakers, cloth merchants, artisans, and traders carried on lively business. The city was supplied with every kind of fruit, vegetable, grain, bread, and meat. Nearby Tabaran was celebrated for cheap food and plentiful produce. Abbey Ward was admired for its fertile land and natural wealth, while Kawaran was known for its salted meat. Balkh enjoyed an even greater reputation. It was often described as one of the finest cities of the Persian East, producing citrus fruits, grapes, wheat, barley, rice, walnuts, almonds, vegetables, and much more. Because of this extraordinary output, it was sometimes viewed as one of the granaries of the wider region. Elsewhere, Kumis was famous for pomegranates, Damgan for its red apples, Sistan for meat, fruit, and saffron, and Tabaristan for its fruits, grains, wild birds, seafood, preserves, and jams. Khwarezm had its own reputation, not only for hospitality, but also for the richness of its table. It was known for fish oil, nuts, honey, jujube, large raisins, sesame, dairy products, meat, frozen fish, and especially melons. Some of its watermelons were so prized that they were packed in lead containers, filled with ice and sent over long distances, even reaching Baghdad and the Caliphal court. One special type of melon from the region was famous for its sweetness, while the dried melons of Merv and the dried plums of Khwarezm also became prized exports. Transoxiana as a whole was remembered as a land so productive that people said it never knew famine. It exported cotton, wool, silk textiles, and heavy cloaks made from the furs of fox, sable, and squirrel. The district of Bukhara was so fertile that a single small piece of land could support a family. Much of its farming relied on irrigation, which allowed the cultivation of rice, grain, and cotton on a large scale. Samarkand, rebuilt and adorned after earlier destruction, impressed foreign visitors with its greenery, broad public spaces, and crowded markets. Those markets offered every kind of food, from fresh produce to raw and cooked meat, and gave the city an air of prosperity and movement. For ordinary people, bread was the core of daily life. It was made from wheat, barley, millet, maize, or rice flour, depending on local conditions and personal means. Some parts of Khorasan, especially Merv, were well known for the quality of their bread. There were also special loaves made with flour mixed with raisins and fruit, and these could be sent to other places as valued goods. Wheat bread remained the most respected and desirable kind, praised by physicians and preferred by those who could afford it. By contrast, barley bread was strongly associated with poverty and hardship. Meat was the other major element in the diet, and mutton was the most commonly eaten variety across much of the region. It could be boiled, roasted, grilled, salted, or combined with grain and vegetables in different dishes. Fish was especially important in Turkestan and neighbouring regions. Khwarezm became known for its frozen fish, Bukhara for both fresh and salted fish, Bayhaq for fat poultry, Saraks for camel meat, and Tabaristan for the sheer variety of animals and birds that people consumed. Salted fish from Iraq also reached Khorasan through trade. Poultry such as chicken and pigeon were widely eaten, while richer households enjoyed game birds like pheasant and partridge. Doctors also recommended chicken as a strengthening food. Across the countryside, people raised hens, pigeons, partridges, and other birds not just for meat, but also for eggs. The Turks of the Central Asian steppes depended heavily on the meat of their flocks and the animals they hunted. The Mongols went even further, consuming a much wider range of creatures, both wild and domestic. Horse meat and mare's milk were especially valued. In extreme situations, horse flesh and even blood could be used for survival. Slaughtering practices also differed by religion and culture, and at certain times official rules could interfere with the habits of Muslim communities. Many dishes were beloved across social classes. One of the most popular was a thick, hearty meal made from fatty meat combined with grain and sugar. Another favourite mixed meat, crushed grain and vinegar, while yet another dish wrapped cooked meat, eggs and leeks in thin bread. Cheese and dairy foods such as yogurt were consumed everywhere. Flavourings and seasonings played an important role in cooking. Cooks used pomegranate juice, sour grapes, dried lemons, vinegar, sweet and sour herbs, and many other ingredients to season soups, rice, and meat. Between meals, people also ate pastries, jams, candies, dates, rhubarb, pistachios, almonds, walnuts, seeds, and dried fruit. Some strange and highly valued substances, including edible earth from certain districts, were considered delicacies and were even sent as gifts to royal courts. Drink had an equally rich history. Wine, despite religious disapproval among devout Muslims, remained part of elite and courtly life in many places. Persian, Turkish, and Mongol rulers were often known for their drinking, and medical writers also discussed wine as a remedy. The Mongols in particular drank heavily during feasts and public celebrations. Some rulers quite literally drank themselves to death. At great ceremonies, large vessels of wine were displayed alongside containers of mare's milk, camel milk, and other drinks. Men and women both participated in such drinking rituals in the Mongol world. There were also other beverages. Beer made from malt or dried grapes was common, and there were non-alcoholic drinks prepared from sugar, honey, syrup, and ice. Date wine and raisin drinks were known widely. Some regions became famous for colourful drinks made from local fruits and plants, which were praised for their fragrance and their effects on the body. Milk remained the everyday drink of many people, not only among nomads but also among villagers and townspeople. Sheep, cattle, camel, and mare's milk were all used, though mare's milk held special prestige among Turks and Mongols. Yogurt mixed with water was a standard drink served with meals. On festive occasions, guests and envoys were welcomed with an array of colourful drinks, fruits, and special dishes. The contrast between the tables of the powerful and the food of ordinary people could be enormous. Some rulers prided themselves on eating plain meals such as barley bread, onions, fish, and a little rice, even while their kitchens prepared huge quantities of food for followers and soldiers. Others maintained such lavish households that hundreds of animals were slaughtered regularly for court consumption. At royal feasts, an astonishing range of meat, fish, pickles, sweets, breads, and wine covered the tablecloths. In some courts, thousands of sheep had to be supplied annually just to keep the kitchens running. Visitors to the courts of steppe rulers described rich spreads of roasted birds, sweet cakes, fruit, and precious serving vessels of silver and gold. Hunting also contributed to elite cuisine. Large quantities of game birds could be sent to rulers, and successful hunts were celebrated as signs of power and abundance. Sufi mystics usually followed a different path. Many deliberately rejected rich foods and lived on the simplest fare. Bread with salt, beans, or a little oil was enough for those who pursued an ascetic life, and some avoided meat for long periods as a discipline of the spirit. For the poor in general, food was limited and often plain. Grains and pulses formed the base of their meals, usually boiled into soups, with whatever cheap meat was available. Bread made from barley or millet was common among the lower classes, along with onions, vegetables, and other humble staples. Meals were usually taken in a practical and communal way. In most homes, different foods were laid out together, so that family members and guests could choose what they wanted, though often there was only one cooked dish accompanied by bread. In more formal settings, especially at courts or inns, people could select from a list of available dishes. Wealthier individuals had their own bowls and containers, while ordinary people often shared a common tray. The table itself was usually a cloth spread on the ground or a large copper or wooden platter. The Mongol manner of eating could seem rough and direct. Meat was often handed out in large pieces and eaten without cutting. Leftovers were saved in skins for later use. Meal times were generally ordered around the rhythms of the day, with food taken in the morning, at midday, and again in the early evening so digestion could begin before sleep. Writers on ethics also paid close attention to table manners. Hands should be washed before and after eating. One should begin and end with a blessing, eat moderately, chew carefully, and avoid greed or messiness. Salt was often recommended at the beginning and end of a meal. Good conversation was part of proper conduct at the table, while silence, staring, or bad timing in leaving a meal were considered rude. Fruit was usually eaten first at the close of a meal, followed by pastries, and then cold water. Clothing, like food, reflected region, wealth, occupation, belief, and rank. In a world stretching across different climates and ways of life, dress varied enormously. Governors, soldiers, scholars, artisans, farmers, and religious men all had their own styles. Local industries shaped these possibilities. Khorasan was one of the major centers of textile production, especially silk, wool, and cotton fabrics. Nishapur exported white cloth, turbans, scarves, silk undershirts, and many kinds of cotton and hair cloth to distant lands. Merv was known for a fine mixed fabric, while Bukhara produced strong cloth, carpets, prayer rugs, mats, bedding, and silk goods in large quantities. Khwarezm made furs, goatskins, carpets, silk caps, and cotton robes. Samarkand produced tents, woolens, silks, and furs. Tabaristan had linen, wool, silk, and cotton clothing. In Sistan, people might wear several colourful turbans at once, especially in silk. In Sogdiana, people used finely decorated silk garments, jackets, boots, and hats with pointed rims. Near the northern frontiers, dress resembled that of the neighbouring Turks. Luxury clothing could be extremely fine. Silk robes and precious head coverings formed part of tributes sent from the eastern provinces to caliphal courts. The Mongols, who had once worn mostly animal skins, gradually adopted more elaborate garments after their conquests. Their rulers wore gold-woven robes and rich fabrics, though their dress retained a steppe character in cut and form. Mongol women wore long trousers beneath loose outer garments and tall headdresses covered with cloth. Some rulers tried to change dress on religious grounds, encouraging turbans or limiting luxurious fabrics. But such efforts rarely transformed habits completely. Even then, courtly clothing remained closely tied to ceremony, prestige, and hierarchy. Different occupations also demanded different dress. Merchants, servants, water carriers, cooks, artisans, and farmers all wore practical garments suited to their work. Municipal inspectors even kept an eye on cleanliness and proper appearance among craftsmen. Colour also carried meaning. Certain shades were tied to political loyalty, mourning, or dynastic symbolism. Black, white, and green could all take on ceremonial significance depending on the context. Among the Mongols and Turks, furs remained essential, especially among the rich. Sable, squirrel, ermine, and other fine skins were prized. Some rulers dressed simply despite their wealth, while others presided over ceremonies, where thousands of courtiers wore brilliant garments woven with gold, pearls, and rich silk. Among the nomads, shelter was designed for movement. The classic dwelling of the Mongols was the yurt, a round structure built from a framework of wood and covered with felt. It had a smoke hole at the top, a hearth in the centre, and felt doors and walls. Some yurts were modest and could be carried with relative ease. Others were vast, mounted permanently on wagons and drawn by teams of oxen. The largest of these wagon yurts served as mobile palaces for khans and leading nobles. At the same time, more permanent buildings also existed in settled areas and towns, where stone, brick, timber, and earth were used according to local conditions. Crafts formed an important part of Mongol and Central Asian economic life. Metalworking was especially valued. The lands of Mongolia contained rich deposits of ore, and over time skilled smiths learned how to smelt, cast, and shape iron and bronze into tools, ornaments, harness pieces, weapons, and mirrors. The remains of workshops show that some centres reached a very high level of technical ability. Weapons production in particular was essential, and specialists in military equipment often worked directly for rulers. Other craftsmen built wagons, shaped wood, processed leather, and made household goods from the products of the herds. Clothing among the Mongols was designed above all for survival and mobility. Their main robe was cut to be practical on horseback and in changing weather. Married women wore wide, front-slit garments and distinctive headdresses. Belts were wrapped tightly around the waist, helping riders endure long hours in hard saddles. Wealthier people could wear silk, wool, or expensive furs, sometimes lined with soft stuffing for warmth. Poorer people relied on dogskin, goatskin, linen, cotton, and felt. Felt itself was used not just for clothing, but for cloaks, saddle coverings, and rain hats. Their boots were specially designed for riding. High, firm, and shaped to work with stirrups, they protected the legs and helped maintain balance in the saddle. The turned-up toe, thick sole, and felt padding made them suitable for long journeys over harsh ground. In every detail, Mongol dress reflected the practical demands of a pastoral, mobile existence. It had to protect against sharp cold, strong winds, and the swarms of insects that followed grazing herds. Food among the Mongols followed the same logic of environment and economy. Milk and meat stood at the center of life. Milk from cows, sheep, goats, camels, and mares was used in different ways. Most of it was boiled before use, but mare's milk was fermented into a foaming drink that became one of the most famous products of steppe life. Fresh milk was turned into sour milk, soft cheese, cream, and other forms. It could also be dried into hard curds that lasted for long periods and served as a basic stored food. These preserved dairy products had the same essential role for nomads that bread had for farming peoples. Meat was consumed mainly in winter when herds were slaughtered and the cold helped preserve the flesh. Sheep and horses were especially important, though cattle, goats, and camels were also used. Hunting added wild animals such as gazelle and marmot. Meat could be dried into strips and stored for long periods, or frozen and kept through the season. Boiling was common for domestic meat, while game was often roasted. Seasonings included wild onions, grasses, roots, rhubarb, and seeds. Compared with settled farming peoples, the Mongols relied less on grain and more on the animal wealth around them. This pastoral way of life shaped not only material culture, but also imagination and memory. The folklore of the Mongolian peoples grew out of herding, hunting, migration, weather, and the open spaces of the steppe. Their songs, tales, and oral traditions carried the rhythms of a world in which livestock, movement, and survival stood at the center of human experience. Across Central Asia, From the 8th to the 15th century, money was never a simple or uniform system. Coins were minted in many forms, and their circulation followed patterns shaped not only by rulers and borders, but by trade habits, local traditions, and the expectations of the people who used them. Even within powerful and relatively centralized states, different regions maintained their own monetary practices. One of the clearest examples of this complexity can be seen in Transoxania, where several systems existed side by side and evolved over time. After the Arab conquests, mints across the region began producing coins bearing Arabic inscriptions. These coins, written in a distinctive angular script, came to define the early monetary landscape. Gold coins existed, but they were not widely used in everyday exchange within Transoxania. Instead, they appeared only occasionally, minted in cities such as Samarkand and Tashkent, and more frequently outside the region. When gold coins did circulate locally, they were treated less as everyday money and more as valuable objects used for gifts, rewards, or stored wealth. Silver coins, by contrast, formed the backbone of economic life. Yet even silver currency was not uniform. Two very different traditions coexisted. On one side were Islamic silver coins, with Arabic inscriptions. On the other were locally rooted coins that preserved echoes of earlier traditions, modelled on older designs that dated back to pre-Islamic times. These local coins changed gradually, losing their original inscriptions and imagery over time, but they remained deeply embedded in regional trade. By the 9th and 10th centuries, these locally inspired coins had not disappeared as might have been expected. Instead, they became even more important, dividing into several distinct types that differed not in their inscriptions, but in their metal content, weight, and overall appearance. Some of these coins contained a high proportion of silver and continued older standards. Others were deliberately produced with reduced silver content, mixing metals to stretch resources while maintaining circulation. Still others were made entirely from base metals, especially copper, and were intended for use within a limited area. These copper-based coins became especially important in cities like Bukhara, where they were designed to remain within local markets, rather than flowing outward into long-distance trade. Despite lacking precious metal, these coins often held strong value in everyday transactions, largely because people trusted them and because authorities supported their use through taxation and exchange policies. At the same time, silver coins of high quality continued to circulate widely, not only within Central Asia, but far beyond it. These coins travelled across vast distances and have been found in large numbers in regions as distant as Europe. They served as a kind of universal currency, valued for their silver content, and recognised across cultural boundaries. Locally produced coins, however, fulfilled a different role. They remained within regional economies, supporting daily trade and taxation. Copper coins also played a crucial role, especially in small-scale transactions. They were issued in large quantities and used extensively in markets for everyday purchases. Their value could vary from city to city, and coins from one place were not always accepted at the same rate elsewhere. This created a flexible but complex system in which different forms of money operated simultaneously, each suited to a particular level of economic activity. Over time, however, the stability of this system began to weaken. From the 11th century onward, a gradual decline in the quality of silver coins became apparent. More and more copper or other metals were mixed into the silver, reducing its purity. In some cases, coins were made with a base metal core, covered by a thin layer of silver, giving them the appearance of higher value than they truly possessed. This process unfolded differently across regions, but the overall effect was similar: a long period of monetary instability that lasted for generations. In Transoxania, this situation produced a striking combination of features. Gold coins were rarely minted for long periods, while older local coin traditions continued to hold strong influence. Meanwhile, silver coins were increasingly debased through a variety of techniques. Some contained large amounts of copper, while others relied on surface coatings to imitate higher quality metal. Despite these changes, local copper-based coins retained their role as a trusted medium of exchange, often maintaining strong value even when silver became scarce. Eventually, new forms of coinage appeared. Large copper coins coated with silver were introduced and circulated widely. These coins were often issued in multiple sizes and values, and their acceptance depended heavily on state authority. When too many of these coins were produced, inflation followed. Governments responded by withdrawing old coins, issuing new ones, or increasing their weight to restore confidence. These measures show that monetary policy had become an active tool of governance, combining economic calculation with an understanding of public perception. In neighbouring regions ruled by different dynasties, the situation developed along another path. There, gold coins began to play a larger role in circulation. Silver coins continued to be used for measuring value, but gold increasingly became a medium of payment. This shift reflected broader economic changes and growing connections between regions. The arrival of the Mongols in the 13th century brought a dramatic disruption. Cities were destroyed, populations were reduced, and trade networks collapsed. Minting declined sharply, and in some places money disappeared from daily life altogether, replaced by barter. Attempts were made to restore circulation by issuing new coins, sometimes accompanied by official warnings or threats to force acceptance. These measures often failed, revealing the limits of authority when public trust in currency had been lost. Gradually, recovery began. Gold coins were introduced more widely, and taxes were collected in monetary form. These coins were often of lower purity and irregular weight, and they circulated not as fixed units, but by weight. Silver-coated copper coins also reappeared, especially in regional markets. Over time, trade revived, and with it the need for a more stable monetary system. A major reform eventually brought significant change. Silver coinage was reintroduced on a large scale, with consistent standards of weight and purity across multiple mints. This marked a turning point, restoring confidence and supporting the recovery of urban life and trade. For the first time in centuries, a unified silver currency circulated widely across the region. Later, rulers introduced further reforms, adjusting the balance between gold, silver, and copper coins. Large silver coins were paired with smaller denominations, creating structured systems of value. In subsequent centuries, under new dynasties, silver coins continued to be produced in various standards, often gradually decreasing in weight over time. Copper coins gained increasing importance, especially in everyday commerce. Their production expanded, and their circulation reflected the growth of markets and retail trade. Efforts to control inflation and maintain stability became more sophisticated. Authorities withdrew older coins, issued standardized replacements, and sometimes modified existing coins through overstriking to redefine their value. These measures show an evolving understanding of how money functioned, not just as metal, but as a system shaped by trust, regulation, and economic activity. By the late 15th century, monetary systems had become highly structured, with multiple denominations and carefully controlled weights. In some regions, repeated reforms attempted to stabilize circulation, though not always successfully. In others, new policies succeeded in restoring confidence by clearly separating old and new coinage and by introducing denominations suited to rising prices. The history of coinage in Afghanistan, Sindh, and northern India reveals a remarkable pattern of continuity beneath political change. New rulers came and old dynasties fell, but the language of money often remained deeply tied to local habits, older symbols, and regional standards. Some of the earliest Islamic coins found in this wider region belong to the Arab Caliphate. Arab Sasanian pieces have been recovered from southern and western Afghanistan, while Arab, Byzantine, and early Islamic coins have also appeared at Banbor on the coast of Sind, the site commonly linked with the old port of Daibul, captured by Muhammad ibn al-Qasim in the early 8th century. A gold coin of the Caliph al-Wathiq has also been found there. Another important centre was Al-Mansura, founded by the Arab governors and later used as a mint town by local Arab rulers. Large numbers of copper coins were struck there and circulated in Sind. Yet the most striking development was not simply the spread of Islamic coinage, but the way Islamic rulers adapted themselves to local monetary traditions. One remarkable silver dirham issued in the name of the Caliph al-Muqtadir copied the old bull and horseman style associated with the Shahis of Kabul. On one side appeared a mounted ruler, on the other a recumbent bull. The design preserved the visual language that local people already knew. Later, the same broad type reappeared under the sons of Sultan Mahmud of Ghazna. This was more than imitation. It showed that political conquest did not erase older economic habits. Rulers who wanted their coins accepted in the market often chose continuity over novelty. The Ghaznavids first entered this monetary world as governors serving the Samanids of Bukhara, and at first they followed Samanid models. Alptegin's coins are known only from Andarab, but Sepuktegin issued coins from Ghazna, while still acknowledging the authority of the Samanid amirs. His coins were minted in places such as Balkh, Bamiyan, and Farwan. Even then, local variation was already visible. The issues from Bamiyan differed notably from standard Samanid coinage and came closer in size and weight to the currency of the Hindu Shahis. Under Sultan Mahmud, the system became even richer and more complex. Coins were struck in Ghazna, Farwan, Herat, and Nishapur. Some followed earlier Ghaznavid models, while others differed sharply in form and value. Mahmud's coin legends also charted his political rise. At first he used modest titles granted to him while he still stood under Samanid authority. Then, as he asserted full independence, he adopted titles that declared him ruler in his own right. Later, he added honorifics received from the Abbasid Caliph, publicly displaying the legitimacy he had secured from Baghdad. Some of his most fascinating coins were bilingual. Arabic appeared on one side in the usual Islamic formula, while the other side carried Sanskrit in Nagari script. The translation of Islamic ideas into the language of Indian religious thought was not exact, but it was clearly meant to make the message intelligible in a local philosophical world. These coins did not merely circulate as money. They acted as political statements, showing that Mahmud ruled over lands where different languages, traditions, and audiences had to be addressed at once. Mahmud's successors continued to work within this mixed monetary landscape. Muhammad and Masood both reused the older bull and horseman form. Muhammad initially placed his father's name on the coinage before issuing pieces in his own name. Masood first called himself heir before striking independent coins of his own. During his reign, another important shift took place. New brass coins appeared, larger and heavier, carrying titles that reflected the elevated style of neighbouring rulers, such as the Seljuks. From the reign of his son Maudud onward, a new variety appeared in silver and copper. The horseman gradually disappeared from one side, replaced by Arabic inscriptions, while the bull remained on the other, paired with a Nagari legend. This blend of Islamic and local forms persisted because it worked. It allowed rulers to claim authority in Islamic terms, without abandoning the visual tradition familiar to the people using the currency. Later, Ghaznavid rulers kept developing these styles, sometimes adding ever more exalted titles. Even when they recognized Seljuk overlordship, that political relationship was reflected directly in their coin legends. Through all of this, the gold currency followed the broader Islamic standard associated with the dinar, while silver and copper often remained tied to regional weight systems. In other words, sovereignty might be proclaimed in Arabic, but everyday exchange still depended on local economic custom. The Ghurids inherited this practice and continued it in their own way. They changed the types, but they did not break with the principle of adapting currency to local expectation. Ghiyath al-Din Muhammad used a mounted figure on one side and his own name and titles in Arabic on the other. His brother, Muiz al-Din Muhammad, the conqueror of northern India, introduced even more dramatic innovations. In some gold issues, the goddess Lakshmi appeared on one side, while his own name and title in Nagari script appeared on the other. This was a striking choice. Rather than forcing an entirely foreign design into Indian markets, he adopted forms already respected there. He also introduced a new Indian gold tanka based on the regional standard rather than the Ghazna model. His Bilon coins likewise show the bull and horseman pattern with names and titles in Nagari or Arabic. This was a practical and highly intelligent use of symbolism. It suggests that conquest alone did not create a currency. Acceptance in the marketplace depended on familiarity, trust, and weight standards that buyers and sellers already understood. After Muiz al-Din's death, these local types continued in Ghazna and surrounding regions. His successor, Mahmud ibn Ghiyath al-Din, and even his former slave commander, Taj al-Din Yildiz, preserved the old style. In Gaza, Yildiz placed his own name on the margin while keeping his late master's name in a place of honor. When the Khwarazm Shahs later advanced south of the Hindu Kush, they too copied local types from places such as Farwan, Bamiyan, and Ghazna. Their silver and copper issues kept the mounted figure, sometimes the bull, sometimes Nagari titles, and occasionally added heroic Islamic honorifics. Jalal al-Din Mingburnu, too, continued the horseman type. Even Chinggis Khan, after advancing into the region, did not wholly break with local monetary custom. In Ghazna and along the Indus, the Mongol authorities used Arabic titles but preserved the structure and habits of local coinage. Once again, the message was clear. Dynasties could conquer a land, but monetary life had its own inertia. Coins had to be legible to the market, not just to the court. In northern India, the reign of Shams al-Din Iltutmish marked a turning point. His government brought political consolidation, and his coinage helped define the monetary framework that would influence the Delhi Sultanate for generations. His silver tanka became a major standard, tied to long-established Indian systems of weight. The smaller Bilon Jital also came into regular use, replacing older forms of local currency. What mattered was not just the issue of new coins, but the creation of a more coherent monetary order. Iltutmish also introduced or continued horseman types on some coins, and his use of caliphal names reflected his concern with legitimacy in the wider Islamic world. Yet at the same time, some of his coins preserve Nagari inscriptions or references to defeated local rulers. This again shows how coins served multiple audiences. They spoke to the caliph, to the court, to the army, and to the local population all at once. The rulers who followed Iltutmish largely continued the same standards. His sons and daughter issued gold, silver, bilon, and copper on the same basic framework. Though not all metals were equally common in every reign, some rulers restarted the gold coinage, some favoured silver, and others made more use of belon. A few introduced tiny silver denominations or new mint names, but no radical break occurred. Then came the Khaljis. Jalal al-Din Firuz Khalji preserved the earlier currency, but Ala al-Din Khalji expanded it dramatically. His conquests in the Deccan brought wealth into the treasury, and the volume of gold and silver coinage rose. He founded new mints, introduced square coin forms, and abandoned caliphal references, while claiming grand titles for himself. He also maintained heavy use of copper and belon. Under Qutb al-Din Mubarak Khalji, inscriptions became more varied and more self-confident. He adopted language that projected an almost caliphal dignity for his own rule. Coins were no longer merely markers of state authority. They had become instruments of royal self-fashioning. The Tughlaq period brought still more experimentation. Ghiyath al-Din Tughlaq maintained gold and silver issues in the older style, but added new titles and issued commemorative pieces linked to conquest. His son, Muhammad ibn Tughlaq, was perhaps the most inventive ruler in the monetary history of medieval India. His reign produced an astonishing range of coin types. Some honoured his father, and some bore his own titles. Some acknowledged the Abbasid Caliph in Cairo. Others formed part of his famous experiment with token currency. He also issued coins adapted to the conditions of South India, including issues aligned with local standards in the Deccan. His belon coinage expanded in several directions, and he tried to use monetary reform as a way to integrate the empire. The most dramatic example was his attempt to introduce copper or brass tokens with fixed legal value. The idea may have been bold and rational from the viewpoint of administration, but in practice it failed because counterfeit coins flooded the market. The state eventually had to withdraw them and repay their value. The episode has often been remembered as a symbol of failed innovation, but it also shows something important. The Delhi Sultanate was thinking on an imperial scale. It was trying to unify different monetary zones under one system. Firuz Shah Tughlaq followed with a more conservative approach, though he also issued gold, silver, and belon while retaining symbolic ties to the Abbasid Caliph. He associated sons with the coinage, and his reign helped establish the monetary practice that his successors inherited. Over time, however, silver grew scarcer and belon became increasingly central. Later, Tughlaq rulers continued to issue coinage, but political decline, dynastic conflict, and finally Timur's invasion damaged the treasury and reduced the supply of precious metal. Gold and silver became difficult to sustain. For a time, local power holders avoided issuing coins in their own names at all. In this weakened environment, belon rose still further in importance. When the Sayyids and Lodis ruled Delhi, they largely inherited this altered monetary world. Mubarak Shah Sayyid eventually began minting in his own name, but precious metal remained scarce. Under Bahlul Lodi, belon became especially prominent, and one common type came to be known by his name. Sikandar Lodi continued this pattern, though the silver content declined still more. By the time of Ibrahim Lodi, the monetary system passed to the edge of a new age. The familiar belon pieces remained widespread, and it was this late Delhi Sultanate currency that the next rulers inherited. Seen across the centuries, this coinage tells a story far larger than metal and minting. It reveals how power was negotiated in practice. Arab rulers in Sindh, Ghaznavid sultans in Afghanistan, Ghurid conquerors in northern India, the Khwarazm Shahs, Mongol invaders, and the sultans of Delhi all had to face the same reality. A coin could proclaim victory, independence, piety, conquest, or royal ambition. But if it did not fit the habits of the market, it failed. That is why older standards survived long after the states that created them had vanished. That is why Hindu, Persian, Arabic, and Central Asian elements could appear together on the same piece of metal. Money in this world was not only an economic tool, it was a record of adaptation, a measure of authority, and one of the clearest mirrors of how Islamic and regional traditions met, overlapped, and endured.